Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Naval Headquarters, the Marshal's Office. At this moment, almost all of Marine's high-end Marines are gathered in the office. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, former Marine Admiral Zephyr, current Marine 3 Admiral, and more. Sengoku, who was sitting in the main seat, glanced around at the senior Marine who was present, and said slowly. The great pirate Rosie encountered the 66th Regiment of Germa in North Blue. The two sides fought. The result of the battle was that Germa lost 66, its leader Vinsmoke Judge was injured and unconscious, and Judge's daughter Vinsmoke Raja was missing. Crane, who was in charge of capturing Rosie, received news that Rosie and Raju, who was captured by Rosie and in charge of serving as a temporary navigator, were found near the sea near the battle between the two sides. However, that cunning Rosie eventually escaped and defeated Gion and captured him while Gion was alone. He then took Gion as a hostage to hold Tsuru, destroying Tsuru's warship and escaping. As a result of this incident, I have arranged for North Blue's Marine to conduct a full manhunt for the man. However, half a month has passed, and the man seems to have completely disappeared from North Blue. Our people have no way of finding him. Speaking of which, Sengoku paused slightly. The Marines in the conference room immediately started talking. Among them, Garp and Zephyr were the ones with particularly ugly faces. They are both Marines from the same issue as Tsuru, and learn that Tsuru's younger sister Gion was captured by pirates. The two of them were naturally quite uncomfortable. Also unhappy in my heart, there is Marine Marshal Sengoku, who also has a very deep friendship with Crane. What a terrifying guy, even staff he was not able to catch him. Marshal Sengoku, where did that man come from? Why did the world government put a bounty on this man in the first place? And he still offered a reward of 500 million berry in one go. Marine Admiral Kizaru crossed his arms and looked curiously at Sengoku right in front of him. Hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, I only learned of this later from the 5 elders. It's really too shocking to the world, and it's something that cannot be known to the outside world. Hearing this, the people including Kizaru immediately sat up and waited curiously for Sengoku's answer. The great pirate Rosie, formerly an elite agent of CP9, has completed countless dangerous missions. It's the presence of another elite agent, Rob Lucci, far beyond CP9. To this end, the world government intends to recruit Rosie as an agent of CP0. And they do that too. However, only on the first day of being a CP0 agent, when he was in charge of escorting a celestial dragon sailing. The man suddenly exploded and killed everyone on the warship except the slaves. Even the celestial dragons. It is because of this that the world government will offer a reward to him. Sengoku said. Did you kill celestial dragons? No wonder He needs to go and arrest him. It's just that the man's power is already strong enough to capture Gion. Sengoku, isn't there any news about him now? Garp asked with a frown in his arms. Not really. I got news of a dark line that I can't confirm. It is said that the man used some method to go to East Blue. Garp, East Blue is your hometown. I'm looking for you this time because I want you to go to East Blue. If you really find that man, with your strength, you will definitely be able to catch Rosie and rescue Gion. Also, since that man's strength is strong enough to compete with Germa 66, he can even kidnap Gion. I have also made adjustments regarding his bounty. As Sengoku spoke, he took out a bounty. The center of the reward order is a young man with black hair and a handsome face. Below the reward order, there is a long list of numbers. 800 million berry. There can't be pirates with such a bounty in East Blue. Although I'm a little curious about why that guy was sentenced to CP0, it's better to catch this man earlier. Sengoku, I'm going to East Blue now. If you have any news, contact me directly with the phone bug. Garp got up from his seat, turned and walked towards the door of the conference room. Meanwhile, on the other side, East Blue, Shields Town. A boat pulled by a huge snail slowly docked, welcoming the curious eyes of all the townspeople. At this moment, inside the cabin, Mr. Rosie, we have arrived at the agreed place, do you need to log in now? A mature woman in a pale pink dress with A6 written on her legs approached the man she had become Rosie. She is the eldest daughter of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Reiju. Thank you for your hard work, Reiju. Now that the agreement has been completed, you can leave after that. Rosie put the long sword Jinpira that he was playing with, and turned back to Reiju with a slight smile. Chapter 2. Mr. Rosie is really ruthless, are I going to let me go when I'm done? It took me a lot of work to get you from North Blue to East Blue, and even escaped the Marines. I believe you understand that because of the woman behind you, Marine is very strict in pursuing you. Reiju walked up to Rosie, took Rosie's hand in his arms, and looked at the unconscious woman on the bed behind Rosie. With slender legs, long black hair, and Marine's standard cape, she is Marine Admiral Candidate Momuzagi Jun. I can't do it either. If I don't take this woman as a hostage, I can't escape from the crazy women led by the crane. Rosie shrugged and said helplessly. On Tsuru's warship, in addition to herself and Jun's two powerful generals, the other girls' army should not be underestimated. Although Rosie was able to defeat Jun, it was by surprise. If he confronted Crane and the others directly, Rosie didn't think he had the possibility of escaping. Thinking of the blood of celestial dragons on his hands, Rosie can imagine what it would be like to land on Marine's hands. As for you, Ms. Reiju, I also really hope that you can always follow me. After all, your sailing skills are indeed what I need. However, you have genes that must obey judge's orders, so I naturally have no way to keep you. If one day I find a solution to your physical problems, and you still want to sail with me, I'm quite welcome. Rosie said. If I can get rid of my father's control, maybe I can really sail with you, Mr. Rosie. Reiju sighed, and the smile on his face seemed genuine at the moment. Okay, don't worry about it, Reiju. Take this troublesome Lady Jun away from this island, this is my last request of you. If you give her back to Marine, they won't bite me like a mad dog. Rosie pulled his hand out of Reiju's arms, and was about to leave with the famous sword Kinpura he got from Jun. Wait, Rosie. Before leaving, may I ask why you killed celestial dragons? According to what you said, you should have a good time with the world government. Reiju asked curiously. Well, maybe I've seen too much darkness, I'm a little longing for a bright world. Rosie waved his hand and walked out of the cabin without looking back. Only Reiju and Jun, who had been injected with powerful narcotics, were left. Looking for the light, did this man see unbearable things on the ship of the celestial dragons? Reiju frowned slightly, thinking about the days she spent with Rosie, and thinking about the nature of celestial dragons. She felt that Rosie might not be able to bear some of the atrocities of celestial dragons. Forget it, these are not things I should think about. Better take this woman to Marine Base, which is a little further away. Then go back to Germa 66. Reiju shook his head and turned to look at Jun. When her eyes landed on the scribbled character on Jun's slender thigh, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. I wonder what this Jun Vice Admiral's expression will be when he learns of Rosie's joke. Wow! It's amazing, what a big snail! Look at Kabi, this snail is amazing. On the coast of Shields Town, Luffy in a straw hat opened his eyes to the huge snails on the coast. Yes. It's really amazing. I didn't expect the snail to not pull the boat. The pink-haired glasses boy Kirby pushed his eyes that almost fell out, and like Luffy, he was equally astonished. Look, Kirby, there's a man out of the boat. He must be the owner of this ship. I've decided, I'm going to invite him to be my partner. Luffy cheered, and without waiting for Kirby to speak, he charged at Rosie, who had just jumped off Raja's boat. I'm Luffy, the man who will become One Piece, come and be my partner. Hey! Rosie blinked, looking at the Straw Hat Boy in surprise. Straw Hat Luffy, I really met him. That little guy over there is Kirby. In other words, is the plot just beginning? Rosie raised his eyebrows and shook his head at Luffy while thinking about it. If it was when he first came to the world of pirates, Rosie might still be willing to join the Straw Hat Pirates for an adventure in the form of a mainline. But now he's been traversing the world of pirates for over 10 years, and has been in Grandmaster Marine 6 styles as well as Conqueror's Haki. In terms of hard power, he can even compete with the Marine Admiral candidates. Under such circumstances, he couldn't think of a reason to join the Straw Hat Pirates again. Sorry, I don't. Ding. You are invited by the Children of Luck in the current world, do you agree? After agreeing, you will awaken the strongest heroic spirit template system, and you can use the heroic spirit template to strengthen yourself and your partners. Rosie. Chapter 3. I can't beat the Marine Admiral back up, you just woke up the system, is it too late? Rosie groaned in his heart, thinking quickly in his mind. Heroic spirit template. So it is, you can extract the template of the characters in the world of heaven to strengthen yourself. Is the heroic spirit of Katsuki, the ninja of Hokage, and even the fighter of Dragon Ball included in the template of heroic spirits? Interesting, if that's the case, then the Straw Hats have to join. Rosie nodded inwardly, reaching out to hold Luffy's hand. Luffy, right, I'm Rosie, nice to meet you. I agree to your invitation. Ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully activated the strongest heroic spirit template system. Partner detection is in progress. You now have a partner Monkey D. Luffy, filter out his personal attributes Captain, Foodie, Rubber. Start to choose heroic spirit templates based on Monkey D. Luffy's personal attributes. Captain Francis Drake, Food ALU, Rubber Reed Richards. Please let Monkey D. Luffy choose from the above 3 heroic spirit templates. Host can randomly obtain the power of one of the remaining 2 heroic spirit templates. Note, for the heroic spirit template selected by the partner, the host will also gain the power of the template. Interesting, is this the specific function of the system? Let Luffy choose one of 3. Francis Drake, this is the legendary great pirate who conquered the sea in the Moon World. An ALU from Captive of Food and Reed Richards from Marvel. These 3 really correspond to Luffy's 3 attributes. While Rosie was thinking, Kirby, who had just been persuading Luffy, suddenly widened his eyes. What? Same. Agree. Hehe, great, I have a partner. The corners of Luffy's mouth cracked, just as he was about to laugh. However, he saw the ship of Germa 66 in the distance. Hey, wait! Rosie, why did your ship leave? You said the boat pulled by the snail was my friend's boat, not mine. What, isn't that your ship? What, is it just that it's not my ship, so you don't want me as a buddy? No. I can feel it, you are a very powerful guy, although that ship is a pity. Luffy turned his head to look at the voyage of the Germa 66 ship with an indescribable loss on his face. Don't worry, Captain Luffy. Although I'm not the owner of that snail ship. But I have other fun stuff. Rosie smiled and was about to show Luffy the power of the system when Luffy's stomach suddenly heard a huge gurgling sound. Ah! I'm hungry. Luffy clutched his stomach, his body softened instantly. No way, since the captain is hungry, let's go eat first. Okay, it's time to eat. Kirby, come with you too. Luffy smiled happily and looked at Kirby beside him. Mr. Luffy, we don't have any berry. Kirby shook his head in a panic, he didn't want to do something like eating the king's meal. For berry, I have it. The corner of Rosie's mouth rose, and he opened the box he was holding, revealing the neatly folded large berry bills inside. Okay, a lot of berry. Luffy and Kirby's eyes widened, and at this moment, they were extremely shocked. It's not much. It looks like 100 million berry. Rosie rubbed his nose and shifted his gaze to a girl with short orange hair in the distance. His observation Haki was keenly aware of the orange-haired girl's gaze when he opened the box to reveal the berry inside. Orange hair, about 18 years old, this girl should be Nami. Thinking of this, the smile on Rosie's face got even bigger. 100 million berries? Mr. Rosie, how do you have so many berries? Kirby exclaimed. Well, I stole it from a disgusting man before. Rosie closes the case and, in order not to frighten Kirby, doesn't say he got these berries from celestial dragons. Even, if it wasn't for the inconvenience of carrying, he could have grabbed more berry at the time. He, anyway, berry is there for dinner. After dinner, we will go to the swordsman of the three sword style and let him become a new partner. Rosie, thank you this time, I'll give it back to you when I get berry later. Luffy stretched out his hand and patted Rosie's 1.9-meter shoulder and laughed. Now that we're partners, don't mind it too much, Luffy. Come on, let's go eat meat. Rosie nodded to Luffy and took the lead in the direction of the town restaurant. And Luffy, who heard that he was eating meat, naturally followed with joy. At the same time, while Rosie et.al. The woman suspected of Nami blinked and followed with small steps. Chapter 4 Shields Town, Restaurant. With enough berry, Rosie naturally chose to eat in the private room. Luffy's appetite was instantly whetted by the food that filled the entire kitchen. Within minutes, most of the food was in Luffy's stomach. In desperation, Rosie had to order more food from the restaurant waiter. For a while, waiters continued to enter the private room with hot dishes. So that's it, you were once captured by a fat pirate, and then rescued by Luffy. It's really hard for you, Kirby. But since your dream is to be a marine, is it okay to follow us like this? We're going to Marine Base to rescue that swordsman with 3 swords later. There might even be a little conflict with Marine. If Marine mistakenly thinks you and us are a gang, you'll never want to be Marine again. Rosie put down the glass in his hand and said to Kirby who was sitting next to him. Hearing this, Kirby was stunned on the spot. Luffy, who was constantly eating, also paused a little. After thinking for a while, Luffy looked at Kirby and said, Kirby, let's part ways here. Rosie is right, you have your marine dreams. It's not a good thing to keep hanging out with us. Although Luffy seems simple, he is quite sharp in some things. After Rosie's reminder, the original parting words were naturally advanced. But it's nothing, Kirby. Rosie waved his hand, suddenly serious. He took out a wanted notice from his pocket and placed it on the dining table. Kirby, I'm not an ordinary person. It was the big pirate who was offered a reward by Marine and the world government. Forget Luffy, he's not famous yet. But if you spend an extra minute with me, you're less likely to achieve your dreams, you know. Kirby stared blankly at the wanted notice on the table. After a few seconds, his eyes widened to the max, and his eyes almost popped out. Hey! 800 million berry, Mr. Rosie, you have been offered a reward of 800 million berry. You, what have you done before? Hearing Kirby's exclamation, Luffy almost spit out all the food in his mouth. 80 million berry. Rosie, you are so powerful. Luffy looked at Rosie with his mouth wide open. Although he keenly felt that Rosie was not easy, he never thought that the man he invited would be a wanted criminal with a reward of hundreds of millions. Actually, it's not that powerful. It's just that he slaughtered a relatively noble pig, so he got so many rewards. Rosie smiled and said casually. Rosie couldn't help laughing when he thought of the way he cried before Celestial Dragons was killed. Even a noble person is so unsightly when faced with death. Rosie, you are amazing. It seems that I have to work hard too. As the captain, I can't lose to the crew. Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head, his face beaming with confidence. Then, he let Kirby leave the private room. Now that he knew that Rosie was a big pirate with a bounty of 800 million, Luffy was even more reluctant to let Kirby stay here. Thank you, Mr. Luffy, and hope your dreams come true. Kirby bowed to Luffy, opened the door to the private room, and walked out. At the same time, a beautiful girl in a white t-shirt and a blue short skirt walked in from the door with a large plate of food. Hello, this is your new dish. The woman, Nami, walked over to Rosie with a youthful and beautiful smile and slowly put the dishes on the plate on the table. Rosie raised his eyebrows, and with his eyesight he could naturally sense that while Nami was turning the dishes towards the dining table, her other free hand was reaching for the box with berry on a tray of chairs. Interesting. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and he stretched his hand around Nami's waist and pulled it towards him. Unpredictable, Nami sat directly on top of the box containing berry. Guest, what are you doing? We don't have this kind of service in our store. Nami pursed her lips and looked at Rosie with a shy look. At this moment, feeling the 100 million berry under his butt, Nami's heartbeat began to accelerate unstoppably. Rosie, do you know her? Luffy looked at Nami and asked as he put food in his mouth. Soon, the food just brought by Nami was removed by him, and the stomach that had just recovered a little swelled up again, causing Nami to be stunned for a while. It's an acquaintance, Rosie said to Luffy, then turned to look at Nami next to him. My partner ate devil fruit, so that's why he looks like that, don't be afraid. He, that's right, I'm a rubber man who ate rubber fruit. My body can be like this or that. As if to prove Rosie's words, Luffy took the initiative to pull his cheeks in various poses that ordinary people couldn't do. Devil fruit? That kind of legendary thing with at least 100 million berry actually exists. Nami exclaimed. Devil fruit naturally exists, and there is even the devil fruit I collected in the box under your A. How about it, are you interested in taking a sneak peek? Rosie laughed. Devil fruit? Really, wait. The corners of Nami's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled forcefully, while at the same time wondering why Rosie just said that. Rosie, is she a thief? Luffy frowned. How come? I'm just an ordinary waiter, I think you must have misunderstood. Nami looked at Luffy with an extremely aggrieved smile. But soon, the smile on her face changed to one of extreme horror. All because out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of the reward on the table next to Luffy. 800 million berry, this man actually offered a reward of 800 million berry. Nami looked at Rosie in horror. At this moment, Rosie's extremely gentle smile turned into a devilish smile in Nami's eyes. Chapter 5. Nami never imagined that the target he chose this time was actually a pirate with a bounty of 800 million. Nami's forehead was covered in cold sweat when he thought that Arlong, who ruled the Kokosia village, was offered a reward of 20 million berry. Really, Rosie, do you really have devil fruit in your chest? Luffy tilted his head and looked curiously at the box where Nami was sitting. That's right. Rosie nodded, took Nami's waist out of the box with his hands, and opened the box in front of Nami and Luffy. The white berry banknotes in the box immediately made Nami's eyes glow with golden light, and even suppressed the horror in her heart because she learned that Rosie offered a bounty. This box has a compartment, which contains the devil fruit that I once snatched from the world government's ship. One is Paramecia's bubble fruit, and the other is Zoan's cow fruit, giraffe form. Speaking of which, I haven't told you yet, Luffy. In fact, I used to work in the world government, and then I chose to leave because I couldn't watch celestial dragons anymore. These two fruits were also obtained by chance when they left. Rosie said while opening the compartment of the box. Luffy stood up and looked over, and sure enough, he saw two strangely shaped fruits. It's amazing, it's really similar to the rubber fruit I've eaten before. Rosie, you have two devil fruits here, so are you demon fruit power? Luffy asked. No, I'm not. These two fruits are too ordinary, and I don't want to lose the joy of swimming because of them. Rozi shook his head, looked at Nami who was getting more and more excited because of the two devil fruits beside him, and said jokingly. Speaking of which, I got some interesting information when I was working at the world government. On an island in East Blue, there is a group of dragon pirates formed by Murlocs ruled there. And there is a human girl in this fishman pirate group. She seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the evil dragon pirates, and has been stealing outside all year round. Are you saying I'm right, Ms. Nami? Hearing this, Nami immediately stepped aside in horror. Even Barry in the box couldn't catch her eye for a moment. What Rosie said was well-founded, even calling out her name. This made Nami not even know how to explain it for a while. However, what she didn't know was that although Rosie worked in the world government, the so-called things about the dragon pirates were only known because Rosie had read the original book of One Piece. Don't worry, Miss Nami. Although I was offered a reward of 800 million berry, it does not mean that I am a bad person. I'm not going to do anything to you, but I can help you. Rosie waved to Nami, motioning him to sit beside him. Nami frowned slightly, although she was a little worried. She thought of Rosie's exaggerated bounty amount and Luffy who had strange abilities beside him. She still sat down beside Rosie. Miss Nami, I know you are a very good navigator. I guess that you will stay in the dragon pirates because they see your sailing talents. As for why you are running around outside and committing theft, they must have offered a price for you to redeem your hometown with Barry, right? Rosie smiled, ignoring Nami's surprised expression and continued. Don't be too surprised, I have received a lot of information because of my previous work. It's easy to guess what's going on your side when you combine this intelligence and what I've seen. I can tell you very clearly, even if you get enough berry to go to the dragon pirates, you can't achieve your goal. Since they will keep you because of your talent, they will never let you go. Also, I also learned that the dragon pirates have a connection with Colonel Mouse from East Blue. Pirates and Marine join forces. Do you think it is possible for you to escape the clutches of the dragon pirates? Having said that, Rosie slapped Luffy's hand towards devil fruit and closed the box. With no devil fruit in sight, Luffy continued to focus on food. But his eyes turned to Nami from time to time, and he clearly had some thoughts in his mind. What are you trying to tell me? What is the so-called cooperation? At this moment, Nami leaned back on the chair like a deflated balloon. The fact that Rosie can tell about the evil dragon pirates in such detail is enough to show that he has a deep understanding of the evil dragon pirates. At this time, hiding your identity may be counterproductive. She felt it was better to honestly admit her identity and figure out what Rosie wanted to do. It's very simple. We will help you solve the evil dragon pirates. And you, join me and Luffy's pirate group and become our navigator. Rosie raised his index finger and said with a smile. Chapter 6. Now that he met Nami, Rosie didn't plan to let Nami join and leave like the original, and finally join the Straw Hat Pirates. Rather than being as troublesome as the original book, it's better to directly set enough conditions to allow Nami to join. In this way, Rosie can also let Nami get a certain heroic spirit template sooner, so that she can be familiar with the power of the heroic spirit template earlier. That's right, Nami, join us. Luffy said to Nami in order to eat big flesh and blood so that he could slur. Obviously, he is quite clear about the importance of navigators. Join you as a pirate? Impossible, I hate pirates the most. Nami subconsciously shook his head and refused. But realizing Rosie's exaggerated reward amount, her face softened immediately. I mean, your bounty is so high that you can sail freely on the sea even without me. Nami said. Although I know some sailing skills, I don't know much. Professional things should be left to professional navigators. Well, how about I hire you with berry? I'll pay you 1,000,000 berry for every island you take us to safety. Although 1,000,000 berry is not much, at least it's safe, isn't it? Having said that, Rosie took out 1,000,000 berry notes from his suitcase and placed it in front of him. Seeing this, Nami's eyes changed to berries again. After a little thought, she nodded. Okay, since you've said it for the sake of it. I'll join you for now. The corners of Nami's mouth twitched, and he glanced imperceptibly at Rosie's suitcase. If I don't join, I don't know what this man with a reward of 800 million will do. Just join you first, but don't blame me for taking your suitcase away later. Nami's voice fell, and Luffy immediately cheered. Great Rosie, we have navigators. After finding that 3 swordsmen, there are 4 of us in total. Rosie nodded with a smile. Although Nami's gaze towards the suitcase was hidden, Rosie was still not unnoticed. However, he wasn't worried about it. After getting to know each other, he didn't think Nami would leave the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, we're almost done eating. Nami is already our partner too. I think it's almost time for me to reveal one of my special abilities to you. Rosie said, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a pure darkness spread out from Rosie, instantly including Rosie, Luffy, and Nami in the private room. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them came to a place where nothing but darkness remained, and there was only a bright space on the circular platform with a diameter of 10 meters that the 3 of them were on. Where is this place? Nami looked around in panic, and his tone was very frightened. You can't see anything in the darkness, Rosie, is this your special ability? But didn't you say you weren't demon fruit power before? Luffy tilted his head and looked at Rosie in confusion. Rosie smiled and waved in front of Luffy. The next moment, a panel visible to all 3 appeared in front of Rosie. The words Captain, Foodie, and Rubber are written on the panel. Under the 3 words, the names of Francis Drake, ALU, and Reed Richards are written respectively. Rosie, what is this? Luffy asked. Captain, Foodie, Rubber, these correspond to your 3 attributes, Luffy. And Francis Drake is a pirate with the same captain's attributes as you, and a great captain who once conquered a certain sea area. In addition, ALU is a foodie, and Reed Richards, known as Mr. Fantastic, has the ability to turn his body into rubber. They all correspond to different attributes on you. Luffy, you can choose one of these 3. After being selected, you will gain certain abilities of the person you selected. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, this is my special ability. Hearing Rosie's words, Luffy was more surprised, while Nami looked at Rosie's face suspiciously, wanting to see if Rosie was lying. Rosie also saw Nami's disbelief, he smiled softly, raised his hand and clicked on the name of Francis Drake. The next moment, the originally dark space suddenly trembled. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of Rosie and the platform under their feet were above the boundless ocean. We came to the sea. Nami looked around and asked Rosie suspiciously. Hey, look, there's a man standing on the ice over there. Luffy's voice caught Nami's attention. She looked in the direction of Luffy's fingers, and sure enough, on the sea not far away, she saw a mature woman in red, with long crimson hair and a scar on her face. That one is Francis Drake, the woman who is credited with shooting down the Sunday. Now, please appreciate her power. Rosie's voice fell, and skeleton soldiers suddenly appeared under the ice surface, and Drake, who had been silent, immediately moved. I saw her pulling out the double spears around her waist, her body turned into an afterimage, and she flexibly used her spear fighting skills. The skeleton soldiers hit by the bullets from the double guns collapsed and scattered immediately, and even the skeleton soldiers who were close to Drake were easily destroyed by Drake's physical skills. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of skeleton soldiers that emerged from the bottom of the ice were gone. Seeing that there were only half of the skeleton soldiers left, Drake smiled and raised the flintlock gun in his right hand and pointed it straight ahead. At the same time, 8 golden halos suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of her, and 3 larger halos appeared on top of her head. In the eyes of Luffy and Nami, a cannon protruded from each halo. 11 turrets fired shells in unison as Drake pulled the flintlock to fire. The remaining skeleton soldiers were instantly drowned by the roaring shells. Great! Rosie, let's invite her as a partner too. Luffy's eyes lit up, and excitedly put his hand on Rosie's shoulder. Chapter 7. Unfortunately, Luffy, the Francis Drake in front of you is just a projection of her. So we have no way to invite her as a partner. Compared to this, you should take a good look at the power she shows. Then compare it with the other two and choose the power you want at the end. Rosie put his hand on Luffy's shoulder to keep him from rushing towards the projection that didn't play Francis Drake. While speaking, the skeleton soldiers shelled by Francis Drake had completely fallen apart, and none of them could remain standing. Just when Luffy and Nami thought the demo was over, 10 gigantic marine warships suddenly appeared on the sea a few hundred meters away from Francis Drake. The moment the marine battleship appeared, it launched shelling on Francis Drake. The dense group of shells immediately made Nami's face change, and quickly hid behind Rosie. BD, is this really a projection? How could those shells be so real? Is that woman named Francis Drake really able to handle so many shells? Nami pursed his lips and looked at Francis Drake. The corners of Francis Drake's mouth rose, and the aura on his body suddenly became extremely strong. Little ones, come on stage. Drake held up the guns in his hands, and the ice under her feet shattered abruptly with her screaming. An extremely gorgeous battleship with a total length of nearly 37 meters rose from under the ice, and Drake himself stood indifferently at the bow of the battleship. Boom, boom. As soon as the battleship appeared, it immediately launched shelling on the group of shells in front. It's just that, unlike the normal cannons fired by the warships ahead, the warships under Drake's feet turned out to be golden lasers. The shells hit by the laser melted in the air in an instant. So cool! It turned out to be a laser. Rosie, is this her boat? Can we have a ship like that in the future? Luffy's eyes lit up and he asked Rosie excitedly. Rosie smiled and didn't answer because he knew there was going to be a scene that would surprise Luffy even more. After the gorgeous warship at Drake's feet fired a laser, 20 smaller warships emerged from the seabed around the warship. The Lord of the Storm, the swarm of the undead, the wild hunt is about to begin. With a confident smile on his face, Drake raised his hand to aim at the 10 warships on the opposite side and pulled the trigger of his flintlock gun. The next moment, the battleship under her feet and the surrounding battleships launched shelling. Suddenly, a series of lasers rushed towards the warship. Under the suppression of huge firepower, with a huge roar, 10 marine warships finally sank to the bottom of the sea. Luffy's eyes widened, and at this moment, he was even a little too excited to speak. Although Nami is a little better than Luffy, her trembling body still reveals her state of mind. The noble phantasm Golden Deer and Stormy Night is Francis Drake's biggest weapon and her strongest power. Luffy, if you choose to inherit the template of Francis Drake's heroic spirit, you can have her power. Rosie patted Luffy on the shoulder and asked with a smile. Amazing! Rosie, am I following Francis Drake's template, so I can summon those warships just like her? Hearing Luffy's words, Rosie shrugged and said. Well, inheriting the heroic spirit template is just the seed of inheriting power. How much you can use this power depends on you. The stronger you are, the stronger your power will naturally be when you use the power of heroic spirits. The noble phantasm Golden Deer and Stormy Night we saw just now is Drake's strongest power. It's not an easy task to show this power. In addition, there is a degree of fit between the template of the heroic spirit and the human being. The more compatible it is with the template of the heroic spirit, the easier it is to exert the power of the heroic spirit. So Luffy, I suggest you read the next 2 heroic spirit templates before deciding who to inherit. While speaking, the platform beneath Rosie's feet shook. In just an instant, the 3 of them returned to the pitch-dark space again. Hehe, it's really funny. Rosie, you are too powerful to have such a powerful ability. And Francis Drake, I don't know where she's the captain, but she's really cool. I don't know if the other two are as cool as her. Luffy stroked his hat and looked at the other two names on Rosie's front panel. Rubber Reed Richards, let me see what he's like. Luffy waved his hand and slapped the name of Reed Richards, who is of the rubber attribute. Soon, there was a familiar shaking. The three Rosie came to an extremely advanced research institute. In the center of the research institute, a man is constantly stretching his rubber-like arms and doing calculations with various materials and data. Really rubber like me? Rosie, did he eat rubber fruit too? Luffy pointed at Reed Richards and looked at Rosie curiously. He didn't eat our fruit, his rubber powers came from elsewhere. Rosie glanced at Reed Richards, who was sitting and researching, with a faint light in his eyes. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, the scary thing about this man is not the rubber's abilities. If I inherit this guy's power, I don't know if he will inherit his terrifying scientific knowledge. Chapter 8. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, known as Marvel's smartest man. Rosie has no doubt that as long as he can inherit Reed Richards' smart head, no one in the pirate world will be able to threaten him. At that time, he could just invent some weapons and maybe be able to conquer the world of pirates. Just as Rosie was thinking, the venue changed again, and the three returned to the dark space. Al, is this the end? Luffy blinked, and looked around in a daze. Just now, he was only attracted by Reed Richards' rubber ability for a moment. At other times, his eyes fell on the various advanced facilities in the research room. Reed Richards' rubber ability doesn't have a lot of value to show, so it's a short show. Compared to this, there is still the last ALU who is a foodie. Keep watching, Luffy. Rosie said with a smile. Like Luffy, he was also a little disappointed. The demonstration did not demonstrate Reed Richards' invention, which most likely means that even if he inherits Reed Richards' heroic spirit template, he may not inherit his scientific knowledge, but only inherit the ability of the rubber. All right. Luffy nodded slightly, stretched out his hand and patted the name of the only remaining foodie, ALU. The venue changed, and the three Rosie had come to a very luxurious restaurant. In the central area of the restaurant, there is a round table with a diameter of more than 5 meters, which is filled with exquisite food. With so much food, only one man with blue hair and a height of nearly 2 meters ate. But in the blink of an eye, he had already stuffed 10 servings of food into his mouth. It's meat! Luffy screamed, and was about to rush to the table. Hey, Luffy, did you forget what I said? Those are projections, not real. Rosie grabbed Luffy's back collar and said quickly. However, seeing the meat, Luffy couldn't listen to Rosie's words at the moment, and kept struggling in Rosie's hands. In desperation, Rosie had no choice but to let Luffy go to the table, and finally fluttered. It's strange, those things are so real. And I can smell the aroma, why is Luffy's body going straight through that food? Nami shrugged and muttered strangely. Although I don't want to exaggerate like Luffy, the aroma of the food opposite also evokes Nami's taste buds. Real phantoms not only deceive vision, but even smell. Rosie explained. It turns out that it is a strange power. Nami gave Rosie a deep look. Even if you haven't seen Rosie's real shot, it's not clear whether Luffy can inherit the heroic spirit template. But Nami realized Rosie's power at this moment. Just the means of creating illusions is not something that ordinary people can do. A foodie? That guy actually ate all the food on the table. The belly has become so round, what kind of seat is his body, is it also rubber? Rosie, he should be ALU. Nami turned to look at ALU again and asked. That's right. Well, he is indeed a foodie. Rosie chuckled, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The scene changed, and the three Rosie and ALU came to a wasteland. In front of ALU, there is this mammoth that is more than 10 meters high and looks like a hill. Okay, what a huge colossus! What kind of monster is this? Nami grabbed Rosie's arm in horror. Even though he knew it was just an illusion, the vivid image of the mammoth surprised Nami. It's really big, its meat must be delicious. Luffy kept his saliva and opened his mouth to the mammoth in front of the king. Alu. Stop dreaming, Luffy, you can't eat that mammoth, you've learned your lesson just now. What just showed Alu's foodie attributes, now it's really showing Alu's power, you give me a good look. Rosie held Luffy's shoulders, and he wasn't going to let go this time. As soon as the voice fell, the mammoth roared. Immediately, he raised his huge nose and smashed it into Alu's head. Boom! Alu raised his arm and threw a punch, and the fist that was so different from the elephant trunk actually blasted the elephant trunk out. Even the mammoth's body couldn't help but take a step back. Okay, what a strong power! This is even stronger than the power of a murloc. Nami's beautiful eyes widened and she said in surprise. He hasn't really shown his power yet, just watch it. Rosie said. And as his voice fell, Alu let out a roar like a demon. No, it's the roar of a real demon. I saw a huge scarlet evil spirit appearing out of nowhere behind him, and even the mammoth took a step back in fright. Gourmet cell demon, this is a monster stored in Aru's body. Similarly, this monster can also provide power to Alu. As long as he eats enough good food, Alu can become stronger. Rosie's voice fell, and Alu suddenly stabbed the mammoth with his left hand in a claw-like shape. Cross. In an instant, a huge silver-white dinner fork flew out of Alu's hand and directly stabbed the mammoth's body. This is not over yet. After the flying fork, Alu's right hand is a horizontal slash at the mammoth. Knife. The powerful energy turned into a huge knife and slashed through the mammoth's body. The heavy blow of the fork and the knife instantly sent the mammoth's body into the air. Before the mammoth fell to the ground, Alu jumped up and hit the mammoth's abdomen with a heavy fist. 10 consecutive nail punches. Boom! 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 The mammoth's body was blasted into the air by Alu's fist, even though it had already escaped Alu's fist. Its body continued to roar from being hit by fists, and it was still constantly impacted by fist strength. Soon, its body flew to an altitude of more than 20 meters. Forks, knives, and nails are all Alu's signature skills. The forks and knives he uses with his body are stronger than steel. And the nail punches he used can hit multiple fists in an instant, and the continuous blows will be like nails, causing the destructive power of stabbing deep. Depending on how they are used, forks, knives, and nail punches have different manifestations. So, how do you choose, Luffy? The voice fell, and both Alu and the mammoth disappeared into golden light. In front of Luffy, the names of 3 heroic spirits appeared again. Chapter 9. That Reed Richards' ability is as rubbery as Luffy's. And it doesn't seem like a fighter. If you can really inherit the ability, you still have to choose from the Captain Drake and the Food Alu. Drake has a powerful fleet of firepower, and Alu has peculiar fighting skills. Both sides are quite powerful characters. But considering that I will be sailing on the sea in the future, I should choose Drake, who has a summoning ship. Nami rested her cheek with one hand, and her eyes finally settled on the name. Rosie smiled and didn't speak. As the host of the system, he can only show Luffy the abilities of 3 heroic spirit templates. In the end, he wasn't able to help Luffy choose. It's decided, I want to choose Alu as my template. Luffy took a deep breath, raised his hand and slapped Alu's name again. The next moment, Alu's name turned into a red light and entered Luffy's body, leaving a mysterious badge on the skin of his heart. Ding! Monkey D. Luffy makes a choice, obtains the template of the foodie Alu, comprehends the initial skills of Alu, and can comprehend more template skills of heroic spirits through training and strengthening. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to host for obtaining the template of Food ALU and the template of Captain Francis Drake, and comprehend all the skills of the Heroic Spirit template. Note, although the host can comprehend all the skills of the Heroic Spirit template, the ability to use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. Interesting, Luffy didn't choose Drake's power, I got Drake's power. However, even though the master has all the skills of Drake and ALU, can I use the melon skills still linked to my power? It's a pity, if you can get all the power of ALU, hanging this world will not be a problem. Although Rosie felt a little regretful in his heart, after feeling his own abilities, he was still quite relieved when he found that Drake's power could be fully used. On the other side, Luffy frowned slightly, he was also feeling the power in his body. Just when he tried to use this power, the surrounding space trembled. In the blink of an eye, Rosie, Luffy, and Nami returned to their original dining room. We're back. Nami blinked and turned to look around. Luffy has made his choice, and it's natural for us to come back. If Nami, you also want to gain the power of a heroic spirit, I can also take you into the heroic spirit space just now. Rosie laughed. I don't need it for now, hehe. Nami smiled awkwardly and waved his hands again and again. Although under the double coercion of power and money, Nami temporarily became a navigator of the Straw Hats. But her distrust of Rosie made her afraid to accept Rosie's power. Really, that's a pity. But if you change your mind, you can come to me. Rosie shrugged and said nonchalantly. Although Nami is now reluctant to accept the power of heroic spirits, Rosie believes that she will change her mind when she fully sees that Luffy and even other partners use the power of heroic spirits. Hey, Nami, do you really not accept Rosie's abilities? It's obviously very interesting. Luffy tilted his head and looked at Nami strangely. I have my reasons, but you, why don't you choose the power of Captain Drake? Her power is obviously quite useful for sailing. Drake's powers are really cool, but I always felt like I could use Aru's powers better if I had them. Also, wouldn't it be cool to get more powers just by eating enough? I think you chose ALU for this reason. Nami shook his head and sighed. Speaking of which, have you really mastered ALU's power, Luffy? Nami asked curiously. Hehehe, of course, don't believe me. Luffy gave a light drink, and the space around his body suddenly trembled. Under Nami's unbelievable gaze, the Red Devil appeared behind Luffy all the time. It turned out to be true. Nami opened his mouth wide. Hehe, is this my Red Ogre, so cool. Luffy looked behind him and shouted excitedly. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open, and the real waiter walked in. Guest, what else do you need? Ghost? Ghost. The waiter opened his mouth wide and his eyes fell directly to the ground. Chapter 10. The restaurant waiter fell to the ground, and the three of Rosie could not stay in the restaurant. After paying the bill, Rosie and Luffy took the reluctant Nami to the marine base stationed in the town. Rosie, is that guy the pirate hunter? Luffy looked at the man tied to the post in front of him and asked. Yes, he is Zoro, the famous pirate hunter from East Blue. Rosie nodded. By the way, do you really want to invite him as a partner? Although the restaurant owner's woman said just now that he was tied up voluntarily because he wanted to protect her, he is a pirate hunter, isn't he? Isn't that your mortal enemy? Don't you worry that he will arrest you? Nami asked suspiciously. Nami, you are our partner now, and if he is our mortal enemy, you are also your mortal enemy. Also, do you think he has the ability to arrest me? Rosie put his hand on Nami's shoulder and asked with interest. Cut, I'm just with you guys temporarily. However, if it's you, you really don't need to be afraid of him. Thinking of Rosie's exaggerated abilities, Nami shook his head and said. The sound of Rosie's three discussions reached Zoro's ears, causing him to slowly open his eyes and look in the direction of the sound. Hey, what are you three talking about? Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of death, As Zoro spoke, he glanced at Rosie, Luffy, and Nami. When he saw Rosie's face, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if he saw something terrible. Big Pirate Rosie, why are you here? Are you here to destroy this marine base? Hey, do you know me? It's worthy of being a pirate hunter. It seems that you have seen my reward order. You know, Rosie is famous for the Grand Line, and then went to North Blue. His bounties are relatively circulated in Grand Line and North Blue, and there are not many bounties about him in East Blue. That's why Nami didn't recognize Rosie in the first place. We are not here to destroy Marine Base, but to invite you to be our partner. At this time, Luffy, the captain, stood up. What? As pirates, you actually invited me, a pirate hunter, to be your partner. Is there any problem with your head? He, because you are very powerful, and you also protected the restaurant owner's daughter, so I want to invite you. Cut. I'm not for that girl. Besides, I'm not going to be a pirate anyway. Having said that, Zoro looked at Rosie firmly. Don't say that, there are many disadvantages to being a pirate. But you at least survived, didn't you? Speaking of which, I'm curious, why would a man like you be so naive to think that the Marine captain's son would keep his promise? Rosie looked at Zoro with a sad expression, then turned to look back. There, the Marine base's second Zyube Lumabo came over with several Marines. Although I don't know who you are, you actually said that I won't keep my promise. Although it's true, it still makes me sad. Hearing Bellamab's familiar voice, Zoro immediately turned his head and looked over. What did you guy just say? You're not going to keep your promise? It's the last day before I promise to be tied here. Ha ha ha, what a funny pirate hunter, do you still believe what I said then? Bellamy covered his stomach and laughed for a while, then turned to look at Rosie. However, I didn't expect anyone to guess what I was thinking. You dare to break into Marine Base, and die with this green algae head. Target them for me and fire. Bellamy waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately raised their guns and pointed at Rosie, Zoro, and the others. Nami's eyes widened, and he quickly hid behind Rosie. Luffy on the side was pressing on the hat with one hand, and he didn't take the marine soldiers' long gun seriously at all. Hey, isn't it? Are you really going to shoot? Zoro's eyes widened, and for the first time, a horrified expression appeared. Are you still fantasizing at this point, Zoro? By the way, do you want to join us as a pirate? If you're willing to join, we can help you get out of here alive. Rosie looked back at Zoro with a sly smile on his face. You sly guy. Well, as long as you can live, it doesn't matter if you become a villain. Big Pirate Rosie, I've joined you, release me now. Zoro shouted loudly. Release? Think beautifully, fire me. Bang, bang, bang. Along with Bellamab's roar, the marine soldier jerked the trigger of his rifle. Damn, I don't want to die. Nami huddled up, almost hiding behind Rosie. The corner of Luffy's mouth rose, and he wanted to rush forward and use the power of rubber fruit to bounce the flying bullets. It's just that Rosie moves faster. Fork shield. Rosie waved his right hand in front of him, and a giant dinner fork made of silver-white energy suddenly appeared to defend everyone including himself. Chapter 11. Ding! 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 The bullet hit the fork shield, and there was a sound of metal colliding. By the time all the bullets were ejected, the fork shield did not suffer any damage. It's amazing, it turns out that you can also use ALU's tricks, Rosie. And can fork still be used like this? Luffy's eyes widened, and he immediately wanted to use the fork shield. It's just that because of his inexperience, he still can't use the fork as a defensive shield like Rosie, but simply waved the energy fork to pierce the ground in front of him. How is it possible? Why are bullets useless against them? What the hell is that crooked fork? Bellamab took a step back in horror. He couldn't understand the fork shield in front of Rosie, and he couldn't understand why the fork shield could stop the bullet. As expected of the big pirate who offered a reward of 800 million berry, how could the bullet have any effect on you? However, your crew actually uses your tricks. You taught him, right? Having said that, can you put me down from this pillar? Zoro laughed. You misunderstood, Luffy is the captain. I am, at most, the deputy captain. Rosie chuckled lightly, pulled out Kinpira behind his back and slashed the rope tied to Zoro with a few knives. Kinpirana's gleaming blade immediately caught Zoro's attention, but it was Rosie's words that caught his attention even more. What, you're not the captain? Zoro looked at Luffy blankly. What qualifications does that man have to be the captain of the great pirate Rosie? About this, you will know later. Rosie smiled, returned the Kinpira to the sheath, and scattered the fork and shield at the same time. The big pirate with a bounty of 800 million berry? Are you kidding me? How could such a big pirate come here in this town? Fire at me and kill all these guys. Belumab's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the fork shield disperse. It's just that no matter how he shouted, the soldiers he saw behind him did not continue to fire. Bellamy looked behind him suspiciously, but saw that the bodies of all marine soldiers behind him were shaking violently, and even the guns were a little unsteady. Hey, what are you doing? Shoot! Bellamy roared loudly. No. No, he is really a pirate with a bounty of 800 million berry, we will die. A marine soldier said tremblingly. Obviously, after Zoro's wake-up call, marine soldiers have also recognized Rosie's identity. Bastards, you cowards! Belumab gritted his teeth, grabbed the rifle from the soldier next to him, and wanted to continue shooting at Rosie's people. Stop, you are not our opponents. At this time, Luffy's eyes widened, and the energy of the gourmet cells in his body quickly condensed, condensing the upper body of a huge red ogre in front of Luffy. Red ogre stretched out his right hand and stroked Bilo, but simply patted him on the head, and Bilo's eyes were directly stunned by the terrible deterrent on red ogre's body. Not only Belumab, but even the marine soldiers beside him were so frightened that they fell to the ground. What is this? Zoro exclaimed. Red ogre, the food cell demon, the power that Rosie helped Luffy gain not long ago. Nami pursed her lips and looked at Luffy, feeling both envy and fear of the power Luffy had gained. Envy Luffy can obtain powerful power from Rosie, but worry that if he obtains this power, he will be controlled by Rosie. The power you helped him gain. Can this strange power also help gain it? Zoro looked at Rosie in surprise, feeling more and more that Rosie was a strange and powerful man. If you want, I can get it for you. Of course, it's a different power than Luffy. Rosie laughed. Help me? I'm a swordsman. Speaking of which, the knife on your back is a big sharp knife. Being able to have such a knife proves that you are also good at using a knife, right? Without the threat of marine soldiers, Zoro naturally felt a lot more relaxed. His eyes fell on Jinpira behind Rosie, and there was a faint light in his eyes. Maybe. Rosie shrugged and gave an ambiguous answer. Although he doesn't know Kendo right now, considering the power of the system. Rosie felt that he would probably gain some Kendo power through Zoro Master later. Humph, that's really modest. No matter why you became a member of this boy pirate group. But since you invited me, there is one thing I must tell you. I go out to sea to become the world's greatest swordsman, even if I become a pirate. If I can't become a great swordsman in the future, please apologize to me, Deputy Captain Rosie, Captain Luffy. The corners of Zoro's mouth rose, and he said with a grin. The world's #1 great swordsman, Hehe, my partner must have such a goal. Luffy put his hands on his hips, completely disregarding Zoro's threat, but was very happy with Zoro's joining. The world's greatest swordsman, he really knows how to talk big. But since your goal is the #1 swordsman, what about your sword? Nami folded his arms and asked Zoro. Cut. My knife was taken by that odious second Marine captain. No, I have to go get my knife now. Saying that, Zoro turned around and wanted to run towards the building in Marine base. It's just that he just took a step when Rosie grabbed the back collar. You guy, what are you doing? Zoro frowned and looked at Rosie impatiently. It's nothing, I just want to remind you that you ran in the opposite direction. Rosie looked at Zoro with interest, raised his finger and pointed to the door in front of Zoro leading out of Marine base. Although he knew that Zoro was a road idiot, Rosie still felt quite interesting to witness Zoro's strong road idiot behavior. You ran out of the base, are you Luchi? Nami's timely complaints made Zoro's forehead burst out with a well symbol. Ha ha ha, you are really funny, Zoro. Luffy laughed too. The undisguised laughter continued to spread to all parts of Marine base with the wind, and finally fell into the ears of Marine Captain Monka. Chapter 12. Encircle them for me, and don't let any of them go. With a roar, Axe Monka came to the scene with a large number of Marine soldiers. After seeing his son lying on the ground, Monka's brows furrowed. Is it you who brought my son down? After Monka ordered the soldiers to raise their rifles to aim at Luffy and the others, he strode to Rosie and the others. Yes, I brought them down. They're really weak, I just released Red Ogre and they all fell. Luffy scratched the back of his head and gave Monka a big smile. Such a smile was completely provocative in Monka's eyes. Although that idiot son is a waste, he was knocked down only because he was too weak. But by shooting my son without my consent, are you provoking the greatest Captain Monka? Monka roared, and directly took the axe on his arm and smashed it at Luffy's head. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose, and his right hand claws quickly threw a punch at Monka. Rubber rubber, forks. Following Luffy's shout, his arm was instantly stretched, and at the same time, a silver-white fork condensed in the palm of his hand and slammed into Monka's axe. With a ding, Monka's arm with the axe instantly fell back, and even his body took 2 steps back. This guy, can he stretch his arms? Is that what you taught him, Rosie? Zoro asked in surprise. That's not what I taught, that's what Luffy already has. Rosie shook his head and said. Captain Monka, are you okay? Captain Monka was repelled. How is that possible? What's the background of that kid? He was able to repel Captain Monka. Wait, look at that black-haired guy, isn't that Rosie that has been rumored recently? What? Rosie, how could that pirate with a reward of hundreds of millions appear here? Some Marines recognized Rosie, and shouts of surprise immediately spread in Marine Base Square. Shut up, you weaklings. All calm down for Laozi, it's just that the bounty is a little higher. As long as I'm around, he'll also be arrested. Monka swung the axe in his hand and knocked a timid Marine who was closest to him flying, and the angry rebuke spread through the ears of every Marine. Seeing this scene, the Marine soldiers who were originally scared trembled even more. Hey, you BD actually shot at your companion. Luffy frowned and yelled at Monka in annoyance. Humph, it's just a group of weak subordinates, how could it be my partner? Who do you think I am? I am the greatest Monka captain. Everyone, raise your guns for me, otherwise don't blame me for punishing you. Monka held the axe high, as if completely forgetting that he was just knocked back by Luffy. Zanko's hypnosis is really amazing, it can make an ordinary Marine proud to this level. Rosie shook his head and couldn't help but admire Zanko's hypnosis technique of the Black Cat pirates. Rosie snapped his fingers at the trembling Marine who raised his gun to point at him. The next moment, several golden ripples spread out beside him, and a cannon turret sprang from the ripples. Fantastic, Rosie, are you actually able to use Captain Drake's abilities? Can you summon an invincible fleet like her? The golden ripples around Rosie naturally couldn't escape Luffy's eyes. Looking at the cannons, Luffy's eyes instantly turned golden. This kid is so excited, what kind of weird ability does this thing have? Zoro muttered strangely. The cannon of a certain female pirate Captain Drake. Nami frowned slightly. This man, if he can use her ability, I should have said it earlier. No, shouldn't he be able to use the power of all heroic spirits? Rosie did not respond to Nami's doubts. He transformed Drake's flintlock gun and pointed it at Monka and the others, and smiled. I advise you to lay down your weapons. You're pointing guns at me, but I'm pointing a cannon at you. Hearing this, the marine soldiers, who were already quite afraid of Rosie, took a step back involuntarily. It's ridiculous, it's just some weird devil fruit ability, how is it possible? Boom! Before Monka's words were finished, he was interrupted by a loud cannon blast. I saw the fort next to Rosie opened fire instantly, and the golden flash directly destroyed the huge statue of Monka not far away. Afterwards, the golden laser slammed into the marine base's buildings unabated, causing a house to fall. It's amazing, the fruit is Drake's cannon. Hey, Rosie, let's summon those fleets too, I want to see those fleets. Luffy ran up to Rosie excitedly, even forgetting the marines who were stunned by Rosie's shelling. Chapter 13. Luffy will have a chance in the future, and now let's solve the marine problem in front of us. Speaking of which, I admire you more and more, Captain Monka. Everyone should understand that they are not my opponents when they see my attack just now. But you, what kind of strength is it that supports you to bravely come before me, and you still look fierce? Rosie turned his head and looked at Monka who was standing in front of him. BD, I can't spare you, you actually destroyed my statue. That's a symbol of the great me. Monka roared angrily, and raised the axe in his hand to smash Rosie. A hole, don't bother me watching the Drake cannon. Rubber rubber, foot knife. Luffy kicked out a horizontal kick, the rubber body stretched his legs instantly, and when he came to Monka, the phantom of a huge knife appeared in Luffy's legs. Luffy's attack hit Monka's axe, this time not only knocked Monka out, but even shattered the axe in his hand. Aru's foot sword. Luffy's original skills should only be hand swords, right? Should I say that I am the destined son of this world, the talent for fighting is completely top-notch. Rosie nodded secretly, watching Luffy head straight for Monka, punching Monka in the stomach. 5 consecutive nail punches. Bang, bang, bang. Luffy's fist slammed into Monka's abdomen, and the delayed punch made Monka's body keep flying. And after reaching a height of 10 meters, it smashed heavily on the ground. After being hit by powerful attacks in a row, Monka, who was not strong at all, instantly closed his eyes. Even if he didn't die, it would be difficult for him to function normally. Hey, sure enough, ALU's tricks are very powerful. I don't know that I can use my full strength now, and I can use a few nails. Luffy scratched his head, and after glancing at the trembling marines, he turned to Rosie and the others. Everyone, let's get out of here, we have nothing to do here. As soon as the words fell, the voices of Nami and Zoro sounded immediately. Nami, idiot, wait until you find the treasure before leaving. Zoro, BD, I haven't got my knife back yet. Naval Headquarters. Office of the Marshal. Marshal Sengoku, any news about Gion and the BD Rosie? The Marine Admiral candidate, the Super G known as the T-Dolphin pushed open the door of the office and walked quickly to Sengoku. It counts you. Sengoku held the phone bug and raised his head to look at the counter. He didn't say anything about the extravagant behavior. After all, Cage's love for Gion is a well-known thing among Marines, and Gion is still in a state of being caught and missing by Rosie at the moment. We've found Rosie, the man is out of the town of Shields in East Blue. Defeat Captain Monka with a pirate named Luffy. Inferring from those Marine confessions, Rosie joined this pirate group called Luffy. I believe that as long as we find this Luffy, we can lock the location of Rosie and Gion. Hearing this, Gigi's eyes immediately burst into light. Great, finally found the trace of that guy. Marshal Sengoku, let me go to East Blue. I will rescue Gion myself and let her escape from Rosie's clutches. Kaji clenched his fists and said excitedly. I know you're excited, but you have other tasks. Let Garp's mission this time, he's already on his way to East Blue. Sengoku reassured the extra 2 words, and then suddenly yelled at the phone bug in his hand. Garp, look what grandchildren you've trained. He dared to be Rosie's captain, the man who killed the celestial dragons. And your grandson seems to have become Rosie's apprentice and learned some weird tricks from him. Aren't you worried that the world government will execute your grandson along with it? Adi blinked, realizing that Sengoku was talking to Garp. The phone worm was silent for a while, and then Garp's voice came. Sengoku, give me a moment before revealing Luffy and Rosie's relationship. I'm going to find Luffy and Rosie myself and give them a good lesson. Garp said in a low voice. Obviously, he was quite angry that Rosie had approached Luffy. For your sake, let's not disclose their relationship for the time being. But you've got to hurry up, Garp, you can't be lazy this time. However, Luffy beat Marine Captain and seems to have strange powers. For him, I will offer a reward of 20 million berry, are you okay with that? Sengoku said. You can figure it out, don't worry, I will definitely find Rosie and save both Luffy and Gion from him. Garp's words are firm and unequivocal. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. After that, Sengoku hung up the phone. They can't think of it anyway. At this time, Gion was not in Rosie's hands. At this moment, Gion was being led by Reiju to a marine base somewhere. Chapter 14. On the boundless sea, a ship pulled by a huge snail was sailing fast. That Rosie actually joined the pirate group of rookie pirates. Straw Hat Luffy, what kind of charm does this man have? Vinsmoke Reiju frowned slightly, looking at the newspaper he just got from Newsbird with a puzzled look on his face. You mean Rosie? Where is he now? At this moment, a slightly weak voice sounded beside Reiju's ear. You're awake. Don't worry, Gion Vice Admiral, the man who captured you has left. Reiju turned around and smiled at Gion, who had woken up from a coma. Have you left? Gion pursed her lips, she actually let me go. Rosie once said that he still admires you, so he just took your knife. My sword. Gion was stunned for a moment, then realized that his Jinpira was not in his hands. That man doesn't know how to use a sword, what did he do with my sword? Who knows? Reiju shrugged, maybe it's because of the value of your knife, or maybe it's revenge for the time you hunted him down. I see, it's a pity I didn't expect that man to be so powerful. Gion sighed. She really felt sorry. In the days of hunting down Rosie, he did not act as evil as the other pirates. It can be said that the only evil thing he did was to take action on celestial dragons. The act of arresting her, but only using her as a means of escape, also made Gion not have much hatred for Rosie. Hey? What is this? At this time, Gion suddenly noticed the word on his thigh. Of course, she didn't know the word, she was simply surprised by the presence of such symbols on her thighs. Well, I don't think you want to know. The corners of Reiju's mouth rose, revealing a smile that made Gion feel bad. Immediately, Reiju told Gion about Rosie's interpretation of the word Zheng. No way, that man did that to me, and this symbol represents how many times she did to me. Gian's eyes widened, and while surprised, he quickly stretched out his hand to check his body up and down. Well, I'm not too sure. After all, like you, I'm just a hostage taken by Rosie. If you want to know the answer, maybe you can go to Rosie and ask, maybe you can get your knife. Reiju smiled and turned to sit on the sofa beside him. Damn, that guy, I still think he's a good guy. I can't spare him. Rao was Gion, and his cheeks couldn't help turning red at this time, and he vowed to arrest Rosie in his heart. At the same time, Rosie, who was cursed in her heart, was sailing leisurely on the sea heading for Orange Town. "Hey, Rosie, can't you summon the golden deer? Do we have to take this boat?" Luffy rolled over from the boat and looked at Rosie expectantly. "Yeah, Rosie, since you can use the power of Captain Drake, you should be able to summon the huge golden deer. With a ship like that, we can get to Orange Town soon and find that BD Buggy." Nami sat down beside Rosie and asked with concern. Thinking of the comments about Buggy found in Marine Base, Nami's heart burst into flames. In her opinion, the treasure taken away by Buggy should belong to her originally. "I heard you talk about the golden deer, the fleet, etc. What exactly is that?" Zoro also looked over. "Really, didn't I just say it? Maintaining Drake's ships in the outside world will always drain my stamina. The vast sea, do you want me to be exhausted?" Rosie shook his head, again rejecting everyone's proposal. In the vast sea, if Rosie sailed on the golden deer, he might have collapsed before he reached the next island. If you wait for your stamina to run out and encounter an enemy, it will be even more disadvantageous. "What? It's so boring." Luffy smacked his mouth and looked at Rosie with disgust. Rosie laughed twice, raising his hand and a fist of love landed on Luffy's forehead. "It hurts. Why do I still feel pain even though I am rubber?" Luffy hugged the big bag on his head and shouted strangely. "Even if it's rubber, getting hit by a fist wrapped around armament haki will still take real damage." Rosie raised his fist, deliberately letting Luffy see the dark energy of his fist. "Armament haki? What is that? Is it also the power of some heroic spirit?" Nami asked curiously. Seeing that Rosie can use the power of Aru and Drake, now Nami even suspects that Rosie can use the power of more heroic spirits. It doesn't take the power of a heroic spirit to use armament haki. Accurately, armament haki and observation haki are potential abilities that everyone has. As long as you go through high-intensity practice, it is possible to master. Rosie spoke up and soon spread the power and usefulness of Conqueror's haki to Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. These Straw Hat Pirates were originally capable of Master's power. Of course, Rosie hoped that Luffy and others could quickly master haki's power while using the Master Heroic Spirit template. So that's the case. Grandpa hit me with armament haki. No wonder I feel pain. But Rosie, you are really amazing, you can actually use Grandpa's power. Luffy exclaimed. Armament haki, observation haki, Conqueror's haki, I don't know if I can master these powers. Zoro gripped the hilt of the knife, and he was particularly concerned with the power that would make him stronger. If you are interested, Zoro, I can tell you my experience of practicing haki. However, haki's practice will not be accomplished overnight, and it will definitely take a long time to become master. Compared to haki, Zoro, are you interested in mastering the power of a certain heroic spirit? Rosie turned his head and looked at Zoro with interest. Chapter 15. Are you going to start? Rosie, it's time for Zoro to choose the power of the heroic spirit, right? Hearing Rosie's words, Luffy immediately looked over excitedly. Although he has already chosen the template of heroic spirit, his last experience made Luffy particularly interested in Rosie's heroic spirit space. At this moment, seeing that Rosie intends to open the heroic spirit space for Zoro, he is naturally quite happy. That's right. Zoro, if you're ready, I'll take you into the heroic spirit's space. Rosie nodded slightly and said to Zoro. Heroic spirit, although I don't know what kind of power that is, but I'm ready. Zoro clenched the long knife, his face determined. Good answer, so let's get started now. With that said, Rosie raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, Zoro only felt a tremor in the space, and they came to a dark space. Between him and Rosie, a translucent panel was suspended in mid-air. Let me see, let me see. The three attributes of Zoro are Swordsman, Drunkard, and Lu-Chi. Hey! Lu-Chi? It turned out to be Lu-Chi. Ha ha ha, Zoro, look, your Lucci attribute has even been recorded in the heroic spirit space. Luffy clutched his stomach and laughed wildly. He didn't see Zoro's increasingly dark face. BD, how could I be a Luna? Rosie, is something wrong with you? Zoro pulled up Rosie's collar and roared in a very unhappy manner. Rosie could even see the faint red color from Zoro's face. I think it's right, after all, when you were at Marine Base, you clearly wanted to go inside, but ended up going outside the base, didn't you? That's just an accident. There must be something wrong with your thing, I'm not a Luna at all. Hearing Zoro's words, Rosie shook his head regretfully. Don't struggle Zoro, we all already know that you're Lucci. Don't worry, we won't despise you. If you really don't want to admit it, you can click on the word Lucci. Maybe you can see all the behaviors of Lucci in your past. Hearing this, Zoro immediately widened his eyes. What, can you still see my previous behavior? Luffy, that's interesting, Zoro, let's try it. Saying that, Luffy involuntarily took Zoro's hand and pressed it on the word Lucci. And many more. Before Zoro finished speaking, a screen suddenly popped up above the word Lucci. On the screen, Zoro is fully showing his talent as a Lucci. Ha ha ha, isn't that just you, Zoro, you're still not a Luna. Luffy laughed again. Looking at the constantly changing pictures of Zoro's behavior on the screen, Luffy even rolled directly on the ground. But... damn it, go away. Once the dark history was exposed to others, even Zoro, who was big-hearted, couldn't bear it. He raised his arm and waved towards the screen, but only saw his hand pass through the screen out of thin air, and finally landed on the word Black Death Mou under the attribute of swordsman. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled. After a few seconds, the three came to a desert. And dozens of meters away from Rosie and others, a man with long black hair and a high ponytail, dressed in a purple snake pattern kimono, and a long knife around his waist stood upright. Where is this place, Rosie? Who is that man? Zoro frowned, and unconsciously pressed his hands on the handle of the knife at his waist. The swordsman's intuition made him keenly aware of the cold murderous intention of the man not far away. You just clicked the Black Death Mou of the swordsman attribute. This is the venue used to demonstrate Black Death Mou, the man's swordsmanship of Jiguo Yan's Hung. Take a good look Zoro, look at the swordsmanship called Breath of the Moon, one of the winding strings, Dark Night Fierce Moon. As Rosie's voice fell, Black Death Mou quickly drew his sword and slashed at the void in front of him. One type, Dark Moon, Night Palace. The speed of the IAI slash, which was almost invisible, crossed out, forming a slash that resembled a crescent arc. On top of this slash, there are many small round moon arcs that continue to rotate. Draw the knife so fast, this man is not easy. Zoro's eyes stared at Black Death Mou, just the slash just now made Zoro feel a little threatened now. Black Death Mou's Breath of the Moon is a kendo that focuses on killing, and it is a killing technique. It is to cut out a lot of sword energy in a short period of time. And around the knife gas will be attached to the small arc blade. If it wasn't for someone with rich combat experience to face Moon's breath, defeat would be the end. Zoro, open your eyes to see clearly and appreciate the power of Black Death Mou. Rosie put his hand on Kimpira while explaining the moon breath to Zoro. He understands that when Zoro inherits the template of the heroic spirit of Black Death Mou, he will also learn the swordsmanship called Breath of the Moon. As Rosie spoke, Black Death Mou had already used moon breaths Lu's Hixing Evernight Lonely Moon Wujian. The staggered and fast slashes he made at one point formed multiple crescent arcs that cut through the air and swept towards Zoro, causing Zoro to raise his knife unconsciously to resist the phantom slash. Hehe, the Breath of the Moon can actually cut out a flying slash. Don't worry Rosie, I'll understand this kind of kendo soon. Zoro looked up, his eyes full of determination. Although the sword energy that swept over him just now did not cause an actual collision, the momentum of the slash was a real presence. For Zoro, who can't unleash the flying slash yet, the power of the moon's breath is a higher level of kendo. Let's watch Zoro, next is the main event. After Rosie finished speaking, the knife in Black Death Mou's hand changed abruptly, forming an alien blade that was longer and had a wrongly divided blade. The breath of the moon, the shape of the seven, the mirror of the moon, the reflection of the moon. Hey Death Mou waved his evolved ghost blade, forming 5 giant shock waves that traveled across the ground, swiftly passing in front of him. It was more than twice as fast as the type of 6 that was cast just now. It's amazing. However, why does his knife still change? Luffy tilted his head and asked strangely. Black Death Mou is not a human being, but a ghost. He has great vitality and resilience. Even his knives are made of his flesh. As Black Death Mou liberates his strength, his sword called Void Cry God Go will become such a blade of the opposite S**X. And Moon's Breath, starting from the 7th form, is the sword skill after Black Death Mou liberated his strength. Rosie touched his chin and explained to Luffy and Zoro. Ghost? No wonder this Black Death Mou has 6 eyes. Rosie, if Zoro inherits the power of Black Death Mou, will he also become a ghost? Nami asked. If you can gain strength, it doesn't matter if you grow 6 eyes. Zoro stared at Black Death Mou's sword move, and said silently. Don't worry, if Zoro chooses Black Death Mou, although he will gain the power of Black Death Mou, he will not have 6 eyes. After all, choosing Black Death Mou does not mean that you will become him. Obtaining his heroic spirit template has the opportunity to inherit his ghost's resilience, but he cannot obtain the power of longevity. However, although he can't live forever, he has also put aside his weakness of not being able to walk under the sunday. Rosie smiled and explained the details about the Black Death Mou Yingling template that he had just obtained from the system. When the word longevity was mentioned, Nami and the others were naturally surprised again. Of course, Hey Death Mou's sword move would not stop because of the surprise of several people. I saw Hey Dead Mou jumping to a height of 10 meters, and the aura on his body instantly reached the commanding heights. Breath of the moon, shape of the land, moon rainbow, lonely moon. Following Hey Dead Mou's stern shout, he violently waved the long knife in his hand from above and below. In an instant, dozens of giant blade wind strikes fell from the sky along with countless moon blades, covering an area of 100 meters. It also shrouded the place where Rosie and others were located. Chapter 16. Nami exclaimed, because he was afraid of involuntarily opening his hands and hugging Rosie's arms tightly in his arms. Rosie raised an eyebrow and looked at Nami next to him. Although Nami is not in the state of 2 years later, it still makes Rosie feel that the softness of his heart is not comparable to ordinary people. Okay Nami, as I said, those are all phantoms and don't do us any real harm. You don't have to be so afraid. Having said that, I'd be more than happy to lend you my arm. After all, it's nice to be hugged like this by you. Rosie had a smile on his face and even shrugged his arm deliberately. You guy. Nami took a sip and quickly let go of Rosie's arm with a blushing face. Having said that, but looking at the smile on Rosie's face, Nami had no reason to think that Rosie might not be that scary. No, what are you thinking, Nami? This man is a big pirate with a bounty of 800 million berry. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Nami patted her face, and when she opened her eyes again, her eyes were clear again. Seeing this, Rosie could only helplessly smile. Looks like I'll have to talk to Nami for a while. Otherwise, there is no way for her to quickly get the heroic spirit template so that she can exercise faster. Rosie shook his head and looked at Zoro, who was lost in thought because of the end of Black Death Mou's presentation. Zoro, you should wait until later. Matsumoto Rangiku of the Drinker attribute and Zaraki Kenpeki of the Road Chi attribute are still waiting for you to choose. Hearing Rosie's words, Zoro turned his head slowly, and his eyes fell on the other 2 names on the translucent panel. Matsumoto Rangiku and Zaraki Kenpeki, I don't know if they are swordsmen. If it's a swordsman, how does it compare to Black Death Mou? Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, and after glancing at the road chi attribute above Zaraki Kenpaki's name, he directly raised his hand and patted the name of Matsumoto Ranjaku. The word Luchi finally allowed Zoro to keep Zaraki Kenpaki at the end. After a familiar tremor, a mature woman with long orange wavy hair, an enchanting figure, and a short sword pinned to her waist. At this moment, the woman named Matsumoto Ranjaku is sitting at the table, constantly pouring drinks into her mouth. In just a few moments, several bottles entered her stomach. What an alcoholic, Zoro, she looks a lot like you, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed at the thought of Zoro drinking at the restaurant in town, comparing Matsumoto Ranjaku drinking. BD, you are not qualified to laugh at me. I heard that there is a foodie in your heroic spirit template. He, yes, I chose the foodie ALU. By the way, do you want to choose this alcoholic Matsumoto Ranjaku as well? It will always be interesting. Luffy laughed. Hearing this, Zoro frowned slightly, looked forward to a new scene, and pulled out Matsumoto Ranjaku, who was facing several monsters with bone masks in front of his short sword. Although he hasn't seen Matsumoto Ranjaku's fighting skills yet, he always feels that the Matsumoto Ranjaku in front of him is far less compatible with him than Black Death Mou. This is a swordsman's intuition. Let's take a look first. Zoro's voice fell, and Matsumoto Ranjaku also waved his short sword and rushed towards the monster named Void in front of him. With several sharp slashes, Matsumoto Ranjaku's blade landed directly on the face of the invincible. The powerful force instantly shattered the masks of several virtual people, and their bodies gradually turned into black particles and dissipated. The slashing slash is also very powerful, but her swordsmanship does not seem to be very good compared to the Black Death Mou just now. Zoro folded his arms and frowned slightly. You can't say that. In terms of strength, she is much stronger than Black Death Mou. And besides swordsmanship, she also has other special powers. Of course, the most special thing is her weapon called Zanpakuto. Rosie laughed. As soon as the welcome fell, 3 Minos Grande, who were over 50 meters tall, suddenly appeared in front of Matsumoto Ranjaku. Matsumoto Ranjaku raised his brows and clasped his left hand on the handle of the knife. Crumble, Hanko. Matsumoto Ranjaku let out a low moan, and the blade of the short sword in his hand instantly turned into a cloud of smoke made of sand. Seeing that she gently waved the short sword with only the hilt left, the smoke in front of her rushed towards Minos Grande in front of her, and soon came to Minos Grande's head. Matsumoto Ranjaku waved the hilt again, and a crack appeared in the neck of Minos Grande, who was touched by the dust, and it broke apart in the eyes of Zoro and the others who were extremely surprised. How is this going? What happened to that knife? Zoro exclaimed. Zanpakuto Hanko, a weapon exclusive to Matsumoto Ranjaku. It has 2 liberations, and what you just saw is its first liberation. The effect after liberation is as you can see. Zoro, if you choose Matsumoto Ranjaku, it will be possible to get her weapon. Of course, whether it can be liberated or not depends on your ability and fit with Matsumoto Ranjaku. Rosie laughed. Chapter 17. During the speech, Matsumoto Ranjaku showed his power called Kid again. Seeing the power of 4 winds, flames, lightning, and other energy just by chanting a spell lightly, Luffy's eyes instantly turned into star eyes. Nami put his arms around his arms and sighed with one hand on his chin. What an amazing woman, Zoro, or you can just choose this woman's template. Not only can fire and lightning be released, but even knives can be turned into smoke to attack the enemy. Her methods seem to be even more powerful than the Black Death Mou just now. Hearing this, Zoro didn't say anything yet, but Luffy, whose eyes were shining just now, shook his head at Nami. Nami, let Zoro choose. Matsumoto Ranjaku seems to be stronger than Black Death Mou, but it's not necessarily suitable for Zoro. Hey? Luffy, why did you say that? Didn't you just think Matsumoto Ranjaku's power was stronger? You haven't experienced the selection of heroic spirit templates, so you may not know. When Rosie asked me to choose between Aru, Drake, and the Rubber Man, I vaguely felt that Aru was the best fit for me. Luffy paused for a while, and said in Nami's puzzled eyes. I naturally want Captain Drake's power, but I clearly feel that I can't use her power well. Even if you choose to force it, maybe as Rosie said, there is no way to guide this power well. On the contrary, ALU's power makes me feel a clear attraction. It seems that as long as I choose ALU's heroic spirit template, I can quickly develop this power. Hearing this, Nami looked at Rosie suspiciously. It's true, the choice of heroic spirits is still up to me. Perhaps, the power that seemed relatively weak at first will exert far more value than expected after being selected. Rosie laughed. Well, I'm just talking casually anyway, it's up to you to choose Zoro. Nami shrugged and turned to look at Zoro. At this time, the phantom of Matsumoto Rangeko has disappeared. After thinking for a while, Zoro reached out and touched the name of Zaraki Kenpeki. Tisk, let me see what kind of power this idiot has. While Zoro muttered in his heart, the surrounding environment changed again. In the blink of an eye, everyone came to a quiet street. Zoro looked up, and soon saw a tall, fierce-looking strong man with hedgehog-like hair diagonally behind him. In the eyes of Rosie and others, the man kept rushing on the street, but after a few minutes, he returned to the original place. Tisk, what a road idiot! Zoro folded his arms and looked at the projection of Zaraki Kenpeki opposite him with disdain. You are too embarrassed to say, Luchi, you are much better than him. No, it should be said that there may not be a person in this world who is as strong as you are. Rosie glanced at Zoro, his eyes speechless. Although Zaraki Kenpeki is a road idiot, at least he won't go back and forth in the face of the purpose, but Zoro is completely possible to do such a thing. What did you say? How could I be more lunatic than him? Listen to you, do you admit that you are a lunatic, Zoro? No. I didn't say that. Damn Rosie, let's duel, just to show me your swordsmanship. Hehe, let's forget about a duel, you still have a choice to do now. Rosie snapped his fingers and the scene changed again. This time, everyone came to a silent battlefield. On the battlefield, in addition to Kenpeki, who was carrying a long sword, there was also a tall and thin man with a double moon sickle. Hey, try to cut me first. Zaraki Kenpeki pulled off his shirt and said arrogantly to the enemy in front of him. Let the enemy cut himself? Is this guy okay? Luffy tilted his head, puzzled. But soon, the confusion on Luffy's face turned to shock. The scythe of the lanky man draped heavily on Zaraki Kenpeki, causing a hurricane in an instant. This shows how powerful the blow just now was, but it was such a blow that didn't leave any scars on Zaraki Kenpeki's body. The energy in Zaraki Kenpeki's body is too strong, and this energy called Ryotsu automatically forms a hard protective barrier on the surface of his skin. You can't even break through Zaraki Kenpeki's defenses if the slash is not up to the mark. In addition to this energy makes his slashes particularly powerful. Following Rosie's explanation, Zaraki Kenpeki slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Swish! With one slash, Zaraki Kenpeki's long sword pierced the air and landed on the enemy. Just listening to the sound of bang, the enemy was instantly crushed to the ground, and the powerful force even started to shatter the surrounding earth. So strong! It's just an ordinary slash, why is it so strong? Zoro stared at Zaraki Kenpeki, unable to imagine that Luchi in front of him would have such a powerful force. As if one blow was not enough, Zaraki Kenpeki raised the knife again, only this time he chose to hold the knife with both hands. Kendo 2 breaks. Boom! Zaraki Kenpeki's long sword fell, and the enemy who had just climbed up came to the end again. And this time, the shaking of the earth was many times stronger than before. The kendo of Zaraki Kenpeki is the kendo of two-handed swords. He enjoys fighting. In order not to let the enemy die too quickly, he will use a knife with one hand and fight with brute force. And when he is holding a knife in both hands, it is difficult for anyone to catch his slash. Rosie patted Zoro on the shoulder and continued. Besides that, Zaraki Kenpeki, like Matsumoto Ranjaku, masters the power of Zanpakuto. That's the truly terrifying power of Zaraki Kenpeki. Zoro swallowed and looked at the long knife in Zaraki Kenpeki's hand with difficulty. This man, the slash just now was so powerful. How can he be stronger if he uses that knife again? As if to answer Zoro's question, Zaraki Kenpeki suddenly raised the long sword in his hand, and the Ryotsu on his body exploded instantly. The mighty Ryotsu even formed an extremely oppressive energy skeleton behind him. Swallow it, no Zarashi! Zaraki Kenpeki gave a sharp shout, and the image of the slender long sword suddenly changed drastically. It turned into a beheading sword with a very long hilt. At this moment, a meteorite fell rapidly from the horizon. Even if they knew it was a fantasy, but seeing the meteorite in the sky, Nami and the others were shocked. Drink! After Zaraki Kenpeki lifted Shikai, Zanpakuto quickly waved at the meteorite, and the meteorite was shattered with such powerful force. Seeing this scene, except for Rosie, who had long known the power of Zaraki Kenpeki, Zoro and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Okay, so strong, can you smash meteorites with a sword? Zoro's mouth was in an O shape, and his heart was shocked beyond measure. Remember what I said earlier that Zanpakuto can be liberated in 2 stages. Chopping up meteorites is still too easy for Zaraki Kenpeki. Rosie smiled and said. The next moment, a huge Ryotsu erupted from Zaraki Kenpeki again, and the whole person and Zanpakuto changed under this Ryotsu. The front end of the beheading sword was broken. Although it was a broken sword, the power of the sword was even stronger. At the same time, Zaraki Kenpeki's own skin has completely turned blood red, and it looks like a ghost from a distance. Roar! Zaraki Kenpeki let out a roar, cutting off the knife and swinging forward. In an instant, the city in front of him turned into powder and dissipated. Chapter 18. Hey, Rosie, which heroic spirit template do you think Zoro should choose? Luffy stabbed Rosie's waist with his hand and looked curiously at Zoro directly opposite. At this moment, Zoro is looking straight at the panel in front of him. To be precise, he looked at the names of swordsman Black Death Mou and Roji Zaraki Kenpeki on the panel. Sorry Luffy, as the holder of the heroic spirit template, I can only explain, and cannot interfere with Zoro's final choice. Rosie shook his head and said regretfully. The system gave him the power of heroic spirit, but it also gave him some restrictions. Whether it's Luffy or Zoro, or future partners, none of Rosie can make mandatory recommendations about their choices. He wished Zoro could choose Zaraki Kenpeki's heroic spirit template. In this way, he will definitely be able to gain the power of Zaraki Kenpeki. With his current power, let alone Zaraki Kenpeki's Zanpakuto, Shikai might still be able to do it. Really, that's a pity. Luffy said. Nami lowered his head, looked at Zoro, and then at Rosie, thinking light in his eyes. That Zaraki Kenpeki is so strong that he can smash meteorites. I don't know if Rosie also masters such power. If he masters such power, can I really steal his treasure and leave safely? The thought of stealing Rosie's financial report might cause Rosie to slash at her with his sword made Nami's body tremble. Rosie glanced at Nami, and being able to use observation haki proficiently, he keenly felt the fear in Nami's heart. Really, am I so scary? Looks like I need to talk to her well. Rosie shook his head, reached out and took out an orange gemstone necklace from his arms and handed it to Nami. Hey? Rosie, what are you doing? Is this for me? Seeing the sparkling necklace, Nami instantly recovered from the state of fear. Yes, this gem is still a bit valuable. If you like treasures, you should like it. Of course I like it, but why did you suddenly give me a gemstone necklace? Are you planning to use the necklace to pay for my role as your navigator? I will pay for the cost of being a navigator in cash. I gave you this gemstone necklace. As for why I gave it to you, I think you seem to be frightened by this fantasy space, so use this to change your mood. Rosie shrugged and slipped the necklace into Nami's hands. Of course he could see that Nami's fears were directed at him, but it wasn't broken. Rosie understands Nami very well. Although he is stronger than the dragon, he is a wanted criminal with a reward of 800 million berry. How could Nami, who doesn't like pirates, bring a dangerous man like him, whom he had just met for a while, to the village of Kokozia? It's normal to be scared of him when you can't leave. Thank you then. The corners of Nami's mouth rose, and he raised his hand to put the necklace on his neck. As long as you are happy, I still have some collections here. I will find opportunities for you to see and experience later. Rosie laughed. Let Nami see the collection is fake, talk to her is the real purpose of Rosie. Hey. I've decided, Rosie. I'm going to choose Black Death Mou's heroic spirit template. After several minutes of hesitation, Zoro finally raised his hand and patted the name of Black Death Mou. The next moment, a faint blue light enveloped Zoro's body, and left a mysterious badge shaped like a sword on the skin of his heart. Ding! Nanoro Zoro made a choice, obtained the template of the swordsman Black Death Mou, comprehended the initial skills of Black Death Mou, and learned more heroic spirit template skills through training and strengthening. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to host for obtaining the template of swordsman Black Death Mou and the template of Luchi Zaraki Kenpeki, and comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template. Note: although the host can comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template, the ability to use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. Good luck. Although Zoro chose Black Death Mou, I got Zaraki Kenpeki's template randomly here. The system's prompt made the corners of Rosie's mouth rise uncontrollably. Hey! It's a pity to choose Black Death Mou, obviously I still want to see the power of Zaraki Kenpeki in the future. Luffy put his hands on the back of his head and said regretfully. At this moment, the illusion has disappeared, and everyone has returned to the ship. Zaraki Kenpeki's power is indeed strong, and I hesitated for a long time. But I always feel that I may be more suitable for using the power of Black Death than Zaraki Kenpeki. Luffy, if you want someone to use the power of Zaraki Kenpeki, maybe you can find Rosie. Since he can use Drake's power, he should also be able to use Zaraki Kenpeki's power. Zoro exhaled, closed his eyes and began to feel the new power in his body. Chapter 19. Really, Rosie? Can you really use the power of Zaraki Kenpeki? Luffy fell in front of Rosie and looked at Rosie with sparkling eyes. Hehe, this one, it can be used. After feeling the power of Zaraki Kenpeki in his body, Rosie said to Luffy. Although he can't fully use Zaraki Kenpeki's power, with his current strength, he can still use Zaraki Kenpeki's power initially. That's great. Then can you show the power of smashing meteors just now? By the way, can you transform Zaraki Kenpeki's Zanpakuto? Luffy asked curiously. However, as soon as his voice fell, Nami pulled out his collar. Stupid Luffy, don't let Rosie use the swordsmanship that can smash meteors here. Do you want to capsize our little boat? Nami growled angrily. Does it matter, even if the boat capsizes? Don't we still have Rosie? Luffy. Didn't Rosie say that before? Summoning Drake's ships requires stamina, which is not practical at sea. However, we are not far from our destination now, so it shouldn't matter. What's not far from the destination? Wait, are we already going to Orange Town? Nami raised his eyes and looked into the distance, and sure enough, he saw the looming island in the depths of the sea. Judging from the heading, it was indeed Orange Town. Since we're going to Orange Town, Rosie can't show the power of smashing meteorites. Once that kind of power is manifested, the movement will definitely be great. If we scare the Buggy pirates away, we won't be able to get their treasure. Luffy, Zoro, you two give me a boat, we're going to Orange Town now. Nami waved his hand and gave Zoro and Luffy an order directly. What? I'm the captain. Also, why doesn't Rosie need to row? Luffy grumbled, looking at Rosie in dissatisfaction. No way, there are only 2 oars here, just enough for you and Zoro to row. Stop talking nonsense, get me moving. Nami said, and shoved the paddle directly into the hands of Luffy and Zoro, who was feeling his power. Just kidding, with Rosie's power alone, Nami wouldn't dare let Rosie row the boat. What's more, she still remembered that Rosie had just said that he wanted to show her his treasures. Thinking of this, Nami couldn't help rubbing his hands and looking at Rosie, his eyes had become Barry's symbols. It's okay to row, but I have a problem. Zoro looked at Rosie and asked. Your Excellency Vice Captain, I just felt my power carefully. Breathing in that weird way of breathing, and I can feel my body getting stronger. But with Black Death Mou's swordsmanship, I can only remember how to use the first 6 styles. The last 6 poses of Breath of the Moon have no concept in my mind at all. Could it be that these sword types also need me to increase my strength to remember them? Hearing this, Rosie nodded and said. The last 6 moves of Black Death Mou's Breath of the Moon require his power as a ghost to be truly powerful. In other words, you need to comprehend the power of Black Death Mou first to master the last 6 moves of Breath of the Moon. As for how to further the power of Master Black Death Mou, you need to practice continuously, especially using Black Death Mou's power to cultivate. Of course, if I use Devil Fruit to strengthen the heroic spirit template on your body, your understanding of the power of the Black Death Mou will be improved. If you are lucky, you can even become a mimetic heroic spirit and use the Black Death Mou more perfectly. The power of. But I think, with your talent, you shouldn't need to consume the 2 devil fruits in my hand. These 2 devil fruits, I intend to use them on partners with weaker fighting talents. Having said that, Rosie turned his head slightly and glanced at Nami. That's it, I understand. However, what did you mean by mimic heroic spirit earlier? Could it be that I can still look like Black Death Mou? Zoro frowned. Rosie smiled and said nothing. Instead, he turned to face the ocean. Just when Zoro, Luffy, and others don't understand what Rosie wants to do. A burst of golden light suddenly surrounded Rosie. What happened? Zoro was about to say something when suddenly a strong pressure came from Rosie's position. He stared at Rosie with wide eyes, and found that Rosie's body gradually changed under the golden light. The black casual clothes on his body turned into a death tyrant outfit and a white yuri with 11 written on it, and a long serrated knife appeared on his empty right hand. Even Rosie's hair has turned into hedgehog hair. The tiny bells tied at the top of her hair kept ringing in the wind. This is, Zaraki Kenpeki. Luffy opened his mouth wide and shouted excitedly. The so-called mimetic heroic spirit state is to directly project the power of the heroic spirit template onto oneself. Luffy, Zoro, don't you have a mysterious badge on your chest? That is the projection of your heroic spirit template. When transformed into a mimetic heroic spirit, it will approach the heroic spirit on the clothing. Just as I am now entering Zaraki Kenpeki's heroic mimetic state, my aura has become like Zaraki Kenpeki, and the clothes on my body have become his usual clothes. And what works is that I can use the power of heroic spirits more flexibly, like this. Rosie raised the long knife in both hands, and then slammed it towards the sea ahead. Kendo, 2 stages. Swish! A golden sword light came out of Rosie's hand and rushed forward, disappearing from everyone's sight in a blink of an eye. After a brief calm, the sea in front of Rosie shook violently. With a roar, in the surprised eyes of Zoro and others, the sea slowly split apart. At the same time, the boat under the feet of several people also began to vibrate violently. Luffy, Wow! As expected of Rosie, the sea has been cut open. Zoro, damn, is the gap so big? Nami, stupid Rosie, the boat is going to capsize. Rosie smiled, looking at the split sea in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. Although the use of Kendo 2 Dan consumes a lot of physical strength, but the effect is still satisfactory to Rosie. Since the boat is about to capsize, let's change a boat. Anyway, it's not far from Orange Town. Rosie glanced at Orange Town in the distance, and directly came into contact with the state of mimic heroic spirit. At the moment when the boat capsized under his feet, he picked up the suitcase with the treasure in one hand, and jumped violently with the other around Nami's waist. Come out, my golden deer! With Rosie's cry, the sea surged again. A huge ship swooped out of the seabed, just jacking up the capsized boat, Luffy and Zoro. Hehe, I said it's all right, Nami. Rosie landed on the deck of the Golden Deer and asked Nami next to him with interest. Chapter 20. BD, couldn't you have said it earlier if you wanted to summon the ship? The wet Zoro yelled at Rosie with his mouth wide open. What's the matter, isn't it just a little bit of sea water on your body? And thanks to me, you don't have to row now. Rosie laughed. He, it's amazing, I finally saw the real Golden Deer. I will also build a pirate ship like this in the future. Luffy held down his hat and said excitedly. It's not easy to build a ship like the Golden Deer, can you really do it, newcomer? At this moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded on the deck. Zoro, Luffy, and the others turned their heads and saw that a group of pirates dressed as sailors were walking over. The one who just spoke was the leading pirate. Hey! Who are you? Is it here to rob the ship? Luffy frowned. Snatch the ship? No, this ship itself is our ship, how can it be robbed? Al? This is your ship? But isn't this the one Rosie summoned using Drake's powers? That's true, but don't you think there's something missing from just summoning the ships? What's missing? Luffy tilted his head, obviously not understanding what the sailor meant. Luffy, what he meant was that when he summoned the ships, he also summoned the sailors who originally belonged to the Golden Deer, right? Nami said tentatively. What a smart lady! The sailor glanced at Nami in admiration. That's true. After all, the voyage of the Golden Deer still needs people to control it. So when the Golden Deer appears, those of us who control the ship will be summoned together. But what a pity, I thought I would see Captain Drake after a long time. It now appears that she has not been summoned. Said, the sailor looked at Rosie with some regret. Rosie was not surprised by the presence of sailors on the Golden Deer. Even Rosie could understand where Drake might be on the Golden Deer. To a certain extent, Derek's noble phantasm Golden Deer and Stormy Night is like the army of the conquering king. Just as the shadow dancer Hephaestion of the King of Conqueror can use Army of the King to summon the King of Conqueror himself, Rosie can also summon Derek himself at the same time as the Golden Deer. Of course, the cost of summoning Drake, who was born as a heroic spirit, is huge. Just to hurry, he doesn't want to do such a thing. Although he is also interested in the woman who conquered the ocean in the Moon World. Everyone, please help to control the course of this ship. Our destination is the island ahead. I still have something to talk to our Miss Navigator, so I left first. Rosie greeted the sailors with a smile and pulled Nami towards the captain of the Golden Deer. It seems that our eldest brother is a free and easy person just like Drake's big sister. Now that Big Brother has ordered it, brothers, let's get to work. The leading sailors shouted to the sailors behind them, and everyone went to their posts one after another. Can you even summon the sailors of the Golden Deer, and even Derek himself? I don't know if I can summon Black Death Mou himself in the future. Zoro looked at the backs of the sailors and muttered in a low voice. Hehe, Zoro, Rosie is great. Luffy patted Zoro's shoulder hard, raised his leg and walked towards the sailors. With his character, the sailors on the Golden Deer soon became one. Rosie, are these all your collectibles? Nami's eyes widened, looking at the various jewelry and gems in the suitcase in disbelief. Just now, Rosie completely took out the berry banknotes in the suitcase that he was carrying. Then removed the compartment under the berry completely. Then, in front of Nami's eyes, in addition to the 2 devil fruits that Rosie had taken out before, there were also many shining gems. Yes, these are my favorites. Okay. It's amazing. The color of these gems is so shining and beautiful. Of course it's beautiful. Among these gems and jewelry, the cheapest ones cost tens of millions of berry, and some even cost hundreds of millions of berry. It's also for this reason that I take them with me. On, hundreds of millions of berry. Then you just gave me. Sorry, the one I just gave you is worth a few million berry at most. What? You have so many gems, and you gave me the cheapest one. What? Disliked? Disliked you and returned it to me. No, in my pocket, it doesn't belong to you anymore. Nami took a step back, folded his arms around his chest, and looked at Rosie warily. But soon, her eyes were attracted by the various sparkling gems in the suitcase. Then, that Rosie, are you showing these gems in front of me to give them to me? I think it's beautiful, these are the best items I picked out of the Celestial Dragon's collection. How can I give it away? Maybe my wife will need these jewelry in the future. Wife? If I came to be your wife, would I be able to have these gems? Hey, Nami, can I take what you said as your confession to me? It's not that it can't be regarded as a confession, as long as you are willing to give me these gems, Rosie. Bewitched by the gem, Nami has lost his mind, and when he is excited, he even takes the initiative to propose to Rosie. Haha. Rosie chuckled, stretched out his hands to quickly organize the gems and berry, and closed the suitcase. Nami immediately woke up when he saw this, and showed an expression of extreme disappointment and longing. Okay, don't stare at my property. But you asked me to follow you here, didn't you think I was showing off my wealth? Showing off your wealth? No, showing your baby is just an excuse. In fact, I want to have a good talk with you about your problems. Me? What's wrong with me? Nami, I'll say it clearly. Are you afraid of me and what I will do to your hometown, so you don't plan to take us to your hometown? And you plan to leave us halfway, even some if possible, will you steal the treasure from my hands? Chapter 21. For a moment, Nami froze in place. But soon, she responded. What's the matter? How could I possibly steal your treasure? You are so strong, I can't succeed in stealing it, haha. Nami waved his hand and said with a smile. Just looking at her expression, she didn't reveal the slightest flaw. Nami, you didn't say that you're not afraid of me. Well, let me tell you the truth. I know the location of the island where your hometown Kakozia village is located. So even if you plan to leave halfway, I can find and go to that place. Don't underestimate the man who wandered the sea and avoided marine for a long time. I'm not saying this to threaten you. I just want to tell you that if I really have bad intentions towards you and Kakozia village, there is nothing you can do to stop it. Rather than worrying about this and that, how about letting go of your guard and trusting me once? Don't tell me, you don't want to gain power to fight the evil dragon pirates yourself. You just believe that those people in the dragon pirates will keep their promises and let you and your hometown be spared. Rosie said solemnly. Nami was silent. She knew that Rosie wasn't exaggerating the truth, but she had always understood it in her heart. Since Rosie can know about the dragon pirates and her, he can also find out the location of Kakozia village. It's just that she never wanted to face it. After a long time, Nami sighed and said. Rosie, why are you so obsessed with making me Luffy's crew? If you want to recruit navigators, you should have a lot of options. Yes, even in this East Blue, there are plenty of good navigators. But since I already have the best navigators in front of me, why should I look for anyone else? You are exaggerating, but I still want to say thank you. Nami, my eyes can't see it wrong. Although you are still very young now, in the future you will be able to control all the oceans in the world. The oceans in the Grand Line are constantly changing in different seasons, and there are storms in the New World waters from time to time. The sea area, and based on the knowledge accumulated by Rosie working in the world government in recent years and watching the original One Piece, he slowly unfolded the marine environment of the One Piece world in detail in front of Nami. Gradually, Nami's eyes became brighter and his mouth opened wider. Does this world really have so many magical oceans, Rosie? I vouch for my character that I never lied to you, Nami. Character. Rosie, can you tell me about your previous experience? Why, do you want to judge whether I am trustworthy or not based on my previous experience? Hehe, how can you are overthinking it. Nami smiled awkwardly, scolding Rosie's smart head in his heart. It seems that in front of Rosie, she can't hide anything. Forget it, since you want to understand, I'll tell you. Who told you that you are the navigator I think? Rosie smiled, and slowly told about his training in the world government, his work, and why he defected in the end. Of course, things about crossing are naturally omitted from this. So that's it, the nobles who enslaved ordinary people were killed? But is this noble called Celestial Dragons really that noble? How could Marine send so many troops to pursue him? If what he said is true, then this man is quite a good person. Nami stared straight into Rosie's eyes, muttering in his heart. The destination should be here, so let's end the conversation. Nami, think about what I said. Rosie nodded to Nami and stepped towards the door. And many more. Nami suddenly grabbed Rosie's arm. Anything else, Nami? Rosie turned around suspiciously. Rosie, let me be your woman. Nami clasped Rosie's palm with both hands, with a firm expression on his face. Hey? What do you mean, Nami? Strange, don't you have a fever? Looking at Nami in front of him, Rosie reached out and touched her forehead. Rosie, although you said that you liked the talent of my navigator. But such a reason is still too illusory. Even the fact that someone like you would be Luffy's crew is full of mysteries. Although I don't know what the purpose is for you to become Luffy's partner, let me become a member of the pirate group and help me. But I believe there is no free lunch on this sea. Rosie, let me be your woman. As long as you keep your promise to help me save my hometown, I can serve you. Nami pursed her lips, a little blush on her face. Authoring what I said so much is in vain. Rosie twitched the corners of his mouth. At this moment, he really realized how much Nami did not trust pirates. Nami, do you feel at ease if I want you? Rosie shook his head, and since normal conversation didn't work, he decided to do the opposite. Nami groaned softly and nodded shyly. In fact, she wasn't really at ease, she just felt that if a deep relationship was formed, Rosie would have a higher probability of keeping his promise. Very well, then as you wish. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose and suddenly embraced Nami's waist. Nami's face, who thought Rosie was going to act, was even more red. Having said that, but now you are too immature. I prefer mature and sexy women. Nami, I will store your first time with you. After 2 years, you will become more mature, and I will ask you for it again. Nami was stunned and raised his head to look at Rosie who had let go, only to find that Rosie was looking at her with disgust at the moment. Especially when looking at the position of Nami's heart in front of him, the expression on Rosie's face almost wrote the word disgusting directly. What? I'm not too big. Hehe, I'm sorry, I've seen better and bigger ones than you. I really can't handle you now, little girl Nami. What little girl? I'm an adult. Wait a minute, make it clear to me, don't go a hole. Seeing Rosie open the door and leave the cabin, Nami angrily followed. She never imagined that her determined devotion would end in such a way. Want her in 2 years? Succeeded, but not completely successful? Thinking of Rosie's disgusting expression just now, Nami's original fear of Rosie was instantly replaced by anger towards Rosie. And Rosie, looking at Nami behind him, still had a disgusted expression on his face while laughing in his heart. Until Rosie and Nami came back to the deck of the Golden Deer. What, are you ready to talk? Zoro turned his head and looked at Rosie and Nami and said something flat. After talking, where did that guy Luffy go? That guy went to the town over there first, and I couldn't stop him. As expected of Luffy, he disappeared after a while without seeing it. I'm here to inform you. Since you've finished talking, let's go over together. Isn't there another Buggy pirates in this town? No, we can go directly by boat. By boat? Please, how can the boat pass by? Is it flying? Hey! Zoro, I suddenly realized that you are quite smart. What's smart? I'm smart already. Wait, you mean this ship can fly? Realizing that something was wrong, Zoro's eyes widened at this moment. Rosie shrugged, his right hand raised slightly. The next moment, the Golden Deer actually broke away from the sea and came into the air, and then flew towards the center of Orange Town at a very fast speed. This wave of operations, not to mention Zoro, even Nami was stunned. Sorry, Drake's Golden Deer is no ordinary ship. For the Golden Deer, which has been transformed into a noble phantasm, flying or something is just a small problem. Rosie chuckled, when he was about to explain the functions of the Golden Deer to Nami and Zoro. A loud roar suddenly came to mind. Rosie frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. It was found that a cannonball with a clown pattern on the surface was breaking through the air and flying towards the direction of the Golden Deer at a very fast speed. Buggy shells. This guy actually bombarded me. Chapter 22. Breath of the Moon, One Shape, Dark Moon, Night Palace. Zoro quickly came to the Buggy cannonball, raised his hand and flicked. The sharp slash instantly split the cannonball into 2 halves, which fell from Zoro's left and right sides toward the rear. Zoro really learned. Hey, what are you doing? Nami was about to sigh Zoro's breath of the moon, but Rosie reached out and brought her to his side. Even, a fork shield was used to build a defensive shield in front of the two. Just when Nami was wondering, the shell that was split in half suddenly exploded violently. Zoro, who was smiling confidently in cutting off the cannonball, was instantly blown away by the remnants of the cannonball. The cannonballs that hit Rosie and Nami's side were all blocked by the fork shield. As for the Golden Deer, it's not built to be destroyed by a single Buggy round. Cough, why is this bomb different from the previous one? Rosie, why didn't you remind me if you knew? Zoro coughed twice, walked out of the smoke, and looked at Rosie with dissatisfaction. Anyway, it has been cut off by you. The power of this cannonball has been greatly reduced, and you will not be injured. And experience it for yourself, can't you be more cautious in handling it in the future? Rosie scattered the fork shield, patted Zoro on the shoulder, and looked up in the direction of the cannonball. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the light of observation Haki quickly swept away into the distance. Soon, a familiar breath fell into his perception. Luffy, why is that guy still locked up? Rosie frowned slightly, doubt in his eyes. Luffy is locked up? Rosie, what do you mean by that? No, how did you see Luffy locked up here? Zoro asked. Remember what I said earlier about observation Haki, I sensed it through this power. Compared to this, let's take a look at the specific situation ahead. Rosie said a word, and the Golden Deer flew straight in the direction the Buggy bomb came from. Meanwhile, on the other side. Well, you saw the power of my Buggy bullet, Luffy of the Straw Hat. As long as I want, I can use this cannonball to execute you now. Buggy squatted on the ground and grinned at Luffy, who was shrunk in a small box-like cell in front of him. Damn, why are you locking me up with your big nose? Wait, the shell just now, did you destroy all the houses in this town? Luffy grabbed the railing with both hands and yelled at Buggy angrily. Humph, brat! You randomly broke into my banquet and ate our food. It's not over yet, you know that BD Shanks. Since he gave you the hat, he must value you very much. If that's the case, then I can't forgive you anymore. Buggy stood up, waved his hand, and asked his pirates to move the turret that released Buggy bullets to Luffy. Ow, do you know Shanks? I know more than that. If it wasn't for that guy, I wouldn't have eaten devil fruit and turned into a landlubber. Che, what do I say to a dying person? Hey, you guys, I let you guys bring the cannon here, didn't you hear? Buggy first said something to Luffy, then turned around and yelled at his partner behind him. Then, what is that? Impossible, I must be dazzled. Sky, how can there be that thing in the sky? Isn't that something used in the sea? What a big ship, bigger than our pirate ship. The crew of the Buggy pirates ignored Buggy and just stared blankly at the sky. Just when Buggy was about to explode in anger, Machi, the vice-captain of the Buggy pirates, the animal trainer, faced Buggy and pointed his right hand to the sky. "Ba, Captain Buggy, God, there's a ship flying over in the sky." "You're confused, Machi, how could there be? What, is there really a ship in the sky?" Buggy looked at the golden deer in the sky, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "Hee, you are so funny, Big Nose. How about it? It's very handsome, that ship, that's my partner's ship." Luffy patted Buggy on the shoulder and laughed. "What? Is that your buddy's ship? Are you kidding me? I've only heard of one person who can make a ship fly in the air. That's the former great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. You said before that you formed a pirate group, wouldn't you want to say that Golden Lion Shiki joined your pirate group? Then how did you rubber idiot come out?" Buggy opened his mouth wide and took 2 steps back to avoid Luffy. He turned his head to look at the cage where Luffy was originally held, only to find that the cage was broken into 2 pieces as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Its cut surface is like flat tofu. Chapter 23. It's cut like this. Luffy laughed, and his right hand stretched several meters toward the sky in the shape of a knife. Then he suddenly fell towards the small cell that had been cut into 2 sections. When approaching the cell, a blue-white energy knife condensed in the front of Luffy's arm. The knife fell on the cell, and immediately cut the cell open. Amazing! Is this rubber BDA monster who can cut through a concrete cell? You're focusing on the wrong thing. Did something strange appear on that rubber guy's hand just now? Like a larger fork? Wait, is this the ability of rubber fruit? The Buggy pirates stared at Luffy as if they were looking at a monster. On the other hand, Buggy, after seeing Luffy's means, a dim light flashed in his eyes. But soon, he looked at Luffy with the same shocked expression as the others. "Straw Hat Boy, are you hiding a knife in your hand? And you, hurry up and answer me, what is the relationship between Golden Lion and you?" Buggy uses Chop Chop Fruit's ability to part his hands, and grabbing Luffy's collar is a jolt. "Golden Lion? Who is that? You don't know the Golden Lion? What's up with that ship that's flying over there?" "That ship, it's the Golden Deer. It's the pirate ship summoned by my buddy Rosie. How is it, isn't it cool?" "Rosie?" Buggy frowned. Could it be that the old guy from Golden Lion is dead, and lion fruit was eaten by this man named Rosie? On closer inspection, Buggy thinks it's very possible. Although the Golden Lion escaped from the Impel Down. But he hadn't appeared on the sea for a long time. Judging from the age of Golden Lion, it was not impossible for him to die of old age. In this way, it also makes sense that there is a pirate group that eats lion fruit and joins the Straw Hat Rookie Pirate. However, the name Rosie always feels like I've heard it somewhere. Buggy withdrew one hand, resting on his chin, and muttered suspiciously. It's an honor, I didn't expect my name to be remembered by the legendary pirate Buggy, should I say thank you? At this time, a male voice came from the bow of the Golden Deer. Buggy followed the sound, and soon saw the speaker. It's you, Rosie, are you the rookie pirate who was offered a reward of 500 million berry as soon as you debuted, and is now offered a reward of 800 million? How is it possible? How is it possible for someone like you to join this kids' pirate group? Straw Hat BD, are you kidding me just now? Buggy looked at Rosie, then angrily at Luffy and yelled. What, Rosie is really my buddy? Luffy slapped Buggy's arm away, laughing and waving to Rosie. Luffy, you're a real mess, you can get involved if you're not careful. Rosie jumped off the Golden Deer and landed next to Luffy. After this, both Nami and Zoro also jumped down. Hehe, I smelled the meat, so I came over first. But I think this big nose is still a good person. I didn't expect that he wanted to bombard me just now. By the way, Rosie, listen to what you just said, do you know this red nose? Luffy said dissatisfiedly, not seeing Buggy's gloomy face because he heard the word red nose. The crew of One Piece Roger and the Four Emperors Shanks are brothers, how could I not know such a pirate? In a word, Rosie directly revealed the old bottom of Buggy. After Rosie finished speaking, Buggy, who was still gloomy, looked at Rosie's face in shock. What? This guy is One Piece's crew, and he is brother to Shanks. Luffy's eyes widened, he couldn't imagine how a strange pirate like Buggy had such a background. As for what Rosie said, Luffy had no doubts. Behind Buggy, the crew members of the Buggy Pirates were equally shocked after hearing Rosie's words. That being said, this guy just fired at the Golden Deer with his shells. Then I'll have to find an explanation from him. Buggy, you said earlier that Shanks made you eat devil fruit, right? It looks like you don't like devil fruit very much, why don't you give me your devil fruit? The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, showing a very mysterious smile at Buggy. You want my devil fruit, are you kidding me? Buggy looked at Rosie with an idiot expression on his face, but he didn't know that Rosie, relying on the system, was able to take out the devil fruit of the unconscious state of beings from their bodies. Of course, the premise is that the ability of the unconscious state needs to be defeated by Rosie himself or his friends. Are you kidding me? You'll understand when you try it. Rosie chuckled, and his right hand slowly touched the hilt of Kimpira behind him. Let me do it, co-captain. Zoro walked over to Rosie with a terrifying smile on his face. It just so happens that I still need to be familiar with my power. Since I want to fight, how can I be missing? During the surging breath of the moon, a cold aura similar to that of Black Death Mou rose from Zoro's body. The weaker pirates who looked directly at Zoro shivered involuntarily. Even though it is daytime, the sun is high in the sky. At this moment, they seemed to feel the cold wind of winter. Hearing this, Rosie nodded, well, if you want to go, then leave it to you, I'll rest for a while. Nami, are you interested in walking with me? Rosie waved to Nami and walked in the direction behind Buggy and the others. Are you familiar with abilities? Hehe, I also want to be familiar with my abilities. Let me do it too. Luffy bumped his fists, laughing as a red ogre apparition rose up behind him. The venue, which was originally cold because of Zoro, became hot again. Then, you fight slowly, I'll find Rosie. Nami sneered and hurried to Rosie. Even though the aura of Zoro and Luffy did not intentionally release Nami, Nami still felt a trace of fear spreading from the bottom of his heart. At least this time, she didn't want to stay here. Chapter 24. Damn, where are you two going? Do you really think I'll be afraid of you? Let you guys taste my close range Buggy. Buggy roared angrily at the backs of Rosie and Nami, and his right leg split and kicked in Rosie's direction. At the same time, a small Buggy bullet flew out of Buggy's feet and headed straight for Rosie and Nami. Seeing this, Nami's beautiful eyes widened, and the speed suddenly accelerated to Rosie's side. Zoro and Luffy also ran towards the buggy bullet trying to intercept it in their own way. But compared to the two, Rosie was faster. He turned his head and glanced at Buggy and the buggy projectile he released, and the golden deer, which was suspended high in the sky, immediately moved. A turret on the golden deer swerved sharply, aimed directly at Buggy and released a golden laser. At the same time, buggy bombs are included in it. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis rose from the bottom of Buggy's heart. Damn! Torn apart and escaped. Buggy did not hesitate, and directly used his fruit ability to spread his body to avoid the attack of the golden deer. But even so, he was troubled by the golden deer hanging high in the sky. What the hell is going on with this ship? Is there anyone with laser power on it? Hey, BD Rosie, you give me, hey, what about people? Buggy reassembled his body and looked at Rosie and Nami, but there were shadows of Rosie and Nami behind him. Not only that, but after he turned around again, the golden deer in the sky had disappeared out of thin air. What's the situation? Why is such a big ship gone? Buggy wiped his eyes, if it weren't for the traces of damage from the golden deer's golden lasers. He even thought that the golden deer he had seen before was just an illusion. Before he could think about it, Zoro and Luffy, who could not wait for a long time, had already used their means to come to him and the members of the various buggy pirates. Breath of the Moon Type 2 Zuhuanongyu. Breath of the Moon 3 Types Abhorrence of the Moon Erosion. Breath of the Moon, Form of Wu, Moon Soul Calamity Vortex. Rubber rubber, forks. Rubber rubber. Knife. Rubber rubber. 5 nails in a row. Boom. On the platform, Zoro and Luffy's attacks stack up against each other. For a while, the entire buggy pirates were thrown into the air. Looking at this scene, the corners of Buggy's eyes twitched, and angry shouts continued to spread into the distance. Hey, Rosie, is it okay if we leave Zoro and Luffy over there? Although they are very powerful, that Buggy is a veteran pirate, and there is a very high reward. And didn't you say that Buggy was a crew member of One Piece? You, the big pirate of 800 million berry, are not afraid of problems with Luffy and Zoro. And, where are we going now? Looking at the battlefield that was getting farther and farther away, Nami swallowed and sighed in his heart. Even if she is not good at fighting, she can see the surge in power of Zoro and Luffy after obtaining the heroic spirit template. To be honest, if she hadn't been worried that Rosie would be controlled by obtaining the heroic spirit template, she would have chosen to obtain the heroic spirit template long ago. However, it seems that there is no way for me to get rid of his control now. Tisk, what an unpleasant man, what do you mean by me coming back to him after 2 years, am I really that unattractive? Thinking of what Rosie said to himself in the Golden Deer, Nami murmured again in his heart. The strength of Luffy and Zoro is very strong in East Blue, and they have the qualifications to enter the Grand Line with the heroic spirit template. If I have to watch every battle, then I'm too tired, and it's not good for their growth. The power of heroic spirits, but the more skilled you use it, the more chance you have to develop more powers of your heroic spirits. As for Buggy, although that person is a crew member of One Piece, there is no need to worry too much about him. Don't you want to find Buggy's treasure instead of worrying about those things, Nami? With that said, Rosie raised an eyebrow at Nami. Treasure, yes. Come on Rosie, we'll be over here. Nami's eyes lit up, and he ran directly past Rosie to the residence where the buggy pirates were stationed in front, causing Rosie to roll his eyes. She's really a woman who sees money. Rosie sighed and stepped on the ground. His body quickly swept past Nami and came to Buggy's treasure trove first. By the time Nami found the location, Rosie had already opened Buggy's treasure chest and counted the money inside. Mine, these are all mine. Nami's eyes lit up, his legs kicked on the ground, and he flew directly to Rosie's position. Sorry, first come first served. Rosie turned around and pinched Nami directly under his wrist. As the deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, these treasures that I have found belong to the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami, didn't you say you didn't want to be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? I think these treasures should have nothing to do with you, right? Hearing this, Nami struggled desperately under Rosie's wrist. No. I have my share of these treasures. Rosie, please let me touch these treasures too. I will join you. Chapter 25. Ah. It hurts, what's up with this rubber BD? Hurry up, that pirate hunter is a monster. Captain, help, we are not the opponents of those two men. The crew of the Buggy pirates cried out for help, struggling to avoid Luffy and Zoro's attacks. In just a few minutes, more than half of the members of the Buggy pirates had fallen. And that's when both Luffy and Zoro aren't using their full strength. It's just that although the pirates were shouting, Buggy, who used Chop Chop fruit to suspend his body in the sky, didn't help. He just looked at the direction Rosie and Nami were leaving from time to time, and occasionally landed on Luffy. And Zoro. Damn Shanks, what's the matter with this rubber idiot, isn't he a rubber fruit capable person? Why does it seem like there are two kinds of fruit abilities? This Roronoa, when did East Blue show up someone who can perform a flying slash? And that Rosie, that disappearing ship shouldn't be controlled by Lion Fruit's ability, could it be the ability of Ship and Ship Fruit? This guy just said that he wants my fruit ability, but he is really joking. While thinking, Buggy instinctively avoided Zoro's sword energy. What kind of weird ability does this man have, why doesn't the slash work? Zoro smacked his mouth and looked at Buggy suspended in the air speechlessly. He, our Captain Buggy is invincible. He ate Chop Chop fruit, and slashing has no effect on him. Machi, the vice-captain of the Buggy pirates who had just been knocked to the ground by Luffy's punch, raised his head with great effort and smiled sarcastically at Zoro. In exchange for his words, Zoro swung a sword light at random, scaring him to fly away quickly. He, since slashing has no effect, let's talk with your fists. Zoro, leave it to me here. Exactly, I thought of a new use for the power of ALU. Luffy rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to step forward. Cut, if that's the case, I'll leave that guy to you. Zoro glanced at Luffy, who had a serious expression on his face, and finally decided to leave Buggy, which was very difficult for swordsmen, to Luffy to deal with. Thanks. Luffy thanked him, and quickly lowered his body, and his body began to rise with waves of air. Even, a deep red light spread from the position of his heart. This light quickly spread from Luffy's heart to the surrounding of the body, and quickly wrapped Luffy's whole body. This state is... Zoro's eyes widened, he had no reason to think of the state of Rosie entering Kenpaki's mimic heroic spirit earlier. Luffy now, shouldn't he really master that kind of power in such a short period of time? Zoro murmured in a low voice, feeling a burst of pressure in his heart for no reason. What the hell is this guy doing? Buggy frowned, feeling that Luffy was in a bad state, and he began to control his body to drift away from Luffy. After a few seconds, the light around Luffy shrank suddenly. When Luffy appeared before everyone's eyes again, his body became bigger for no reason, and the muscles of his arms and legs were especially developed. This looks like, is the rubber inflated? Inflate, inflate. When did this kid change his clothes and dye his hair blue? Buggy's brows furrowed, and he was more confused about Luffy's situation. Having seen many wonderful things on the sea, he first thought of the awakening of Devil Fruit's ability. But thinking of the strength that Luffy showed, Buggy directly denied the idea in his heart. The power of the mimic heroic spirit, Luffy, you really can do this? Zoro said in amazement. He. I wanted to try it after seeing Rosie's mimic heroic spirit state just now. After all, I feel that I get along pretty well with the heroic spirit in me, and it didn't disappoint me. Luffy clenched his fist, only to feel his body even doubled in strength. It's really powerful. Although it's very laborious, there are suddenly many more tricks in my head that can be used. Hehe, let me try this. Flying knife. Luffy laughed, and the knife in his right hand quickly slashed at Buggy high in the sky. This time, Luffy didn't even use his own fruit ability. From the distance, his attack should not be able to hit Buggy who is far away. However, it was such a blow, when Luffy's arm was about to land. A knife composed of blue-white energy flew out of Luffy's hand knife out of thin air, and quickly swept towards Buggy's position. What? Can this thing still fly? Buggy was so shocked that he forgot to move for a while. Chapter 26. Swish! The flying knife that Luffy fought swept across Buggy's body, directly splitting his body in half. But even so, Buggy's body still did not fall from the air, and the pupils in his eyes were still rolling, proving his survival. Idiot, don't use slash-type attacks, that will have no effect on him. Zoro clenched his fists and yelled at Luffy. Seeing Luffy use the slash to deal with Buggy, Zoro's original surprise because of Luffy's use of heroic mimetic power instantly disappeared. Hehe, I'm sorry, I used this power accidentally. Then I'll blow this red nose away. Luffy scratched the back of his head and laughed. BD, they said don't call me red nose. Buggy put his body together again, and with a grim expression, he held a dagger in both hands and stabbed Luffy in the waist. It's useless. Look at my fork shield. Luffy remembered the way Rosie used the fork shield, and directly constructed a shield composed of 2 energy forks between his hands. Buggy's throwing knife hit the fork shield and was thrown straight away. It's so fun, I'm able to use this trick too. Try this next time, flying fork. Luffy's hands were clawed and he threw 2 punches in the direction of Buggy. The blue-white energy fork formed in an instant and stabbed directly at Buggy's body. In desperation, Buggy could only choose to separate his body to avoid Luffy's attack. However, Luffy's attack has only just begun. In order to familiarize himself with the power of the Aru heroic spirit template, he directly regarded Buggy as the target of the combo. Rubber fruit cooperates with gourmet cells, and new tricks are constantly being used by Luffy to greet Buggy. Until Rosie and Nami are back on the battlefield. Luffy, you're still playing, be careful of losing your strength because of this state. Rosie said to Luffy, holding 2 large bags of treasure in both hands. It's Rosie, you're back. What's in your hand? It's the treasure of the Buggy pirates. I went to get it while you were fighting against Buggy. Treasure? Great. Luffy raised his hands happily. BD, those are my treasures. Put it down, you thieves. Buggy's eyes widened, looking at Rosie as if he was going to fight Rosie. Flying you, these treasures are ours. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose, and his hands jerked behind him. Under the influence of Rubber Fruit's ability, Luffy's hands were instantly stretched to a distance of 10 meters. Rubber and rubber, rocket launcher 3 nail punches. Hum. A muffled sound. Luffy's hands quickly retracted, and he rushed straight to hit him hard. The powerful impact instantly sent Buggy's body flying hundreds of meters into the sky. And this distance keeps expanding. Wow, I'll be back. Buggy screamed as he flew into the sky. The miserable appearance caused the crew of the Buggy pirates to run towards the port one after another. Both Luffy and Zoro couldn't fight, and now that Rosie and Nami are back, they are even less confident to fight. Oh, of course you have to come back. If you don't come back, I will be troubled. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and he threw the treasure in his hand towards Luffy, who had recovered from the heroic spirit mimic state due to a lot of physical exertion. He stepped directly on moonwalk and flew into the sky, rushing straight towards Buggy in the sky. At his speed, it took less than a minute to catch up with Buggy. Pfft! You are actually catching up with this guy. Buggy's eyes widened, looking at Rosie flying beside him in surprise. Hehe, I'm here to help you fulfill your dreams, Buggy. Didn't you just say that you hate your own fruit ability, and I'll restore you to your previous state? Rosie chuckled, and armament haki began to flow like water on his right arm. This is a mission? How dare you use such a high-level armament? Are you trying to kill me? Rosie didn't answer, and stepped on the air again to perform moonwalk, and in a blink of an eye, he came to Buggy. Fall me down, Buggy. Rosie swung his fist with such force that it even caused a sonic boom the moment he punched. Buggy's eyes widened, and his body kept his original trajectory as he watched Rosie's fist slam into his face. Suddenly, just as Rosie's fist was about to land on Buggy's face, Buggy's terrified expression disappeared instantly, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he narrowly avoided Rosie's attack. Hey! Rosie exclaimed, just now, did you force observation haki? Chapter 27. Rosie frowned, his eyes fixed on Buggy in front of him. You can't go wrong, this guy definitely used observation haki to get past my punch. My dear, did I travel to a fake pirate world? Or is it that Buggy in the original book has been hiding his strength, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Is he actually strong? From the beginning, Rosie felt something was wrong with Buggy's performance. Although he suffered a lot of attacks from Luffy, Buggy himself showed no signs of injury. You know, the current Luffy is very different from the original Luffy. In the state of mimic heroic spirit, Luffy's pure physical strength is much higher than before. Not to mention, what he just hit on Buggy was Alu's famous skill Nail Fist. Humph, kid, although I don't know what you want to do to me. But this uncle won't fall on a newcomer like you. I'll give you the victory this time, and I'll definitely come back in the future. Buggy snorted, and his body began to collapse in front of Rosie's eyes. To be precise, it should be split. From the head, to the limbs, to the body. Buggy's entire body was divided into 2 parts, and 4 parts, and it split into hundreds of pieces in a blink of an eye. In the end, it even split into a state that was invisible to the naked eye. Good guy. Can you still do this? Rosie smacked his mouth and hurriedly used moonwalk to stay away from Buggy's split body. He didn't want to accidentally blow Buggy's body into his body. Not only the ability to see and smell, but also the fruit ability has been developed so much. I really can't underestimate him. Forget it, let's leave this chop fruit to him. Rosie shook his head, quietly using observation haki to feel Buggy's body drifting into the distance with the gust of wind. Although devil fruit is precious, it is helpful for partners to strengthen the template of heroic spirit. But the current Buggy's strength is obviously not as weak as in the original book, and Rosie does not intend to really fight with a crew of 1 piece for chop fruit. Who knows how powerful Buggy is? After confirming that Buggy was far away again, Rosie cast moonwalk towards Luffy and others Rosie. And when Rosie moved away, Buggy's body reconvened into its original shape. A dangerous person with a reward of 800 million berry, such a person actually mixed with the man selected by Shanks. I don't know what Shanks will think when he finds out about it. Forget it, these are none of my business, I'd better leave quickly. Buggy muttered a few words, and controlled his body to fall towards the other side of town. How is it, have you got it, Rosie? Hearing the sound of Rosie falling from the sky, Zoro looked away from both Luffy and Nami and asked Rosie. I gave up. That guy is a little weird. It's better not to take away his devil fruit. Thinking about it carefully, that man is the man recognized by the 4 emperors Shanks as his brother after all. And Luffy knows Shanks, and if he takes away his devil fruit, we might not be able to justify it. Rosie shrugged and turned to look at Luffy and Nami. By the way, what are they arguing about, Zoro? Luffy wants to keep the treasure you got from the Buggy pirates with the mayor of this town, but Nami wants to keep them, so there's a fight. Zoro said indifferently. Although he thought Luffy's behavior was a bit strange, since Luffy was the captain, he didn't want to comment too much. I see. Rosie nodded slightly, took the suitcase that Zoro handed over, and took out the shining earrings from the clothes. Nami, I'll give you these earrings, those berries will let Luffy decide. Earrings. Nami turned her head, and after seeing the earrings in Luffy's hand, she immediately rushed over and grabbed Rosie's hand tightly. For fear that Rosie would take the earrings back. Just by looking at the decorative gemstones on the earrings, Nami knew it was worth a lot. Hehe, thank you Rosie, you are such a good person. Thank you Nami too, for this nice guy card. Rosie smiled nonchalantly and put the earring on Nami's hand. Sure enough, after getting these priceless earrings, she did not choose to wear them on her ears, but carefully put them away. Rosie, I want to keep these treasures, you have no opinion. At this time, Luffy also came over. After all, it was the treasure that Rosie found, and Rosie just gave out his private property to Nami, even Luffy would want to say hello to Rosie. Look, Luffy, there aren't many berries there anyway. Thanks Rosie, you're a really nice guy. Yes, another good card. Rosie shrugged and turned to look at Zoro. What do you see me doing? Zoro frowned. I want to see if you'll say I'm a good guy too. Oh, a big pirate with a reward of 800 million berry, no matter how you look at it, you don't want to be a good person. As expected of Zoro, I think so too. Compared to this, you are very busy now, Your Excellency Deputy Captain, do you want to compare swords with me? Swordsmanship. Rosie glanced at Zoro, who was full of fighting spirit, and shook his head decisively. Forget it, I'm going to make some preparations for going to sea with our navigator. If you want to fight, go to Luffy. After that, Rosie took Nami's hand and quickly disappeared in front of Zoro's eyes. He didn't want to be targeted. If he really defeated Zoro with a sword, who knows how many times Zoro would challenge him in his sailing life in the future. The person Zoro needs to challenge should be Hawkeye. Chapter 28. On the boundless sea, a small boat is sailing along the sea to the southeast. Under the scorching sun, the 4 passengers on the boat felt a rush of irritability. It's too hot, I want to drink water. Luffy stood up and reached out to pick up the wine barrel beside him and drank. Idiot, we guess we just left from Orange Town. If we really let you drink like this, we'll die of thirst before we get to the next stop. Zoro quickly grabbed Luffy's arm to prevent him from making some unfavorable actions for navigation. Seeing this scene, Rosie, the co-captain, was happy too, letting Zoro take care of Luffy. Really, you can still laugh. As the co-captain, you didn't stop Luffy from leaving Berry in Orange Town. And you, the deputy captain, can't think of a way to face the current situation. Our pirate group can't always sail in such a small boat, right? Nami tugged at his collar, trying his best to allow the cool breeze to blow over his body. Looking at Rosie in front of her, she still had a little complaint on her face. Didn't you already have my earrings? Those berries who stayed in Orange Town aren't as expensive as the earrings I gave you. Rosie reached out and flicked Nami's forehead, and after she showed a pained expression, she continued. Didn't we just get the chart of this area from Orange Town? Then we just need to go to the village of Zyrob. If there is no accident, we can get a larger boat there. The ship Rosie was talking about was, of course, the Mary. Although with Rosie's current financial resources, buying a boat is extremely simple. But if the Straw Hats don't have the Mary, Rosie always thinks there's something missing. Moreover, there is still Usopp in the village of Shirobu. Whether it's for the Mary or the snipers of the Straw Hat Pirates, Shirobu village is a must-go place. Great, can we finally have our own pirate ship? Everyone, let's go get our ship now. Luffy almost jumped up in excitement. Idiot, it's still a long way from Zyrobe village. According to the current sailing speed, it will not be possible to reach the destination within a few days. Nami took out the nautical chart, glanced at it, and sighed again. Now she just wants to find a boat with a bathroom and take a cool bath. Since it will take a few days to reach the destination. Nami, are you interested in taking advantage of this time to exercise your strength? Rosie asked. Power. Nami pursed his lips, realizing immediately what Rosie meant. What should come is still coming. Forget it, I don't have a choice now, just trust this guy once. Luffy and Zoro have not changed, and I will definitely not have any problems with inheriting the heroic spirit template. Nami thought to himself, and gave Rosie a deep look. Now that she has made a decision, she doesn't want to continue to hesitate, that will only make her dream long and sleepless. Up to now, seeing Luffy as a pirate but willing to leave his treasure to Orange Town, etc., seeing Rosie and Zoro's usual demeanor. Nami didn't say anything, but in his heart he gradually felt that the men in front of him were different from other pirates. Maybe it would be nice to join them. Nami smiled and said to Rosie. Rosie, I'm ready, let me see what heroic spirits I can choose from. Hearing Nami's words, Luffy and Zoro were also instantly interested. As you wish. Trust me, you won't regret it. Rosie stood up as well, smiled and nodded to Nami. The next moment, Rosie activated the system permissions and brought everyone on the ship into the heroic spirit space. Nami, this is the heroic spirit you can choose. Navigator Christopher Columbus, he is a master with excellent sailing skills, but also a captain and a man who is extremely greedy for money. Thousands of cups don't fall Kana Urup Elona, she is a magus, and her card magic gives her the power to manipulate various elements. The thief Kazuma Sato. Well, this man, how should I put it, a man with very strong stealing skills. But for the specifics, you should see it yourself. Nami, come and choose. Rosie pointed to the panel in front of him and roughly introduced Nami. It's just that when he introduced Sato Kazuma, the smile at the corner of Rosie's eyes almost overflowed. After all, the stealing skill of Master Sato Kazuma is quite a pervert trick for a woman. If you are not careful, you will pull out the other person's inner pants directly from the body. I understand, Rosie. With the experience of watching Luffy and Zoro choose the first 2 times, Nami knew what to do. Without much hesitation, she raised her hand and pressed it on the frontmost name Christopher Columbus on the panel. With the turmoil in the heroic spirit space, several people instantly came to a huge ship that was going through a storm. On the deck, a tall man with a vicissitudes face was constantly issuing orders, directing the crew to control the ship. A few minutes later, with the last order of the tall man, the ship finally rushed out of the storm and came to a safe sea area. Is this man good at sailing? Nami raised an eyebrow and looked at the man. The layman watched the fun, and the insider watched the doorway. In the storm just now, even in the eyes of a talented navigator like Nami, the command issued by the tall man to control the ship could not be faulted. Single-wheel sailing, he is indeed a very good person. Nami, take a good look, he is the navigator Christopher Columbus. Rosie put his hand on Nami's shoulder and looked forward calmly. Chapter 29. In the heroic spirit space, in just a few minutes, Nami felt as if he had lived in the sea for months or even years. In these few minutes, through Columbus's perspective, she saw him constantly traveling through various sea areas and arriving at various islands. In the same way, I saw what Columbus did when he came to the islands. This man, there is no doubt that he has excellent navigation skills. It's just that although he claims to be an explorer, he may be more suitable for the name of a pirate than an explorer. Nami shook his head and sighed. Indeed. Although I didn't see many pictures, I didn't reach an island. As long as there was a chance, he would plunder the natives of the island. It's more like a pirate than us pirates. Zoro said. Well, I hate this guy, Nami, you better not choose him as your heroic spirit template. Luffy put his hands on his hips and said to Nami with a troubled look on his face. Idiot, didn't you say last time not to interfere with other people's choices? Besides, even if Nami chooses the template of this heroic spirit Columbus, it will not become his appearance. Speaking of which, the Black Death Mou I chose is still a demon, haven't I also become like him? Zoro punched Luffy in the head, preventing him from continuing. Nami didn't speak, just continued to look at the scene in front of him. At this moment, the image showing Columbus' nautical skills has disappeared, replaced by the appearance of him fighting as a heroic spirit and as a servant. In the face of the enemies surrounding him, Columbus used knives, guns, and even directly steered the rudder to smash the enemy. The battle was full of blood and mourning. What? It's far worse than the heroic spirit Drake. Drake can still summon a turret to attack anyway, which is not cool at all. Luffy pouted and expressed his opinion again. Although Zoro didn't speak, he also disliked Columbus's fighting skills so far. Columbus is not a pure warrior after all, and his fighting style is indeed a bit exaggerated, but if he really fights, his power is still difficult to deal with. Also, like the heroic spirit Drake, the heroic spirit Columbus also has a profound meaning called noble phantasm. Their noble phantasm is relatively similar. After Rosie finished speaking, the magic power in Columbus suddenly swelled up. The next moment, in front of Nami and the others, a huge sailboat sprang directly from Columbus's feet. Columbus grinned and raised his hand to grab the rudder, following his orders. The flagship Santa Maria on board shot the anchor connected to the chain and smashed it towards the enemy on the opposite side. For a time, an area of several hundred meters was covered with chains and anchors. The earth wailed under the bombardment of hundreds of heavy anchors. Cool. So ships can still attack like this? Rosie, let's get a ship that can fire anchors as cannonballs later, shall we? Seeing Columbus' noble phantasm, Luffy directly abandoned his previous prejudice against Columbus and shouted excitedly. Luffy, there is no such convenient ship in the world. That Columbus can summon such a ship is entirely because of the power called noble phantasm. Zoro said. Hehe, even if you can't buy such a ship, Rosie can summon such a ship. Just like you summoned the golden deer before. Having said that, Rosie looked at Rosie more and more expectantly. Forget it, I don't want the power of Columbus. Rosie groaned inwardly, smiled and shook his head at Luffy. Columbus's power and Drake's power overlap too much. If there is a difference in power, Drake's overall strength is stronger than Columbus's. Among them, noble phantasm is also more applicable. In this way, even getting the power of Columbus is only equivalent to getting a copy of the Drake template. Compared to him, Rosie is more inclined to obtain the power of Thief Kazuma Sato and 1,000 Cups Kana. Although they are all navigators, I think I may not be suitable for having the power of Columbus. Let me look at others. Nami looked down and landed on the name of Kana, who can't pour 1,000 cups. Kana Arupelona has the attribute of 1,000 cups not pouring. Isn't this the same as the alcoholic Matsumoto Ranjaku among Zoro's 3 previous choices? I want to ask again. Then again, Nami, you have the attribute of not pouring 1,000 cups. Are you good at drinking? Hehe, how could it be possible? How could a lady like me be an alcoholic? Rosie, did you make a mistake in this heroic spirit space? Hearing Nami's words, Rosie spread his hands and said. Heroic spirit space can check out Zoro's road chi attribute, and naturally it can also check out your 1,000 cups not pouring attribute. Nami, if you have any doubts, you might as well touch the words 1,000 cups will not pour with your hand. In this way, we can see if you really can't pour 1,000 cups. Nami smiled awkwardly, and decisively raised his hand and patted the name of Kana Arupelona. As for the picture of herself drinking, she doesn't plan to make it public. After all, every time she drank a lot of alcohol before, it was when she was going to pour out the pirates and steal their treasures. As soon as the screen turned, everyone came to a lively building. Inside the building, people are either talking or fighting. But no matter what people do, they have smiles on their faces. So many people. Rosie, which one is Kana? Luffy looked at Rosie suspiciously. Why don't you ask? It must be that one. Zoro raised his finger and pointed to a position forward. Luffy turned his head to look, and saw a girl of about 18 years old with long black curly hair holding a wine barrel and pouring wine into her stomach. That's right, she's Kana Elona, a member of the Fairy Tale Guild of Mages we're in right now. When Rosie finished speaking, Kana had already drank a barrel of wine, and then, as if not satisfied, she drank with another barrel of wine. It's really enviable. We really should change to a bigger ship, preferably with a wine cellar. Zoro licked his lips, although he really watched Kana drinking, but the alcohol bug in his stomach had woken up. Am I the only one who thinks drinking like this is too much? Even me, I wouldn't drink with a barrel. Nami pouted. You can try it next time, it's just a small problem to drink a barrel of wine with your alcohol capacity. Rosie, you haven't seen me drinking, so don't talk nonsense, okay? Okay, what you say is what it is. Rosie shrugged and said nonchalantly. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 3 buckets. After drinking 3 barrels of wine, Kana seemed to finally feel satisfied, stood up from her position, and walked towards the Union Gate. When she opened the door and walked out, the perspectives of Rosie and others also came outside the Union. In the eyes of Rosie and others, Kana took out several magic cards from her waist pocket, and waves of magic began to surround her, and finally converged on the magic cards. As Kana swung the card forward, magic elements such as falling thunder, flames, icicles, wind blades, water whips, and poisonous gas were stimulated from the cards and shot towards the open space in the distance. For a moment, the open space 100 meters away in front of Kana was completely covered by dazzling magical elements. Zoro, Nami, and Luffy opened their eyes wide and looked at Kana's methods in amazement. None of the 3 of them thought that the girl who looked weak at first would be so powerful when she moved her hands. Numerous elemental powers are in her hands, and they are manipulated like ordinary toys. Kana Alyapalana, a quasi-S-rank magister, master with card magic, can summon various elements from the card to attack. It can be said that her fighting style is almost all-round, without the slightest shortcoming. At the same time as Rosie introduced, Kana performed card magic a few times again. And Nami looked at Kana's eyes brighter and brighter. Rosie raised his eyebrows, seeing Nami's expression, he already had a hunch about Nami's choice. Excluding the heroic spirit Columbus, the remaining 2 choices, it is impossible to choose the thief Kazuma Sato. The screen turned again, and there was a tall man confronting Kana in the sight of Nami and others. Kana took a deep breath and stretched out her right hand, which was engraved with a mysterious tattoo, towards the man. One of the 3 magics of fairies. Just listening to Kana's coquettish drink, a golden magic beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth rose from her position. The originally dark sky was instantly illuminated, and the dark clouds covering the sky were also dispelled. The brilliance of the fairy. The voice fell, and the brilliance in the sky instantly condensed into a giant ring and fell towards the enemy in front of Kana. Chapter 30. What a powerful power, can I really master this kind of power? Nami's eyes stared straight ahead, even though Kana's image had disappeared, she didn't come back to her senses. As long as you can inherit Kana's heroic spirit template, you can naturally master her power. If you really have no confidence, I can lend you a devil fruit to help you with the power of Master Kana. Rosie patted Nami on the shoulder and said. Thank you Rosie, if there were no surprises, I think I might choose her template. Even if you don't consider her last move, the power in front of him that can manipulate various elements is good enough. Nami rolled her eyes, and by this time she had even begun to think about how she would use Kana's card magic to fight. It's great, it's really great, the move just now is a laser, it's a laser bigger and stronger than the shelling of the golden deer. It's amazing, I seem to be looking at it. By the way, Rosie, that Kana just said that the 3 major magics of goblins, are there 2 other powerful laser magics besides the one just now? Luffy's eyes flashed, looking at Rosie excitedly. Well, there are indeed 2 more tricks, but it's still very different from the fairy brilliance. It's just that Kana doesn't have a master for those two moves. To be precise, even the Bright of the Fairy can only be regarded as Kana's borrowed power. Rosie nodded and said. Even the borrowed power is strong enough. Rosie, how did your heroic spirit templates come from? Black Death Mou's ghost transformation, ALU's gourmet cells, Drake's noble phantasm, and Kana's magic, etc., are these powers really the powers that exist in this world? Nami turned around and asked the question she had been wondering for a long time. Existence is justified, as long as you can use it soon. The power of these heroic spirits, you can regard it as a power that has disappeared in the long history of the past for a long time. It's you, don't you plan to see the power of the thief Sato Kazuma? Our navigator and the little thief cat's Ms. Nami. Hearing Rosie's words, Nami nodded. Although she has almost confirmed in her heart that she wants to choose Kana's heroic spirit template, she is still quite curious about Kazuma Sato, the last thief attribute. As Nami raised his hand, he pressed the name of Sato Kazuma. The entire heroic spirit space turned again. After a second, several people have come to a quiet alley. Apart from them, there were only 2 men and a woman in the alley. Steal, steal. The man stretched out his hand and shouted at the woman, and as a light flashed, a veil-like thing appeared in his hand. Ale, this is... Ha ha ha, I won the jackpot, isn't this a small pant? The man laughed and waved the top of his trousers, completely ignoring the shy expression of the woman opposite. Bah, what a rascal! Nami took a sip. At this time, she didn't know that the man in front of her was the thief Kazuma Sato. Even so, she was quite curious about how Sato Kazuma stole the woman's clothes a few meters away. Hey Zoro, did you see how he stole something? Luffy nudged Zoro's waist with his elbow. Like Nami, Luffy was curious. I didn't see it clearly, but the pants seemed to appear in the man's hand out of thin air. Zoro put his hand on the katana at his waist. Although Sato Kazuma, who is opposite, stealing a trousers seems to be funny, but Zoro can't laugh at all. Such a technique, if used on a swordsman like him, might be a disaster. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro all turned their heads to look at Rosie, wanting Rosie to give an answer. The skill of steal is why Kazuma Sato was named a thief. Nami, unlike your tricks to steal other people's property, Kazuma Sato's stealing skills are completely magical skills. As long as this magic is activated, there is a certain chance of stealing certain items from the opponent. The higher the luck value of a person, the easier it is to steal successfully, and the easier it is to steal the other party's precious items. Although this Sato Kazuma in front of you is a little weaker in strength, his luck value is indeed ridiculously high, and he can easily steal the other party's important things. Also, maybe it's because of this guy's ghost psychology. When he uses the stealing skills on the woman, there is a high probability that he will steal the other party's private clothes. Rosie spread his hands and laughed. Nami, bah, not just a hooligan, but a pervert. Luffy, it's amazing, isn't it possible to directly steal other people's meat? Zoro, is it really easy to steal a swordsman's weapon if you use it on a swordsman? Rosie smiled, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With the rotation of the screen, the 3 of them again saw the picture of Sato Kazuma using the stealing skills to successfully steal private clothes on other women. Such a scene made Nami, who is a lady, both shy and angry. What, shouldn't this man only have this ability? I don't need such a heroic spirit. Even if I don't use this stealing ability, I can steal other people's property. Nami shook his head. Sato Kazuma certainly doesn't have only the skills of stealing. As an adventurer, although he is not very strong, he has learned all kinds of skills. As Rosie said, the scene really came to Sato and Ma fighting. Sniping, lurking, and all kinds of elemental magic were used from Sato Kazuma's hands, and Luffy was dazzled by fireworks. Just when Luffy was excited, the picture suddenly changed sharply. Sato Kazuma was killed by the monster because of his teammates, and his body lost his vital features and fell to the ground motionless. Why did he die suddenly? Nami frowned. She came to the heroic spirit space 3 times, and this was the first time she saw someone die in the video screen. Sato Kazuma's heroic spirit template has a very special power, which is far beyond the power of noble phantasm. Blessed by the goddess Aqua, even if the person who obtained the template of Sato and the true heroic spirit dies, he can be resurrected by the power of the goddess. When Rosie finished speaking, Nami and the others looked at Rosie in surprise. Rosie raised his finger and pointed to the front screen, where the goddess named Aqua was performing the resurrection technique. But within a few minutes, Kazuma Sato, who was already dead, stood up again. Hey, this kind of power is too pervert, isn't it, Your Excellency Vice Captain? Resurrection? If there is such a power, those who have died, and this power should be the power of that woman, right? Zoro's body trembled with excitement, his eyes fixed on the blue-haired goddess Aqua. At this moment, he thought of his dead friend Kuina. Chapter 31. Not only Zoro, but Nami is also quite excited. Rosie, can I revive the dead by choosing the template of Sato Kazuma's heroic spirit? Nami grabbed Rosie's arm with both hands, almost tearing up in excitement. Rosie, who knows Nami and Zoro's past, certainly knows what they're thinking, both of whom have experienced the sudden departure of someone important. In the face of the power that can be resurrected, it is impossible for the two not to be moved. It's a pity, Nami. Although Sato Kazuma and Aqua are different people, they are closely linked by a contractual relationship. Because of this favor, even if Sato Kazuma dies, Aqua will resurrect Sato Kazuma because of her own thoughts. And this resurrection ability, Aqua will only use Kazuma Sato. In other words, after inheriting the template of Sato Kazuma's heroic spirit, even if it can be resurrected, the resurrection is limited to those who use the template of Sato and Kazuma's heroic spirit. And this resurrection ability is not unlimited. When the user is resurrected, the heroic spirit template of Sato Kazuma will be in a cooling state. At that time, any abilities of Sato Kazuma will not be available. To reactivate, only consume a devil fruit. Rosie shook his head and said to Nami. All this information he learned from the system. Even if he obtained the heroic spirit template of Sato Kazuma, once he used the ability to resurrect, the heroic spirit template of Sato Kazuma would also be in a cooling state. Rosie can understand this, after all, the blue goddess Aqua of wisdom is not really by his side. Under such circumstances, it was a great blessing to be able to be resurrected once through the goddess Aqua's favor. It turns out, I know. Yes, resurrection or something, it can't be that easy. Nami pursed her lips, lowered her head and sighed deeply. After Rosie took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Nami, he stood by without a word, waiting for Nami to make a decision. After a while, Nami put a faint smile on his face again, and smiled as if nothing happened. Columbus, Kana, Kazuma Sato, although the power of Columbus and Kazuma Sato is more interesting. Sato Kazuma's stealing skills are really good, but I still choose Kana. I think I'm a good match for her, Hehe. Saying that, Nami stretched out his finger and pointed at Kana's name. As she merged into Nami's body, she keenly felt that there was a magical power in her body, and a lot of knowledge about the use of card magic emerged in her mind. Unfortunately, this knowledge does not contain any knowledge about the fairy brilliance, one of the 3 major fairy magics. At the same time, the sound of the system also sounded in Rosie's mind. Ding! Nami makes a choice, obtains the template of 1,000 cups don't fall Kana Urupelona, comprehends Kana Urupelona's initial skills, and can comprehend more heroic spirit template skills through training and strengthening. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to host for obtaining the template of 1,000 cups don't fall Kana Alupalana and the template of Kazuma Sato, the thief, and comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template. Note, although the host can comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template, the ability to use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. Is this the power of Kana? And even Kana's card appeared with me. Nami curiously took out several magic cards from his pocket. The shape of these magic cards is exactly the same as the magic cards Kana said in the previous video. Nami, try that card magic, now you should be able to release the power of fire and lightning. Luffy's eyes lit up, eager to let Nami show his power. Nami nodded slightly, dispersed in the heroic spirit space, and everyone returned to the ship again. Nami couldn't wait to start using his power. For a while, elemental forces such as flames, lightning, and water whips were continuously stimulated and fell on the sea in the distance. Really able to use these powers, except for some physical consumption, there seems to be no other feeling. It turns out that obtaining a heroic spirit template really has no side effects. Nami raised her head to look at Rosie, and at this moment she couldn't help feeling a little sorry for Rosie in her heart. But these apologies were quickly replaced by other feelings. Hey, Your Excellency Vice Captain! Didn't you say earlier that you would use devil fruit to help me increase my strength? Look, I'm not a monster like Luffy and Zoro after all. Without devil fruit's power, I might not be able to fully master Kana's power for a long time. So, at the end, Nami even took Rosie's hand and shook it from side to side. If you want the power of the master heroic spirit, if it fits the selected heroic spirit enough, it can also speed up the master's progress. However, this kind of thing is not absolute after all. Since I promised to lend you a devil fruit earlier, I will keep my promise. As Rosie spoke, he took out the suitcase he had opened from Vice Admiral's cow fruit giraffe form. Get ready, Nami. I'll ask you one last time, you really want to use this devil fruit, right? Of course. Deputy Captain Rosie, don't worry. Nami opened his hands and looked like he was doing anything for him. As you wish. Rosie raised his hand and flicked the devil fruit in his hand, and the next moment it turned into a pure beam of energy that poured directly into Nami's heart. In just a split second, Nami felt his heart beat more than double. At the same time, the mysterious tattoo that appeared on her heart because of the heroic spirit Kana template became clearer and brighter. A few seconds later, when the light surrounding Nami dissipated, Luffy and the others found a mysterious tattoo on Nami's right wrist. It was the tattoo that appeared when Kana used one of the 3 fairy magics, the Light of the Fairy. Chapter 32. This tattoo. Nami, are you already able to use that giant laser magic? Luffy opened his eyes wide and immediately asked the doubts in his heart. It seems to be possible. Nami looked at the tattoo on his hand, however, from the knowledge I have obtained, it seems that using this power requires a lot of physical strength. Can I really use it now? Of course it can be used. Rosie nodded slightly. However, if the physical strength is not enough, the power of using Fairy's brilliance will also be greatly reduced. Moreover, the user may fall into a coma after using Fairy's brilliance. I'm in a coma, but even if I fall into a coma, I'll be fine. Nami raised his eyes to look at Rosie. After all, our Vice Captain Your Excellency will definitely not let me be in a coma. Of course not, even for devil fruit's sake, I'll pack you away. Hey? Devil fruit. That's right, it's devil fruit. I lent you that devil fruit just now. For the sake of your companions, I'll count that devil fruit as your 100 million berry. 100 million berries? Deputy Captain Rosie, don't you want me to pay you back 100 million berries? Didn't you give me that devil fruit? Please. When did I say I would give it to you? I said borrow, okay. Damn, you frame me. Nami let out a coquettish cry, and stepped forward to punch Rosie in the chest. It's just that this strength is not even a tickling for Rosie. Okay Nami, it's just a joke with you. He took Nami's hand and smiled. Familiarize yourself with your power later. After you become more familiar with the power on your body, the tattoo on your hand that belongs to the brilliance of the fairy can also freely choose whether to show it or not. As for now, let's entertain our guests. After speaking, Rosie turned to look at the sea diagonally behind. A red light flashed in his eyes. Guest? What are you talking about, Rosie? There's nothing there. Luffy followed Rosie's line of sight with his straw hat, but only saw the endless sea. Zoro and Nami looked at Rosie suspiciously. There are many types of devil fruit in this world, and some of them naturally have the effect of being invisible. Luffy, Zoro, you still need to hurry up, Master Observation Haki. As Rosie spoke, Kimpira, who had already pulled out the long sword behind his back, swung a flying slash in front of him. Just as Zoro and the others were puzzled, the flying slash suddenly exploded as if it had hit something. Those just now looked like arrows, didn't they? Luffy said suspiciously. It is indeed an arrow, I can't read it wrong. Rosie is right, there are indeed invisible enemies ahead. Zoro pulled out the long knife around his waist, and without thinking, the world used the breath of the moon to slash several flying slashes with small crescent moons at the front area. The opponent approached by the ability of stealth, and fired bows and arrows for no reason. Zoro already regarded the opponent as an enemy. It's just that these flying slashes were intercepted and exploded by several bows and arrows when they were in mid-air. The exploding bow and arrow, and the power of stealth, are those guys. Nami opened her mouth in surprise, and at this moment, a group of dangerous people she had encountered before appeared in her mind. What, do you know who it is, Nami? Zoro asked without looking back. Much like a group of treasure hunters I met before. Rosie, is there a way for us to see them? Nami nodded heavily and turned to look at Rosie, only to see Rosie reaching out and facing the sea in the distance. Theft. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and since an enemy came to his door, he decisively chose to try Kazuma Sato's power. Hey! What is this? The sudden tactile sensation on his hand made Rosie look over immediately. Private underwear, and it's a woman's. Rosie, you. Nami pointed at Rosie and was about to scold Rosie pervert, when a scream broke out from the sea opposite. Ah! BD, who stole my pants? Hearing this, Zoro and Luffy looked at each other and used their own means to attack the direction from which the sound came from. Breath of the Moon, 3 types abhorrence of the moon erosion. Flying fork. The fierce flying slash and the flying fork quickly swept across the sea, heading straight for the direction from which the sound came. Just when the two of Luffy thought their attack was going to work, a series of chains suddenly appeared to intercept the attack of the two. Chains, it really is that guy. Mad Torija, show your figure, I know it's you. When Nami saw this scene, Nami immediately stood up and shouted to the sea opposite. Chapter 33. Nami stared straight at the space opposite, but after she called out the name of Maid Torija, there was absolutely no movement on the other side. Neither continued to attack nor continued to approach Rosie. Nami, the Mad Torija you mentioned doesn't seem to want to pay attention to you. Rosie turned his head and said to Nami with interest. Damn Mad Torija, since you don't want to show up, I will force you to show up. Card magic, fire, lightning, wind blade, water flow. Nami's face was hideous, and he directly threw out several magic cards to summon various elements and attacked the opposite side. Because Nami's attack was not aimed at the possible location of Mad Torija, but towards the sea, Mad Torija and others who were in a stealth state on the opposite side were not able to attack all the attacks in time. Stop it! The power of magic lifted the sea water high, forming a curtain of water dripping down on the ship that Mad Torija was on. The fall of these water curtains also allowed Nami and others to see the opposite ship for the first time. Mad Torija, haven't you come out yet? As long as these water curtains are there, your ship can't be invisible. The corners of Nami's mouth rose, obviously quite satisfied with the effect of his first use of magic. Dissipate the invisibility effect, CKP. There is no way to continue invisibility like this, and your ability seems to have no effect on the man over there. As a hoarse voice remembered, a large ship gradually appeared opposite Rosie and others. Sure enough, it's you, Maid Torija. Why are you here? And, what about Karina? What have you done to Karina? Nami's eyes were fixed on Mad Torija on the opposite side, and his face was a little grim. Once upon a time, Nami and Karina teamed up to be thieves at sea, and one day they met a team of treasure hunters led by Mad Torija. At that time, Karina led out Mad Torija and others in order to cover Nami. It's impossible for Nami to not worry about Karina. It's just that because of the dragon pirates in her hometown, she couldn't inquire too much about Karina. Meeting Mad Torija again at this moment, Nami finally couldn't help asking the question in his heart. Meet again, little thief cat, I really thought I would meet you in such a situation. Obviously our target is that man. As for that Karina, what do you think will be the consequences of her cheating on me? Mad Torija gestured to Nami with a neck wipe, and then set his eyes on Rosie. In addition to Mad Torija, the man next to him in a thick down jacket and a peaked cap, and another woman with a bow and arrow in her hands, with a blushing face, were also staring at Rosie. BD, how dare you kill Karina, I will never spare you. Nami roared angrily and continued to attack Mad Torija. Nami, calm down. My observation haki can sense other people's emotions to a certain extent, and I have researched on the aspect of perception because of my previous work. That guy had obvious signs of lying when he mentioned Karina, and the Karina you were talking about probably didn't have an accident. Rosie put a hand on Nami's shoulder, stopping her. Just kidding, he is a character who knows the plot well, how could he not know if there is something wrong with Karina? Hey, thank you Rosie, I just lost my way. Nami exhaled, and after Rosie's reminder, she finally calmed down. Of course, she was more willing to believe Rosie's reasoning. Observation haki? I've heard of this power. It seems to be a power that enhances personal perception. Rosie, are you using observation haki to see through my transparency? CKP frowned and looked at Rosie fearfully. It's no wonder that in the entire East Blue, he was the first to meet someone who could see through his abilities, and vaguely, he even regarded Rosie as a character that must be eliminated. Yes, I did rely on observation haki to sense you're approaching. Speaking of which, since I answered your question, then you also answer my question. I heard from you just now that you came to me on purpose, can I ask why you are looking for me? After all, we don't seem to have met, and there is no intersection. Rosie looked curiously at the treasure hunters opposite and asked. Hehe, I just heard that the man who strengthened the treasure of celestial dragons came to East Blue, and I happened to be very interested in the treasure of celestial dragons, so I came to find you. It's just that I didn't expect that I would meet you so quickly, and I also met the little thief cat who had deceived me. It's just right now, two things can be solved at one time. Mad Torija laughed and threw two chains at Rosie and Nami. Chapter 34. Ding! Ding! With two crisp sounds, the chains projected by Mad Torija were intercepted by Luffy and Zoro respectively. Is there a chain sticking out of my palm? It looks like some kind of demon fruit power. Really, since I met Luffy, how come demon fruit power has always been in my sight? Zoro carried the word Hedeo and stared at Mad Torija opposite with interest. Humph, Rosie and Nami are our partners, and you are absolutely not allowed to shoot at them. Luffy clenched his fists and warned Mad Torija in dissatisfaction. This is not what you said, do it, Naomi. Mad Torija cried. I couldn't wait. The archer Naomi snorted coldly, raised the bow and arrow in her hand and aimed directly at Rosie. Damn little thief, although I don't know what means you used, there is no need for you to say it. You will die soon anyway. Saying that, Naomi plans to shoot the explosive arrow in her hand. Theft. The corner of Rosie's mouth rose, and he immediately used the steal skill on Naomi again. The target is naturally the bow and arrow in Naomi's hand. Sato Kazuma's lucky value is second only to the existence of the goddess of luck, although Rosie's luck value is not as exaggerated as Sato Kazuma when he does not enter the state of mimetic heroic spirit. But since he was able to steal Naomi's panties just now, Rosie knew that with Kazuma Sato's power, his luck would never be too low. If it was low, it would never be possible to steal clothes that are so private to women. Now that Naomi's panties have been stolen, the next thing to be stolen is naturally the precious bow and arrow. Buzz. A flash of light flashed, and once again Rosie felt some kind of thin clothing in his hands. Looking up, Rosie froze in place. It's not just him, the people around him also stayed in place after seeing what Rosie was holding. Until Naomi suddenly let out a scream. Ah! Damn BD, I'm going to kill you! Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows in a row were shot by Naomi and went straight to Rosie's door. Seeing this scene, Rosie sighed helplessly, shoved all the bra and panties into Nami's hands, and slashed 3 flying slashes at the bow and arrow that flew towards him. Pervert, what are you giving me these things? Nami gave Rosie a stern look, raised his hand and threw the clothes on the boat. It's easy, don't call me pervert, I just used Kazuma Sato's power, he is the one who perverts. Humph. I don't dare to admit it yet, I don't believe that you can't control Kazuma Sato's power. You must have wanted to steal those things yourself, so you can steal them. It hurts me so much to not believe me. I decided that in order to avoid such a situation in the future, I must practice this power diligently. Nami, come and be my training object. I don't want it, you guy, stay away from me. Nami hugged his shoulders and stepped back again and again, and soon came to the stern of the boat. On the other hand, seeing that Rosie not only stole his inner clothes, but even gave them to others so casually, Naomi's mentality exploded instantly. Assholes, you are all bastards, die for me. Naomi took out all the bows and arrows in her quiver, looking like she was going to fight Rosie. Luffy and Zoro, who had seen the power of Naomi's explosive bow and arrows, were instantly alert. What they didn't notice was that Rosie at this time once again used the stealing skill to Naomi. A familiar light flashed in Rosie's hand, and Naomi only felt the light on her hand, and the weapon in her hand disappeared. Haha, finally succeeded. Speaking of which, how did your arrow make such a powerful explosion? Rosie fiddled with the bow and arrow in his hand and asked Naomi with a smile. BD, give it back to me. Naomi pulled out the short sword behind her and jumped directly towards Rosie's position. Okay, I'll give it back to you. Rosie bent his bow and arrow, and Kazuma Sato's sniper skill instantly activated. Naomi only felt a strong wind pass over her face, and then a huge explosion occurred behind her. And she herself accidentally fell into the sea because of the explosive air current that changed her jumping direction. What? Why is the arrow so fast? Naomi jumped out of the sea and stared blankly at the burning ship. It stands to reason that even if Rosie used her bow and arrows, Mad Torija should be able to intercept those arrows with the chain fruit. Sorry, my skill sniper just happens to speed up the firing rate of bows and arrows. At the same time, it can increase the destructive power of the arrows to a certain extent. You made a good explosive arrow, so that's how it turned out. Rosie put away the bow and arrow, shrugged and said to Naomi in the sea. Chapter 35. Hehe, Rosie, you really are very powerful. Then, I can't fall behind. Luffy laughed, immediately stretched out his hands, grabbed the opposite side of the boat and jumped over. Zoro pulled out the other 2 knives and followed. Soon, the cries of fighting resounded on the sea. Naomi frowned, looking at the fighting strength of Zoro and Luffy. As a cotter of the treasure hunters, she immediately wanted to go back and help. At this moment, a figure riding the strong wind came to her. Before she could react, the visitor lifted her collar and flew up. At this time, Naomi noticed that it was Rosie, whom she hated so much, who was holding her. I advise you not to move around. You who lost your bow and arrows are like tigers who lost their teeth, and their combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. If I were you, I would just be honest at this time. Rosie glanced at Naomi and directly used moonwalk to take her to the boat that he and Nami were on. You, what do you want to do to me? Naomi looked at the bow and arrow in Rosie's hand, and at the clothes that belonged to her thrown on the boat by Nami, and yelled at Rosie with shame and anger. I'm just curious, who gave you the courage to come to trouble me? Rosie shook his head and continued. Forget it, let's talk about Karina. My companion is more worried about the Lady Karina, why don't you tell me where she is now? Rosie could roughly guess why the treasure hunter came back to find him. It's nothing but arrogance, thinking that he can beat Rosie. Humph, do you think I'll tell you? It's really tough, I hope you can be so tough next time. Hey? What are you going to do? It's no big deal, I just intend to absorb your life force. As Rosie said that, he put his right hand on Naomi's shoulder and directly activated the life absorption skill. Life absorption is a skill that Kazuma Sato learned from the Lich. For the user, this is a skill that can quickly restore their vitality, but for the enemy, it is not a pleasant thing. Naomi only felt her body temperature drop instantly, as if she had been thrown into the ice cellar. At the same time, the physical strength of the body is also rapidly losing. After a while, Naomi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. BD, what are you going to do? Naomi looked up at Rosie and asked. Didn't I say it before, my partner is curious about where Karina is now. If you're willing to speak out about her, I'll stop drawing on your life. But if you've been so stubborn, you shouldn't have to say it. Rosie gave Naomi a gentle smile, but in her eyes, such a smile was like the smile of a devil. Actually, the Karina thing shouldn't be a secret that you have to keep, right? This beautiful lady, do you really plan to lose your life because of these things? I also promise you that as long as you can tell me the truth, I will persuade my partner to let you go. Nami squatted down in front of Naomi, looking directly into Naomi's eyes. Naomi gritted her teeth. She wanted to wait for her companion's rescue, but was controlled by Rosie's life absorption, and she couldn't even turn her head to look at her companion. After a few minutes, she only felt that her consciousness was getting heavier and heavier, and in desperation she could only say what she knew about Karina. Really, did that woman go to the Grand Line? I didn't expect that she would go to that sea area before me. Nami sighed for a while, and his eyes fell on Naomi, who fell on the deck. Rosie, she'll be all right. It's all right, it's just that I fainted, and I can't die. Rosie waved his hand and looked at the opposing battle. Just then, several chains burst out of the smoke, targeting Rosie and Nami. Rosie frowned and kicked the chain away with his foot. Luffy and Zoro, what are those two guys up to? How can you let that man attack us? Rosie shook his head, kicked his feet hard on the deck, and was about to see how Luffy and the others fought. Wait, take me with you. Nami quickly hugged Rosie's waist. The next moment, the two rose into the sky and landed on the treasure hunter's boat. Hey! How did Luffy fight Zoro? Wait, what about the weird-looking, Zoro-like guys? Nami stared at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. The trick of the color fruit ability person, that guy used his ability to create a few guys who have some imagination with Zoro. If Luffy can't tell all of them, he will fight with the real Zoro and the fake Zoro. Rosie sighed, and instantly explained the situation in front of him. How do those people look like Zoro? Although their clothes seem to be similar, their faces are not the same as Zoro. It's a pity that Nami, like Zoro Luchi, Luffy is blind, and his way of knowing people is different from ours. Hearing Rosie's words, Nami twitched the corners of his mouth and sighed. Really, there are some strange beings around me. Rosie smiled, patted Nami's shoulder, and looked to the other side. There, Mad Torija walked over with heavy steps. Chapter 36. I admit, I underestimated you. Your companions are formidable, unlike the enemies I've encountered in East Blue before. Mad Torija first glanced at Naomi, who was lying on Rosie's captain, then turned to Rosie and said. So, do you want to surrender? Humph, how is that possible? Although the situation is different from what I expected, as long as you defeat you and deal with those two people, everything will return to its original state. After Mad Torija finished speaking, one leaned forward and rushed towards Rosie and Nami. Don't worry. Rosie chuckled, raised his hand and used card magic to summon a fire bombardment on Mad Torija, forcing him back a few meters. It's amazing, the same magic, why Rosie is so much stronger than me when you use it. Nami was startled. Don't worry, Nami, as long as you practice, you can definitely reach the level just now. In order to reach this level as soon as possible, I think you can find that Mad Torija to practice hard. By the way, it's considered revenge for yourself, isn't it? Rosie showed a big smile to Nami, and immediately used the hidden skill to hide his breath. In the eyes of Nami and Mad Torija without observation haki, Rosie seems to be completely invisible. Wait, Rosie, come out, how could I be the opponent of that Mad Torija? Seeing Rosie disappear, Nami immediately panicked. Come on Nami, you can only grow fast if you defeat Mad Torija yourself. As long as you can defeat Mad Torija, you can also have confidence in defeating the dragon pirates. Don't forget that you still have a trump card. Rosie didn't reply to Nami. After blessing Nami in his heart, he maintained a lurking state and came to a place where no one was on the deck. As for Zoro and Luffy who were fighting, he wasn't interested in helping either. Anyway, with him watching, he didn't think Nami, Luffy, and Zoro would really have an accident. That kid disappeared. Could it be that he took the devil fruit similar to Sengoku? Nami, your new partner is really cruel. He even let you stay and deal with me, but he hid by himself. Mad Torija cracked the corners of his mouth and looked at Nami mockingly. Having said that, his eyes hidden under the sunglasses looked around from time to time. Obviously, he was not completely relieved about Rosie hiding in the dark. Although the harder it is to snatch the treasure, the happier he is. Things have developed to this state, which has far exceeded his budget. Call. Nami took a long breath and turned to look directly at Mad Torija. At this time, she also understood that Rosie would not show up for the time being. Mad Torija must be dealt with by her. A whole Rosie, I'll make sure you look good when this is over here. Nami cursed angrily. Even so, Nami didn't feel much worried. She knew that if this were a dangerous situation, Rosie would be there to help. You'd better pay attention to the situation here, Nami. Mad Torija snorted coldly and raised his hand to bind Nami with a chain. Nami's eyes narrowed, and he immediately took out two cards to release fire and water. The two collided, and a mist of water immediately formed around Nami and Mad Torija, and the originally clear battlefield instantly became hazy. Humph, little trick. Mad Torija looked at the shadow that belonged to Nami in the mist with disdain, and threw two chains to attack Nami. It's just that, who can't use observation haki, he didn't realize that the target he attacked was not the real Nami, but a puppet summoned by Nami using card magic. At the same time that Mad Torija attacked, Nami had already circled around Mad Torija's side. This man's defense is strong, but demon fruit power has certain weaknesses. Just push him into the water. Nami's eyes narrowed, and he used magic to summon a gust of wind towards Mad Torija. What? Mad Torija, who thought his attack had worked, was startled and quickly blocked the chained shield in front of him. But even so, his body was taken to the air in a hurry. It's now. Nami threw a card into the air and summoned an icicle that slammed into Mad Torija. Although Mad Torija defended against the icicles, his body had already flown out of the ship. Great, it worked. Nami almost jumped for joy, but soon her face froze. Mad Torija, who had already flown out of the ship, used his devil fruit ability to entangle the ship's edge. With the force of his arm, he returned to the deck again. Nami, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect to see you for such a long time, and you have become demon fruit power. And to be able to use the ability to such an extent. Next, I won't be holding hands. Because Nami used card magic to summon the wind, the original fog had disappeared. At this moment, Mad Torija could clearly see Nami's position. I saw his feet kicking hard on the deck, and he rushed towards Nami at more than twice the speed just now. Damn, I won't lose. Nami gritted his teeth, and the ability that he did not explain was not the power of devil fruit, but he threw out a few cards in an instant to summon various elements and fought with Mad Torija. However, although Nami got Kana's power, her physical strength was too weak after all, and soon, she fell into a contrarian situation. Chapter 37. Nami gritted his teeth and insisted on fighting Mad Torija, but for Mad Torija, who had already used his full strength, Nami's power was still a little immature. After Mad Torija wrapped the chain around his fist and shattered the icicles summoned by Nami, he also came to Nami's front. Die, Nami! The corners of Mad Torija's mouth split open, and while grinning, he threw a powerful punch at Nami's head. Faintly, the air that was hit by Mad Torija was screaming. It is conceivable that after being hit by such a blow, Nami will definitely be seriously injured. Oops! Nami's heart skipped a beat and subconsciously called out Rosie's name. Boom! Suddenly, Mad Torija felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Cough, who attacked me? Mad Torija clutched his stomach and looked at Nami with a grim expression, and sure enough, he saw a man beside her. It was the man who had used some kind of transparency that he had been on guard before. Rosie. Nami looked at Rosie in surprise. Unlike Mad Torija, Rosie's appearance made Nami feel more at ease than ever before. It's pretty good to be able to do that, Nami. Should we put an end to this fight now? Rosie, who had exited the hidden state, patted Nami's shoulder and turned to look at Mad Torija, who was watching him on guard. Indeed, this battle should be brought to an end. Nami nodded. So, do you need me to defeat him? No, I still have one move that I haven't used. Deputy Captain Rosie, can you protect me for a while, Marfa? I'm not used to that move for the first time. Understood. You can use it with confidence. No one will be able to hurt you while the trick is taking shape. Rosie instantly understood that Nami wanted to use the Bright of the Fairy, and stood in front of Nami decisively, raising his hand and waving magic cards one after another. Hehe, it's really reassuring. Nami chuckled and raised his right arm sharply at Mad Torija. As the tattoo on her hand shone, her body began to gather golden rays of light. Talk to yourself during the battle, you guys don't underestimate me. Mad Torija's eyes widened, instinctively feeling that there was something wrong with Nami's aura. He roared angrily, raised his hand and fired several chains at Rosie. At the same time, he quietly summoned a chain to smash the deck behind him, allowing the chain to pounce towards Nami from below. However, what Mad Torija didn't know was that his every move was within the perception range of Rosie's observation haki. Don't do these little tricks in front of me, it's useless. Rosie raised his hand and clicked on the card condensed with ice magic, and immediately summoned more than 10 ice spears to attack Mad Torija and the chains on the deck. Although Rosie blocked almost all of his chains, seeing that he did not block the chains that attacked Nami below the deck, the corners of Mad Torija's mouth couldn't help cocking up. Laugh, laugh now, and when I catch that woman, you all have to listen to me. Mad Torija laughed in his heart, as if he had seen the picture of himself using the chains to capture Nami. However, just as he manipulated the chain to drill through the deck at Nami's feet, Rosie reached out and grabbed the chain. What? Mad Torija's eyes widened. At this moment, he found that no matter how much he pulled the chain he made with the fruit ability, there was no way for the chain to break free from Rosie's hand. I've said it before, it's no use playing these little tricks in front of me. Instead of doing these useless things, I suggest that you wrap you in your chains. Nami's next attack may hurt a lot. Rosie laughed. As soon as the words fell, Nami suddenly opened her eyes, and the magic of the tattoo on her arm maximized and formed a beam of light hundreds of meters high around her body. The dazzling beam of light that suddenly appeared made Luffy, Zoro, and Sengoku, who were fighting together, stop involuntarily and turn to look at Nami, who was casting the fairy brilliance. What is this? Mad Torija opened his mouth wide and watched in surprise as the golden light in the sky slowly condensed into a golden color. Could it be that this is an unknown treasure? Nami, give me the tattoo on your hand. Mad Torija instinctively felt that the light in the sky came from the tattoo on Nami's hand. The madness of being a treasure hunter made him not afraid, but eagerly wanted to get the tattoo on Nami's hand. This is not a treasure that you can master, Mad Torija. Nami raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Mad Torija in front of him mockingly. The radiance of the fairy brilliance gave Nami a strong confidence, and no longer felt that Mad Torija was an insurmountable enemy. Gather, the river of light that guides the fairies. Light up, in order to destroy the evil minions. The brilliance of the fairy. Nami's voice fell, and the golden ring condensed in the sky suddenly fell, hitting Mad Torija's body. The strong fairy radiance made everyone present unable to open their eyes for a while. On the other side, the sea area not far from the battlefield between the Straw Hat Pirates and the treasure hunters. A huge marine warship was moving fast in a southeasterly direction. The huge crane character on the sail undoubtedly does not prove that the owner of this marine warship is the Crane of Marine's chief staff officer. At the bow of the warship, two women stood side by side, looking at the distant sea. If Rosie was here, he would have recognized the two women in front of him. They were Tsuru and Gion, who had been chasing him for a long time. Gion, do you really need to go back to rest? The task of capturing Rosie, I can carry out. Crane said suddenly. Don't worry, Sister Crane. Gion turned her head and smiled at Crane. I've recovered now, don't worry, I can contribute my power to capture Rosie. Tsuru frowned, although Gion in front of him had the usual smile on his face. But as an older sister, how could she not understand Gion? The current Gion has obviously not returned to the state of Shisui in the past. She understood that there must be something hidden in Gion's heart. This situation has continued since the moment she received Gion. Gion, you, Crane was about to continue to persuade Gion, when suddenly a golden beam of light burst through the sky in the distance, pushing her words back. What a powerful force, how can East Blue have such a powerful energy? Sister He, what do you think? Gion frowned and looked at Crane beside him. The intelligence from Shields Town mentioned that Rosie could summon a turret to release a golden laser. Although the scale of the laser in the intelligence is far from comparable to the golden beam of light in front of you, it is necessary to confirm it. Gion, get ready, we'll go over now. Crane said a few words, then turned and walked towards the other crew members. Yes, Sister He. Gion nodded heavily. For her at this moment, anything related to chasing Rosie was no small matter. However, is such power really his power? Why did he never use it? Gion turned to look at the sky, just in time to see the beam of light turned into a golden ring, falling heavily downward. Chapter 38. What was that just now? Where's the boss? How's the boss? Boss, he was just hit by that light. With that kind of light, can the boss survive? Idiot, the boss is invincible, even the light just now can withstand it. You are right, Sengoku. Mad Torija's men have stopped fighting. They are a little worried, and some people look at Sengoku and want to ask him for his opinion. But when they looked at Sengoku, they found that he had fainted on the deck. It turned out that Luffy didn't continue to pester Zoro because he was attracted by the bright of the fairy. Zoro naturally has a chance to find the absent Sengoku and knock him out. Seeing that Sengoku, who was a cotter, had fallen, the treasure hunters who were still awake suddenly panicked. Amazing! Nami, you're amazing! That trick is working, eh? Rosie, what happened after Nami? Luffy swept away the smoke with a wave and walked quickly to Rosie and Nami. But he saw that Nami was being supported by Rosie at the moment, and had fallen into a dizzy sleep. Nami's physical strength is not enough. That move just emptied all of Nami's physical strength. Don't worry, she just fainted now. Rosie looked at the place where the fairy brilliance fell and said. He was attacked by one of the three magics of the fairy, and it was the bright of the fairy that was extremely destroyed. At this moment, Mad Toriga was too dead to die. Even the body has become tattered. Even if Nami's fairy brilliance was not complete, it was clearly far beyond what the current Mad Toriga could handle. You're careless, there is no way to get devil fruit by killing demon fruit power. I knew that I would do it myself and take out Mad Toriga's devil fruit first. Rosie thought a pity in his heart, turned his head and walked towards Sengoku, another demon fruit power of the treasure hunter team. What do you want to do? Tell you, we are noisy. Seeing that other treasure hunters are still trying to protect Sengoku, Rosie directly opens his conqueror's haki. Except for his own people, one of all the treasure hunters on the scene was counted as one, and they all fainted. After doing all this, Rosie reached out and touched Sengoku's chest. When he raised his hand, there was already a strange fruit with thread marks on his hand. As expected of our vice-captain, he can really take out the devil fruit that others have eaten. Zoro inserted the long knife into the scabbard and stared at the fruit in Rosie's hand with interest. The color fruit, the person who eats it can have the ability to hide themselves and the things that come into contact with them. It's also possible to replicate the color of an object and graft it onto other things. How about Zoro, are you interested in eating this devil fruit? Rosie ran away from the color fruit in the runner's hand and looked at Zoro with a smile. Didn't you collect devil fruit to help strengthen the heroic spirit template? Devil fruit can naturally be used to strengthen the power of heroic spirits, but that doesn't mean that you can't directly eat devil fruit to gain certain abilities. Zoro, you just saw that guy's abilities, don't you want to turn into a sword that can be invisible? Sergeant! Forget it, I don't want to be a landlubber like Luffy. Besides, I have my sword and the power of the Black Death that you gave me is enough. Really, that's really a pity. Rosie sighed. As someone who has read the original book, Rosie knows that the chef of the Straw Hats, Sanji, really hopes that he can obtain the power of invisibility, and even regards the transparent fruit as his dream. It is conceivable that Zoro eats the color fruit of the superior fruit, which can even be said to be a transparent fruit, if it also has the ability to be invisible. Sanji and Zoro's relationship could get even more interesting. Just imagining the two of them arguing made Rosie laugh. It always feels like you're thinking of something very bad. Zoro frowned. Nothing. Rosie waved, now that the battle is over, let's leave. The ship was damaged by the Nami attack, and there is no way to sail. Let's take the treasure from this ship and go back to our boat. Zoro and Luffy naturally have no opinion on Rosie's words. The three of them worked together and quickly removed all the treasures on the ship. Rosie, do you want to keep the bow and arrow of the woman who smells of alcohol? Zoro returned to the ship, seeing that Rosie just returned Naomi to the opposite ship and left her weapon behind, and couldn't help asking in confusion. That woman's arrows are interesting, I want to study them, maybe be able to crack and strengthen these arrows. Rosie picked up one of the remaining arrows and looked closely at its arrow. Are you planning to fight with bows and arrows in the future? After putting down the treasure in his hand, Zoro also picked up the boatman and rowed forward with Luffy. Although Nami was in a coma, Rosie could understand the chart. What's wrong with that? Speaking of which, I also use bows and arrows myself. Rosie smiled and continued. Of course, rather than using it myself, I hope to share the technology of this arrow with our future snipers to use. Although there are still very few members in our pirate group, there will definitely be snipers in the future. Among Sato Kazuma's power, in addition to combat skills, there are various life skills. Including but not limited to the blacksmith's casting skills, the wizard's magic tool making skills, the cook's cooking skills, and so on. Analyzing the arrow charges in hand and strengthening them is not easy. He is confident that when he sees Usopp, he can help Usopp create more and stronger ammunition. Well, Rosie is right, we do need a sniper. Rosie, when do you think we'll be able to have our snipers? Luffy asked as he rowed. Maybe, at our next stop, we will be able to meet a sniper suitable for our pirate group. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, revealing a very mysterious smile. Others don't know, how could he not know? Before long, they will meet Usopp, the sniper king of the Straw Hat Pirates who always works wonders in the face of adversity. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Rosie's eyes, and he looked behind him sharply. Just now, his observation Haki sensed a number of familiar auras approaching here. Tsuru, Gion, and those female crew members? Geez, do I really have such a relationship with these women? Rosie frowned tightly. He understood that with the ship under their feet, there was no way they could outrun the warship. Hehe, Rosie, you're right, maybe we can find the sniper at the next stop. Okay. Zoro, let's row the boat, I can't wait to land on the island. Luffy roared excitedly, and wanted to row quickly with the paddle in his hand. Just then, a tremor came from below the boat. Luffy and Zoro looked down and saw that the golden deer was actually rising to the surface on top of the boat they were on. Hehe, since Luffy, you are so impatient. Then I'll use the golden deer for a ride. Rosie raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the golden deer immediately drove away in the designated direction at the highest speed. It soon disappeared in place. After a while, Crane's warship came to the place where Rosie and the others fought with the treasure hunter. Is there a fight here? Is that familiar breath just now really him? Gion stood on the bow of the warship, looking at the direction of the departure of the golden deer, lost in thought. Chapter 39 Marine Warship, Interrogation Room. Tsuru and Gion looked calm and looked at the treasure hunter officer Naomi and Sengoku with a majestic look. You just said that among the people who fought with you before, there was a man named Rosie, right? Gion knocked on the table in front of Naomi, and her body became more and more deserted. No. That's right, I did fight him, but I just lost to him very quickly. Naomi glanced at Gion in front of her tremblingly, wondering why her face suddenly turned so ugly after mentioning Rosie's name. Isn't it possible that this woman also stole her underwear and panties from that man? Naomi pursed her lips and let out a long sigh. She never thought that she had just escaped from the hands of Rosie and others. But it fell into Marine's hands immediately. Although they are not pirates, they have done a lot of crazy things under the leadership of Mad Torija. Marine had long regarded them as undesirables. And if those crazy things were investigated, Naomi felt that Marine might never let them go. Sure enough, it's that man. What about the beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth before, is that also the movement he made? Tsuru, who was sitting beside Gion, glanced at Gion, who had lost his calm, and asked Sengoku, who was sitting opposite him. A beam of light? No, it wasn't Rosie who did it. It was a woman named Nami next to him. Sengoku shook his head and said. Thinking of the scene where he was hit by the aftermath of Bright of the Fairy earlier, Sengoku was terrified for a while. At the same time, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. What the hell is that light? The boss was killed all at once, and I couldn't feel my devil fruit ability. Could it be that that light not only has powerful lethality, but can also erase my devil fruit ability? Sengoku thought to himself. Nami. Crane frowned slightly. In Shieldstown Marine sightings, there is indeed a woman beside Rosie and Luffy. It's just that according to their description, that woman should be an ordinary woman without power. Can she use that power? Although Crane was far away from the battlefield where Nami cast Bright of the Fairy, but her observation Haki could still sense the danger of that beam of light. It can be said that even some Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters may be seriously injured when facing that beam of light. Ordinary woman? No, that woman is not an ordinary woman. She was able to summon lightning, flames, and other powers by relying on the strange ability of a hand of cards. She even used these strengths to fight with the boss. And her last beam of light also killed the boss, and even my ability. How could such a woman be an ordinary woman? Sengoku clapped his hands on the table and stood up hoarsely. At this moment, the emotions that were almost taken away by the Bright of the Fairy at the same time burst out. Crane put his hands under his chin and looked at Sengoku quietly. She didn't continue speaking until Sengoku calmed down a little. It seems that there is some error in the information over there in Shieldstown. That woman not only possesses power, but also possesses quite dangerous power. Sengoku, you just said what happened to her ability to you, can you be more specific? Crane knocked on the table and said. Okay. Sengoku sat down again and nodded slightly. Although Crane's performance has always been flat, Sengoku is inexplicably afraid to look at her. Soon, he revealed that he had suffered the impact of the fairy brilliance and lost the ability of devil fruit after waking up. Impossible, in this world, if the ability of a demon fruit power is to disappear, it must be after his death. Even if that woman named Nami can cast that dangerous beam just now. Never have the ability to erase a person's ability. Sengoku, I hope you don't spread the panic that can't help but investigate, otherwise, with what you have done, we can also send you to prison. Gion frowned, looking at Sengoku with a bad face. What I said is true, I really can't feel my ability. By the way, since you are Marines, you must have sea stone handcuffs. You guys can test me with sea stone handcuffs, I really didn't lie. Sengoku panicked and wanted to explain that he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in a cell. Having said that, but if one is not demon fruit power in itself, testing with sea stone handcuffs doesn't do anything. Gion shook his head and directly rejected Sengoku's proposal. Well, can I say something? At this time, Naomi raised her hand carefully. After Gion and Tsuru came over, she said cautiously. Sengoku is not lying, he is really the demon fruit power, and he is also the power of the color fruit that allows us to go on secret voyages. If you suspect we are lying, you can go to the rest of our comrades. We are being arraigned by you alone now, and we have no chance to communicate with them. Hearing this, Crane nodded and looked back at a female sea soldier behind him. The female sailor immediately understood, gave a military salute and walked out. Leave aside the matter of your devil fruit ability, let's continue to talk about Rosie. Naomi, right? When you mentioned Rosie earlier, your face was obviously a little different. Did that man do something to you? Gion's eyes were fixed on Naomi's eyes, and her tone was very serious at this moment. Chapter 40. What did that man do to you? Naomi complained in her heart, and she felt more and more that Rosie also used the stealing skill on Gion. But under the eaves, she didn't dare to really say what was in her heart. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Gion was not in a good mood at the moment. It's not really a big deal. It's just... Just what? It's just that that man used some kind of strange ability to steal something from me. Steal your things? Treasures, weapons. Really, don't make me say it. Naomi glanced at Gion resentfully. In her opinion, if Gion had experienced the same thing as herself, Then she should know what she is talking about. Isn't it just underwear and bows and arrows, what can't be said? Speaking of which, Naomi, you didn't play your role at all in the previous battle. If you don't lose your mind because your clothes are stolen, maybe your weapons won't be stolen. If you can make good use of your role as a sniper, maybe we won't lose the boss. As a sniper, there will be situations where weapons are stolen and weapons are used by the enemy. If I were you, I would have no face to live in this world now. At this time, Sengoku suddenly said. Hey? Stealing private clothes. Gion suddenly turned to look at Sengoku. In just 1 second, she had already thought of a series of peach dramas in her mind. Even, her eyes swept to Naomi's thigh, wanting to see if she also had the word Zhang on her leg. Idiot Sengoku, what are you talking about? Naomi immediately blushed, got up and pointed at her partner and yelled. You can also see the strength of that guy. He is a man who can easily take the boss's fist and kick the boss away with ease. And his stealing ability is too weird, what can I do? Can you imagine a situation where something on you suddenly disappears? If you were asked to deal with him, would you have any way? Speaking of which, if your stealth ability can work on him in the beginning, we may be able to quietly defeat them in the beginning. Hearing this, Sengoku's forehead burst with blue veins, and he immediately wanted to get up and argue with Naomi. Okay, just be quiet for me. Gion slapped the interrogation table and stood up from his position, staring straight at Naomi. You, come out with me, I want to talk to you alone about something. After finishing speaking, Gion did not give Naomi a chance to answer questions, and turned around and left the interrogation room. Naomi blinked and looked down at the crane sitting on the chair. Okay, let's go. He waved his hand. As for you, Sengoku, let's talk. With Crane's answer, Naomi glared at Sengoku, hurriedly left the interrogation room, and followed Gion to an empty room. It's just that before Gion could ask questions, Naomi couldn't help but ask first. That, Miss Marine, may be my delusion, but there's one thing I want to figure out. You seem to be very familiar with that Rosie. Could it be that you have encountered the same thing as me? Hearing this, Gion's brows furrowed. After staring at Naomi's face for a while, she said. You don't have to worry about my affairs. I ask you, did that man do anything to you too much? Of course there is. As I said just now, he stole my clothes. I didn't say that, I wanted to ask him if he did anything more extreme to you. Worse? Wait, did he do something worse to you, Miss Marine, than I did? Naomi, I'm asking about you now, don't get involved with me. I ask, you answer, do you understand? Ming, understand. Well, besides stealing my weapons and clothes, he didn't do anything too much to me. He just used a strange ability to suck my physical strength, and then I passed out. Naomi, who was startled by Gion's eyes, shivered, and quickly said everything about Rosie. Is there really nothing else? Gion frowned. It's really gone. Naomi shook her head. You can ask my partner about other things. After I woke up, I was already caught by you. Gion let out a breath and looked down on Naomi's tight thighs wrapped in leather pants. You, take off your leather pants. After thinking about it, Gion finally wanted to verify it with his own eyes. After all, it's not impossible for Rosie to do something she didn't know about after Naomi fainted. What? Naomi felt as if she had auditory hallucinations, and looked at Gion in front of her with some bewilderment. I said, take off your leather pants. This, that, I'm a normal woman, I prefer men. I don't care if you like men and women, just say you can't take it off. If you don't take it off, I'll help you. Knowing that she had been misunderstood, Gion glared at Naomi, raised her hand and pulled out the long sword around her waist, as if she wanted to do it herself. Don't, I can't take it off. Naomi pursed her lips, blushed, and acted according to Jun's order. Could it be that I'm really going to be dealt with by a woman? Damn, how can there be such an unruly marine woman in marine? Naomi groaned in her heart, and a strong sense of shame flooded her heart. She even felt that, rather than being defiled by the woman in front of her, it was better to let the BD who stole her clothes do these things. At least, that's a real man. No. Just as Naomi closed her eyes and was about to usher in her own destiny, Jun's surprised voice rang in her ears. Nothing. Naomi opened her eyes and saw that Jun's eyes were constantly passing over her legs. It's nothing, you can leave now. Jun rubbed his temples with a headache, turned and left the room. Naomi stared at Jun's back, once again dazed. No. No, this is the end? Are you playing with me? Let me go, but you will give me a boat. Chapter 41. On the sea, a marine warship was moving fast into the wind. Inside the cabin, Jun was walking down the aisle frowning tightly. Did you see what you wanted to see, Jun? Suddenly, the crane's voice rang out. Sister He. Jun looked up, only to find that Crane was standing 2 meters away from him. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you didn't find anything in that woman. Tsuru walked to Jun, patted her on the shoulder, and continued. Sengoku's words have been confirmed, he is indeed demon fruit power. Now his ability has indeed disappeared. It is very likely that the woman named Nami has the ability to erase devil fruit. Hearing this, Jun looked surprised, and at the same time followed Crane's pace and walked towards the deck of Marine's warship. Sister Crane, is there really such a peculiar ability in this world? Could it be that Nami has some kind of extremely special fruit ability? It's not impossible, Jun. But even without this special ability, that Nami is dangerous enough for East Blue. Since she's by Rosie's side, we need to give her a bounty. But Sister Crane, according to the information we got in Shields Town, this woman named Nami seems to be a navigator hired by Rosie with money. She may not be Rosie's partner, nor is she the Straw Hat Pirate member of the group. Even so, she infiltrated the marine base in Shields Town and stole the property inside. It's a fact that she should be rewarded for that. Tsuru handed a portrait in his hand to Jun and continued. Now that she has the power to injure the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and she is suspected of having the means to erase the devil fruit, then we must pay attention. Even though she may just be hired, it doesn't prevent us from defining her as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Marine doesn't have a photo of this Nami, you have a portrait of Nami made by Sengoku according to his own impression. That guy turned out to be a color fruit person, and the portrait he made must be not much different from himself. Through the descriptions of those treasure hunters, that pirate hunter Zoro also has quite powerful power. Take this opportunity to put a bounty on all of them. Jun picked up the portrait in his hand, frowning even tighter. Is this really what that Nami looks like? No wonder Jun was puzzled, but Sengoku's paintings were too impressionistic, full of artistic sense, and very different from photographs. In the absence of Nami's photo, this image can only be used as a substitute. If you can catch up with Luffy, Rosie, and the others in the future, you won't need this portrait anymore. Crane smiled and stopped in front of a female marine. When she and Jun were talking, they were already on the deck of the marine warship. How about it, did you see the boat that Rosie, Luffy, and others were on? Crane asked the female marine. Reporting Crane Vice Admiral, we have done our best to search, but have not found a trace of Rosie etal. Strange. They were only on small boats. It stands to reason that after we chased for so long, we should find some clues about them. Crane Vice Admiral, are we going in the wrong direction, or the treasure hunters are pointing us in the wrong direction? Wrong direction? Could it be that Rosie noticed us and turned around on purpose? Crane raised his chin with one hand. The marine warship was indeed pursuing the previous course of Rosie etal, a clue provided by the treasure hunter. But after the battle between Rosie and his group and the treasure hunters ended, all the treasure hunters either died or fainted, and no one saw the direction Rosie and his group left in the end. Crane understood that if Rosie really sensed they were chasing, it was possible to change course. However, what she didn't expect was that Rosie did not change the course direction. It's just replaced by the Golden Deer, which sails faster than the marine warship. What a cunning brat! Marines, turn the bow, let's search for other directions. Yes, Crane Vice Admiral. The female sailor gave a military salute, and immediately trotted to carry out the Crane's order. After the female sailor walked away, he slowly took out a phone bug from his arms and dialed it. Sengoku, it's me. I have some latest information about Rosie and the Straw Hat Pirates that I need to talk to you about. By the way, is Garp in East Blue now? Rosie didn't know the movements of Gion, Tsuru, and others, and he wasn't interested either. After controlling the Golden Deer to sail for a while, he took the Golden Deer back. A group of people continued to sail towards Luobu village in a small boat. Rosie, Nami hasn't woken up yet. Luffy watched Rosie help Nami to lie down in a spacious place, and looked over worriedly. I've said it before, it's fine. The power of the fairy brilliance is too strong, far from the power that Nami can master now. The price of forcible use is only drowsiness, which is already a very lucky thing. Rosie waved his hand and said casually. In her opinion, the current Nami doesn't want to wake up without sleeping for a long time. The brightness of the fairy is really a powerful mystery. I don't know when I will be able to master the mystery of death. Zoro shook his head, determined to train even more crazily. Speaking of which, Rosie, is it really okay for us to leave the color fruit alive? Although I am not demon fruit power, I also know how terrifying the ability to take away the power of devil fruit from others. You said earlier that Marine is chasing us behind us. If the person with the color fruit ability falls into Marine's hands, it will be very detrimental to you and us. Zoro said. What, Zoro, are you afraid? Rosie laughed. Rosie, you know that's not what I meant. Zoro looked serious and looked at Rosie meticulously. It's really strict, Zoro. Rosie shrugged, sat down beside Nami, and said leisurely. I am a vicious criminal wanted by Marine and the world government. It is being pursued by both Marine and world government. Even if the ability that can take away devil fruit's ability is exposed, Marine and the world government may not be able to arrange more people to pursue me. What's more, I am still getting stronger now, and my partner, you are also getting stronger. I think if I am really in danger, my reliable partner will protect me. Having said that, Rosie smiled and looked at Zoro and Luffy in front of him. Luffy, of course, I'll shoot all the enemies who want to catch you. Zoro, tisk, you shouldn't be able to use my protection with your strength. Forget it, if you really need my strength, my sword will help you. It's really reliable, you too. Rosie smiled and said seriously, and, if I really want to kill that guy, will you support me? Luffy, it's okay to kill enemies in battle. The battle is over, so there shouldn't be any need to kill them. Zoro, I'm not interested in taking action against people who have lost the will to fight. Rosie smiled, which was exactly the answer he thought of. That's it for the conversation, let's keep sailing. With that said, Rosie opened the sails and let the wind speed up the boat. At the same time, the news bird carrying the Straw Hat Pirates' reward order flew into the sky and announced the existence of Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and others to the world. Chapter 42. Evil Dragon Park. These are the months of the month. Thank you for coming here, Colonel Mouse. Arlong, the captain of the Dragon Pirates, handed a stack of berry banknotes to Colonel Mouse and said plainly. It's not hard work, it's a pleasure to work with, Mr. Arlong. The obscene-looking Colonel Mouse touched the berry banknote with his fingers, and immediately put a smile on his face. But soon, as if thinking of something, he looked up in the direction of Arlong. Arlong, you said earlier that when the time is right, let me find an excuse to take away the treasure hidden by Nami, right? Yes, what's the problem, Colonel Mouse? It's not a problem, but the name of Nami makes me a little confused. In fact, not long ago, a new pirate group has risen in East Blue. I got a new bounty about them here. Really, does it mean that Nami also appeared in this pirate group and got a bounty? Ha ha ha. That's right, and she's been offered a bounty of 25 million berry. Colonel Mouse's voice fell, and Arlong's laughter paused for a moment, but soon a more arrogant sound came out of his mouth. Not only Arlong, but the other Arlong pirates also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 25 million berry is even higher than Brother Arlong's reward. Did Marine make a mistake? How could that Nami have such a high bounty? I see, it's not that Nami has such a high bounty, but the Nami who was put on the bounty is someone else, ha ha ha. That's right, that's what I think. Our Nami is so weak, how can we have a bounty of 25 million? I would believe that Nami sneaked into a certain pirate group and was offered a reward, but I would never believe that Barry was offered so much bounty. Colonel Mouse glanced awkwardly at the laughing fish people around, and after thinking for a while, he still didn't take out Nami's reward. But he didn't plan to take it, but Arlong's interest was raised. 25 million berry, what a super rookie pirate! This Nami should be the captain of the pirates, Colonel Mouse, why don't I see her face? Arlong said. Actually, she is not the captain of the pirate ship. Colonel Mouse smiled shyly, and stretched out his hand to place Nami's reward in front of Arlong. Hey, there's a reward of 25 million, isn't that the captain? This rookie pirate group is very motivated. Arlong took Nami's reward, and his eyes fell on her avatar. How about Arlong, is that the Nami we know? The leader of the pirates, Kurobai, who offered a bounty of 9 million berries, came over. Ha, looks completely different from Nami. Arlong casually spread out the bounty, and what was printed into Kurobai's eyes was a completely abstract version of Nami, which was not even worse than the real Nami. Indeed not. The calm character Kurobai didn't say much, and simply exchanged Nami's reward for Colonel Mouse. Hey, it's not good, it's not good. Colonel Mouse smiled happily, as long as he was not going to deal with the Nami who was specially instructed by Naval Headquarters to have extremely dangerous abilities, he felt that it was enough. Mr. Arlong, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. With that said, Colonel Mouse wanted to get up and leave. Wait. You said just now that this Nami is not the captain, so how much berry is their captain offering? Kurobai asked. Unlike Arlong, although he also looks down on humans, he is not as arrogant as Arlong. He instinctively wanted to know more about the possible dangers in East Blue. Mr. Kurobai, this is a rookie pirate group. There are only 4 people in the whole group now. Besides Nami, there is also a swordsman offering a reward of 20 million berry. And their captain's straw hat, Luffy, is offering a reward of 30 million berry. Colonel Mouse said as he took the bounty from Zoro and Luffy from acceptance and placed it in front of Arlong. But that's all. Kurobai just glanced at it and was about to walk away. Although Luffy and the current Nami have higher bounties than Arlong, Kurobai knows that this is only because their pirate group is dormant in this corner of East Blue. If you really want to let go and make trouble, it's not just Arlong, but the cotters of the dragon pirates will also have a decent reward. With the strength of your evil dragon pirates, it's natural to look down on Luffy and the others, but one of them still needs attention. Colonel Mouse smiled shyly and handed out the last reward. Arlong looked up, and the next moment his calm expression turned to surprise. 80 million berry? What a joke, how could East Blue have a man with such a high bounty? Wait, the man who offered a reward of 800 million berry is not the captain of this pirate group? Colonel Mouse, are you lying to me? Arlong frowned and looked at Colonel Mouse viciously. You misunderstood, Arlong. It's because this man is too special. He joined this pirate group called Luffy with the bounty he already had. It's also for this reason that Luffy and Zoro's bounty is relatively high. Colonel Mouse said quickly. What a joke, 800 million berries pirates will join the rookie pirates. Another cotter, Ju, walked over with his hands in his pockets, and at the same time looked at Colonel Mouse with dissatisfaction. He felt that the current Colonel Mouse was making fun of them. A reward of 800 million berry, is it the pirate who returned to East Blue from the New World, Colonel Mouse? Arlong waved at Tweet and asked Colonel Mouse. Yes, it is. I will not lie to you, in fact, this person killed celestial dragons. Colonel Mouse wiped the sweat from his forehead and said his answer. Kill the celestial dragons. Arlong's eyes widened, his entire body jumping up from his seat. No, that's right, anyway, this man is extremely dangerous. If you come across Arlong, you must be careful. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Colonel Mouse, who was shrouded in the shadow of Arlong, took 2 steps back and quickly left the Dragon Park with the marine soldiers. The current atmosphere in Evil Dragon Park really made him feel that he couldn't stay any longer. Arlong glanced at Colonel Mouse's back, then at Rosie's reward, his brows furrowed. Killed celestial dragons, but came to the weakest East Blue, and joined a new pirate group. Does this guy want to pursue a stable life as much as I do? Shaking his head, Arlong, who couldn't understand, threw the reward to the side and continued to lie down on his chair. Anyway, the so-called 800 million berries Rosie had nothing to do with him, and he didn't have to worry about it. At the same time, on the other side, Nyakajao of Kakozia village also looked at Nami's bounty and fell into deep thought. This, isn't Nami himself, the same name? Nyaki murmured. West Rob village, port. You can't be wrong, those people are pirates, and they are big pirates with a reward of tens of millions. Luffy, the straw hat with 30 million berries, Zoro, the pirate hunter with 20 million berries, and that man, the super pirate with a reward of 800 million berries. Strange, little thief cat, why didn't you see the little thief cat with a reward of 25 million berries? Nami. Could it be that the woman beside them? But the portrait of this reward order is nothing like her. Idiot, is this the time to take care of this? The landing of these dangerous pirates will definitely endanger our village. Then, what should we do then? Go to Captain Usopp, he'll find a way. In the grass, the 3 children held a few bounties and looked tremblingly at Luffy's group as they walked slowly along the road toward the village. Without the help of Usopp, they resolutely chose to retreat and ran towards the village. Unaware of their clumsy hiding methods, Rosie, Zoro, and others were exposed from the very beginning. Even their conversations were overheard. Hang! Bounty, did those little devils say something wrong? When did I get a reward of 25 million berry? Nami stared blankly at Rosie. Hey! Have I already been offered a reward of 30 million berry? Luffy was startled. Tisk, 20 million berry? It's actually 5 million berry less than Nami. Zoro smacked his mouth and looked at Nami unconvinced. BD, I don't want a bounty higher than yours. If possible, I hope I don't get a bounty for 1 berry. Rosie, let's go after those kids, I have something to ask them. Nami took Rosie's hand and looked like she wanted to catch up now. What's the matter, Nami? Based on your previous deeds in defeating the treasure hunter boss, it is normal to be offered a reward of 25 million berry. Okay, let's go now. Seeing Nami's expression of about to cry, Rosie shook his head helplessly, and took Nami, Luffy, and Zoro, hurriedly toward Usopp's 3 children's valet. Chapter 43. Rosie was not surprised that Nami would be offered a bounty. As long as any of those treasure hunters remain, Nami's use of fairy brilliance will be revealed. With such power, he was still mixed with himself, a vicious criminal who offered a reward of 800 million berry, and being offered a reward of 25 million berry was considered light. Rosie even thought that if it wasn't for Captain Luffy's bounty stuck here, Nami's bounty will be higher. After all, under normal circumstances, there is no way the crew's bounty can be higher than that of the captain. As for himself, it is a special case. Who told him that before he became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, he was offered a bounty of 800 million berry by Marine and the world government? Rosie and his party followed Usopp's three little followers and ran for a short distance when they saw that the three little ones and the long-nosed Usopp bumped into one and stopped. Seeing this, Rosie and the others were not in a hurry, and walked over slowly. However, to Rosie's surprise, he could see Zangao from the Black Cat Pirates by Usopp's side. It seems that Usopp can also chat with Zangao. It looks like someone is looking for you, so I'll leave first. Thank you for showing me the way. Zangao returned to the country and asked Sanxiao to take a look, thanked Usopp, and walked towards the distance. Usopp waved to Zangao and turned to look at Sanxiao who was running towards him. Onion head, green pepper head, carrot head, what's wrong with you, what happened to make you so anxious? Usopp asked. Captain Usopp, no. It's not good, yes, there are pirates coming. Onion head put his hands on his knees and said out of breath. Pirates? Hey, are you lying to me? Usopp put his hands on his hips, a look that I see through you. It's not a lie. Carrot raised a stack of reward orders and handed them to Usopp. Captain, the people who came are the people on the reward orders. Usopp looked down at Luffy's reward order at the top of the stack of reward orders, and frowned gradually. Because it was a bounty that was mixed in with the latest news and newspapers, Usopp knew all about this pile of bounties. Naturally, they know what kind of bounty the pirates corresponding to these bounty orders have. Carrot head, how do I usually teach you? This is not a joke. The lowest reward for these guys is 20 million berry. If this group of people really come to our village will be over. Saying that, Usopp intends to scold the three of onion in his eyes. But right here, an unfamiliar voice appeared behind Usopp. It's really Luffy's reward. When was this photo taken? Usopp's body shook, and he turned around quickly, the purpose of which was to cast shave and quickly move to zero Rosie behind Usopp. You are. Usopp's eyes widened, he quickly took the reward order in Carrot Head's hand and turned to the column of Rosie's reward order. Lo! Rosie, the reward. The big pirate with a reward of 800 million berry, is it really you? Usopp wiped his eyes hard, constantly comparing Rosie's face with the photo on Rosie's bounty. Don't look, I'm Rosie himself. Before Usopp could react, Rosie took all the bounties in his hand and looked through them one by one. Monkey D. Luffy, a reward of 30 million berry, life or death. Nonoroya Zoro, a reward of 20 million berry, life or death. Nami, hey? What's with this picture? When he flipped through Nami's bounty, Rosie couldn't help but be stunned. Rosie, is it that mine wasn't rewarded? Hearing that Rosie stopped suddenly, Nami was instantly happy. When Usopp and Sangxiao heard Nami's figure behind them, their bodies trembled. They looked back with stiff necks and saw Luffy, Zoro, and Nami walking this way side by side. At this moment, Usopp almost fainted from his eyes. One Rosie was scary enough, and now there are three more. Although one of them doesn't seem very similar to Nami on the bounty. Well, the situation is a bit complicated. Rosie looked at the photo on Nami's bounty and looked at Nami himself, not knowing what to say for a while. Forget it, let's see for yourself. After that, Rosie handed the three bounties to Nami, Zoro, and Luffy respectively. Hehe, is this my reward order? It's great. I didn't expect that I would be rewarded 30 million berries so quickly. Luffy roared happily and even danced oddly in place. 20 million berry? It's not bad. I don't know if Marine will give me 20 million if I give myself to Marine. Zoro cracked the corners of his mouth, and even started to figure out how to use his bounty to buy drinks. On the other hand, Nami, who was in stark contrast to Luffy and Zoro, stayed where she was looking at the reward in her hand. Rosie was not surprised by Nami's expression. After all, even he himself was lost for a moment when he saw the reward order. Not to mention Nami himself. By the way, where do you guys want to go? Rosie put his hands on the shoulders of Usopp, who was walking towards the distance with his pointed feet, and said with a smile. The captain has been caught and will be killed. Onion Head, Carrot Head, and Green Pepper Head glanced at Usopp and Rosie, and then ran away from the scene with a shout. That kind of speed made Usopp open his mouth instantly. Hehe, that's funny, you say so, Mr. Long Nose. Rosie laughed. That, it's quite interesting. I'm still cooking soup at home. If I'm fine, can I go first? Usopp gave Rosie a smile that was uglier than bitter. You guess. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, revealing his snow-white teeth. Chapter 44. I can tell you, I am the great Captain Usopp with tens of thousands of men. If you mess with me, my little brothers will not let you go. Usopp trembled with his legs and spoke to Rosie with courage. Also praying in my heart to scare Rosie in this way. It's just that Rosie, who had known Usopp for a long time, could be intimidated. Really, then you're really good, Captain Usopp. It's just right, it's been a while since the last time I completed the massacre of 10,000 people. I wonder if this Captain Usopp can call your tens of thousands of men and let me vent my desire to slaughter. The corners of Rosie's mouth cracked, deliberately showing a hideous look. As soon as these words came out, Usopp's legs immediately softened, and his body automatically slid to the ground. Ow, Rosie, have you ever killed so many people? At this time, Luffy finally recovered from the excitement of seeing his bounty. Hearing the conversation between Usopp and Rosie, he immediately looked over curiously. Idiot, of course it's fake. I just watched this long nose lie, so I planned to tease him. Rosie waved his hand and said. Although after coming to Pirate World, his hands were indeed stained with the blood of many people, but he was still a long way from tens of thousands of people. What? It turned out to be a lie. No, you're lying, but I'm not lying. Usopp stood up and immediately looked confident. It seemed that his extremely frightened appearance just now was fake. He, you are so funny. Luffy came over, and after sizing up Usopp's long nose, he continued. Your name is Usopp, right? No, that's right. It seems that the name of my great Captain Usopp has also spread to the open sea. Usopp put his arms around his arms and continued to pretend. Didn't you reveal your name just now? Zoro glanced at Usopp, speechless at Usopp's performance. Hehe, you are really interesting. And you look a lot like Usopp too. Luffy laughed. Usopp? You know my father. Usopp's eyes widened. Of course, Usopp came to my hometown with Shanks. Speaking of the past, Luffy immediately opened the conversation. After Usopp communicated with Luffy, he gradually stopped worrying about the bounty of Rosie and his party, and even took the initiative to ask about Luffy and his party. I didn't expect Luffy to meet the son of an acquaintance here. Zoro sighed and turned to look at Nami, who was still silent. Nami, are you still worried about your bounty? If you're really worried about being wanted because of the bounty, you might as well hone your heroic spirit template rather than worrying about it here and there. Zoro said as he stretched his head to look at the bounty in Nami's hand. Hey? Is this picture of you? Did Marine make a mistake? Seeing the photo on Nami's wanted list, Zoro said suspiciously. What's wrong with Nami's bounty? Luffy almost jumped behind Nami when he heard Zoro's words. What's the problem, isn't this photo exactly the same as Nami? As soon as these words were said, Nami, who had been wandering in the sky, instantly regained consciousness and smashed a fist on Luffy's head. Idiot Luffy, how is this like me, am I as ugly as the picture shows? It hurts. What are you doing, Nami? That picture is the same as you. You say so, Zoro, Rosie. Rosie and Zoro waved at Luffy's question. Look, Rosie and Luffy both said that the photo on the wanted notice is different from mine. Really, as Rosie said, Luffy, you're a face blind. Damn it, what the hell is going on with Marine? It's okay to put a bounty on me. Why does the portrait on the bounty order look like this? Nami lowered his head and let out a long sigh. I think the style of the portrait on Nami's wanted notice is somewhat similar to the painting style of the color fruit ability person we encountered earlier. Perhaps Nami, your portrait is what he painted according to his own thoughts. You are different from us. Luffy and Zoro have both performed in the previous Marine base, and Marine will probably take pictures of them both. And you don't have ready-made photos, so the Marines who chased me to the battlefield with the treasure hunters will use the work of the color fruit ability. Compared to this, I'm curious why your reward order says only catch alive. Having said that, Rosie raised his finger and placed his finger on the line of text below the portrait of Nami's bounty. Indeed, it is clear that our reward order is life and death. Nami, do you have any clues about this? Zoro asked. This? I don't know either. Could it be that Marine thinks I'm cute, that's why he only catches alive? Nami tilted her head and stuck her tongue out in a cute expression. Does Marine really just catch someone alive just because they're cute? Speaking of which, the avatar on your reward order doesn't have anything to do with cuteness, right? At this time, Usopp also came over. It's just that just after he finished speaking, he was hit by Nami head-on, but in an instant, a big bag appeared on his head. Could it be because of the fairy brilliance that Nami used at the end? No, not right. Marine wasn't going to issue a bounty for only the living just because of a powerful trick. What the hell are those guys in Marine? The woman in Crane thinking. Rosie held his cheek with one hand, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a result, so he had to give up. He could never have imagined that Marine had mistakenly thought that Nami had the ability to erase other people's devil fruit, and that he wanted to study this ability before issuing a catch-only-alive bounty to Nami. If he had known, Rosie would probably have laughed out loud at Nami who helped him take the blame. We'll talk about the bounty order later. Compared to this, Usopp, is it really okay for you to stay here? Although we pirates just came here to find a way to find a large enough pirate ship, we have no intention of taking action against this village. But the one who was chatting with you just now may not be. Rosie patted Usopp on the shoulder and smiled. Eh? The one just now? Is there any problem with him? Usopp looked up and looked at Rosie suspiciously. Rosie, that person is Zangao, the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates. I wonder if my answer will satisfy you. Usopp, Zango, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates? How is that possible? Isn't that a weird hypnosis master? Zoro, Zangao, the hypnosis teacher? It's the guy you mentioned in Shield's town, Rosie. That guy does seem to be very similar to the Zangao on the reward order. Usopp's eyes widened and he turned to look in the direction Zango had left. The next moment, he opened his legs and ran out in the direction Zangao left. Looks interesting, Luffy, shall we catch up? Rosie turned to look at Luffy and asked. But he saw that Luffy was covering his stomach with his hands, and his stomach was still not making a gurgling sound. Forget it, let's go to the restaurant. Chapter 45 West Rob Village, Restaurant. No. Are those two guys still human? How much food have they eaten? No. I don't know, but I think the chef of this restaurant may have collapsed. Don't talk about the chef, I'm going to collapse. When will the dishes we ordered be delivered? A group of diners looked at a table of guests in the corner in shock. They were both amazed by the amount of food the two at the table had eaten. And the two are naturally Luffy and Rosie. Really? Luffy doesn't matter, why can you eat Rosie so much? How much does this meal cost, Barry? Nami patted his forehead with a look of helplessness. This is also impossible. Although Rosie is not a rubber fruit capable person, he also has a demon of normal cells, and it is normal to eat it. Zoro put down the wine glass in his hand and said indifferently. For him, as long as there are enough drinks, nothing else is a problem. But it's too edible. How are we going to store food at sea in the future? Obviously at sea, Rosie is not very edible. Nami sighed deeply. That's because I'm controlling my appetite, after all, I don't want to be short of food halfway through our voyage. Rosie put down his chopsticks and gracefully wiped the grease he caught up. Also, Nami, you don't have to worry about berry. Didn't we grab some berry from those treasure hunters earlier? That's enough time for us to let go of eating and drinking for a while. Hearing Rosie's words, Nami immediately pouted and looked at Rosie. Shouldn't you be paying with the berry in your suitcase? Why pay with my private money? Nami, don't you think about deducting the berry we grabbed together? But the cost of food for you and Luffy is too high, and Zoro's drink bill is also very high. Otherwise, Rosie, you will hand over the berry you grabbed to me to keep, and I will make a reasonable distribution. Want to be a fund manager? Forget it, do as you like. Rosie waved his hand casually and turned to look at Luffy. Luffy, what do you think of my proposal just now? Proposal? What proposal? Really, are you only concerned about food? I mean, let that Usopp join our pirate group and serve as our sniper. So this is it. Since Usopp is Usopp's son, and he looks interesting, it's not impossible for him to join the pirates. But, is he suitable to be our sniper? Luffy scratched the back of his head and asked suspiciously. When eating at the restaurant, Luffy and others had learned their general impression of Usopp from the surrounding diners and restaurant staff. This makes Luffy not hate Usopp, but rather like it. It's just that the father's sniping skills do not mean that his son's sniping skills are strong. Before seeing Usopp's sniping ability, even Luffy had doubts about whether Usopp was suitable for the position of the pirate's sniper. You don't have to worry about this. Just like Zoro will eventually become one of the strongest swordsmen in the future. Usopp will surely become one of the top snipers in the world in the future. Rosie gave his thumbs up and laughed. The original Usopp has extraordinary potential in sniping, and after adding him, he will inherit the heroic spirit template. Rosie doesn't believe he can't be trained to be the best sniper in the world. Okay. Since you said so, Rosie, let's make Usopp our sniper, ha ha ha. In the trust of Rosie, Luffy made a direct decision, picked up the big bones and laughed. And his laughter also attracted the attention of the diners around him. They all pointed at Luffy. At this moment, Rosie's outstanding perception keenly sensed the sound of footsteps from far to near outside the door. It was none other than the footsteps of Usopp himself. Coming. Rosie said something casually, and the restaurant door was pushed open. Usopp's extremely anxious figure appeared at the gate. Everyone, something is wrong. The Black Cat pirates are about to invade this village, everyone, hurry up and get ready. As soon as Usopp entered the restaurant, he shouted at the surrounding diners. However, what responded to him was a voice of anger and disgust. No one believed what Usopp said. Of course, because I came to the restaurant first, I heard the descriptions of Usopp from the surrounding diners. Nami, Zoro, and others knew that the surrounding villagers didn't really dislike Usopp. Damn, why doesn't everyone believe me? Seeing the performance of the people around Usopp, his mood dropped instantly. That's because you've performed the pirates too many times. It's normal for people not to believe it. How about a chat, Usopp? Rosie walked over to Usopp and put his hand on his shoulder. After he finished speaking, he pulled Usopp out of the restaurant and walked towards the unmanned place. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are naturally close behind. What? Let me be your partner. Usopp's eyes widened, looking at Luffy who had invited him in astonishment. Hehe, that's right. Be our sniper, Usopp. Just like Usopp was Shanks' sniper. Aren't you worried that what Zhongjao will do to your hometown? As long as you become one of us, then you are our partner. As partners, we also have reasons to protect your hometown. Luffy patted Usopp's shoulder hard, smiling happily. At the same time, Zoro, who was standing aside, had a strong sense of déjà vu. Not long ago, wasn't he half forced and half induced to join the pirates by Luffy and Rosie in front of him? Although he doesn't regret being a member of the Straw Hat Pirates now. Usopp stared blankly at Luffy in front of him, and didn't react for a while. You actually invited me to be your partner. Difficult. Could it be that my Captain Usopp's charm has reached this level? But if they are really willing to help, they will definitely be able to defeat the Black Cat Pirates, as well as that hateful Chloe who is hiding in Kaya's house. Usopp lowered his head and whispered. Gradually his heart became more and more inclined to become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Those villagers said that you often play pirates in this village. It should also be very longing for the sea. Usopp, do you really plan to just play pirate games for the rest of your life? Rosie's words directly defeated Usopp's last psychological line of defense and strengthened his determination to go to sea. This is what you said. You will help me defend against the Black Cat Pirates. By the way, I should be the captain, right? Usopp put his hands on his hips, and the smile returned to his face. BD, I'm the captain. Luffy immediately raised his fist and rejected Usopp's proposal. What noisy men! Nami spread his hands and sighed. But what are we going to do next? According to what Usopp said earlier, it may take some time for the members of the Black Cat Pirates to reach this village. Are we going to get rid of Chloe who is hiding in Kaya's villa now? Hearing this, Rosie waved his hand and said. According to Usopp, that Kaya trusts Chloe. Kaya probably wouldn't believe it if he went straight to Crow's trouble. Leave him alone, and clean him up after he shows his feet in front of Kaya. Don't worry, Usopp. I'll go and watch Chloe myself later, and I won't let your friend have an accident. My reward is dozens of times that of Chloe, so there will be no problem. Usopp thought for a while, and quickly agreed with Rosie's proposal. After all, before that, he had gone to Kaya to tell about Chloe, but he didn't get a good answer. And Rosie, who had a reward of 800 million berry, went to watch Chloe, and Usopp could indeed rest assured. Then let's go to the entrance of the village and make some preparations. I want to set up some traps to hinder those pirates. Usopp said firmly. Hey, you are really motivated. It seems that Rosie is right. You are indeed a man who should shoot when he should. Zoro folded his arms, his voice full of admiration. Soon, though, Usopp's next words made his face go down. When the traps are arranged, the battle will be handed over to you big pirates. Usopp said blankly. That won't work, you have to fight too. Rosie shook his head and put his hand on Usopp's shoulder. But, I have no power. Lack of strength is no reason not to fight, and you may soon have strength. Rosie smiled, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Usopp only felt the surrounding space shake, and his vision dimmed for a second. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a completely unfamiliar, dark space surrounded by nothingness. What is this place? Usopp's panicked voice continued to spread into the distance, and was eventually engulfed by the darkness. Chapter 46. Okay. It's amazing, I was able to inherit the power of heroic spirits here. Is this true, Nami? Usopp's eyes were wide open, and he looked in surprise at Nami, who introduced himself to the role of the heroic spirit space. That's right, it's not just you. Before you, me, Zoro and Luffy have obtained the template of heroic spirit through Rosie's strange ability. Mine is a template of a magister named Kana, Zoro's is a template of a heroic spirit named Black Death Mou, and Luffy is a template of a super foodie heroic spirit named Alu. In the end, Nami looked a little helpless. Luffy's bottomless appetite seemed to come to mind again. Usopp looked at Zoro and Luffy, who each nodded, confirming Nami's words. Okay Usopp, now that your Nami has explained the function of this heroic space to you. Next, it's up to you to make a choice. Rosie waved in front of Usopp, and a translucent sci-fi panel appeared in front of everyone. Piluko of the long nose attribute, Luo Binghan of the sniper attribute, and. Looking at the last candidate on the panel, even Rosie couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Wow, that's amazing, this person actually has 3 attributes. Big liar, coward, brave warrior king, what's up with the king of Rosie, why does he have 3 attributes? Luffy asked curiously. It's really strange. The words coward and brave are relative, right? Why do they appear on the same person? Nami rested her cheek with one hand, and looked at Rosie with doubts in her heart. Don't look at me like that, there will be 3 attributes on King's body, most likely because his 3 attributes coincide with the 3 attributes on Usopp. It's not a big deal that the attributes coward and brave warrior will appear in a person. But no one ever said that a coward can't be a brave warrior. You're right, Usopp. Rosie shrugged and said. As for why there are 3 attributes on King, although Rosie was puzzled, it was only regarded as a special manifestation of the system, and he didn't care too much. After all, this king from One Punch Man does have 3 attributes of coward, big liar and brave warrior. In the face of some crises, King can stand up bravely, which is enough to show his courage. What, I'm not a big liar. And I am someone who is going to be a brave sea warrior in the future, how can I be a coward? Rosie, have you got this ability wrong? Usopp waved his hand and looked at Rosie. Hehe, you know if you're right. Choose now, Usopp, Nami told you just now how to do this. Rosie also did not want to argue with Usopp, and directly urged Usopp to make a choice. Okay. Usopp smacked his mouth, his eyes fell on the 3 names on the panel, and he gradually became fascinated. Rosie also set his sights on the names of Pinocchio, Luo Binghan and King. I didn't expect that this time, even the characters in the fairy tale fruit came out. Pinocchio, this character should not have much combat power. And King, this guy doesn't seem to have much ability other than being able to summon Saitama and have a big heart. Awesome, there is only this heroic spirit of the moon type Luo Binghan. Hopefully Usopp can make the right choice, at least I can inherit a useful role. Rosie sighed inwardly and thought silently. It's decided, let's look at it in order. Let's start with this long-nose Pinocchio. Since I have a long nose like me, I think he is also an excellent fighter. Usopp rubbed his long nose confidently, raised his hand and pressed the name of Pinocchio. With a tremor in the heroic spirit space, a little boy with the same long nose as Usopp and a body entirely made of wood appeared in front of everyone. Hey, why is it a toy? Usopp leaned down and looked suspiciously at Pinocchio several meters away. The image of Pinocchio is completely different from what Usopp imagined. Pinocchio is a puppet. Of course, he's a living puppet. As for his abilities, it's all on his long nose. While Rosie was talking, Pinocchio had already stood up and walked slowly towards the lake in front of him. The ability is all on the nose? What kind of ability is that? Could it be that it is the same type of power as Alu's powerful sense of smell? Luffy asked curiously. No. Let's put it this way, Pinocchio's long nose can be freely stretched and shortened. When Pinocchio lies, his nose grows. When he tells the truth, his nose shortens. As Rosie was talking, Pinocchio had come to the lake and began to show his abilities to his own reflection in the lake. What kind of strange ability is this? What's the use of shortening the nose? Usopp twitched the corners of his mouth, looking at Pinocchio who was between lying and not lying, a drop of cold sweat left on his forehead. Maybe when you choose the power of Pinocchio, you can have an invincible nose. You can keep your nose stretched out by telling lies. With your sniping ability, maybe you can use your nose as a kind of bullet. Hearing Rosie's words, Luffy burst out laughing. Nami and Zoro, who were standing beside him, also raised their lips. Usopp was ashamed for a while, not to mention whether he could obtain an invincible nose. Just thinking about the fact that his nose would reveal his thoughts as long as he lied, Usopp felt repulsive to Pinocchio's power in the bottom of his heart. He shook his head, and when Pinocchio's demonstration had just ended, he clapped his hand on the name of Sniper Robin Han. Forget it, I still don't want Pinocchio's heroic spirit template. Let me see the power of this Robin Han. Following Usopp's solemn speech, the heroic spirit space trembled again. After a second, several people came to a dense forest. What a beautiful forest! Nami turned around, looking around. But Rosie, why is there no one here? Isn't that Robin Han supposed to appear in front of our eyes? After Nami finished speaking, Usopp nodded again and again, looking at Rosie suspiciously. It's invisible to the naked eye, but that doesn't mean he's not by your side. Nami, Usopp, how are you looking behind you? Rosie raised his finger and pointed behind Nami and the others with a mysterious look on his face. Hearing Rosie's words, several people looked behind them obediently. At this moment, a man wearing a spiritual green suit and a dark green cloak suddenly appeared in front of several people. This is Robin Han? How did he suddenly appear? And the bow in his hand. It turns out that he is an archer. Usopp stepped forward, wanting to take a closer look at the man named Robin Han. Sudden appearance? This is somewhat similar to the power called lurking that Kazuma Sato showed before. Captain Rosie, shouldn't this man be able to use some kind of invisible power? Nami asked. You guessed it, Nami, Robin Han does have invisible powers. And this power is far from comparable to the primary lurking that Sato Kazuma is a master. See that dark green cloak behind him? Don't underestimate that cloak, it can be called the power of Robin Han's profound truth. The noble phantasm, the faceless king, as long as you put on this cloak, you can eliminate your own breath and escape into a state of invisibility. Sato Kazuma is lurking and is easily detected by the enemy's observation haki. But the invisibility effect brought by this noble phantasm called the King of Facelessness cannot be detected unless someone who has practiced observation haki to a certain extent. It can be said that for those with poor perception, as long as you put on the Lord of the Faceless and don't make any noise, even if you stand in front of the enemy, he has no way of knowing your existence. Chapter 47. It's amazing, it turned out to be a cloak that can be invisible. Rosie, can this cloak be lent to others? Without waiting for Usopp to say anything, Luffy first looked at Rosie excitedly. If you inherit Robin Han's heroic spirit template, the King of the Faceless can indeed be lent to others to use. The value is not enough because the King of the Faceless is bound to the user, so when others use it, it can only consume the bounder's physical strength. And when the user is too far away from the owner of the King of Faceless, there is no way to use this noble phantasm. Rosie nodded, confirming Luffy's words. Then, Rosie, you must have this noble phantasm? Can you lend it to me? I refuse. If you really want to use it, you can borrow it from Usopp. Of course, the premise is that he is willing to choose Robin Han. Rosie waved his hand and directly rejected Luffy's request. Not to mention that he doesn't have Robin Han's power yet, even if he has Robin Han's power, he can't lend Luffy the noble phantasm for no reason. After all, turning on the noble phantasm all the time is quite a tiring job. It can block observation haki's perception to a certain extent. This noble phantasm is indeed quite powerful. As a sniper, if you can stealthily attack the enemy, it will be a very dangerous thing for the enemy. Unfortunately, when using about to shoot an arrow, the arrow that leaves the area covered by the Lord of the Faceless will show his shape. In this way, the position is equivalent to being exposed. If you use the King of Faceless to attack, you need to kill with one hit. Zoro exclaimed. Who said the bow and arrows fired would lose their invisibility? The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and he glanced at Zoro beside him. Hey? Isn't it possible to remain invisible even if you shoot a bow and arrow? This time, Usopp finally couldn't help but ask. After all, it is the power he may inherit, so he is naturally very concerned. Rosie didn't speak, just raised his finger and pointed in Robin Han's direction. Usopp looked in the direction of Rosie's fingers and saw that Robin Han put the cape on his head again, and re-entered the invisible state. Immediately, the sound of several pieces of wood shattering sounded out of thin air. Usopp and the others turned their heads and saw that several dents appeared on the giant tree not far away. After a while, several arrows slowly emerged from the sunken part of the tree. Even arrows can be invisible, which is a dangerous force. Zoro frowned. Just now, he had no idea how Robin Han launched the attack. If such an attack was aimed at him, Zoro didn't know if he could dodge it. Robin Han is a ranger, extremely good at setting traps and using poison. If he is given time to prepare, he can even use toxins and traps to bring great damage to the enemy on the battlefield, making them unable to exert their full strength. Besides, Robin Han also has a dangerous noble phantasm, which is the prayer bow on his wrist. As Rosie's voice fell, a man dressed as a ninja appeared opposite Robin Han. In the eyes of Usopp and others, the ninja quickly turned his body and waved the kunai in his hand and shot down several invisible arrows, but even so, one arrow hit his shoulder, and a lot of blood flowed from his shoulder. Robin Han is good at possessing poison, so naturally he can shoot arrows containing poison with that praying bow. The poison on these arrows is not necessarily lethal. But if Robin Han calls out the name of the prayer bow, it can launch a force that can detonate the filth, including toxins, in the enemy's body. After Rosie finished speaking, Robin Han suddenly lifted the cloak to reveal his figure. As he called out the name bow of prayer, a beam of emerald green shot out from his short bow, lashing into the ninja's heart. Although the ninja dodged quickly, his body was still rubbed by the beam. The next moment, his body exploded directly from the inside like a balloon. After that, a towering giant tree quickly grew where the emerald beam landed, and released a strange purple mist that spread around. Unexpectedly, it just exploded like this? Well, so scary. Suddenly seeing a person explode in front of his eyes, Usopp's legs couldn't help shaking again. It is indeed an extremely terrifying power. Obviously, just rubbing the emerald light beam, has the power been triggered. Although I don't know how much that beam of light can do to the toxins in a person's body. But since it is named Profound Truth and Noble Phantasm, it will not be easy to come to this power. Zoro looked at Rosie and said. At least, if you hit this trick now, your body will explode. Even if you already have some ghostly resilience. And of course you, Luffy. Don't think your body is rubber and you'll be fine. Rosie's words made Zoro and Luffy's faces serious at the same time. Being able to be invisible to the Lord of the Faceless, and the emerald green light that will kill you when you touch it, as long as you are not stupid, you can realize how terrifying the combination of these two powers is. This Robin Han is so terrifying. If he can master the power, wouldn't he be invincible? Nami said in surprise. It won't be invincible. Rosie shook his head and smiled. If the body is strong enough, it may still be able to withstand the erosion of toxins. In addition, there is no way to use the bow of prayer and the Lord of the Faceless at the same time. If you want to release the true name of the bow of prayer, you must release the invisibility of the Lord of the Faceless. So there is no way for Robin Han to quietly emit the emerald light. Hearing this, the serious expressions on Zoro and Luffy's faces eased slightly. However, Rosie's next sentence made the two eyes widen again. Have you seen the giant tree that has grown? This giant tree also acts as a detonator when it grows. If the enemy touches this tree, the filth in the body will also be detonated. And the purple mist released when this tree withers, without me telling you, you should also understand that it is a highly poisonous. If it is contaminated, it will also not feel good, and it may be detonated in another sense. Rosie patted Usopp, who was already dumbfounded, and raised his finger to Robin Han, who had already jumped into the sky. Usopp raised his head, just in time to see Robin Han shooting an arrow at Zaiwu. Boom! The arrow fell to the ground, as if a match was dragged into the gas, and the entire area shrouded in purple mist fell into a huge explosion. Usopp began to sweat frantically on his forehead, and at this moment he understood what Rosie meant by detonating just now. Such a terrifying power, do I really have a way to master? Chapter 48. The more powerful the ability, the more powerful the will and strength are naturally required to use. Bow of Prayer and the Faceless King are both Robin Han's trump cards. Even if you choose Robin Han's heroic spirit template, you may not be able to use these powers at first. And even if it can be used, the time that the Faceless King can use and the power that the prayer bow can exert are directly related to your physical fitness. But you don't have to worry too much. As long as you practice diligently in the future, you will be able to use the heroic spirit template proficiently one day. Rosie patted Usopp hard on the shoulder, calling him back from his stupor. This guy named Robin Han is really a powerful man. If I can have this power, wouldn't it be someone who can easily defeat the Black Cat pirates, and that crow, he must not be my opponent. Usopp clenched his fists, and at this moment, his heart was full of confidence. He completely forgot that Rosie had previously said that the power obtained by using the heroic spirit template was linked to his own original strength. Rosie shook his head without disturbing Usopp, waiting quietly for him to calm down. In his opinion, Usopp has only Robin Han as an option. As for Pinocchio and King, these two are not to choose. After a while, Usopp finally came to his senses and turned to look at the name King. 3 attributes, and there is also an attribute of Brave Warrior. Let me see what kind of power you have. Saying that, Usopp raised his hand and clicked on the name of King. The heroic spirit space trembled, and Rosie and the others immediately came to a city full of collapsed buildings. What a miserable place, has there been any war here? Zoro frowned, turned to look around, and saw nothing but desolation. This place shouldn't have anything to do with King. Hey! Is that King? Well, such a majestic man. Usopp swallowed, and his excellent eyesight quickly helped him locate a tall man with 3 scars on his face, which was very intimidating from a single look. I saw him walk to a ruin with a calm expression, and slowly took out a box of game CDs from the pile of rubble. Just then, a man in a black suit ran over. He looked at the surrounding environment, and then looked at King with a calm expression, suddenly surprised. You are the powerhouse who defeated the dragon-level monster. Please be sure to become a professional hero of the Hero Association, please. The man in the black suit bent over 90 degrees and gave King a salute. King wiped the bloodline on his face, looked at the man in the suit calmly, and a strong dong 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 sound began to sound from his body. This voice, why do I suddenly feel a little scared? Nami took a step back and stood behind Rosie unconsciously. Has the same scars on Shank's face, and the same pressure as Shank's, this man is not simple. Luffy's eyes sank, his face suddenly serious. Although Zoro didn't speak, his hand was already on the handle of the knife at his waist. As for Usopp, he fell directly to the ground and looked in horror at the King who was led forward by the man in the suit. Rosie was a little ashamed. He never thought that King's Imperial Engine was so powerful. It just makes Luffy and Zoro and others think King is a strong man. Obviously, King's attribute tag still has 2 attributes, Coward and Big Liar. Just when Rosie felt obliged to remind Usopp and others, the screen in the heroic spirit space turned again, and several different screen clips appeared in succession. While the snippets show differences, each snippet has something in common. That is the Broken City, and the Majestic King. Seeing these clips, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and others have fallen into a state of complete amazement. Although they didn't see the scene of King's hands-on, just looking at the broken city, they had already made up the terrifying battle scene in their minds. The screen turned again, this time in a gloomy street. At this moment, King was walking along the passage with a gloomy face towards the front. Suddenly, a child appeared behind King and stopped King. "Great, you are the king of the strongest surface man. Now I'm saved, this place is full of weirdos and I've always been scared. King, can I follow you?" While talking excitedly, the little boy ran towards King. It's just that before he could run to King, the sound of dong 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 resounded in the passage. "Hey! Emperor Engine? King, I'm just a child, why do you want to enter a fighting stance?" The little boy quickly stopped and looked at the king in front of him sweating profusely. "Well, it's better for you to give up on me and find other heroes. Even if you act like a spoiled brat to me, there's nothing you can do. The more you look forward to me, the more you will fall into despair." King's face was gloomy, and his eyes were bloodshot at the little boy in front of him. Such a scene immediately made Nami and the others look puzzled. What, isn't this man called a hero by those people, why didn't he rescue this little boy? Nami stuck his head out from behind Rosie and looked at King suspiciously. Maybe King found something we didn't. Zoro frowned and turned to look at Rosie. At this moment, the body of the little boy who was standing opposite King suddenly softened like a slime, and within a few seconds it formed a mess of mud on the ground. What's going on here? The little boy turned into mud. Usopp was shocked, but soon he jumped up excitedly and pointed to the king in the opposite picture and said, "That's it, I understand." According to the clip just now, it should be inferred that this little boy should be a strange person. And this king actually killed the monster by relying on it. It's too powerful, he is indeed the strongest man on the surface. I've decided, I'm going to choose this guy to be my heroic spirit template. Chapter 49. Before watching King's demo, Usopp couldn't help but raised his hand and pressed King's name. Rosie could only helplessly watch this happen. In this heroic spirit space, he was able to explain the power of each heroic spirit to Usopp and others. But they couldn't dare to make a choice. At this time, Rosie couldn't help but regret not telling Usopp about King's information earlier. In this way, he wouldn't make such a thing as choosing King. Ding! Usopp makes a choice, obtains King's template, comprehends King's initial skills, and can comprehend more heroic spirit template skills through training and strengthening. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to host for obtaining the King template and Robin Han template, and comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template. Note: although the host can comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template, the ability to use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. Ding! It is detected that the strength of the heroic spirit king is too weak, and temporary changes are started. Changes have been completed. Heroic Spirit, King. Skill 1, Emperor's Engine, agitating the heart to make a huge noise, has the ability to make the enemy feel fearful. After awakening, you can learn Conqueror's Haki. Skill 2, turn around and run with the B key to sprint. When King flees, he can increase his movement speed when fleeing. Profound meaning, Purgatory Unparalleled Explosive Heat Wave Cannon, which releases huge energy from both hands to run, with superpower. FKME, is this okay? Can the Imperial Engine develop into Conqueror's Haki? Does this mean that Usopp may awaken Conquerors in the future? I've awakened Conquerors now, so it's useless to me? Turn around and run the B button to sprint. What is this? Purgatory Warriors burst the Heat Wave Cannon. Isn't this a trick that the people in the One Punch Man world imagined for King? So, this is turning an imagination into a noble phantasm? Rosie's eyes widened, and it was difficult for him to accept the sound of the system in his mind for a while. However, Rosie was relieved after thinking that there were some heroic spirit servants who also had some noble phantasms transformed from imagination in the Moon world. However, the mystery is not to summon Saitama, is it because I will shatter this world? Rosie shook his head slightly, looked up at Usopp, and soon the information about Usopp's inheritance of King's power was revealed in front of him. Apart from Master's basic Imperial engine and that escape skill, aren't the others a master? It seems that in order for Usopp to gain the ability to fight, he still has to use Devil Fruit to help him strengthen it. Or wait until he has trained his strength to a certain level. Thinking of this, Rosie couldn't help but think of the Bubble Fruit and Color Fruit in the suitcase. The Color Fruit may be used to lure Sanji, but he can't move for the time being. In the case of Bubble Fruit, hey, I don't know how Khalifa is doing now in the Seven Waters. She would be very unhappy if she knew that I had defected from CP9. Forget it, wait until you see her apologizing. I wonder if the Bubble Fruit in the original book can be used in exchange for her forgiveness. Rosie shook his head, sighing inwardly. In the days of CP9, Khalifa helped him a lot. For this, Rosie naturally kept in mind. Rosie even felt that if he hadn't been promoted to CP0 and saw too many uncomfortable things in CP0, he might even have worked in CP9 for the rest of his life because of Khalifa's relationship. Hey, Usopp, are you alright? Why have you been standing still since just now? Let's talk about it, what kind of power did you get from the king? Luffy jumped in front of Usopp, staring enviously at Usopp's face. Power? Hehe, where's the power? It's just a liar, a big liar. Usopp put his head in his hands and fell to his knees, crying in pain. What's the matter? Rosie, shouldn't Usopp be happy? Luffy scratched his face and looked at Rosie in confusion. Let's see for yourself. Rosie chuckled, thinking that the system had enabled playback permissions. Soon, the image of King, who had disappeared because of Usopp's selection, reappeared. It's just that, as presumably just now, the current picture does not depict the powerful side of King, but depicts the picture of King's cowardice, fear, and deceit. Luffy and Zoro's eyes widened, and they never thought that a man they thought was a strong man turned out to be just a man with a false appearance. And it is this kind of man, who used his aura to frighten a weirdo to death before. This is really, it seems to be insightful. I didn't expect that one day I would see the wrong person. My practice is far from enough. Zoro shook his head and gave King a pitying look. After knowing King's strength, Zoro has identified King's heroic spirit panels as scrap panels. In other words, Usopp wasted an opportunity to get better. Ha ha ha, this King is really interesting, I was deceived. After Luffy came to his senses, he immediately covered his stomach and laughed, completely ignoring Usopp's resentful eyes. Although King has no power, in the picture he took the initiative to lead the Elder Centipede to a place where no one was there. Also take the initiative to face those dangerous weirdos, although he may just be a simple liar at first. But at least he became a man of courage afterward. The big liar, the coward, and the brave warrior, these are indeed the three attributes of King. Nami exhaled and sighed. For no reason, her mind suddenly imagined the image of King coming to the dragon pirates to use the Emperor engine. Okay, Usopp, don't get too discouraged. Although the real King just now was not a strong person, but he was able to muster up the courage to face danger. Can't you, Usopp, muster up the courage? Think about what your dreams are. Rosie dispersed the heroic spirit space, pulled Usopp up from the ground, and said meaningfully. My dream. Usopp blinked. Yes, your dream. When you go to sea, there should be something you want to pursue. If possible, I want to be a brave sea warrior. Usopp clenched his fists, thinking of the King's picture played by Rosie after he chose King's template. Usopp's eyes gradually became firmer. Since King can do it, I can do it too, and become a brave warrior. Isn't it a lie? I don't believe that the great Captain Usopp can't deceive the Black Cat pirates with the help of the Emperor. Usopp took a deep breath and his heartbeat suddenly began to speed up. A drum-like dong 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 sound began to sound, and it continued to spread to the distance. Hey? What's with this pressure? Didn't I already know that the so-called Imperial engine is fake? Zoro frowned, looked at Luffy, and got a nod from Luffy. Ale, will you still be affected by the Emperor's engine? Zoro's words made Usopp equally puzzled, and he turned to Rosie for an answer. You read that right, Usopp. You said that getting the Emperor engine is not easy. As long as you turn on the Emperor engine, the enemy will unconsciously feel some pressure. Unless that person's strength is too much higher than yours, he won't be imaged. Also, the Imperial engine you got makes you eligible to open Conqueror's Haki. Of course, whether you can open it depends on your acquired opportunities. As for what Conqueror's Haki is, you can have a general experience. After Rosie finished speaking, he directly turned on his Conqueror's Haki and enveloped Usopp. At the same time, a sound of dong 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 sounded in Rosie's heart, which was the Rosie version of the Emperor's engine. Conqueror's Haki and the Emperor's engine doubled, and even with Rosie's control, Usopp, Nami, and others felt a throbbing. Hehe, Rosie is so strong, this aura is more like Shanks. Luffy stroked his straw hat and said. Is this the man who offered a reward of 800 million berry? Zoro clenched his fists, feeling the gap between himself and Rosie more and more in his heart. The conquerors seem to be a bit stronger and more comfortable to handle. It seems that my Imperial engine still has a little effect. I don't know if the Emperor engine can help me develop the same Conqueror's Haki that the Red Hare can achieve in the future. Rosie sighed inwardly, and when he felt it was almost, he put away the Conqueror's Haki. Usopp, you just said that what you feel is Conquerors, and most people will faint directly when they are hit by the top Conquerors. What a domineering power! It's much more Haki than a simple Imperial engine. This will definitely scare the people of the Black Cat pirates. It's too early for you to get excited, Usopp. Conquerors is not so easy to master. Also, I have one more thing to tell you. Rosie, tell me, I can accept anything now. Actually, King's heroic spirit template also has a secret trick. Let me tell you, that is a very powerful trick. Chapter 50. Purgatory Warrior's Explosive Heat Wave Cannon. Usopp shoved his hands towards him, and actually roared majestic. Ah! What a powerful purgatory unparalleled heat wave cannon, I'm dead. Luffy jumped back and fell to the ground in pain. Seeing this scene, Zoro, who had already calmed down, burst into blue veins on his forehead. How long do you guys want to play? Don't we need to do some preparations for the Black Cat pirates? Zoro grinned and yelled at the playful Luffy and Usopp. Aren't we curious about the power of the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon? Zoro, aren't you curious about the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon? Rosie just said that once the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon is used, it can easily destroy a mountain. Luffy laughed. But Rosie also said that the user needs to have a certain strength. Zoro snorted coldly and said. That said, it would be a lie to say that there is no curiosity. Deputy Captain Rosie, can't you really use your ability to demonstrate the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon? At this time Usopp came to Rosie with hope in his eyes. Wait later, it would be bad if we made a move here to get Klau's attention. Rosie smiled and continued. It's almost time now, Luffy, Usopp, I'll go to the villa to observe Chloe now, and protect Kaya by the way. I'll leave it to you to monitor the movements of the rest of the Black Cat pirates. Usopp, you must use the explosive arrow I gave you earlier. I got it from the treasure hunter and modified it. You can try to use these exploding arrows in your own way. Hearing this, Usopp laughed and said. I see, Rosie. Luffy didn't finish, just nodded slightly. With responses from both Usopp and Luffy, Rosie isn't making any more stops. Some of the shaved that directly cast Marine 6 styles transformed by Naomi's bow and arrow disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and the body turned into an afterimage and ran towards the villa at the highest point of the village. I'm so sorry, Krabatel, that Usopp said that to you. But I believe Usopp didn't mean it, please don't be mad at him. A gentle female voice suddenly sounded from a giant tree in Zyrob village and the villa, and Rosie, who was in a hidden state, opened his eyes. Looking down, the speaker was a young woman with shoulder-length short hair who looked a little weak. In front of her was a tall man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses. With just one glance, Rosie recognized the identity of the two, Kaya and Captain Chloe disguised as Krabat. Miss Kaya, I think you should stop dealing with that Usopp. You are so noble, and that man is just the son of a fourth-rate pirate. You're in so much contact with him that it only affects you. Chloe pushed the glasses with the palm of his hand and said to Kaya seriously. Actually, Usopp people are pretty good. Kaya smiled awkwardly, then took out a box from behind and handed it to Chloe. Crabate, this is my present to you. Gift. Chloe frowned. Well. It's a gift to thank you for taking care of me for 3 years. I planned to give it to you later, but I didn't expect what happened just now. So I want to give it to you in advance, and I hope you can forgive Usopp. After Kaya finished speaking, Crow reached out and took the gift box. After cutting it open, there was a new pair of gold wire glasses inside. I saw that you haven't replaced your glasses with new glasses in the past 3 years, Krabatel, and your current glasses have been around for a long time, so I thought about giving you a brand new pair. Try it, Krabatel. The corners of Kaya's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Krabatel expectantly. Crow looked at Kaya, then at the eyes in his hands, and fell silent for a while. After a long time, Chloe did not put on the new glasses as Kaya expected, but walked into the villa without saying a word. Crabate, what's the matter with you? Don't you like this gift? Kaya asked quickly. It's just that Crow still didn't say a word, as if he didn't hear Kaya's question at all. Instead, he smashed the gold wire glasses given by Kaya with his right hand. Krabatel, what's wrong with you? That's a gift from Miss Kaya. At this time, Mei Li, who was standing by the side, couldn't stand it any longer. He opened his hands and came to Crow to block his way. It's just that Crow didn't even look at him and knocked Mei Li out with one punch. Is it finally time to start? Seeing this scene, Rosie immediately cheered up. From the moment he came to the villa, he had been waiting for a similar scene. Unlike Usopp, instead of persuading Kaya, he hoped that Chloe would take the initiative to reveal his true colors in front of Kaya and Mei Li. Krabatel, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to Mei Li? Kaya ran to Mei Li and saw Mei Li coughing up blood. He turned his head and questioned Crow. I'm just tired. Crow looked at Kaya coldly, and his eyes made Kaya feel extremely strange at this moment. 3 years, I've been here for 3 years, and the gift is just a new pair of glasses. It's not enough, it's far from enough, Miss Kaya. Hearing this, Kaya felt incredible. Krabatel, if you don't like my gift, you can say it directly. I can exchange it for another gift. You don't need to beat Mei Li. Yet, what if I say the gift I want is all your property? As soon as these words were said, Kaya and Mei Li opened their mouths immediately. At this moment, they thought of what Usopp said about Crow at the villa. Krabatel, are you really the captain of the Black Cat Pirates? Mei Li took a deep breath and raised her head to question Chloe. So what is it? So what is it not? Chloe walked up to Mei Li and looked at Mei Li condescendingly. Mei Li, I've been very distressed these days working with you. I don't understand why you can look like you are laughing every day, but I can only live in calculations. But it's finally over. After today, I won't have to face your giggling face again. I just need Kaya to stay. As for you, go to another world. After speaking, Crow raised his right foot and stomped on Mei Li's chest. Don't want. Kaya looked sad and wanted to reach out to stop Chloe, but how could she reach out faster than Chloe's feet? Seeing that Crow's right foot was about to land on Meili's body, a strong wind suddenly swept past several people. Boom. Crow frowned, glanced suspiciously at the floor he stepped on, and then quickly turned his head to look diagonally behind him. Yo, hello, Captain Crow, I hope you don't blame me for interrupting your fun. Rosie greeted Chloe with a smile, holding Mary in one hand and Kaya in the other. Just now, he used shave to take both Kaya and Mary from Chloe's feet. Who are you? Give me back Kaya. Crow frowned and looked at Rosie with a bad expression. Kaya and Meili also looked at Rosie in surprise, but soon, Meili seemed to realize something, and the face looking at Rosie changed from surprise to fear. You're Rosie, then, that bounty. I'm Usopp's buddy, don't worry, Mary. Rosie gave Mary the gentlest possible smile. He understands that Ishin is only different from Chloe in the legacy, as opposed to being deaf. Meili must be concerned about the information from the outside world. Even the little devils like Onion can see his reward order. As Kaya's conscientious butler, how could Meili not know about his reward order? Partner. Meili blinked, although there was some doubt in her heart, but after seeing Rosie's smile, the fear in his heart was gradually fading. Although Rosie was a criminal with a reward of 800 million, he saved Meili's life after all. Are you Usopp's buddy? Could you please tell me where Usopp is now? Is he safe now? The Black Cat pirates didn't hurt Usopp, did they? Kaya asked quickly. Although he is reluctant to admit it, Kaya has already understood that Usopp did not lie after experiencing the scene just now. The Black Cat pirates will really come to this village. And Usopp, who is an insider, is also very likely to be retaliated by Clow. At this moment, Kaya really wanted to know about Usopp's safety. Don't worry, he's very safe now. Compared to this, we should still care about the current issues. Rosie raised his head and looked at Chloe with a gloomy face in front of him with interest. Chapter 51. Unfamiliar face, you shouldn't be from Xilobia village. When and where did Usopp find a helper like you? What is your purpose? Crow faced Rosie with a murderous tone in his voice. Purpose? Needless to say? Since I'm Usopp's partner, of course I want to help him deal with you and the Black Cat pirates. As Rosie said that, he put Meili and Kaya down from his hands. It's up to you to deal with me and the Black Cat pirates. How can it be alone? Even if you don't count my other partners, Usopp has a good power. Hehe, the son of a fourth-rate pirate, a man who can only lie, this is also called having good power? Although I don't know where you came from, your vision for finding a partner seems to be quite lacking. As soon as these words came out, Rosie laughed immediately. 4 pirates? The pirate group that Usopp's father belongs to is one of the 4 pirate groups that rule the top of the sea. Usopp's father is one of the top leaders of the pirates, and the reward is dozens of times your clo. Calling such a pirate a fourth-rate pirate, you are the one who has no vision. After finishing speaking, the smile on Rosie's face had a hint of sarcasm. Meili and Kaya looked at the man standing in front of them in disbelief. They never thought that Usopp would have such a background. Meili thought of the bounty that Rosie had, and she believed Rosie's words even more. Unlike Mary, Crow didn't believe Rosie's words at all. Enough of nonsense? Can you give me the Kaya behind you? If you're willing to be obedient, I can give you an easy way to die. Chloe pushed on his glasses and walked towards Rosie. Interesting, I'd like to see how easy it is for you to die. Rosie put his hands on his hips and calmly watched Chloe approaching him. Crow didn't speak either. He suddenly accelerated when he was 2 meters away from Rosie, and clenched his fists and slammed into Rosie's face. Boom! With a crisp sound, Crow flew out at a faster speed than when he pounced, hitting the ground heavily. What's going on? With a nosebleed, Kroll looked suspiciously at Rosie, who didn't know when he extended his left fist. That's it? You can't even see how I punched. Rosie frowned slightly, looking at Chloe in disappointment. Damn, you are courting death. Crow was instantly enraged by Rosie, and he stood up with his hands on the ground regardless of the doubts in his heart. Wait, I'll come back to find you. After that, Crow turned around and walked quickly towards the villa. Tisk, why should I wait for you? Rosie's voice suddenly appeared in Crow's ear. Before Crow could even show a shocked expression, Rosie pressed the back of his head. The next second, there was a close contact between Crow's face and the earth. The powerful force directly made Crow look into his eyes and fainted completely. Really, do kids fight? Say you wait, I'll come back to you. I wanted you to practice with my buddies. But since you can't even see my punch just now, you don't even have the qualifications to train with the current Luffy and Zoro. Rosie clapped his hands and looked at Chloe in disgust. He understood that Chloe wanted to get his weapon just now, but Rosie didn't plan to play with him anymore. Luffy and Zoro, who got the heroic spirit template, are getting stronger every day. The punch Rosie threw just now, they can take and see clearly. Since Clow couldn't even see clearly, Rosie naturally had no reason to let Clow go to find Luffy and others. Well, thank you for saving us. At this time, Kaya helped Meili come to Rosie and gave Rosie a solemn salute. Although she still felt pity that Crow was a pirate, but seeing Crow's ferocious performance just now, she also understood who was a good person and who was a bad person. You're welcome, Miss Kaya. Usopp is my friend and should help you. Rosie waved his hand and said casually. But sir, you did save me. If there is anything I can do, please tell me. Since Miss Kaya has said so, then I will make a request. I hope that you, Kaya and Meili, can help us get a good pirate ship. Now we are not called sea pirates. A pirate ship's ship. Of course it's possible. Kaya nodded slightly and turned to look at Meili, who was beside her. Meili recalled that she immediately stepped forward and promised to personally design and build a pirate ship for Rosie and others. In this way, the matter of the Mary will be settled. The goal was achieved, and Rosie smiled with satisfaction. Then I'll take Chloe and leave first. There may be other members of the Black Cat Pirates who need to settle at the entrance of Zyrob village. Having said that, Rosie took off the collar of Crow's back coat and planned to take him to the entrance of the village. Wait sir, can you take me with you? Kaya stepped forward and grabbed Rosie's sleeve. Hey? Aren't you afraid of danger, Miss Kaya? I'm afraid, but the pirates came to this village because of me after all. If I just let you and Usopp help defend against the pirates, my heart won't be able to settle down. If that's the case, then I'll take you there to see it. Rosie nodded slightly, walked over to Kaya and put a hand against her shoulder. Meili, wait, Lord Rosie, please don't do such a dangerous thing. Rosie, I'm leaving. Before Meili could finish speaking, Rosie jumped into the sky and disappeared from the villa with Kaya and Chloe in a blink of an eye. Meili stared blankly at the position where Rosie and Kaya were standing, and it took a while to come back to her senses. That Rosie is so strong, Miss Kaya should be fine. No, I have to go check it out. The conscientious Meili's eyes were sure. She raised her legs and ran out of the villa. Wow ah! Mr. Rosie, so fast, so tall. In the sky, Rosie quickly stepped on the moonwalk and ran towards the port of Zyrob village. Kaya on his back felt the strong wind rushing past him, and felt the perspective in the sky, and suddenly shouted excitedly. Hehe, that's a trivial idea. But we're almost there. Later on, you have to do what I said and don't make a sound. Rosie laughed. Of course I'm willing to do as you say, Mr. Rosie, but is it really okay if you don't take action? Kaya tilted her head and looked hard at Rosie. It's okay. My buddies are all strong, and Usopp is the man to shoot when he should. Hurry up, we're going down. Rosie patted Kaya's back with his hand, his body fell on the branch of a dense giant tree, and sat beside him with Kaya's back. As for Chloe, he was casually hung by Rosie on a branch beside him. "Thank you, Mr. Rosie." Kaya smiled at Rosie and turned to look straight ahead. Because Rosie deliberately found a relatively close one, even Kaya could clearly see Luffy, Usopp, and others standing at the entrance of Zilab village. "Usopp is really here. Are there two people you've never met before? Are they your mates, Mr. Rosie?" Kaya asked curiously. "That's right. The one with the straw hat is Luffy, and the girl with orange hair is Nami. There is also a swordsman who uses 3 knives. He is probably lost somewhere." Rosie used observation haki while talking, and sure enough, he sensed Zoro's breath a few kilometers away from Luffy, Nami, and Usopp. In the same way, I also sensed the pirates on the shore of the island who were constantly jumping off the pirate ship. A swordsman with 3 knives. Kaya was about to ask, when suddenly she heard a scream of killing not far away. Looking up, I happened to see the pirates rushing up from the slope at the entrance of Zilab village. Seeing this scene, even knowing that Rosie has great power, Kaya is still unconsciously nervous. Chapter 52. These pirates are finally here. Seriously, where did that guy Zoro go? Isn't it just asking him to prepare some props? Why hasn't he come back yet? Nami took out several magic cards from his waist pocket, and while watching the pirates on the opposite side, he did not forget to complain to Zoro. He, it doesn't matter, Nami, Usopp and I are here, I can stop them." Luffy bumped his fists and looked eagerly at the pirates across from him. Hey, don't add me, you two are the main force." Usopp's legs were shaking, and his heartbeat started to grow louder. Having said that, when I saw the pirates raising their weapons and rushing up from the slope shouting to kill, Usopp still mustered up his courage, raised his slingshot and fired an explosive arrow that Rosie had given him earlier. Boom! With a loud bang, the title pirate was blown away immediately, and the other pirates who were originally excited instantly fell silent. They turned to look at the place of the explosion, and found that a boulder had fallen due to the explosion. The pirates who got close were immediately crushed to the ground by the boulder and could no longer get up. Who? Zhang Gao's eyes narrowed, he immediately raised his head to look around, and soon saw Usopp's trace behind a boulder dozens of meters away from them. At this moment, Usopp still maintained the shooting action, and the whole person was completely stunned in place. "Okay. It's amazing, is this explosive arrow so strong?" Usopp said in surprise. Obviously, even he did not expect the explosive arrow to be so powerful. As Rosie told you before, this explosive arrow has a strong explosive strength. After his transformation, the power has risen even more. It's a pity that the material is not enough, so there are only a few arrows on his body. Nami said. At this moment, 2 boomerangs suddenly hit, attacking Nami and Usopp respectively. Nami sensed the flow of the air, recognized an ordinary magic card, and shot the boomerang out. And Usopp, at the last moment, was dangerous, and avoided Zango's attack by falling to the ground. "It's you, Long Nose." Zango caught Fiwi's own boomerang and frowned slightly when he looked at Usopp, who got up from the ground. He knew Usopp. When Usopp saw him talking to Crow, he suggested that Crow should get rid of Usopp. But at the time, Clow let him go on the grounds that he didn't care about Usopp. Zhang Gao didn't expect that the people who were so disliked by Crow would actually stand in front of them at this time, and killed several of his subordinates as soon as he shot. "Yes, that's me. The great Captain Usopp." Usopp put one hand on his hip, raised his hand and pointed at Zan angrily and shouted. "You strange guy dared to lie to me, and I'll show you the way. Tell you, I have 8,000 people. If you are willing to leave now, I will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the Black Cat Pirates. clearly believed what Usopp said. Calm down, that long nose is a big liar, and everything he says is false. Or, have you forgotten the horror of Captain Crow? If we were late, he might have killed us all. Zango's words, let the pirates calm down again. BD, how dare you deceive us and watch me kill you? An impulsive pirate, waving a long knife and rushing towards Usopp. Seeing this, Usopp quickly took out an explosive arrow and wanted to attack. But because he was too nervous, the arrow fell from his hand. Seeing this scene, the pirates who rushed towards Usopp immediately laughed. Not far away, Nami shook his head and planned to use his own means to help Usopp. Meanwhile, Luffy was already charging Usopp with his rubber fist. Just as the pirates were getting closer and closer to Usopp, a strange sound began to sound. Dong dong! Dong dong! Hey? What's going on? What's that sound? Strange, why do I feel a little scared all of a sudden? The pirates who were rushing towards Usopp stopped instantly and looked around in surprise. Soon, they discovered that the source of the strange sound was not elsewhere, but Usopp standing in front of them. Luffy and Nami, who had already started to move, also stopped and looked at Usopp with his head down and a gloomy look with interest. It started. Luffy and Nami laughed together. Chapter 53. What's the matter? This guy doesn't seem right. Why, I suddenly think this long nose is so scary. You think so too? It's so dangerous, I feel like I'll die if I rush up. Then what? How about we back off? The pirates standing in front of Usopp were trembling and wanted to retreat, but the threat of Captain Crow was still there. Want to move forward, but at this moment Usopp makes them feel quite scared. For a while, several people fell into a difficult situation. Yo, what's wrong? Are you scared? Why don't you keep attacking me? At this moment, Usopp suddenly spoke in a low voice. I saw him slowly raise his head, and his face that was slightly funny because of his long nose turned out to be extremely majestic at this moment. Seeing Usopp's face up close, the pirates who heard Usopp's low and majestic voice only felt that Usopp's body was getting taller and taller, and slowly it had come to the point where they could only look up. What's the matter with that long nose? Zango frowned, and under the influence of the sound of Usopp's Emperor's engine, he also felt a little fear in his heart. He turned his head to look behind him, and sure enough, he saw that the pirates who were planning to go to the slaughter village with a grinning smile turned back a little at this moment. No, it can't go on like this. If we retreat like this, Captain Crow will definitely chase to the sea and kill us all. If you want to find a way, you must find a way. Zango suppressed the fear in his heart, raised his head and stared at Usopp, as if he wanted to see through him. At this moment, the pirates standing in front of Usopp could no longer hold back the pressure on Usopp, and they all knelt on the ground, praying that Usopp could let them go. However, Usopp had a sly smile on his face. When the pirate buried his head deep in the ground in front of him, he took out a slingshot and faced a few steel balls at the back of several people's heads. The weak back of the head was hit, and several pirates immediately fell to the ground. After doing all this, Usopp's face became serious again, and he strode towards Lord Zongjao. Who else? Once Usopp said this, the pirates took a step back. Seeing that the pirates were afraid of themselves, the serious expression on Usopp's face instantly collapsed, and he laughed proudly. Also because of this smile, the pressure on Zango people on him was instantly lessened. No, this kid can't be very strong. Otherwise, Captain Crow would have cleaned up this guy long ago. This strange voice, could it be hypnosis? Is he scaring us with hypnosis? Zango's eyes lit up, he immediately took out the circular pulley in his hand, and turned to look at the men behind him. Everyone, look at me. Remember, when I count to 3, all of you will be powerful and full of courage. Hearing Zango's words, the pirates who didn't know what to do immediately looked at Zango as if they had found the backbone. 1 2 3. As Zanganah's seemingly magical voice fell, the faces of all the pirates instantly turned hideous. Even the muscles on his body swelled in a circle at this moment. Hoo hoo hoo! The pirates let out a roar like a beast, and someone smashed their fists on the boulder next to them, causing the boulder to shatter. This situation made Usopp, who thought he had control of the scene, panic immediately. Especially when I saw these pirates like wild beasts waving their weapons and rushing towards them. Usopp, don't be stunned, we're fighting now. Nami shouted to Usopp, and the cards in his hand began to condense sharp wind blades. Usopp nodded, looked at Nami, and was about to answer. The next moment, he opened his mouth as if he had seen something terrifying. Watch out, Nami! Nami frowned and quickly turned his head to look behind him. It was found that Luffy had a ferocious face, and in an instant, he passed by her side and rushed to the pirates who were under hypnosis. What? Nami's eyes widened. Luffy, what's wrong with you? Nami, Luffy seems to be hypnosis. Usopp jumped to Nami's side and said worriedly. But just after he finished speaking, he was shocked by Luffy's performance again in the blink of an eye. I saw that the pirates with infinite strength and monsters were knocked out the moment they were approached by Luffy. No pirate could stand up with a punch from him. Just when Usopp thought that all pirates would be killed by Luffy like this, a string of red mist suddenly burst out from Luffy's body and instantly formed a huge, hideous red ogre. The moment Red Ogre appeared, a huge pressure was placed on all the pirates, including Zanko. Those pirates who were originally hypnosis were also instantly sober. Before they could understand what was going on, they saw the crimson evil spirit on Luffy's body, and immediately their legs went weak, and they almost fell to the ground. Damn, what's the matter with this kid? I got hit with hypnosis, why is it like this? At this time, even Zango couldn't help but take a step back. Just when Zanko and the pirates thought Luffy and the Red Ogre on Luffy were going to attack them, Red Ogre actually raised his hand and slapped Luffy on the face. The powerful force even caused Luffy to knock out a pit several meters deep in the cliff wall beside him. Hey! Luffy! Luffy was shot by Red Ogre. Nami, let's find Rosie for help. Usopp looked at Nami next to him in horror. No, that's right, we have to find Rosie. Nami nodded stunned. Unlike Usopp, Nami knew that Red Ogre was part of Luffy's power. Seeing Luffy being blown away by his own power at this moment, Nami felt worried for no reason. But before she could act, Luffy suddenly jumped out of the wall clutching her stomach. At the same time, a series of gurgling came from Luffy's stomach. Very hungry. Meat, I want meat. With his hands high, Luffy left the remaining pirates and rushed directly towards the interior of Zyrob village. Wait Luffy, we're fighting, what's wrong with you? Nami pulled Luffy's cheek hard and asked suspiciously. Nami, I'm not very clear. Just now I felt like Red Ogre appeared in front of my eyes and he didn't say anything, but I felt like he was going to wake me up. But the price is that it uses up a lot of my body's energy. Luffy kept his stance, and said anxiously. Obviously, he was very hungry at the moment. So Red Ogre still has the ability to wake you up. Gourmet Cell Demon, it's really a weird thing. Nami sighed, the strength in his hands subconsciously decreased. And Luffy broke away from Nami's arm at this time, and ran away in a hurry. BD Luffy, the pirates haven't been solved yet, wait for dinner to solve them. Nami yelled angrily. Hehe, with Zoro here, everything will be fine. You idiot, Zoro lost his way and didn't know where he went. Chapter 54. Nami, are you calling me? Also, what happened to Luffy and why did he run away? Zoro suddenly appeared behind Nami, while watching Luffy's disappearing back in confusion. Hey! When did you show up? No, where have you all gone, lunatic? We've been at war here for a long time. Nami stabbed Zoro's shoulder fiercely with his fingers, and the anger accumulated on Luffy was directly vented on Zoro. At this time, she also understood why Luffy felt relieved to leave. Obviously just now, he has seen the return of Zoro. Tisk, it's just a little late, what's the big deal? Zoro smacked his mouth and turned to look at the Black Cat pirates. It looks like a lot of people have been knocked down. Let's go Nami, we got these guys out earlier and went to see what's going on with Luffy and Rosie. With that said, Zoro pulled out 3 knives and walked towards the Black Cat pirates. Really, except for Rosie, 1 or 2 is unnerving. Hey, it would be nice if Rosie was here instead. Nami sighed tiredly, and followed Zoro's footsteps with the magic card. I'm here to help too. Usopp took a deep breath, took out the last few explosive arrows, and walked beside Nami and Zoro with the sound of the Emperor engine. With the combined efforts of the 3, Zango, Butch, and Sam were the only ones left in the Black Cat pirates who could still stand. And the 3 of them can still stand, not because of how strong they are. Simply because both Zoro and Nami are focusing their energy on taking on other pirates. So the task of dealing with the 3 of Zongjao naturally fell on Usopp's body. But damn, why is this guy so slippery? We are obviously faster in terms of speed, why can't we catch up? Sam, with his hands on his knees, stared viciously at the sly Usopp right in front of him. It's strange, this guy is not fast when he is facing us, but why is it twice as fast when he runs away with his back to us? While panting, Butch looked warily at Nami and Zoro beside him. Like Bourge, Zanko was now equally wary of Zoro and Nami, who were watching leisurely on the sidelines. This vigilance goes far beyond Usopp. Usopp can only be regarded as slippery, and it is impossible to grasp. But Zoro and Nami said that the strength they showed is the real strength. Hey, Usopp, do you want us to help? It's resolved quickly, we can also go to drink soon. Zoro put the knife on his shoulder and said with a grin. At this time, he had already learned from Nami that Luffy was going to eat meat. Naturally, he also thought of going to a restaurant for a drink. Hey, no, I feel like I can grind these 3 guys to death. Usopp smiled lewdly, thinking to himself which ammo to use against the Zango people next. At this time, although the powerful explosive arrows had been used up, Usopp was not worried. The battle just now had fully proved that the 3 of Zongjao couldn't catch him. Although the name is a bit strange, the ability to turn around and run the B-key to sprint is really powerful. Although only to increase my speed when running away. King's ability is still somewhat useful. Usopp thought to himself, took 3 rotten eggs from his pocket and fired them at Zango, Sam, and Butch with a slingshot. The strong smell of rotten eggs completely ignited the anger of both Sam and Butch. The 2 didn't care about Zoro and Nami, who were staring at them, and jumped up and rushed towards Usopp. Hey, come and catch me, come and catch me. Usopp was big and retreated, turning around and running before the 2 were about to get close to him. After several attacks, the 2 of them failed to attack Usopp, and they were exhausted. Stop, Sam, Butch. At this time, Zango appeared beside the 2 of them. He put his hand on their shoulders, and glanced at Usopp, Nami, and Zoro. I admit, we have completely underestimated the power of this village. You are stronger now. But I advise you to stop worrying about this village. Escape now. If you wait until Captain Crow comes here, all of you will inevitably be killed. Zongjao said. Hearing this, the corners of Zoro and Nami's mouth rose slightly, while Usopp laughed directly. Ha ha ha, do you still think Chloe can come here? The strongest among us is at the villa. I see, the current Crow must have been defeated by Deputy Captain Rosie, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zango frowned even more. Long nose, I think you'd better not be joking. Captain Crow can let you go once, but that doesn't mean he can let you go a second time. Zongjao shook his head, intending to use his eloquence to convince Usopp. But at this moment, a voice interrupted Zhang Gao's plan. He's right, it's better that you don't continue to wait for Crow. With the sound of the voice, Rosie descended from the sky with both Chloe and Kaya. After landing, Rosie casually threw Clow himself in front of Zanko, Buggy and Sam. Kaya, why are you here? Usopp ran 2 quick steps and looked at Kaya in surprise. Sorry Usopp, I misunderstood you. I asked Mr. Rosie to bring me here. I want to see the situation here with my own eyes. Kaya smiled apologetically at Usopp, then looked at Nami and Zoro gratefully. Previously, Nami, Zoro, and Luffy were defending against the pirates, and Kaya saw them. For several people, Kaya is grateful from the bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Buggy and Sam saw Chloe's miserable appearance, and their faces changed immediately. Without waiting for Zhang Gao's order, the two turned around and ran towards the pirate ship docked at the port. Idiot, don't be impulsive! Zhang Gao shouted loudly, trying to stop the actions of the two. Nami and Zoro are tough enough. Now there is a stronger Rosie who can defeat Crow, and it is impossible to escape. Running away without authorization is very likely to make the situation develop in a bad direction. However, Zanko's voice did not reach the ears of Sam and Buggy after all. Hey, just running away like this, isn't it too disrespectful to me? Rosie shook his head, and a hand crossbow quickly emerged from the wrist of his right arm. Bow of prayer. Usopp's eyes widened, recognizing the weapon on Rosie's wrist with just one glance. Rosie glanced at Zanko, who was standing still and sweating profusely, and the crossbow swept over his body and pointed at Sam and Buggy. As 2 arrows were fired, Sam and Buggy were shot through one of their legs. The legs were shot through, and with the poison on the arrows, the 2 of them could only helplessly fall to the ground and wailed in pain. Zango, right! Rosie touched his prayer bow and turned to look at Zango. You're smart, you didn't move. So my arrow didn't fall on you. You should feel fortunate that the poison on this arrow is definitely not something that pirates of your level can contaminate. After getting hit, you can only die in pain like those 2. As Rosie spoke, he aimed the prayer bow at Sam and Buggy again. So, let's let them suffer earlier, what do you think? Rosie smiled at Zhang Jiao and turned to look at Sam and Buggy. As you who have tasted this power for the first time, you are considered lucky to some extent. Then, dissipate the 2 of you. Bow of prayer. After Rosie finished speaking, a strong magic power gradually began to rise from the prayer bow released by his real name. The next moment, an emerald green light flew out from the bow of prayer, passing slightly over the bodies of Buggy and Sam. Zhang Gao endured fear and looked at Buggy and Sam, but just happened to see their bodies bizarrely swelled and burst open. For a moment, a greater fear hit Zango's heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miss Nami? What's wrong? Kaya looked suspiciously at Nami, who suddenly came to him, leaning on his shoulders and turning his back to Rosie. It's nothing. Nami glanced at the tragic state of Sam and the 2 behind him, then adjusted his heartbeat and put a gentle smile on his face again. I heard that you are very rich, Miss Kaya, for the sake of my efforts this time. Can Miss Kaya pay me some money? Nami made an okay gesture and stuck out his tongue playfully. Chapter 55. Lo. Mr. Rosie, I have moved all the treasures of our pirate ship to you as you said. What do you need me to do? As long as you say it, I'm willing to do it, whether it's going up the mountain or down the sea of fire. Zhang Gao rubbed his hands together and looked at Rosie in front of him. The tragic situation of Sam and Buggy became the last straw that completely overwhelmed Zanko's psychological defense. At this moment, he just wants to hold on to his own life, as for the rest, he doesn't care at all. Okay, you can get out. Remember to bring your companions. Rosie waved his hands, carried the treasure chest that Zhang Jiao brought in both hands, and walked towards Zoro and the others. With Rosie's instruction, Zhang Jiao was overjoyed, and quickly began to laboriously carry his friends. Even the dead are not spared. Now that he is about to leave, he doesn't want to make any mistakes. It's okay, let those guys go. If they turn the boat and come to this village in the future, and we are not there, it may cause some danger to this village. Zoro took a treasure chest from Rosie's hand and said while walking beside Rosie. Don't worry, among those who are alive, whether it's Zongjao or others, I have broken some bones with my skill. In the future, I'm afraid they can only live like ordinary people. If they use too much force, they will suffer excruciating pain. Even if they come to this village, they will not be the opponents of ordinary people. Rosie laughed. As expected of the deputy captain, you are really thoughtful, but where did you learn these methods? Zoro, don't forget what I used to do. Like that kind of torture that doesn't kill you, I have it. So, you are really a terrible man. Fortunately, such a man is not an enemy. Hehe, if you don't have such a strong fighting spirit when you say this, I'll still think you really think me scary. Give it up, Zoro, I'm not interested in competing with you. Compared to this, let's go find Luffy. Having said that, Rosie directly crossed Zoro and walked to Nami, Kaya, and others. A few days later, there was a sea area not far from Luobia village. On a marine warship with a giant crane written on its sails. Unexpectedly, Captain Crow, who had been beheaded before the public, is still alive. Is it worthy of being praised as a pirate who is good at strategy? The Captain Crow who was beheaded once was arranged by you, the real Captain Crow. Tell me, who made you and your crew look like this? Crane folded his arms and looked at the members of the Black Cat Pirates, Klo and Zango, who were imprisoned directly opposite. Crow raised his head and looked at the crane in front of him with a gloomy face, indescribably depressed in his heart. He never imagined that his 3-year plan had just been sabotaged by Rosie. After waking up, he appeared on Marine's warship again. Thinking of this, Crow glared fiercely at Zangao who was beside him. Captain Crow, don't look at me like this, I can't help it either. I finally escaped from that BD Rosie, and I don't want to meet these Marines. Zangao looked desperate. They thought they had escaped, but who thought they had not found a stable foothold on the sea, they encountered the Marine warship again. And it is also a warship of the Naval Headquarters General Staff. Hey? You said Rosie just now. Did Rosie beat you all? Where is that man now? Jun's eyes lit up, and he quickly questioned Zongjao. They have been searching for Rosie in the sea for several days, and now they suddenly get news about Rosie. Jun is naturally very concerned. Are you looking for Rosie? Crow frowned, his eyes swept across Jun and landed on Crane. We're really after him. Looking at your appearance, you have a deep hatred for him. Why don't you tell us about him and let us Marine come to avenge you? Crane was keenly aware of Chloe's emotions, and moved a chair to sit opposite Chloe. Haha, haha, it's interesting, it's really interesting. Although I'm very unhappy with you Marines, I'd be quite happy if you could get that Rosie. Listen, we met those guys in Shirobia village. Sister He, shall we go to Ziluobia village now? According to the time, Rosie and his party may have left the village. In the aisle of the cabin, Jun asked as he followed Tsuru forward. No matter what, you have to go and have a look. Jun, it's not just about Rosie anymore. You also heard that the young man named Usopp who joined Rosie's pirate group, may be the Red Hair Pirates officer, Usopp's son. He frowned slightly, his face serious. Even she had never expected to meet someone who might be related to the 4 emperors in this place. Jun nodded, and with her knowledge, she quickly understood Tsuru's mind. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy is Garp's grandson, and Rosie is the vicious criminal who killed the celestial dragons. If there is a son of a 4 emperors cadre, the weight of this newcomer pirates is too heavy. Among other things, if something happened to Usopp, the Red Hair Pirates might also get in on the action. Well, I heard you talk about Rosie just now, have you found Rosie? At this time, a mature female voice rang in the ears of Tsuru and Gion. You're still here, Naomi, I should have said you could leave. Gion frowned and looked helplessly at Naomi, the treasure hunter who was following her. Didn't I say it before, I have nowhere to go. Right now I just want to find that ruffian Rosie. Since you both want to find Rosie, can't you take me with you? I can join you as Marine if you agree. Naomi said seriously. Seeing this, Gion shook his head with a headache and turned to look at Crane. Since she is so determined, give her a chance and let her start with recruit. Since she is a woman, she can naturally fit into our big family. Crane stood on the deck, looked at Naomi and said. Recruit, let's change into Marine's clothes. Then come with us to Shirob village, and if the Rosie guy is still there, we'll arrest him. Hearing this, Naomi immediately became excited. She gave the Crane a military salute awkwardly, turned and ran to the female sailor beside her, intending to ask her for Marine's uniform. Then let's go too. Following the Crane's order, the marine warship immediately turned its bow and started to head towards the direction of Shirobya village. Chapter 56 West Lob village, on the coast. A mizzen uses a dhow docked to the sea. The bow designed by the sheep's head maid Rosie, who had just followed Mary to the port, recognized the first pirate ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, going Mary, at a glance. That's right, after a few days, Meili has successfully designed and produced the Meili. Mr. Rosie, this is the sailboat I made for you. You can call it the Advance Mary. It's my favorite work. There are separate warehouses, bedrooms, kitchens, etc., which will definitely play an important role in your future sailing. Meili pointed her finger to the forward Meili, and said proudly. Seeing such an excellent sailboat, Luffy couldn't wait to get on the deck immediately. He looked here and there for a while, and finally jumped to the bow of the boat as if he had found his target. Thanks, Mary. Talk to our navigator about the ship, and she'll take notes. Rosie patted Nami on the back and pushed her in front of Mary. Immediately, I wanted to follow in the footsteps of Luffy and Zoro on the Explorer. Please wait, Mr. Rosie. At this time, Kaya's voice sounded behind Rosie. Anything else, Miss Kaya? Rosie turned around, glanced at Usopp who waved at Kaya and jumped on the Mary, and then set his eyes on Kaya's face in front of him. Mr. Rosie, thank you very much for coming. Not only did you save the village, but you finally gave Usopp a chance to pursue his dreams. Although these berries are not many, please accept them. Kaya first bowed to Rosie, then took out a small suitcase and handed it to Rosie. Nami, who was originally communicating with Meili about the Meili number, immediately looked over. Rosie opened it and took a look. There were tens of millions of berry in the suitcase. Considering Kaya's family background, Rosie did not refuse, and directly raised his hand and threw it at Nami who was beside him. Seeing this, Nami almost jumped for joy. Mr. Rosie, I love Miss Nami very much. Kaya exclaimed. It's just a matter of division of labor. If she manages the money, Luffy, Zoro, and the others will not spend money indiscriminately. As for myself, I have enough pocket money. Rosie shrugged and laughed. Miss Kaya, this time is really goodbye. We'll meet again when there is a chance, Rosie was about to say his final goodbyes to Kaya when a burst of gunfire came into his ears. He turned his head to look, and what caught his eye was more than a dozen black cannonballs. Most of the shells fell towards the Mary, and a few fell towards Rosie and Kaya's position. Seeing this scene, Kaya immediately closed her eyes in fear. Tisk, it's really haunted, these women. Rosie observation haki unfolded, and soon Nazuru's marine warship was seen on the sea not far away. Tempest kick. Rosie raised his leg and raised a huge wind blade, intercepting all the shells in the air. Kaya, Meili, if a marine comes to ask, just say that this pirate ship was stolen from you. Nami, go. Rosie patted Kaya on the shoulder, and then quickly passed Nami, wrapping her slender waist with her right hand and taking her on the merry. Take care, Mr. Rosie, Usopp, everyone. Kaya came back to her senses and quickly waved goodbye to Rosie and the others on the merry. Miss Kaya, let's leave quickly. We can't make trouble for Usopp and Lord Rosie at this time. Mei Li walked quickly to Kaya's side, grabbed her hand and ran towards Shirobya village. Mei Li is not a fool. The shelling just now let Mei Li know that he and Kaya will not be of any help to Rosie and others by staying here. Instead, Marine may misunderstand their relationship with the pirates. Meanwhile, on the merry. After arriving on the deck, Nami soon saw the marine warship in the distance. BD, why is there a marine warship here? Rosie, shouldn't that be to chase after you? Nami gritted his teeth and looked at Rosie with an unhappy face. Nami, shouldn't we run away first than this? Show your sailing skills and keep the merry away from those guys. Rosie patted Nami's shoulder and walked towards the stern of the boat actively. Although Nami was helpless, he could only start directing Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp to control the ship to sail away from the marine warship as Rosie said. Relying on excellent navigation skills, coupled with the dexterous settings of the merry, the ship gradually began to pull the distance from the marine warship. And this scene is naturally not what Gion and others on the marine warship wanted to see. I saw Gion jumping straight up, stepping on the moonwalk and chasing towards the merry. After Gion, several powerful female marines rushed out following Gion's footsteps. Chapter 57. What? To fly in the sky like Rosie? What should I do? They are going to catch up. Is my pirate career coming to an end immediately? Usopp ran back and forth on the deck of the merry in a panic, and the Emperor's engine began to unfold automatically. Idiot, calm down for me. Follow my instructions and sail. Nami punched Usopp in the head and roared angrily. When she was done, she turned to Rosie again. Your Excellency the Vice Captain, those people are coming for you. I believe you have a way to stop them. Hearing this, Rosie shrugged, pulled out the famous sword Kinpura behind his back, and said with a smile. Anyway, I will try my best to stop them. At this time, Zoro and Luffy also looked over. One of the two was gearing up, and the other pulled out the words on his waist slightly, without the slightest fear on his face. The elite pursuers of Naval Headquarters, if I can, I really like to see how powerful they are. Here are Zoro's words. Rosie said that there was a Marine Admiral on that ship as a backup, and Marine Admiral was Marine's strongest force, really wanted to see how strong she was. Luffy said with a giggle. Since the two obtained the heroic spirit template, their strength has grown faster than the original. So far, apart from the competition between their partners, they have never felt pressured battles. Now that Marine is chasing after him again, Zoro and Luffy are naturally quite interested. Luffy, there's a woman on that ship who's the same Marine as your grandpa. To some extent, your grandfather is afraid of her. How, after listening to my words, do you still plan to fight them? Rosie didn't look back, and said while guarding Gion and others who were stepping on the moonwalk getting closer and closer to the merry. Grandpa is afraid of her. Luffy's body trembled, thinking of the picture of being beaten by Garp when he was a child, the fighting spirit he just mentioned instantly wilted. At this time, Gion finally came to a place close to the merry. Seeing Rosie standing at the stern, she didn't want to use the long knife in her hand to make a flying slash. Facing this tentative slash, Rosie took a breath, turned his body and kicked a tempest kick, and the crescent-shaped wind blade slammed into Gion's flying slash. With a bang, the two wind blades stirred up a gust of wind, and both disappeared into the air. Stop me, Rosie, you a hole. Explain that to me? Gion shouted. What was that thing? Momozagi Vice Admiral, can you stop being the Riddler? What a mess. Also, give me back my sword, UBD, you who don't know how to use swords don't deserve to have a Kinpira at all. Oh, who told you that I can't use a sword? Rozi held Kinpura on his shoulders, and did not intend to return Kinpura to Gion in the slightest. Gion, let's stop talking nonsense with that guy, let's attack like this. That's right. Just stop the boat he's on, and the Vice Admiral and the other sisters on the warship will be able to support us. Believe this Rozi will not be able to escape. Jinpira, will naturally be able to return to your hands. At this time, the other female marines who stepped on moonwalk had also come behind Gion, and they persuaded Gion to start now. Gion nodded, and the powerful armament Haki climbed up on the blade and swung a few knives in the direction of Going Merry in quick succession. In an instant, more than 10 flying slashes fell from the sky, and even the entire melee was included in it. Seeing Jun's action, the other female marines did not show weakness, some cast Tempest Kick, and some wielded long swords. Soon, more flying slashes fell from the air. It really doesn't hold back at all. However, the melee you just got can't just be cut off by you. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, a cold red light flashed in his eyes, and his body even gave off a ghostly aura. Zoro, who was about to use the moon-breathing sword skill to intercept the flying slash in the sky, felt the breath of Rosie and looked at it instantly. Black Death Mou's breath. Well, then let me see how you use his power. Zoro thought to himself, and slowly put down the long knife in his hand. After seeing that Rosie once used the power of Zaraki Kenpeki to cut the sea, Zoro had long wanted to see Rosie fighting with his sword again. To this end, Rosie has been challenged a lot. However, Rosie not only did not accept the challenge, but also rarely used the sword in future battles with the enemy. At this moment, seeing that Rosie was not only going to use Jinpira, but even the power of Black Death Mou, Zoro naturally didn't plan to make another move. Rosie gathered the Jinpira in his hand over his head, and the blood-red energy climbed up the Jinpira blade. In just 1 second, the original long knife became a blade, the handle and grip were all covered with eyes, and a strange-shaped blade with the wrong blade was born. This is not over yet. After Rosie used Black Death Mou's blood ghost technique to transform the middle long sword, he even covered the armament Haki of emission level on the blade. Breath of the moon shape of 9 falling moon face. Rosie quickly swung the sharp blade in his hand, and slashed at Dayuan and others in the sky, creating a multi-layered wind with countless moon blades. Those flying slashes slashed by Gion and the others met Rosie's slashes and were quickly strangled. After that, there were even extra moon breath slashes that flew towards Gion and the others, forcing Gion and the others to use their own means of defense. Is this the sword form after the moon breath of the 6th form, so strong? Zoro clenched the handle of the knife tightly and looked closely at Rosie's back. With just this blow, Zoro understood the gap between himself and Rosie. Even if he integrated the breath of the moon into his 3 swords flow. But none of the sword skills he masters now is stronger than the sword skills Rosie is using now. Thinking of this, a strong desire to challenge poured into his heart. When did you learn to use a sword? Gion, who was knocked back several meters, stared at Rosie's face with wide eyes. At this time, she suddenly felt that she couldn't understand Rosie. It was obvious that they chased after Rosie, but Rosie never showed his sword skills from beginning to end. How come you can use the sword all of a sudden? Moreover, the proficiency in using the sword is not at all like the kind of person who just used the sword as the master. Who knows? Rosie shrugged, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, looking in the direction of the marine. There, the crane jumped out of the bow of the marine warship, and also stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards the Mary. Although I want to prove to you that I am worthy of this sword. But if there are other people around, it's really a bit of an image of my state. So we still have a chance to meet again. Now that Crane has attacked, Rosie naturally has no intention of continuing to talk to Gion. BD, don't try to escape. Finally found an opportunity to seize Rosie, how could Gion give up? She stomped on the air behind her with her right leg, and accelerated again and landed in the direction of the Mary. Everyone, find something and grab it, I'm going to speed up the melee. Rosie shouted to the companions behind him, and put Kimpira back into the scabbard behind him. Immediately he jumped off the deck, using moonwalk to control his back against the stern part of the Mary. Although Luffy, Nami, and others didn't understand what Rosie was going to do, they all honestly found a place to fix themselves. After using observation haki to determine the status of Luffy and others, Rosie stretched out his hands towards Crane, which is also the direction of Marine's warship. Then, by everyone! Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon. Boom! With Rosie's loud shout, a huge explosion suddenly sounded. His outstretched hands slammed out an energy beam of terrifying energy. In the blink of an eye, the energy beam came to the front of Crane and engulfed her. At the same time, Rosie then launched the powerful after-action force of the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon, and even used his back to push the Mary to sail forward at a high speed. In the blink of an eye, the Mary leaped over a distance of several kilometers. Sister Crane! Seeing the crane being engulfed by the beam of light, even the marine warship behind the crane was shrouded in a dazzling white light. Gion didn't even have the heart to continue chasing Rosie. She hurriedly turned around and stepped on the crane, who was pushed by the beam of light and moved into the distance. Sister He, are you all right? After a while, when the beam of light finally dissipated, Gion looked at the crane in front of him worriedly. At this moment, although the crane still maintains a calm attitude, her clothes, hair, and other places have been damaged in many places. Don't worry, I'm fine. 1. Crane nodded slightly and turned to look at the marine warship that was pushed back several kilometers by his back. After seeing the marine warship and that there were no casualties on the marine warship, Tsuru Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that Rosie can't help Chang Fangzi. How much power does that man have yet to use? Did he lie to us before? Gion clenched the long sword in his hand and looked at the sea in the distance, but at this time, there was still the shadow of the Mary on the sea. Using moonwalk, Tsuru jumped back to the marine warship deck, looked at Gion who fell from the sky beside him, and said, "It's a bit odd that Rosie can use a sword, but maybe it's because he didn't have a proper weapon before, so he only used fists and feet when he had a conflict with us. However, it's a bit strange that he can use the laser just now, and I don't know if that guy got some strange devil fruit one." At this time, the new Marine Naomi ran to Crane's side with a new marine coat and handed it to her. Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Gion, the swordsmanship performed by Rosie just now is similar to the swordsmanship performed by the pirate hunter Zoro. Although Rosie's swordsmanship is much stronger than Zoro's, their swordsmanship can also trigger the crescent sword aura. Remembering that Rosie once used the same card as Nami the thief cat, I suspect that this Rosie intentionally taught his abilities to his friends. Naomi said. Hearing this, Crane nodded in agreement. It seems that this Rosie is not only a dangerous wanted criminal, but also an excellent teacher. Looking at it this way, he also has a reason to join Monkey D. Luffy's pirate group. Maybe this guy has the idea of training rookie pirates. 1. While talking, Tsuru took off the marine coat that was slightly burned by the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon behind him, and put on the new marine coat that Naomi handed over. Well, Crane Vice Admiral, are we going to keep going? At this time, a female marine asked. Crane pondered for a while, and after thinking for a while, she shook her head. The strange laser just now pushed us back several kilometers, and the same Rosie pushed their ship several kilometers with this laser. 1. Although the pirate ship is small, it moves nimbly. It is very difficult to catch up in these 527 hours. Although I don't know the price of Rosie's release of the laser, but he has such an ability that even if we catch up for a short time, it is difficult to really catch them. Unless, in the first place, a powerful warrior can come to him and let him not use this strange laser to push their ship away. As soon as these words came out, Gion immediately grabbed the handle of the sword around his waist. Sister He, leave this to me. Next time I will sneak into his side quietly and use all my strength to hold him back. 1. At that time, as long as the sisters can support me in time, we will be able to capture Rosie and his partners. At this moment, Jun's eyes were firmer than ever before. At the same time, it is also embarrassing. She felt that if she had not been surprised by Rosie's swordsmanship before, perhaps she had a chance to entangle Rosie. At that time, he naturally couldn't cast strange laser rays to help himself and his partner escape. Well, if possible, I will work with you to stop him. Crane nodded, then suddenly, as if thinking of something, he took out his phone and dialed a familiar phone number. Soon, a very familiar voice rang from the phone bug. Hehe, what's the matter? Could it be that you have already captured Luffy and the others? Opposite the phone bug is the voice of marine hero Garp. No, that Rosie again showed a weird ability that made him run away. Escaped again? Hehe, what did that guy do? It released a powerful laser, shrouding me and the ship behind me. The power is very strong, and I can't destroy it for a while, but if you and Sengoku were you and Sengoku, you must have this ability. Speaking of which, the Crane sighed. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, none of the 4 marine old men are weak, and Crane's ability is even stronger to some extent. But when it comes to destructive power, she is indeed a little lacking. Is that so? Should I wait until I meet with you and then go to their troubles? I've reached Loguetown now, and it shouldn't be long before I join you. 1. Garp offered his own suggestion. Of course, whether he wanted to catch Luffy and his party, only he knew. No, I'm calling just wanting you to stay in Loguetown. According to the current route, Luffy, Luo, pedestrians are likely to go to towns soon. It's enough for us to search the sea, you stay there to prevent them from entering the Grand Line. Crane said. This, well, I'll listen to you. Garp replied in a muffled voice. Chapter 58. On the other side, going Mary. Sorry Mary, I'll fix it for you later. Rosie, who had withdrawn his strength, sighed and turned to look behind him. Although he paid attention, some of the wooden boards at the stern of the Mary still had some cracks. He patted the hull of the Mary and jumped back to the deck of the Mary. Rosie, you are amazing, you can actually release such a huge laser, which is bigger than the laser released by the Golden Deer. At this time, Luffy ran over, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Rosie, is that the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon just now? I'll be able to have the power of a master in the future. Like Luffy, Usopp couldn't hold back and looked at Rosie excitedly. As far as navigation is concerned, this Purgatory Peerless explosive heat wave cannon is quite valuable. Zoro folded his arms, his eyes fixed on Rosie. Rosie glanced at him, although Zoro was talking about the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon, but Rosie was more willing to believe that he was caring about the moon breath sword technique he performed earlier. You 3, we are not out of danger yet. 1. I'll give me back to work and continue sailing. Nami grinned, and yelled at Luffy and the others, almost collapsing. Nami is right, although I pushed those marines back for a while. But they might catch up later. Now I don't have the physical strength to be able to mess like just now. If you don't want to be caught in Marine's prison like this, it's better to get out of this sea as soon as possible. Rosie gave Luffy a big smile and raised his hand in a gesture of being detained. Usopp's body trembled, and he quickly greeted Zoro and Luffy back to work, and continued to control the Mary to the distance under Nami's command. On the other hand, Nami, after issuing sailing orders to Zoro and others, approached Rosie worriedly. Are you really all right? That move just now was more powerful than the fairy brilliance I used. Thinking of the fact that she slept all day after casting Bright of the Fairy, Nami was a little worried about Rosie's current situation. What's more, Rosie released the laser continuously for several minutes. Don't worry, I'm relatively confident in terms of physical fitness. It's just that a lot of food may need to be added next. After that, everyone may need to fish to replenish the food reserves on board. Rosie was talking when a gurgling sound came from Rosie's stomach. Nami, I'll go to the kitchen to get something to eat, and I'll leave the sailing to you. Rosie touched his stomach, said hello to Nami and walked to the restaurant of the Mary. Nami shook his head and was about to say something when another gurgling came from behind. Nami turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw Luffy looking at Rosie with admiration. Luffy, haven't you just eaten? Why are you hungry again? Nami sighed deeply. But isn't it the same with Rosie? How can that be? He just used a powerful ability to help us escape from Marine. But, I'm really hungry. No, at least now you have to help me sail. After a few hours, Rosie, who was full of food and drink, and prepared a table of dishes for his partner, walked out of the restaurant of the Mary. Everyone, it's almost time to eat. Hey? Who are these two? Rosie raised his eyebrows, and his eyes fell on the two strange men on the deck of the Mary. Rosie, they're acquaintances I knew when I was a bounty hunter. This is Johnny, this is Joseph. Zoro raised his finger and pointed at the two of them, and said. So that's it, since you're Zoro's acquaintance, why don't we have something to eat together? Rosie nodded slightly, and instantly remembered that there were indeed such two men in the original book. But what Rosie didn't expect was that even with his own butterfly, they would still encounter this duo of bounty hunters. Then, how's that funny? Johnny touched the back of his head and looked at Rosie with a kind face in front of him in horror. By the time they were aboard the Mary, he and Joseph had gotten to know Rosie and knew that he was the great pirate with a bounty of 800 million berry. In the face of such a high bounty pirate, Johnny instinctively felt a little scared. Joseph nodded, and just as he was about to say something, a sense of powerlessness suddenly struck him. In just a split second, his eyes widened and he fell on the deck. Joseph, what's the matter with you? Johnny fell to the ground, looking at his partner worriedly. Luffy, who had planned to run to the cafeteria, saw this scene, and could not help but stop and looked over with concern. It looks like I have scurvy, and I can't eat fresh fruits and vegetables at sea for a long time. Drink this glass of lemon juice, then have a full meal, and then cultivate for a while and you will be better. Rosie walked over to the strong J and handed the lemon juice to she. Johnny was already panicking at this time, and regardless of whether Rosie was right or wrong, he decisively took the juice and poured it into Johnny's mouth. After a while, Johnny was surprised to find that Joseph really opened his eyes, and his face became better again. Without waiting for Joseph to jump around like in the original book, Rosie took his hand and walked directly to the restaurant. Luffy and others, who were already eager to taste the food, naturally followed. Rosie, you know a lot about food, and your cooking is superb. Why don't I hand over the kitchen of the Melee to you in the future? After a full meal, Nami patted Rosie on the shoulder with a smile. Aside, Zoro and Usopp also nodded. Although Nami also cooked during the voyage, Rosie's cooking skills are recognized by everyone. What they didn't know was that Rosie had a good cooking skill before crossing. Not to mention that Kazuma Sato also has magic skills specially used for cooking. Putting the two together, Rosie's cooking skills are not top-notch, but they are good enough. To say that Rosie is the chef of the Straw Hats is also qualified. However, Rosie didn't want Sanji, who was a chef, to be excluded from the team for his own reasons. Of course, with Luffy and himself two super foodies on board, Rosie would rather have a chef join the Straw Hats lest he always spend too much time in the kitchen himself. Forget it, I usually have to help everyone familiarize themselves with the power of the heroic spirit template, which is a tiring job. So I think I probably don't have as much time for the kitchen on the Mary. Rosie waved his hand and directly rejected Nami's proposal. What, you are usually very busy. And you haven't spent a lot of time helping us get acquainted with power, have you, one? Nami frowned slightly, looking suspiciously at Rosie's face. It's okay if you want me to cook, 100,000 berry at a time. Rosie didn't panic at all, smiling and raising a finger at Nami. 100,000 berry, why don't you grab it? Wait, shouldn't we also pay 100,000 berry for this meal? Nami's eyes widened, and in some panic, he covered the pocket of his skirt that contained his wallet. No, you're wrong, it's 100,000 berry per person. Anyway, everyone got a part of the funds from the Black Cat pirates, 100,000 berry or something is just a trifle. Rosie put his hands on the dining table, opened a lady's purse with a cute pattern, pulled out a stack of berry and gave Nami a big smile at the same time. Damn, when was it stolen? Wait, didn't you use the steal skill on me? Nami's mouth is in the shape of a zero, she never thought that she usually steals other people's wallets, but this time Rosie stole her wallet without her noticing it at all. If you really use that skill, I think some of your private clothes may not be preserved. Nami, you're not the only one good at stealing this ship. When I used to work in the world government, I did a lot of things like stealing. 1. Rosie chuckled and put the wallet back into Nami's skirt pocket, and even patted Nami's leg deliberately to make Nami notice. Nami's face flushed immediately, and he didn't know whether it was because he felt guilty for being stolen by Rosie, or because of other reasons. Anyway, I have taken up the position of vice captain on this ship. It is more or less redundant to hold a position of chef, so let's leave it to others. Luffy, what do you think? Rosie asked Luffy, who was still gulping meat in his mouth. Well, it's a shame you didn't take over the kitchen though, Rosie 1. But since you're already the vice captain, there's nothing you can do. 1. But if you want to find a new chef, you have to find a chef as good as you, Rosie. Luffy split his mouth, revealing a wide smile. When everyone heard they all nodded. After eating the dishes cooked by Rosie, it will be difficult for them to get used to it if they are not equal to or better than Rosie's dishes. As for the chef, I have a proposal. At this time, Joseph raised his hand. After seeing everyone looking at him, Joseph said, actually, not far from this sea area, there is a restaurant called Sea Restaurant. It's said to have some of the best chefs in East Blue. If you guys want to find a chef, Zoro, try your luck there. 1. As soon as Li Liaozhao said this, Luffy immediately made a decision and stood up. Okay. Nami, let's go to that sea restaurant next. Find a chef as good as Rosie. However, before that, Rosie, can you make me this big meat? Rosie sighed, got up and walked to the kitchen. Sure enough, it's still up to that Sanji guy to take over this errand. If you tempt him with colored fruits, it should be easy to let him join. I don't know if Nami and Robin, who will join the pirates in the future, will mind if Sanji takes the color fruit. If you can use the color fruit to make the Mary invisible, it may save a lot of trouble in future voyages. Wait, if there is a ship spirit on the Mary in the future, will the ship spirit also be able to eat the color fruit? In this case, the hull should also be able to be invisible. Rosie thought to himself. As early as the moment he joined the Straw Hat Pirates, Rosie had already made plans to treat Mary's ship spirit well. Even if the hull of the Mary will disappear one day in the future, Rosie, Mary's ship spirit, will find a way to keep it. As one of the companions, Meili's ship spirit, he believes that the system's ability can also act on it. In that case, he can have a way to make Meili's ship spirit stay in the true sense. Perhaps, after the ship spirit of the Mary takes shape and let him get the template of the heroic spirit, let him try devil fruit. Chapter 59. East Blue, a restaurant on the sea. Big brother Zoro, big brother Rosie, everyone, this is the restaurant on the sea we talked about earlier. Well, it's not bad. Joseph jumped off the deck of the Mary, and stood on the deck of Barity, the marine restaurant, and shouted to Rosie and the others. After getting rid of Tsuru and Gion and others, the Mary ushered in a peaceful voyage, and finally reached the destination of the trip smoothly. What a big fish, so the restaurant on the sea is a fish. Luffy looked surprised, and there was a faint drool in his big mouth. Luffy, that's not a fish for you to eat one. If you want to eat, go there and eat. Rosie patted Luffy on the shoulder, as usual, jumped onto the deck of the restaurant on the sea with a suitcase containing berry, precious jewelry, and devil fruit, and waved to Luffy, Nami, and others behind him. Nami looked at Rosie's suitcase, which was still with him, and sighed again, secretly thinking that one day he would steal Rosie's treasure. And Luffy and the others, who could not wait, naturally jumped down and walked towards the door of the restaurant on the sea with Rosie. When the waiter in charge of welcoming the guests saw Rosie and others, he immediately reached out his hand and politely led everyone to the vacant seat in the restaurant to sit down. Rosie turned his head and looked around. He couldn't help but feel a little strange that he didn't see Iron Fist Fenbudi, who had the same title as Garp, nor did he see Ajin, who was discussed by many people in his previous life. Are we too early for 5:27? Rosie thought suspiciously. Masters, I don't know what you want to eat. The small shop has everything, good quality and low price, please rest assured to order. At this time, a flattering voice pulled Rosie back from his thoughts. He turned his head and saw a man dressed as a cook who looked a bit fierce. Rosie can see that he is the man named Patty in the restaurant on the sea who always fights against Sanji and is greedy for money. Meat, I want meat. Luffy raised his hand and offered his opinion without hesitation. Anyway, get me a few bottles of the bar first. Zoro smiled and said. No problem, gentlemen. But may I ask first, you should have a berry. Patty rubbed his hands together, looked around, and finally settled on Rosie with a suitcase beside him. Don't worry, Berry has enough. Rosie opened the suitcase, revealing a neat stack of berry bills on the surface. Bring your best food here one. Well, prepare 2 tables, and after we finish the first table, we will go to another table. Patty's eyes lit up until Rosie closed the suitcase again. No problem, sir, we'll do it for you right away. Patty shouted happily, and immediately ran to the kitchen, shouting as he ran, for fear that others would not know the order ordered by Rosie and others. Hey, bring us the wine first. Zoro shouted, but Patty was already running into the kitchen. In desperation, Zoro had no choice but to look at a waiter who was wearing a neat black suit and walked to the table next to Rosie and others with double the juice. Waiter, bring us 5 bottles of wine. Zoro shouted. I think you misunderstood, I am not the waiter, but the sous chef here. 1. Besides, with just a few of you, can you finish the 2 tables of dishes you ordered? The last thing I can't stand in this restaurant are people who waste food. The waiter in the suit, namely Sanji, put down the drink at the adjacent table and turned to look at Zoro with a cold face. Don't worry, we have 2 foodies here and there will be absolutely no food left. 1. At this time, Nami suddenly spoke up. Sanji followed the sound and looked at Nami, his expression was instantly sideways, his eyes were red and he rushed in front of Nami and praised Nami's beauty. Even Nami was a little stunned by Sanji's sudden rise. Just when Sanji was about to confess to Nami on the spot, Zoro, who had just been ignored by Sanji, suddenly spoke up. What? It turns out to be a waiter who is addicted to women's pornography. Ha, do you have any opinion on this green algae head? Stinky Kappa, do you want to fight? Rosie raised his eyebrows, looking at Zoro and Sanji who were about to fight with their heads suddenly in front of them. Rosie had to sigh about the fate between them. Just when Rosie wanted to speak, the two separated. A man suddenly appeared from the side and kicked Sanji out with one leg. This person is none other than Chef Zap, the head chef of the sea restaurant with a case of wine. UBD, what are you doing? Sanji stomped on his legs to stop himself, wiped the marks on his face, and looked at Zap unhappily. Idiot, don't arbitrarily quarrel with the guests. Zap snorted at Sanji and looked at Zoro, aback, apologetically. I'm Chef Jep of this sea restaurant. If that guy bothered you, I apologize. In order to show sincerity, these drinks should be given to you by me." Saying that, he shoved the wine box directly into Zoro's hands. "Oh, thank you." Zoro scratched the back of his head and put the wine on the table with some confusion. "Old man, what are you doing? Why are you inviting this guy to drink? It is calculated that if you want to invite, you should also invite that beautiful lady." Sanji frowned, suddenly feeling a little confused about what Zap was doing. "You must know that there has never been a case of Jep treating guests before." Zap didn't answer Sanji, but glanced at Zoro, Nami, and Luffy warily, and finally settled on Rosie. "I really didn't expect that my restaurant would be able to meet a group of big people like you. Zoro, the pirate hunter with a reward of 20 million berry, Nami, the little thief cat with a reward of 25 million berry, and you, Captain Luffy with a reward of 30 million berry." Zap said. Aside, Sanji couldn't help frowning even more when he heard this. He knew that it was Zap who was reminding him that the people in front of him were not to be messed with. "What, it's just a reward of 30 million. Sanji was about to express his opinion to Luffy and the others when Zap cut him off. "And your excellency, Rosie, the demon with a reward of 800 million berry." Zap said. "Hey? 800 million? Sanji looked at Rosie blankly. At this time he suddenly remembered the bounty that the restaurant staff had discussed recently. There is indeed a person who offers a reward of 800 million, and his partners are also pirates with a reward of tens of millions. That's the guy." Sanji swallowed, looking at Rosie's gentle smile. He couldn't relate him to the vicious pirate depicted on the wanted notice. "Your Excellency, can you answer a question for me? Did you come to me simply to eat?" Zap asked. "No, not really." 1. Rosie shook his head. And this kind of behavior immediately made Zap on guard. "Actually, our main purpose is to find chefs who can become partners of the pirates. Also, please, Chef Zap, stop talking about our bounty aloud. Otherwise, it may affect everyone's desire to eat." Rosie smiled and looked around at the nearby diners who were looking at him in horror because of his conversation with Zap. "Hey, looking for a chef? It's a really interesting topic. 1. I don't know if I can make a table with you guys and talk about this topic together?" Jep raised his eyebrows and glanced at Sanji, who was not far away, for the unchecked. It was a casual polite remark, but Nami spoke suddenly. "Okay, of course it's fine." She smiled playfully and pulled Zap's sleeve to let him do it. "However, since you are the chef here, if you share a table with us, you must be willing to treat yourself. Can this meal be put on your bill?" Jep was stunned for a moment, and it took a few seconds to react. "Ha ha ha, what an interesting little girl. Well, let's chat. If I can recommend excellent chefs for you. The premise is that the chef is willing to leave with you." Chapter 60. It turns out that it is a great and difficult dream to draw the world's sea chart, the world's largest swordsman, and the pirate king. Jep put down his glass and looked at the passionate Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and even Usopp in admiration. With his experience, it is natural to see how serious Luffy and others are in chasing their dreams. Although Usopp's goal of becoming a brave sea warrior is a relatively small dream, Jep is also impressed by Usopp's firm heart. Before he knew it, he thought of his dream that could no longer be fulfilled. "What about you? What kind of dream do you have to go to sea? To be honest, I don't understand why you, who possess great power, would join a rookie pirate group." Zap raised his eyes and looked at Rosie seriously, and finally he asked the doubts in his heart. "If you want to talk about the dream of the sea, of course there are, and there are two." The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, one hand on Nami's shoulder on the right and the other on Luffy's on the left. "One is to support my partners in fulfilling their dreams." As soon as the words fell, Luffy, Nami and the others unconsciously showed smiles on their faces. "Second, I want to explore the mysterious places in this world. In Legends, the Sky Island at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Fishman Island at the bottom of the sea tens of thousands of meters, the buried treasure of Roger, the Pirate King, and the mysterious All Blue One. Aren't these places worth visiting? After Rosie finished speaking, he gave a mysterious smile to Zepp who was facing him and Sanji who stayed by Zepp's side. All blue. Sure enough, when they heard the word Zepp and Sanji instantly lifted their spirits. I didn't expect a bounty like you to know All Blue, that's a good place. 1. It is said that the ingredients of the 4 seas and seas will gather there. In other words, it is the treasure house of chefs. In high spirits, Sanji began to take the initiative to talk about All Blue and even his own dreams. He didn't notice the thoughtful look on Zepp's beside him. After a long time, when Sanji finally stopped, Zepp suddenly said, "Since you want to find All Blue so much, why not leave the restaurant on the sea now?" "Hey? Old man, what do you mean? Literally, your cooking skills are not suitable for staying here. Just as Luffy and the others are looking for a chef, why don't you come with us?" "What is it that my cooking skills are not suitable for this place? I am the sous chef of the sea restaurant." "Not anymore, I'm firing you now as a restaurateur. Speaking of which, it's just that I pity you that you will become the sous chef, and you are far from cooking." Zepp shook his head, looked at Luffy and said, "How about it, Straw Hat Boy, do you want to do me a favor and take the BD away?" Originally, Zepp thought Luffy would readily agree. After eating this meal, he could see through Luffy's simple and innocent character. However, Zepp never expected that Luffy would show a look of disgust. "Hey! Isn't cooking good? But we're looking for chefs whose cooking skills are comparable to Rosie's." Zepp opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say for a moment. It's impossible to just say that Sanji's cooking skills are unqualified, and then to say that his cooking skills are actually good. "Humph, isn't that right? Since you already have excellent chefs there, it doesn't matter if I go or not." 1. Sanji folded his arms and lay down on the chair with a look of indifference. "That can't be said, I have my business on the boat. If possible, I still hope to have an excellent cook on our ship. Although Zepp says you're not good at cooking, I think it's a lie. A person who has been determined to become the best chef since he was a child can't have grown up after so many years." Rosie said suddenly and meaningfully. "Hey? What do you mean, BD? Do you still know about my childhood?" "I do know, after all, Reiju asked me not long ago to say that if I find her brother, let me take her to say hello to you." "What? You know Reiju?" Sanji stood up in surprise, staring into Rosie's eyes, as if trying to see if he was lying. GP, who was on the side, saw Sanji's reaction, and was curious about Sanji's life experience for no reason. "Yes, I met Germa 66 before when I was at North Blue. And then there was some conflict with them. Fortunately, my strength is good. After beating up that Vin's Moke judge, I leaned on Reiju and left the pursuit range of Germa 66. After I found a safe place, Reiju left. Now she and I are still good friends. Speaking of which, if it weren't for her bloodline he had to follow Judge's orders. 1. I originally wanted to sail with her." As Rosie spoke, he watched Sanji's reaction. Seeing Sanji puzzled, Rosie started talking about Sanji's childhood. This is when Reiju worried that Rosie met Sanji and Sanji didn't trust Rosie, and told Rosie some scandalous things about Sanji. Sure enough, after hearing this, the doubts on Sanji's face disappeared on the spot. The whole person even patted the table with both hands, blushing and roaring. "Okay, stop talking, I trust you." Zepp stroked his beard, and when he saw Sanji's expression he knew Rosie wasn't lying. At the same time, he is also particularly surprised by Sanji's background. Who would have thought that the child saved in East Blue was actually the son of North Blue's famous Germa 66? "I didn't expect you to meet Reiju. But what's even more unexpected is that you actually beat up that BD judge, which is really good, haha. The corners of Sanji's mouth rose, and suddenly he felt that Rosie in front of him was so pleasing to the eye. However, just as Sanji was delighted that his abominable father had been beaten, a loud noise suddenly came. Zap frowned and turned to look immediately. It turned out that a tall man was already kneeling there at the entrance of the restaurant on the sea. Zero asking for flowers. Akin, why is this guy here? Sanji lit a cigarette, looked at Gion, and then at the man in golden armor beside him. His expression was a little blurry for a while. It looks like the man you rescued before doesn't just want that bowl of fried rice. Zep said flatly. Aside, Rosie, who heard this, immediately understood. It's not that Gion never came, but before they came to the sea restaurant, Gion had been there and even was entertained by Sanji. And now, he led his captain Krieg to the sea restaurant again. Because of the arrival of Krieg and Akin, there is a lot of noise around. A group of diners and the staff of the sea restaurant kept cursing Krieg and Akin, hoping to drive them away. In the face of such a situation, Gion begged bitterly, and Krieg himself even dropped his pride and put his head firmly on the floor of the restaurant, praying that the restaurant on the sea could provide him with a piece of food. Rosie rests his cheek with one hand, looking at Krieg for a while and Sanji for a while. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, Sanji couldn't help but got up and walked to the kitchen. And the employees of the Haitian restaurant who have experienced the incident of Sanji making fried rice for Gion are naturally unwilling that Sanji is doing such a thing. They came to Sanji one after another and tried their best to stop Sanji's footsteps. But in the end, Sanji put a plate of fried rice in front of Krieg. Seeing this scene, Rosie turned to look at Luffy beside him. Luffy, what do you think of him? Can you join our Straw Hat Pirates? He's pretty good. Luffy nodded, clearly acknowledging Sanji's unique chef spirit. Zap had a faint smile on his face when he heard the conversation between Luffy and Rosie. At this moment, Krieg, who had finished the fried rice, suddenly attacked and knocked Sanji to the ground, and even asked the restaurant on the sea to prepare 100% fried rice for them. Seeing this scene, Jep sighed, got up and walked to the back kitchen alone. So, do you want to help later, Luffy, Rosie? Zoro put his hand on his shoulder and looked at Krieg and Akin across from him. Of course, we have to take that Sanji away. Luffy laughed. Rosie nodded to this Zoro, then looked at Nami next to him. Nami, how about we get the golden armor off of him later? 1. Worthy of being Deputy Captain Rosie, and I have thought of a place. Nami's eyes lit up, and at this time, she was no longer afraid and fearful of Krieg, who offered a reward of 17 million berry in front of her. The only thing she cares about now is the value of the gold on Krieg. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, looking at the background of Krieg and Akin's departure, he couldn't help thinking of the man who was called the world's #1 swordsman. In its current form, the Hawkeye Mihawk should still appear. Perhaps, let's make a new breakthrough through fighting. Chapter 61. Coming. Rosie said suddenly. Hey? Are the people from the Krieg pirates already finished eating and planning to attack? Nami clapped his palms and stood up excitedly. For the golden armor Krieg wore, she couldn't wait to put it in her own pocket. They have indeed finished eating, and they are making a noise to attack. But that's not what I meant when I said coming, but the man named Hawkeye is here. Rosie flashed a red light symbolizing observation haki in his eyes and turned to look at Zoro. Sure enough, after hearing the people Rosie mentioned, he stood up immediately, looking directly into Rosie's eyes. Rosie, are you serious? Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, would come to such a place. You can see if you go and see. 527 Zoro, you know, my observation haki can see a long distance. Rosie nodded to Zoro and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. Zoro clenched his fist and followed decisively. The same goes for Luffy, Nami, and Usopp. And when several people just came out of the restaurant, a very fast knife gas suddenly swept past the pirate ship where Krieg, who was noisily going to attack the restaurant at sea. Before Krieg waited for the pirates to react, their ship was directly cut off from the middle. This is, that man slash? He's chasing after him. Krieg looked at the sea in the distance in panic, and sure enough, he saw a man with eagle eyes and a huge black knife on his back, approaching quickly on a raft. Damn, why are you chasing after us? Krieg put his head in his hands and questioned Hawkeye in pain. It's boring. Hawkeye glanced at Krieg coldly, and came to Krieg's not far away. Krieg panicked and fired at Hawkeye, but they were all blocked by Hawkeye with the black knife behind him. Just when Hawkeye wanted to execute Krieg, a slightly familiar figure caught his attention. I saw him turn his head, and his eyes quickly locked on Rosie. It's you. Rosie tilted his head, somewhat confused. Before Rosie asked why Hawkeye looked familiar with him, he had already slashed at Rosie. The powerful slash swept through the air, directly forming a crescent-shaped emerald green sword light more than 10 meters high, rushing towards Rosie. Rosie frowned. Although he didn't know why Hawkeye swung the knife at himself, he still quickly pulled out the famous sword Kinpura, and quickly transformed the long sword into one more suitable for using the breath of the moon with Black Death Mou's blood ghost technique. Appearance. The breath of the moon, the shape of the eighth, the tail of the moon dragon. Rosie snorted in his heart, and swung the sharp blade in his hand from left to right. In the blink of an eye, a giant full moon blade was formed along with countless numbers. The two sword lights collided, causing a huge whirlwind directly, rolling towards the surroundings. The weaker person fell to the ground involuntarily. Hey, it's a good swordsmanship. I thought you could only use Marine 6 styles, but it made me see something good. Hawkeye's eyes lit up and looked at Rosie in admiration. With his attainment in Kendo, Rosie can see at a glance that the breath of the moon sword type performed by Rosie is not bad. Zoro, Nami, and the others all looked at Rosie suspiciously, surprised that Rosie knew Hawkeye. Marine 6 styles. Rosie twitched the corners of his mouth and began to understand why Hawkeye drew his knife to himself. Well, let me confirm first, why are you attacking me? Rosie asked. Boy, thought I wouldn't recognize you after taking off the CP0 mask. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Rosie slapped his forehead, and at this moment, he felt quite a headache. Rosie, what the hell is going on here? You shouldn't offend such a powerful person, right? Nami grabbed Rosie's arm and asked worriedly. The reputation of the world's #1 swordsman is too big, and Rosie has previously spread the world's highest combat power to the crew. Therefore, even if Nami has not seen the true power of Hawkeye, there is still a concept in general. At this time, seeing Hawkeye seems to be malicious to Rosie, how can Nami not be worried? Well, it's all in the past. When I first entered CP0, the superiors at the top probably wanted to test me as a newcomer, or maybe they just wanted to kill me one. So I arranged for me to observe and evaluate the current Shishibukai, and it's still the kind of Zero with a photo. The rest of the Eagle Eyes have said that when I was investigating him, he was hacked. My camera was destroyed at that time. Fortunately, I took out the photos ahead of time. Rosie shrugged and said. Rosie's words gave Nami a burst of despair and nearly fainted. To be high, people. My Captain Luo, you must have offended the entire Shishibukai faction in the ocean. Nami grabbed Rosie's arm and shook it, almost tears in his eyes. After obtaining the heroic spirit template, she thought she had an easy start. But now it seems that becoming a member of the Straw Hat Pirates is the beginning of a pirate career on hell difficulty. Nami, you're so funny, hee. Luffy covered his face with a smile on his face, and was not at all afraid of what Hawkeye said just now. Rosie patted Nami on the shoulder and shielded him behind him. So, are you going to cut me now, Hawkeye? To state in advance, I am no longer working for the world government. If you're really looking for trouble, you might as well go to the person who arranged for me to investigate Shishibuki's work, and I can give you his business card. Rosie said with a serious look at Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye's strength is very strong, he is not worried that he will be killed by Hawkeye. Even if he loses to Hawkeye and is really killed, he still has 0.2 resurrection permission in Kazuma Sato's template, and it's just a matter of consuming a devil fruit. Before being killed by Hawkeye, he also had the confidence to create an opportunity for his partners to leave. I did want to hack you just now, but now I want to see your swordsmanship. 1. Hawkeye said something flat, and quickly waved the black knife in his hand again. At the next moment, it was slightly smaller than before, but it was 3 flying slashes that rushed towards Rosie. Just as Rosie was about to swing his sword again, Zoro appeared in front of him. 3 swords. The breath of the moon, the shape of the 3, the hatred of the moon, the eclipse. Hearing Zoro's stern shout, the 3 samurai swords on his body painted an afterimage and quickly slashed 6 times in a row. The 2 crescent-shaped blade winds of the original Moon 3 shape directly turned into 6 paths and collided with Hawkeye's flying slash. Chapter 62. Is it the same style of swordsmanship as that guy? Such a swordsman appeared in the Little East Blue. Does this Rosie teach well, or do they both have a teacher? But at this level, I can't stop my sword. Eagle eyes fell on Zoro, and there was another interested person in his heart. Also, as Hawkeye thought. Although Zoro's slash is fierce, there is still a gap between it and Hawkeye. The sword light swung by Zoro persisted in the air for a while before being broken through by Hawkeye's flying slash. Seeing this scene, Zoro didn't even think about it, he even rushed out with a knife, using the 3 knives on his body to collide with the flying slash. In this world, the gap will not be so big. 3 swords, demon slash. One after another ghost energy emanated from Zoro and condensed on his knife. The next moment, Zoro swung 3 knives, and finally managed to guide the flying slashes that Hawkeye randomly chopped into the sky. After doing all this, Zoro was also hit by the force of the flying slash and crashed into the deck of the sea restaurant Barati. Even so, is 01 going, Zoro? Rosie looked at Zoro, gasping for breath, and asked. Don't stop me, Rosie. I told you on my first day as a pirate that I was targeting him. Zoro took a deep breath, trying to calm his breath. You misunderstood, I will not stop it, I just want to tell you that if you want to fight, let go of your hands and feet to fight one. In this case, you may be pleasantly surprised. Rosie understands that Zoro is the man who pursues the ultimate in kendo, and the heroic spirit he holds is also the man who pursues the ultimate in the sword. If he stopped him at this time, Zoro would never want to completely master the power of Black Death Mou, nor would he want to enter the state of the heroic spirit mimesis of Black Death Mou. Even, obtain the pervert vitality that Black Death Mou can restore even if he is beheaded. Of course, Rosie also understood that it was impossible to stop Zoro at this time. All he had to do was save Zoro when he might be killed. Hey, that man cut off a boat easily. And just now, you were clearly standing against the trend. Going forward rashly, do you want to die? Sanji, who was not far away, looked over and said to Zoro with great confusion. Don't stop him. Luffy pressed Sanji's shoulders, his face serious. I trust my partner. Thank you, Luffy. Zoro smiled and glanced at Sanji. Besides, I'm not like the guy who talks about his dreams. UBD, what do you mean? Sanji wanted to question Zoro. Zoro, however, had already jumped on the outer deck of the offshore dining room, to the platform where Mihawk was sitting. You are very free, the world's #1 swordsman, come and compare swords with me. Zoro clenched the 2 knives in his hands and said to Hawkeye with a grin. Another man who knows nothing, boy, if you are smart, you should be able to understand the gap between us just now. 1. Hehe, I only know that I am going to see for you. 1. Yes, then what is your goal? The strongest. However, your sword is not as strong as that, Rosie. To surpass you is to surpass him. Wonderful. Hawkeye shook his head and inserted the black knife back into his back. Immediately, Zoro pulled out the knife in the necklace around his neck under Zoro's astonished gaze. Seeing this scene, Rosie sighed. Even though Zoro has shown the strength to be able to cut out flying slashes, in Hawkeye's eyes, it is only the roe that can be dealt with knives. Don't say what Zoro thinks, even Rosie, the person who called the Black Death panel into Zoro's hands, can't stand it. What do you mean? Zoro fought back his anger and yelled at Hawkeye. Sorry, I don't have any smaller knives for you. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Zoro's veins burst out. He didn't speak, and charged directly to Hawkeye with the knife. In the blink of an eye, the two were fighting together. From time to time, fierce flying slashes flew out from the battlefield of the two and fell towards the surroundings, causing waves of waves. Rosie observation Haki runs to the limit, focusing on Zoro and Hawkeye's fight so that he can step in whenever he wants. At this time, the people of the Krieg pirates were completely frightened. Stay, and you will likely be killed by Hawkeye later. They escaped, but the ship was gone, and the pirates were in a dilemma for a while, and could only look at Captain Krieg helplessly. Damn guy! Destroy me, right? Ignore me, okay. Then you will die together. Krieg directly took out a dangerous gas bomb and aimed at Hawkeye and Zoro's battle, intending to use anger to poison Hawkeye. However, before he could act, an angry fist slammed into his face. Rubber gun! A hole, don't disturb my partner's duel. 1. Luffy roared, and directly used the rubber ability to come to the front of Krieg and others. Even without the use of spikes, just Luffy's normal rubber fists would have deformed Krieg's face. Its already ugly cheeks became even more hideous. Damn, who are you? Krieg got up in anger and wanted to punch Luffy. However, a thunderstorm suddenly fell from the sky and hit Krieg. The powerful current instantly pierced Krieg's body, and with the blow just now from Luffy, Krieg couldn't hold on any longer and fainted on the deck. Although I sneer at the duel of men, but since it is a partner, there is no way to do it. I can't let you disturb that road idiot Zoro. Nami took back the card that summoned the thunder and rubbed his nose. But the next moment, she waved her hand and shouted to Luffy. Luffy, help me toss that guy over, I'm going to check how much the gold on him is worth. Oh. Luffy nodded, and without doubting the others, he lifted Krieg and threw it to the deck of Barity, the restaurant on the sea. However, this move completely angered the cotters of the Krieg pirates, Oni Jin and Taibi Baru. The two jumped to the Barity deck of the sea restaurant, trying to retake Krieg. At the same time, other members of the Krieg pirates also surrounded Luffy. Chapter 63. Get in the way. Rubber machine gun nails. Bang, bang, bang. Luffy threw a rubber mechanical punch with a nail punch effect at the surrounding Krieg pirates. Those members of the Krieg pirates who were not strong at all fell down in an instant. For a while, the remaining pirates did not dare to step forward, and at the same time did not dare to disturb the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp are here. Nami, Usopp, those two guys will be handed over to you. I have to keep an eye on Zoro now. Rozi kept his eyes on the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye, and said to Nami and Usopp next to him without looking back. Although Hawkeye didn't use all his strength, the sword stance did not reach the level that he couldn't see clearly. But watching the battle of this eagle eye who integrated powerful sword skills into flat-A sword skills, Rozi still did not dare to be careless. For fear that he accidentally wields a flat-A sword skill that can shred meteors. Therefore, in order not to let Zoro have an unexpected situation, at this moment he focused observation haki on Zoro and Hawkeye. He even used the power of Black Death Mou that called penetrating the world. Like observation haki, transparent world can also enhance human perception, even allowing Rosie's eyes to penetrate the enemy's skin to see the inside of the enemy. With the superposition of the two powers that enhance perception, Rosie can see more of Hawkeye's swordsmanship, and at the same time, he feels more and more that Hawkeye is worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro is still far, far away from Hawkeye. Even if he is now able to slash flying slashes, he can be called a swordsman. Don't worry, leave it to me, Vice Captain Rosie. Nami smiled mischievously, facing Ajin and Baru who were rushing towards him without the slightest fear. On the other hand, Usopp, when he saw Ajin's ghost-like expression, his heart began to beat faster again. Hey, you guys add it to me and stop. Do you want to take action on the lady? This is, Sanji lit a cigarette and stopped in front of Ajin and Baru. Sanji, get out of the way, I have to take Captain Krieg. Ajin stopped 1 meter away from Sanji and looked at Sanji who had a meal in front of him with complicated eyes. When Balu saw his boss Ajin stopped, naturally he did not continue to move forward. However, his eyes were fixed on Krieg, for fear that he would never get up again. It's a pity, Ajin. Now you are already full, and I have no reason to act according to your request. What's more, you guys are planning to use the weak lady as your opponent. If you want to hurt Miss Nami, you must climb over my body. Sanji waved his hand and said to Aiken with a determined face. But he was only handsome for 3 seconds, and he quickly turned his head to look at Nami with a wretched face. Miss Nami, please rest assured that your prince will protect you. Yes, I understand. Nami waved his hand and looked at Sanji speechlessly. However, someone helped to stop the enemy, and Nami naturally enjoyed his leisure time. He squatted down and planned to get the valuables such as the golden armor from Krieg's body. Tisk, it's a little heavy, Usopp is here to help. Nami, we're fighting right now. It's not too late to get the loot after waiting. Usopp slapped his mouth and decisively refused Nami's request. Nami can safely hand over the enemy to Sanji, but he doesn't have that confidence. He always felt that as long as he didn't look at Ajin and Baru for a moment, his heart would not be settled. What does it matter, don't they look weak anyway? Nami didn't care whether Usopp was afraid or not, he directly pulled Usopp and started pulling up Krieg's golden armor with himself. BD, stop me! Seeing Nami being so rude to his captain, Ajin couldn't take it anymore. Under the rage, the speed suddenly increased and appeared beside Sanji almost instantly. What? Sanji's eyes widened, and he immediately raised his leg and kicked Ajin. However, he jumped up in a hurry. How could he stop Ajin's attack? When Sanji stumbled, Ajin had already swept past him and charged towards Nami and Usopp. A hole, don't even think about it. Sanji's eyes were red, and he completely abandoned his defense and rushed towards Aiken. However, no matter how hard he tried to stop Ajin to protect Nami, he couldn't do it. In front of him, Baru, who was directly wearing a shield, stopped him. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp are here. Why did this guy come here? Usopp caught a glimpse of Ajin who came up from the corner of his eye, the face of a devil. The Emperor's engine was completely activated. A burst of oppressive dong 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 thunder drums suddenly sounded. The invisible pressure caused Ajin to pause for a moment. And it was this momentary pause that was doomed to his defeat. Card magic, fool's temperance. Nami raised his hand to look at Usopp, and Aiken, who was stunned, was a card magic. A cloud of mist was vacated from the cards she threw out and directly wrapped Ajin around the group. What is this? Wait, this feeling of powerlessness? Hypnosis gas. Ajin Kyang held his body to prevent himself from falling, and looked at Nami fiercely. Because Krieg had used hypnosis gas, Arkan directly linked Nami's power to the hypnosis gas Krieg used. Cunning woman! Ajin roared angrily and tried to rush out of the smoke with all his strength. However, this time... Exploding star! Boom! Usopp raised the slingshot at Aiken and it was a powerful shot. The explosion star, which was born out of Naomi's explosive arrow, instantly caused a huge explosion on Aiken. Directly blasted his body into the air. It wasn't over yet. Nami summoned a card again, summoning a fiery flame to fall on Aiken's body. At this moment, Ajin, who was already in poor condition because of hypnosis smoke and exploding stars, could no longer hold on. The moment he fell on the balcony deck of the sea restaurant, he lost consciousness. This is over. Sanji, who had just repelled Baru, stared blankly at Aiken, who fell at his feet. He never thought that the object he wanted to protect would actually knock a powerful enemy to the ground in such a short period of time. Yaa, in Rosie's words, it should be said that you protected a loneliness. Usopp came over to Sanji with the sound of the Imperial engine and patted him on the shoulder. Let me deal with this enemy too. With that, Usopp raised his slingshot and aimed it at Baru's head. Balu, who was afraid because of Ajin's defeat, suddenly faced the pressure of Usopp's Emperor's engine, and could no longer bear the fear. He turned and ran into the distance. Haha, turning your back to the sniper is not a good habit, Li Zhao Zhao. After Usopp finished speaking, he let go of the explosive star and slammed it into the back of Baru's head. The strong explosive force, coupled with the weak attack, made Baru directly follow in the footsteps of Ajin. Hey, it's really simple. Usopp shrugged and pulled back the sound of the Emperor's engine. He turned his head and saw Sanji was looking at him with a surprised expression. He laughed and gave a thumbs up. How about it? We're great. Sanji twitched the corners of his mouth, looked at Usopp in front of him, and at Nami, who was busy scavenging Krieg's belongings. At this moment, even he couldn't help but blush a little. Meanwhile, the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye finally came to a turning point. 3 swords, the breath of the moon, the shape of the land, the lonely moon in the night, the infinity. Zoro quickly swung out the 3 knives on his body and slashed dozens of slashes in the blink of an eye. However, his speed was not faster than Hawkeye after all. All of his slashes were picked up by Hawkeye, and even at the next moment, the dagger in Hawkeye's hand had already pierced Zoro's chest. Chapter 64. Zoro. Usopp was lying on the edge of the boat, looking worriedly at Zoro ahead. Don't worry, he's fine. Rosie pressed Usopp's shoulders, signaling him to calm down. Usopp was slightly relieved to see Rosie talking. He understands that Rosie is not going to lie at this time. At the same time, Hawkeye frowned slightly. Boy, why don't you run away? I don't know, I only know that if I dodge, I will lose something important, whether it's a goal or the entrustment of a close friend. Really an interesting boy. 1. The corners of Hawkeye's mouth rose, revealing a smile for the first time. He pulled out the dagger that stabbed Zoro's chest and put it away, then took off the black knife from his back and pointed it at Zoro. You are a good strong man, although you are not as good as that Rosie in swordsmanship, but your heart as a swordsman is qualified. Strong man, let me use this world's #1 knife to cut you off. When Zoro heard Hawkeye's words, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He didn't say much, but crossed the 2 knives in his hand and started a quick 527 spin. In an instant, small crescent sword chi continued to overflow from his side, and scratches were made on the cutting edge of the deck. 3 swords, breath of the moon 3000 worlds. When the momentum condensed to the limit, Zoro's body directly turned into a black-red light that ordinary people couldn't capture and rushed towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, rushing forward, bending over, and swinging the knife in one go. In an instant, the bodies of Zoro and Hawkeye crossed each other. On Zoro's side, the huge sword energy he wielded swept across the sea directly, cutting a hole several meters deep in the sea. On the Hawkeye side, there was not much movement. Just when people thought that this time Zoro had the advantage, the 2 knives in Zoro's hand snapped apart. Failed. Zoro sighed, took off the word Hedeo from his mouth and inserted it into the scabbard. Then he turned around and opened his hands to expose his body to Hawkeye's defenseless face. What does it mean? Hawkeye frowned. For a swordsman, a sword wound on the back is a shame. Zoro grinned, as if not, aback, discouraged from defeat. You are very good. Hawkeye smiled with satisfaction, and then swung his knife in front of Zoro to cut a hole that almost ran through his entire chest. Zoro! Luffy roared angrily, and directly activated ALU's heroic mimetic form. Facing Hawkeye, it was a flying knife about 10 meters long. Afterwards, his whole body jumped up and jumped towards Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye couldn't help but light up when he saw the strange flying energy blade that Luffy cast. However, the world's #1 swordsman is the #1 swordsman after all, and he just waved the black knife in his hand lightly to cut off Luffy's attack. Meanwhile, Rosie suddenly appeared next to Luffy and pressed him down. Rosie, what are you doing? Luffy raised his head and looked at Rosie in confusion. Don't worry, Zoro is fine. Don't forget, he is a man with the power of a ghost. Rosie patted Luffy on the shoulder, motioning him to look at Zoro. Sure enough, when Luffy looked at Zoro, he found that he was just kneeling on one knee in pain, not really lying down. Hawkeye also glanced at Zoro unexpectedly. His family knew about his own affairs, although he avoided Zoro's vital point with the blow just now. But it was enough to make a strong man fall into a coma. However, when it came to Zoro, although he suffered this blow, he was not able to bring it down. What a strong man, so, do you still want to fight? Hawkeye looked down at Zoro, who was bleeding all over the floor, and said calmly. I am defeated now, I have fully understood that I am not your opponent now, but one day I will stand in front of you, challenge you, and then defeat you. Zoro clutched his chest and stared fiercely at Hawkeye. When Hawkeye heard this, not only was he not angry, but he was more and more satisfied with Zoro. Just when he was about to say a few words of encouragement to Zoro, Rosie, who was standing beside Luffy, suddenly spoke up. Zoro, is this the end? Hey! Zoro looked at Rosie suspiciously. Rosie smiled and continued. It's obvious that you chose Breath of the Moon and Black Death Mou, right? But now, it seems that you still can't use this power well. That man, looking for strength, willing to become a demon. I originally thought you were similar to him in that you were willing to become a pirate in order to become the world's #1 swordsman. But now, you seem to be a little worse than him. Or, you have enough backbone, but you can't match Luffy or Nami in talent. It's obvious that the two of them are already able to enter that state. Rosie said, staring into Zoro's eyes. He didn't want to say that to Zoro if he could. However, Rosie didn't want Zoro to continue to stagnate in terms of Master Black Death. If you say that you can't enter the state of Black Death Mou's mimetic heroic spirit even if you block the name and challenge Hawkeye, then Rosie didn't know what kind of situation would make Zoro go further. Rosie, are you talking too much? Zoro has already fought desperately. Nami pouted and waved at Rosie complaining. Yet, co-captain, now that the fight is over, don't continue. Luffy, you talk about Rosie too. Usopp cried out to Rosie and Luffy in a broken way. However, Luffy ignored Usopp's shouting, and just clutched his hat and looked at Zoro who was facing him with a serious expression. At this moment, Zoro's eyes widened and his mouth was wide open, gasping for breath, and his mood seemed to be disturbed by Rosie's words. The eagle eye beside him watched with interest, but did not move or say a word. Although he didn't know what Rosie meant, he knew a little. That is, there are other powers that Zoro may show. As time went by, Rosie could clearly see the more and more cold ghosts in Zoro. Seeing that the time was right, Rosie jumped in front of Zoro and extended his hand to him. Be a ghost, Zoro 1. Chapter 65. A dull sound suddenly entered Zoro's body. The heroic spirit engraved on the skin of his heart suddenly turned red when he heard the sound. In the blink of an eye, crimson mist enveloped Zoro's entire body. Seeing this scene, Rosie raised the corner of his mouth and looked up at Hawkeye. "Can I trouble you to open his eyes, my hawk?" Hearing this, Hawkeye smiled. "Interesting, do you want me to be a sparring partner?" "Well, I'm also interested in what kind of power he should be hiding. It's just that after the matter is over, you have to show me your sword too." "1. Hawkeye said. Rosie nodded slightly, jumped with both feet on the deck, and returned to Barity's deck in an instant. On Zoro's side, the red mist that enveloped him suddenly shrank, completely submerging into his body. At the same time, his brand new figure appeared in front of Hawkeye and everyone. Sen Leng's breath is completely different from the human face with 6 eyes. At this moment, Zoro has completely turned into a ghost, completely entering the mimetic state of Black Death Mou. What is that? How could that 3 swordsman have 6 eyes? Honey, why do I feel that this guy has suddenly become gloomy? Don't say it, I feel the same way. Not only that, have you seen that the original injured body on his body has recovered? Seeing Zoro's current state, people started talking. Interesting, this state, could it be the power of devil fruit? With 6 eyes, wouldn't it be some kind of spider devil fruit? Hawkeye asked with interest. Is it the devil fruit of spiders? Try it to find out. Zoro sneered, and the bloody weapon wrapped around his hand and the word Hehe instantly. Just like Rosie transforming the long sword in his hand, he also used the blood ghost technique to transform the word Hehe into an alien blade with a wrongly divided blade. This blade, the same as Rosie's just now. Hawkeye groaned. At this moment, Zoro attacked with the long knife in his hand. Breath of the Moon, shadow of B-tail of the Moon Dragon. Swish! Zoro's blade quickly swept across from left to right, forming a huge crescent arc and slashing towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye stood up, although he simply stopped Zoro's attack. But the curiosity in his eyes grew stronger. The swordsmanship that Rosie performed just now, it seems that in order to perform such a swordsmanship, you first need to change the sword into this shape. The original you can't use it yet, is it because you have become like this before you can use it? However, if this is the only trick, the result will still not change. Hawkeye said. Of course, it won't be the only trick. 1. Breath of the Moon, shape of 9 falling moon face. Zoro quickly waved the long knife in his hand, forming a staggered blade chi that blocked Hawkeye's retreat, and then performed a violent slash to attack Hawkeye. While Hawkeye was very interested, he naturally waved his sword to confront each other. In the blink of an eye, the two fought dozens of times. For a time, the two of them were completely surrounded by the hurricane formed by the blade gas. A flying template was involved in the hurricane of the blade air, and was immediately smashed into pieces. People watched the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye in amazement, and they couldn't figure out why Zoro, who had just been easily defeated by Hawkeye, suddenly had such a powerful power. It can even be equal to Hawkeye. What surprised them even more was that even Hawkeye had a slash on Zoro. His injuries will recover quickly, and he will fight with Hawkeye again. Rosie, will Zoro be able to win by becoming this way? Nami asked curiously. At this time, Hawkeye and Zoro had been fighting for almost 10 minutes. During this period, Zoro suffered some slashes that were serious injuries to ordinary people. But even so, Zoro will soon recover. Seeing this scene, Nami couldn't help but think that Zoro could win. No, he can't win. Although Zoro is very powerful now, he seems to be on a par with Hawkeye. But now Hawkeye is far from real one. He can end the fight whenever he wants, even though Zoro is super resilient now. 1. Not to mention, his physical strength has gradually been unable to support this resilience. I think Zoro understands that too. Luo shook his head. Nami turned his head to look, and sure enough, the recovery speed of Zoro's wound started to slow down. Ask for flowers. Why let him fight Hawkeye when you know he can't defeat Hawkeye? 1. That green algae head, why does he continue to fight against Hawkeye regardless of his life and death? At this time, Sanji, who had been looking at Zoro's performance, finally couldn't hold back his doubts. Zoro is fighting for his dream, and I just want to help him fulfill his dream. It's you, Sanji, you obviously have dreams that you want to achieve, why don't you want to move forward? Rosie asked. Humph, my dream is to be my sous chef in a sea restaurant. Sanji tilted his head, his expression extremely serious. Hehe, it's fake to be the sous chef of a restaurant on the sea, but it's true that you want to be filial to Zep. Hey, what are you talking about? How could I be filial to this old man? It's really awkward, Sanji. But I can't just say you, both you and Zap are awkward people. Hearing this, Sanji and Zep looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. Rosie shook his head and continued. Ming Ming wants to let the junior go after all blue instead of him, but I don't know what Ming said. 1. I can only show that I hate the juniors and want to force the juniors to pursue their dreams. The younger generation is also thinking that they can be filial to their elders by staying, but they don't know that helping the elders to fulfill their dreams is not a kind of filial piety. Whether it's an elder or a junior, it's clear that the matter can be solved by speaking up. But it dragged things down abruptly. After speaking, Rosie sighed again. Meanwhile, the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye has come to an end. Look at Zoro, who exited the Black Death Mou state and fell again. Rosie decisively jumped up to the front of Hawkeye, and threw Zoro and his own knife at Luffy and others. Sanji looked at Rosie, who was talking to Hawkeye in the distance, thinking of what he had said before, and he was speechless for a while. Until Zap came behind Sanji and put his hand on his shoulder. Rosie is right, we should have a good talk, Sanji. Chapter 66. Hawkeye, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Rosie stood opposite Hawkeye with a single smile on his face. Really, but you gave up all your knives, didn't you? Could it be that you want to use your physical skills to compete with me? If I did this, you should have chopped me off. 1. That's right. Hawkeye nodded affirmatively. For Hawkeye, the agreement between him and Rosie just now was an agreement between swordsmen. If you want to fight, you must fight with a sword. If Rosie doesn't use the sword, it's a breach of contract. Hawkeye will not be merciful at that time. Don't worry, knife, I have more powerful ones. Rosie smiled, then a burst of golden light suddenly surrounded him. Hawkeye frowned slightly, and he could clearly feel that Rosie's current state was very similar to when Zoro was transformed. A second later, when the golden light dissipated from Rosie's body, he had already entered the mimesis of Zaraki Kenpaki's heroic spirit. Hehe, ha ha ha, then, let's fight. After entering the state of heroic mimesis, Rosie's state also received a little image of Zaraki Kenpaki, which became more murderous. Seeing Hawkeye in front of him, he didn't say much nonsense, and directly took the saber in his hand that originally belonged to Zaraki Kenpaki and slashed at Hawkeye's head. Before the knife arrived, Rosie's ryotsu wrapped around the knife had turned into a golden light and pressed towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, and he decisively waved the knife upwards. Boom! With an explosion, the place where the two of them landed collapsed instantly. How? I said I'd get a good knife out, Hawkeye. Rosie pointed the long knife in his hand at Hawkeye and said. If you don't take into account the extra damage on the edge, your knife is indeed a good knife. Even if the blade has a broken place, it's still a lot. After Rosie finished speaking, he directly held the knife with both hands and aimed at the position of Hawkeye, which was a slash. Even with the template of Zaraki Kenpaki, Rosie did not dare to be careless in the face of the world's #1 swordsman. Direct use of dual-wielding knife mode. The blade fell, causing a burst of golden streamer. Hawkeye felt the power of Rosie's wielding the knife, and he was very amused at the same time that he increased the strength of wielding the black knife. This time, the collision of the two long knives actually directly rolled up a beam of emerald green and golden light towards the sky, directly blowing away the clouds on the horizon. Around, people who had seen this scene couldn't help but stunned. They couldn't believe that the sight in front of them could be done by human beings. Hey, just kidding, is this something that people can do? Sanji, who had just finished talking with Zap, widened his eyes and said in shock. He originally thought he had overestimated Rosie enough, but now it seems that his estimate is arguably wrong. The world's largest swordsman, the pirate with a reward of 800 million, these two are really beyond our realm to understand. Zap shook his head, expecting more and more that Sanji would get on Luffy's boat. After seeing Zoro's battle just now, he had already guessed that Zoro's power was inseparable from Rosie. Since the Straw Hat Pirates have good partners, there is a good chance of making Sanji stronger. How could Zap be willing to let it go? It's really powerful, but it shouldn't be your full strength, Rosie. Zoro struggled to support his body and muttered while watching the scene of Rosie and Hawkeye fighting together. In the image of heroic space, Zaraki Kenpeki can release the power of Zanpakuto. Zoro does not believe that the current Rosie cannot release Zanpakuto. What, isn't this his full strength? Sanji looked at Zoro in astonishment. This time, not only Zoro nodded, but even Luffy nodded heavily. Rosie, but strong, he won't lose. Luffy said confidently. This guy is really a pervert. Seeing that Zoro and Luffy were so sure, Sanji had to start to believe it. Meanwhile, Rosie and Hawkeye are on the battlefield. The Slash just now looked like he was using a sword. 1. But if it's just like that, Ken won't be able to satisfy me. Hawkeye held a black knife, and even in the face of Rosie's sword that could sever the sea, he did not retreat a bit. That's really... It was a blow to my confidence just now. 1. Is there still no way to satisfy you? Rosie shook his head. Even so, considering that the enemy in front of him was the world's #1 swordsman, Rosie was relieved. After all, although he has entered the mimic state of Zaraki Kenpeki, this does not mean that his strength has also come to the strength state of Kenpeki. That being the case, although I'm still familiar with the master, I have to use the summon. The corners of Rosie's mouth cracked open, revealing a wicked grin like a demon. Suddenly, a powerful momentum unfolded from Rosie, covering the surrounding sea for several kilometers. The people who were affected instantly felt stuffy in their hearts, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Conqueror's Haki? No, similar to Conqueror's Haki, but not the same. Hawkeye frowned slightly, his eyes staring straight at Rosie's. Rosie grinned, and did not explain to Hawkeye what Ryotsu was, but gave a sharp shout and let out a wild beast-like roar. Swallow it, no Zarashi! A harsh roar. Hawkeye was stunned to find that Rosie's power had more than doubled again. Not only that, the slender long knife in his hand actually began to change the shape of 0.2. In just 1 second, it turned from a slender blade into a huge beheading sword. Your knife, what's the matter? Hawkeye frowned, and with his perception, he could naturally feel the abnormality of the blade in Rosie's hand. Haha, didn't I say it, I have a great knife in my hand. Rosie gave a wicked laugh, and clenched the handle of the knife with both hands and suddenly lifted it up. This time, even Hawkeye was kicked into the air by Rosie's brute force, and the height was still rising. Rosie kicked hard on the deck with both feet, and the powerful force caused the deck to collapse instantly, and at the same time made him rush towards the Eagle Eye at a high altitude. Keep fighting, Hawkeye! Chapter 67. Strange, it's a fine sunny day, why is there a thunderstorm all of a sudden? On a marine warship, marine recruit Naomi frowned and looked up in confusion in the direction of the thunder. But the next moment, her eyes widened in horror. Then, what is that? Naomi shouted loudly, watching in horror as the 10-meter-long and extremely oppressive emerald green wind blade in the sky fell towards the marine warship she was in. Just when Naomi felt desperate, Gion suddenly jumped over from her side and jumped up, rushing directly to the falling wind blade. Seeing her eyes narrowed, she quickly pulled out the saber around her waist, and then the rich armament haki quickly climbed up on the blade, dyeing the saber a pitch-black color. Drink! Gion let out a coquettish cry, and slashed the emerald green wind blade from bottom to top with the knife in both hands. Guided to the sea on the side. Even with the consumption of Gion, when the emerald green wind blade fell on the sea, it still left a visible hole in the sea. Gion Vice Admiral, are you okay? Naomi ran quickly to Gion and looked at her grim face with admiration. Be careful, it's not over yet. Gion replied and raised the blade in his hand again. Naomi blinked and looked at the sky again. In an instant, countless emerald green wind blades and golden wind blades appeared in front of her eyes. Gion didn't say much, the long sword in his hand painted an afterimage that continuously slashed out, provoking a series of flying slashes and rushing into the sky. Either wipe out the wind blades that fall from the sky, or guide them aside. Fortunately, the speed at which the wind blade fell did not last long. After a while, the wind blade in the sky fell towards other positions. Hey, it's finally safe. What's going on in this sea area? How can there be wind blades falling in the sky? While Naomi breathed a sigh of relief, she began to look at the sky angrily. These are not wind blades, but flying slashes wielded by powerful great swordsmen. Gion, you should have recognized it. At this time, Hehe walked over. Emerald green flying slash, with the kendo smell of my hawk. As for the golden slash, I can't tell who made the slash. Gion shook his head and said. The golden slash, the legendary pirate golden lion can perform. Crane touched his chin and thought for a while. Sister Crane, you mean the one who fought Hawkeye is the golden lion? Maybe, but no matter who is fighting Hawkeye, we all have an obligation to find out. Gion, let everyone sail over there. When we reach a suitable place, you and I can use moonwalk to go up and take a look. Understood, Sister He. Gion said, and immediately took Naomi to carry out Crane's order. Meanwhile, the sea restaurant Bharati. The battle shifted from the sea to the sky, and even though it was sunny, the people in Bharati, the restaurant on the sea, could hear the sound of thunder continuously coming from the sky. Accompanying the sound came the violent hurricane. The weaker people have had to enter the interior of Bharati, and they will be blown away by the wind. Sanji twitched the corners of his mouth and looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see the movements of either Rosie or Hawkeye. He could only see afterimages passing by in the sky from time to time, and from time to time a huge flying slash about 10 meters long shot down the sea in the distance, cutting the sea apart. Sanji even felt that Rosie and Hawkeye deliberately avoided the slash from Bharati. Otherwise, the sea restaurant Bharati would have been destroyed long ago. It's an exaggeration, your partner is simply a monster. Sanji took a long breath and turned to look at Luffy, Zoro, and the others. Hehe, as I said, Rosie is very strong. Luffy held down the hat to avoid the straw hat being blown away by the strong wind. Unlike the previous time when Zoro and Hawkeye fought, Luffy at this moment was not worried about Rosie's safety at all. Even if the one who is fighting Rosie at this moment is the one standing on the top of Kendo. This is the existence standing on the top of the sea. If you haven't been to the Grand Line, you will never know what kind of power the strong men on the sea have won. No, maybe even if you enter the Grand Line, you won't necessarily be able to meet such a powerful person. Zap sighed. At this time, Usopp withdrew his gaze towards the sky and looked at the sea in the distance. It was this look that made him suddenly widen his eyes. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, things are going bad, look over there. Usopp raised his finger and pointed to the sea in front of him and said in a panic. What's the matter, Usopp? Wait, what is that? Nami was about to complain to Usopp, but when she looked in the direction of Usopp's finger, her eyes widened. That Crane's warship, they caught up. Not good. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, we're back on the Mary right now, ready to sail. I'll leave here as soon as Rosie comes back. After saying that, Nami took the lead and ran towards the Mary while pulling Usopp. Both Luffy and Zoro nodded, and they also understood what to do and what not to do at this time. However, as soon as Luffy took a step, he turned to look at Sanji. Sanji, come with us and go after your All Blue one. Luffy said with a giggle. Sanji looked at Luffy's sincere face, and then looked at Zap, who was in a dilemma for a while. Go, Sanji, and see the ocean for me one. Zap raised his hand and shoved Sanji with a concerned smile on his face. Old man. Sanji looked at Zap with complicated eyes, and after the conversation just now, the two of them were a lot more candid with each other. Sanji naturally understood Zap's true heart. But even if he knew what Zap was thinking, Sanji was still a little reluctant to leave the restaurant on the sea. Speaking of which, I heard just now that you seem to have a dream of gaining invisibility in addition to finding All Blue, right? At this time, Zoro suddenly said. Hey? What are you talking about? Sanji looked over suspiciously. Nothing, I just thought that Rosie got an invisible devil fruit before. 1. What? Rosie has the invisibility fruit? Wait, he must have eaten the fruit. No, Rosie has the special ability to be invisible, so there is no need to eat that fruit. He has the ability to be invisible? It's really enviable. Well, since you lack a chef, then I'll be your chef reluctantly. The premise is that Rosie can give me that devil fruit. If you want fruit, go to Rosie yourself and ask for it. 1. Zoro glanced at Sanji without saying a word, turned and jumped on the deck of the Mary. He, then let's go too. Luffy patted Sanji on the shoulder, then wrapped the rubber arm around Sanji's waist and took him back to the Mary. Zap shook his head on the side, seeing Sanji's performance just now. Zap began to wonder if he had entrusted his dream to the wrong person. Just as Zap was thinking about which one is more important to Sanji, finding All Blue or having the ability to be transparent, Sanji's voice came from the Mary. Old man, thank you for taking care of you for so many years. Zap looked up and saw that Sanji actually wanted to kneel in his direction. Well, Sanji, be careful not to catch a cold. Zap said happily. Chapter 68. As expected of my hawk, the world's greatest swordsman, he is truly a powerful swordsman. 7. Such a man, even Shikai who uses Zaraki Kenpeki, is difficult to deal with. Rosie sighed in his heart as he slashed with a knife in both hands. Although he doesn't have the power to easily smash meteors after Zaraki Kenpeki Shikai, he is definitely not weak. But in fact it is. Now Hawkeye still seems to be able to do it with ease. But thinking of the way Hawkeye in the original book easily shattered meteorites, Rosie understood. At this time, he had been fighting with Hawkeye for more than 10 minutes. If it wasn't for the two of them intending to guide their strength, the restaurant on the sea not far away would have been destroyed long ago. At the same time, Rosie also felt the powerful consumption of using the Zaraki Kenpeki heroic spirit template. Just when Rosie was thinking about when the battle would end, Hawkeye suddenly stopped voluntarily. Hey? Don't you fight? Rosie put the long knife on his shoulder and asked with a frown. Although I still want to continue fighting, the conditions are no longer allowed. Rosie, you're great, and I'm looking forward to seeing you back in the New World 1. When the time comes, I will come to you to finish this unfinished battle. Hawkeye smiled at Rosie, and glanced at the transparent petal under his feet with interest. Your power to build a foothold in the air is interesting, but even if you don't provide me with petals, it's not impossible for me to fight you. With that said, Hawkeye jumped directly from the petals Rosie had built with Ryotsuo and fell towards the sea. If you don't get a petal, your attack may fall on the restaurant on the sea. Rosie groaned in his heart. Seeing Hawkeye leave, he also intends to disperse Zaraki Kenpeki's template. At this moment, two familiar figures suddenly burst into Rosie's field of vision. And in the painting, Two violent winds suddenly surrounded Rosie on the left and the right. Rosie took a closer look, frowning even tighter. This is true, I kind of know why Hawkeye left. Meet again, Gion Vice Admiral, Tsuru Vice Admiral. Rosie shook his head, with a helpless look on his face. He put the decapitation knife on his shoulder. At the same time, the observation Haki, which had gathered because of the battle with Hawkeye, suddenly scattered and headed towards the Mary below. After confirming that there is nothing wrong with Luffy, Nami, and others. While he was relieved, he looked at Gion and Tsuru, looking for an opportunity to escape from the two of them. After the battle with Hawkeye, he didn't think it was time to fight Gion and Tsuru. Yet, we meet again, Rosie. Crane smiled, stepped on both feet in the air, and directly used moonwalk to rush towards Rosie. Seeing the strange light on Crane's waving hand, Rosie immediately realized that it was the power of Crane's washing fruit. Without hesitation, he turned around and blocked the Crane's attack with the Zanpakuto in his hand. Although the Tsuru's washing fruit can soften even iron weapons, Rosie doesn't think this power can soften Zaraki Kenpaku's Zanpakuto, already Shikai. And the fact is, Crane originally expected the weapon in Rosie's hand to soften and continue to apply the power of the washing fruit to Rosie's body. However, she found that the weapon in Rosie's hand completely blocked the spread of her washing fruit, let alone applying the power of washing fruit to Rosie. Not even softening the weapon in Rosie's hands. At almost the same time, Gion also slashed at Rosie's shoulder. Rosie wasn't afraid either, and raised his right hand abruptly to block Gion's slash with his flesh. Rosie, this time you don't want to escape the way you did last time one. No matter what, we will catch you. Similarly, those of your companions don't even want to run away. Gion's eyes were waiting for Rosie, and he said with a serious expression. Rosie, take it easy, though I don't know why you are fighting Hawkeye. But now you should have consumed a lot of physical strength. If we keep fighting, the result will not change. Even, we Marines can ask Hawkeye to turn his head and continue to deal with you one. Crane turned his gaze from Rosie's Zanpakuto to Rosie's face, and even planned to persuade him to surrender directly. Forget it, Crane Vice Admiral. I don't think Hawkeye will listen to you. If you really want him to be obedient, you have to give him a Shishibukai compulsory summoning order. Although I did consume a lot of physical strength, it doesn't mean that I can't fight. As for catching my partner, it's not an easy task. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Just when Gion and Tsuru thought that Rosie was about to make a move, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Luffy, take everyone away first, I'll catch up. Rosie's roar, as Ryotsu drifted away, quickly reached the ears of Luffy, Nami, and others. Gion and Tsuru frowned, and both increased their strength and attacked Rosie. Don't try to escape. Whatever you do, mate. Gion shouted loudly and raised his hand to strike a powerful slash. The Crane also turned around, intending to avoid the weapon in Rosie's hand and directly hit Rosie with the ability to wash the fruit. Li Zhao. Rosie glanced at Tsuru, chose to dodge her attack, and caught Gion's slash with the chest of the powerful Ryotsu coat. The powerful force smashed Rosie out in an instant. However, when Rosie flew out, Crane stepped on moonwalk and came to the rear where Rosie flew out, planning to escape from the house. Rosie chuckled, and went straight to Zaraki Kenpaku's heroic spirit template status patrol. Crane frowned, although he didn't understand why Rosie's dress changed suddenly, but when he saw the weird Zanpakuto on Rosie's hand disappear, her eyes narrowed, and she rushed towards Rosie. Also rushing up, there is the angry Gion. Rosie looked at Crane, then at Gion, and finally reached out to Gion. Steel, launch. Chapter 69. Gion, who was about to swing his sword to slash at Rosie, suddenly felt his body light up, and the necklace originally hanging in front of him disappeared. And the object she was planning to swing the sword with suddenly had a necklace that she was very familiar with. Seeing this scene, even Gion couldn't help but stagnate, and there was a momentary pause in his movements. Rosie seized this opportunity, kicked a tempest kick at Gion, and used moonwalk to break through the stunned Gion's side. However, just as Rosie was about to fly past Gion suddenly came back to his senses and slashed the tempest kick wind blade kicked by Rosie. Immediately, he swung several knives in a row, forming a dense flying slashing net, forcibly forcing Rosie back. At the same time, the figure of the crane was only 1 meter away from Rosie's back. Feeling the strong wind behind him, without even thinking about it, Rosie turned around and made a steel gesture to Crane. Seeing this, Crane stopped quickly, kept a distance of 1 meter from Rosie, and looked at Rosie and the necklace on Rosie's left hand with alert eyes. She thought of what happened to recruit Naomi. "Rosie, don't go too far." Crane's eyes widened, and the originally kind face turned out to be a bit hideous at this moment. 527. She saw what Rosie did to Gion just now. Although Gion did not encounter Naomi's situation this time, who knows if Rosie will do what she did to Naomi next time. Now that Rosie wanted to do the same thing to an old man, how could he not be angry? "As long as you let me go, I will naturally not continue to steal from you." Rosie smiled and turned to look to the other side, also staying at Gion, 1 meter away from him. "It's you, Miss Gion, you really amaze me. The necklace that was obviously private suddenly left, and you were able to react so quickly. It really opened my eyes." Rosie didn't know, when he learned what happened to Naomi. Gion was already mentally prepared to face Rosie and encounter the same situation. Therefore, she will react quickly after the private shorts leave her body. For Rosie's compliment, Gion himself was not happy at all. While citing moonwalk to stay in the air, she raised the long knife in her hand and pointed at Rosie. "Deng Tuzi, you can continue to use this ability. Even if you strip all my clothes off, I won't have any reaction. Anyway, my body has long been seen by you, and you have even possessed my body, haven't you?" Gion shouted sharply. "Hey? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Rosie frowned. "Do you still want to deny it? Reiju told me that the pattern you wrote on my thigh represents the number of times you violated me." Speaking of this, Gion's chest began to rise and fall, obviously angry to the limit. "Well, Reiju just said that to you. What do you mean? Do you mean that you have done other things to me?" "No, I meant to say, didn't Reiju tell you that I was joking with you, and was just going to piss you off and get back at you for chasing me?" "Reiju didn't tell me this." "Hehe, don't argue, Rosie, you can see your character from your behavior of stealing women's private clothes at will, and continuing to argue will only make you look ugly." Having said that, Gion has no plans to continue talking with Rosie. With unparalleled determination in her eyes, she sprinted towards Rosie with her legs in the air. "Reiju, this woman, cheating on me." Rosie complained wildly in his heart, and now he doesn't know where Reiju just told Gion the first half of his words. As for the second half of the explanation, she didn't say a word. Having said that, looking at the Abak garden rushing in, Rosie also understands that there is no benefit at all in explaining it now. His eyes narrowed, and he directly activated the power of the heroic spirit Robin Han, calling out the noble phantasm's prayer bow and the faceless king. Before Gion's attack could hit, Rosie draped the hood of the king of the faceless over his head. Then, he directly disappeared from the eyes of Gion and Tsuru. This also directly led to the failure of Gion's attack. Stealth. Gion and Tsuru were stunned for a moment, and observation haki instantly turned to its limit. Soon they found Rosie, who was free falling towards the sea. With such domineering stealth ability, I'm afraid ordinary observation haki can't detect his breath. Could it be that cloak? No matter what, this man must not be allowed to escape. With a solemn expression on his face, Tsuru speeded up again and chased after Rosie with Gion and Gion. Her family knew her own affairs, and Crane understood that she had clearly used observation haki before. But after Rosie put on the cloak of the Faceless King, Crane lost Rosie's trace for a moment, and he did not find Rosie's trace until the operation of observation Haki was increased. Sure enough, I still found it. Rosie glanced at Gion and Tsuru on both sides, sighed inwardly and raised his right hand at the two of them, which were several poisonous arrows of the prayer bow. And after that, he picked up a poisoned arrow from the prayer bow with his hands and turned around and charged towards Gion. Gion only slashed a few hidden arrows with his sword and felt the proximity of Rosie's breath. She didn't hesitate, the long knife in her hand turned into a streamer and stabbed straight ahead. Seeing this scene, Rosie didn't need to dodge, didn't even use armament Haki to defend himself, and directly used his chest to take Gion's straight stab. In an instant, a bright red blood flew out and fell onto Gion's face, which was obviously a little stunned. Rosie, who was in the invisible state, smiled slightly, and the poisonous arrow that he was holding stabbed directly at Gion's vest. The fierce wind instantly brought Gion back to his senses. She wanted to pull out the long knife, but found that Rosie's other hand was holding the blade tightly so she wouldn't pull it out. In desperation, she could only use armament Haki to arm her left hand and block the crossbow arrow that Rosie stabbed. But even so, Rosie's poisonous arrow, which also contained armament Haki, still pierced Gion's skin, leaving a clear purple mark on her skin. It's done. Rosie was overjoyed, and immediately released Gion's long sword and took a big step back, evading the attack by the crane. At the same time, under the power of Black Death Mou's ghost, the stab wound on Rosie's body began to recover quickly. Chapter 70. Gion, are you all right? 1. Seeing that Gion was injured, Tsuru looked over worriedly. Don't worry, Sister Crane, it's just a skin injury, Just as Gion was talking, she suddenly felt something strange coming from the wound. What's the matter, Gion? Tsuru asked as he continued to attack Rosie. Sister Crane, be careful of his attack, it's poisonous. Gion took a deep breath and continued wielding his long sword to attack Rosie, lest he find a chance to escape. However, when Rosie is invisible, both Gion and Crane need to spend more energy to perceive Rosie's existence. For a while, the two were not so easy to attack Rosie. It's just a temporary guarantee that Rosie can't leave. Poison. Tsuru wrinkled his brows and resolutely used his abilities in the direction of Gion, swaying a string of foam-like objects. Seeing this, Rosie immediately raised several tempest kicks in a row, blowing the foam object away. Although the poison of the prayer bow cannot be solved by ordinary means. But the crane is the one who washes the fruit and can wash away the dirty things in other people's bodies. Rosie can't bet on whether the crane's ability can have an effect on the poison of the bow of prayer. Now, he is looking forward to Tsuru and Gion's flaws due to the problem of poison. Crane Vice Admiral, I still have a certain understanding of you. You want to stop me, don't even think that you can detoxify the Gion Vice Admiral 1. Rosie laughed. So that's what you want, Rosie? Should I say that I was born in CP0, even if I become an excellent swordsman, I don't have the pride of an ordinary swordsman. Stealth, stealing, poisoning, you are willing to use anything. Crane looked at Rosie coldly and said. Don't provoke me, I won't eat your way. You two are going to arrest me, can't I use all the means? Rosie smiled and shot several invisible arrows at Gion and Tsuru, causing them to either avoid or block. Now that they knew that the arrows were poisonous, the two naturally did not dare to use their bodies to pick up Rosie's arrows without knowing the composition of the poison. But even so, Gion and Tsuru even made Rosie, who was in stealth, unable to find a way to escape for a while. As expected of Marine Admiral's candidate and Marine's Chief Staff Officer, he is a troublesome person. Do you want to use the noble phantasm prayer bow? Rosie thought to himself, glancing at the crossbow in his hand. No, if you use the noble phantasm now, you may not be able to hit Gion. Even if I hit it and waste too much stamina, I probably won't be able to escape from the crane. Sure enough, we have to find another way. Si ding, Rosie turned around again and shot countless poisonous arrows, forcing Gion and Tsuru back slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zoro, turn left, Sanji, turn the sails to the right. Damn, these marines are really haunted. In this case, even if Rosie told us to leave, we couldn't leave. Nami complained while summoning a thunderbolt to attack the female marine who stepped on the moonwalk. Don't worry, Miss Nami, I will protect you. Sanji's eyes flashed with a heart, and he said to Nami without hesitation. Yes, yes, but you should be responsible for helping to control the ship now. Nami sighed. Although Sanji's strength is not bad, but Nami doesn't think Sanji can help too much when he hasn't obtained the heroic spirit template. After all, Marine, who was chased by Moonwalk on the marine warship on the opposite side, was obviously not weak. In addition, because of the battle with Hawkeye, Zoro was unable to do his best for a while. And in terms of firepower, the Mary is no match for the marine warships. The two sides can stalemate up to now, completely rely on the excellent performance of Luffy, as well as the excellent performance of Usopp. Thinking of this, Nami turned his head and glanced at Luffy, who had entered the heroic mimesis and second gear not far away. Then he glanced at Usopp, who had also entered King's heroic mimesis at some point, with his arms folded and a calm expression standing at the stern of the boat, watching Marine calmly, and the sound of the Emperor engine was loud. It can be said that the Marines did not swarm, and a large factor was because of Usopp. Thinking of this, Nami rolled his eyes, ran quickly to Usopp's side, and said with a look of admiration. Usopp, you are the strongest person besides Rosie, and now Rosie is entangled, use your invincible Imperial engine to find a way. Ask for flowers. Usopp glanced at Nami after hearing this, and immediately understood what Nami meant. Sorry Nami, I feel like I'm doing Luffy a favor, but I don't want Luffy's air power. But don't worry, I will deal with them one by one when they arrive on the Mary. Speaking of this, the sound of the Emperor's engine expanded again, and with his majestic face that had entered King's heroic mimesis, the Marines who stepped on the moonwalk in the sky couldn't help but frown. What should I do? That long nose seems to be very strong. That woman said the long nose is the strongest besides Rosie. Is he stronger than that Luffy? Isn't Luffy the captain? Since Rosie, the co-captain, can be better than Luffy, who is the captain, then another long nose is also better than the captain. It can be said. Then what shall we do? Shall we try him? No matter what, we will stop them. Everyone, I will try. A female marine stepped forward and kicked several tempest kicks in a row in the direction of Usopp. Seeing this scene, Luffy wanted to go up to help, but he was entangled for a while and couldn't leave. He could only watch the wind blade formed by tempest kick cut towards Usopp. Usopp looked at the tempest kick wind blade getting closer and closer, and the heartbeat began to get faster and louder. That formidable deterrent force made the female marines who took action couldn't help feeling throbbing. Just when she thought Usopp was about to shoot, Zoro, who had a heavy hand, suddenly rushed over, swiping several knives to stop the tempest kick wind blade regardless of the injury and fatigue on her body. Usopp, don't push yourself too hard. Leave this to me. Zoro stood up straight, glanced at Usopp, whose head was lowered and his body trembled, intending to persuade him to leave temporarily. However, before he could finish speaking, a black lightning flashed across Usopp's body, and a powerful aura erupted from him, directly interrupting Zoro's words. And after this aura passed Zoro and Nami, it quickly included all Marines. This is Haki from Conquerors. The female Marine who had previously shot Usopp's eyes widened, her body stagnant and almost did not fall directly from the air. Chapter 71. UBD, return your clothes to me. Gion let out a loud cry, and slashed at Rosie who was invisible. Hehe, it's really not calm, Ms. Gion. Didn't you say that you were ready to be stolen by me? Rosie smiled and threw Gion's clothes out. In order to get rid of Gion and Tsuru with all his strength, Rosie naturally didn't mind using the stealing skill again. For this reason, although Gion didn't change from the outside, only she knew that she was much cooler now. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura came from the sea, passing Rosie, Gion, and Tsuru. Haki at Conquerors. Crane and May 27th Yuan were slightly taken aback, and immediately looked down at the sea. Good chance. Seeing this, Rosie's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he turned his body upside down and rushed towards the sea. By the time Gion and Tsuru reacted, Rosie had already broken through their encircling net and rushed out a dozen meters away. Stop! Gion and Tsuru shouted loudly. No matter who was the one who broke out Conqueror's Haki, they stepped on their legs in the air and used moonwalk to catch up. Hehe, I'm sorry, the speed isn't enough for you two to worry me. If you really want to catch me, let Marine Admiral Kizaru come. Rosie turned back and smiled and glanced at Gion and Tsuru. The muscles on his legs instantly swelled and slammed into the air. At the same time, the bow of prayer in his hand shot out a rain of arrows, covering both Gion and Tsuru. In an instant, Rosie's speed increased again, pulling away from Tsuru and Gion. During the CP9 period, Rosie knew the importance of speed. Even if they can't beat them, they have the advantage of speed and can be invincible. So, of the Marine 6 styles, Rosie spent the longest time on shave and moonwalk. In contrast, on Iron Body, Rosie has only reached the level of learning. Gion and Tsuru had a gloomy expression on their faces and pursued Rosie at the fastest speed, but they were one step behind after all. When Rosie was close to the sea, he raised his prayer bow directly to the direction of the marine warship, and the female marines who used moonwalk in the air could attack the Mary at any time was a rain of arrows. Knowing that Rosie's poisonous arrows were troublesome, Gion had no choice but to slow down the pursuit of Rosie, and swung more than 10 knives in the direction of Marine's warship. I plan to use the flying slash to stop Rosie's arrow rain. Crane, on the other hand, used his fruit ability to swipe a streamer barge towards the female marines in the air. While Tsuru and Gion were both busy saving their comrades, Rosie quickly landed on the deck of the Mary. Good work, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Sanji. Usopp, you did a good job. I never thought that you would become the second man in our pirates to own Conqueror's Haki. Now you don't think you are a brave sea warrior. Rosie lifted the cloak of the Lord of the Faceless and revealed his figure in front of Usopp and others. Seeing Rosie's sudden appearance, Sanji immediately widened his eyes and rushed over with envy and hatred. You really have the ability to be invisible. Damn, have you eaten the color fruit? Sanji, let's talk about this topic later, we need to get out of here first. 1. Rosie scattered the Faceless King and the bow of prayer, turned to look at Gion, who had recovered to his senses and planned to continue chasing, and the crane who had already stood in the air above the Mary. Looks like I have to call a helper over here. Rosie thought for a while, and soon realized that relying on the previous method of avoiding Gion and the others would not work. At such a close distance, Gion and Tsuru probably won't give him a chance to use the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon to push the boat. And relying on the remaining physical strength, even if the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon is used, the ship cannot be pushed out too far. Rather than using the Purgatory Muzu explosive heat wave cannon, it would be better to use a plan that can directly intercept Tsuru, Gion, and others here. Conqueror's Haki, and a good Conqueror's Haki. Should it be the Cotter of the Red Hair Pirates, Usopp's son? Awakened at such a young age, Conqueror's Haki, you are as dangerous as that Rosie, you must be sent to impel down Zero. At this time, Crane suddenly spoke, looking at Usopp, who was in the mimesis of the heroic spirit of the king. Even the crane couldn't help being a little dignified when he looked at Usopp's majestic look now. I advise you to give up, you will die. 1. Usopp folded his arms, raised his head and looked at the crane calmly. Hey, are you saying we're going to die, Usopp? I think you should understand without me telling you, Marine 1. Usopp looked at Tsuru and then at Gion in the other direction. Of course it's me, idiot. Usopp thought to himself. Unlike his apparent calmness, his heart was about to collapse. Although he has awakened Conqueror's Haki, the consumption of this power is also not small. Now that he can still stand, it is already considered that his will is firm. Usopp, use shot. Next, leave it to our helper. Rosie patted Usopp on the shoulder and smiled. Helper. Not only Marine, but even Rosie's buddies were a little puzzled by what he said. With a mysterious smile on Rosie's face, he raised his 0.2 finger and pointed to the sea in front of the Mary. Everyone looked at Rosie's doubts, and soon they found something different. Under that sea surface, there is a series of shadows moving fast. Little ones, see you then, let's go and help our friends. At this moment, a heroic female voice suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. With the appearance of the sound, a huge ship with an audience of more than 37 meters jumped out directly from the bottom of the sea. At the bow of the ship, a man dressed in red with burgundy hair was standing with a gun. That's Francis Drake. Rosie, you called her here. Luffy and Nami took Rosie's arm and said excitedly. Chapter 72. Nami, who has seen the demo of Francis Drake's heroic spirit, knows how powerful she is. Thinking of the power Francis Drake possessed, Nami only felt a pang of relief. Luffy, on the other hand, expects to see Francis Drake use her laser weapon. The appearance of Francis Drake did not disappoint Luffy and Nami. As soon as he appeared, Drake raised his guns and pointed at the Gion and Marine warships directly opposite. With a shot from Drake, several laser cannons were fired. Although Gion reacted, he was not injured by the laser cannon. But the Marines behind her were not so lucky. Unpredictable, the Marine's hull immediately suffered multiple damages. Miss Nami, do you know that bold big sister? At this time, Sanji quickly ran to Nami's side and looked at Francis Drake not far away with a look of admiration. Hearing the sound, Nami glanced at Sanji beside him with disgust. On the other side, the High 01 Army side. Crane, Gion, and the others looked at Francis Drake, who suddenly appeared and possessed great firepower, and their hearts sank at the same time. Who is this woman and why did she suddenly appear to attack us? It's the helper that Rosie called. Damn, this woman must be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. No, there is a different pirate flag on that ship, it should be someone from another pirate group. Strange, what happened to their cannons, why did they shoot lasers, and how did they escape from the bottom of the sea? Is it coded? The bottom of the sea? Wait, those shadows on the bottom of the sea, shouldn't they be all ships? As if to answer Marine's question, the sea centered on the Mary suddenly boiled. Immediately, dozens of small boats rose up, defending both sides of the Mary. Perhaps thinking that this was not enough, some small boats flew directly into the air and floated above the Mary, with the fort pointing directly at the cranes and others above. What? The ship can still fly? This time, even the well-informed Crane was surprised. Could the guns of these ships be able to fire the lasers just now? At this moment, Crane suddenly had a very bad feeling. Looking at the sailboats centered on the Mary, spread out on both sides, and pointed countless fortresses at the Marine warship, the Crane's eyes were solemn, and he did not know whether to continue to leave the Mary, or to return to Gion to help Gion in case. The garden was protected from the stormy bombardment that might come. Soon, the sailboats who pointed their turrets at Crane helped her make a choice. I saw Francis Drake snap his fingers. The boats surrounding the melee fired in unison, and more than 10 golden lasers swept toward the Crane and the sailors beside her. Seeing this scene, he frowned and quickly used his ability to construct a shield in front of him. It's heavy, and this kind of firepower is stronger than the cannons of Marine warships. Crane frowned and waved at the Marines beside him, motioning them to return to the Marine warship. After the female Marines around her left, Tsuru also turned around and returned to Gion. Sister He, why are you coming back at this time, Rosie and the others? This is not the time to talk about this, Gion. These ships give me a very bad feeling. Crane interrupted Jun's words, looked at Francis Drake with a serious face, and asked. Who are you and what is your relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates behind you? Hearing this, Francis Drake smiled boldly and turned to look at Rosie who was standing at the bow of the Mary. Rosie, this is the first time I've met you. You can leave now. According to the request, I will help you stop these Marines. Thanks, Drake. I'm really bothering you this time. You're welcome, but if you really want to thank me, call me over at the banquet next time, haha one. Well, that's for sure. Rosie nodded heavily to Francis Drake, turned and gestured to Nami to leave. After fighting with Hawkeye, Crane, and Gion, his stamina is running out. Using the Noble Phantasm Golden Deer and Stormy Night, and summoning Francis Drake together, has consumed all Rosie's stamina. It is no exaggeration to say that if he is fighting Gion now, he may only choose to use the resurrection function in the Asato Kazuma template to resurrect once. I won't let you escape. Gion took note of the conversation between Francis Drake and Rosie. Seeing that everyone on the Mary was planning to control the Mary to leave, she, who had a strong obsession with Rosie, wanted to rush forward immediately. That can't be done. Francis Drake waved his hand and summoned 3 cannons to his left and right and above his head. There were 3 laser cannonballs in the direction of Gion, forcing Gion to block with a knife, and at the same time forcing her back to her original position. My name is Francis Drake, a pirate hired by Rosie. Then, remember my name and die. Francis Drake turned around and spoke briefly to Gion and Tsuru before issuing orders for all ships, including the treasure Golden Deer, to fire. In an instant, countless golden lasers enough to steal the sun's light shot directly at Tsuru, Gion, and the marine warship behind them. Faced with this overwhelming firepower, Tsuru and Gion knew that if they avoided, the marine warship behind them would be sunk. Those weaker marines could not resist such an attack at all. Next, the 5 people could only show their own means, intending to extinguish the firepower of Francis Drake's noble phantasm. Hey, did you actually carry my noble phantasm down to 527? People in this world are really not easy. It looks like a protracted war will form. However, what a good female soldier, if only I could have such a crew before. Francis Drake tapped the barrel on the shoulder, looking a little surprised. With her eyesight, she could naturally see Gion and Tsuru, and she intercepted her artillery fire with the strange ability of her sword and palm alone. Even the marine warships on the opposite side were able to take the opportunity to fire artillery shells at the Golden Deer fleet. Of course, such a shell would soon be shot down by the flintlock in Drake's hands. Well, let's have fun with you. The flintlock spears in Drake's hands gradually sprang up, and it was only a few shots at Gion who slashed the flying slash at the Golden Deer fleet. Then he turned to look at the Mary behind him, and shouted to Rosie. Leave now, my employer, and then remember to keep your promise and treat me to a good drink. Rosie nodded heavily and patted Luffy next to him. Luffy, we should go. Don't worry, as a summoned heroic spirit, Drake will not die. Also, I still owe her a banquet. Hearing this, Luffy took a deep look at Francis Drake, then turned to look at Nami, Zoro, and the others behind him. Everyone, let's go. Chapter 73. On the sea, under the guidance of Nami, the Mary began to sail forward rapidly. At the stern of the Mary, Rosie looked at Gion and Tsuru in the distance with a calm expression. Because of being intercepted by Francis Drake, the two could not find an opportunity to continue intercepting the Mary for a while. Unless they are willing to ignore the life and death of the marine warship behind. After seeing Gion's eyes swept towards him, Rosie's mouth slightly raised, and his right hand raised his fingers and kept dancing in his direction. Gion's face turned cold. How could she not see what Rosie's actions meant? It was a gesture of stealing against her. Although angry, Gion had no choice but to watch Rosie go farther and farther along with the Mary, and eventually disappeared on the sea level. Meanwhile, on the other side, a few hundred meters from the battlefield to Gion, a raft stood still, and on it stood a swordsman with a huge black sword hanging behind him. If Rosie is here, he will be surprised that the world's largest swordsman has not left. It's really interesting, this Rosie is really a master with a lot of power. It's a pity, if you can concentrate on kendo, you might be better at using swords. But with such a person to teach, Zoro will progress faster. And the guy in the straw hat, I wonder how Shanks would feel when he knew he had a guy like Rosie by his side. Hawkeye looked interested in the direction in which the Mary disappeared, and then looked at Gion and Tsuru who were stopped by Francis Drake, turned around and urged the raft to leave in the distance. Half an hour later, Naval Headquarters. Office of the Marshal. Sengoku, who was busy and browsing many files, was suddenly awakened by the ringing of a phone bug. He pushed on his glasses, put down the document in his hand and answered the phone bug. Soon, a voice that was very familiar to Sengoku came from the phone bug. Sengoku, it's me, Tsuru. It's Hehe, call at this time, have you already caught Rosie and his party? Unfortunately, we haven't caught Rosie and Luffy, and we may not be able to continue the task of catching the Straw Hat Pirates for the time being. Hey? Why? Could it be that you have suffered great losses because of the capture of the Straw Hat Pirates? Forget it, our marine warships have been destroyed. It may take some time to find a suitable warship for us. Also, I don't think we alone can catch Rosie. To make you say these words, Hehe, what happened over there? Actually, it's like this. Crane took a deep breath and fought Rosie and Hawkeye in detail, and then fought them again. Usopp broke out Conqueror's Haki, Francis Drake appeared, and Francis Drake's fleet destroyed their warships on the way to fighting them. Things were said. The more Sengoku listened, the more it didn't feel right, but after a while, his brows knitted together. That Rosie, he was able to get in touch with Hawkeye. And fighting with you for so long after this. Able to be invisible and use troublesome poison. Even the danger of calling Francis Drake after this one. This woman who controls a fleet with even more firepower than Buster Call. And that Usopp's son, who can terrify some of your marines. And can cast Conqueror's Haki, which is not weak. And Garp's grandson, who also showed great strength. Hehe, are you sure you're not kidding me? After a while, Sengoku, who had collected his thoughts, opened his mouth and asked the crane opposite the phone bug. Sengoku, do you think I would make such a joke? Crane said. Well, it's my fault, but this way, the Straw Hat Pirates are even more dangerous one. And that Francis Drake, who was able to have a fleet that could dive to the bottom of the sea and fly in the air, had an inexplicable relationship with that Rosie. For these people, more bounties must be added. 1. Hehe, you guys repair it first. I hope you guys can reconcile with Garp when it's done. If the Straw Hat Pirates appear in Loguetown, do your best to catch them. Such a dangerous person must not be allowed to go to the Grand Line. Sengoku said solemnly. Understood, I will try my best to get to Loguetown, but I can't guarantee that I can get there in time. After these two encounters, the man Rosie should not be stupid enough to wait for us to get the boat and rush to Loguetown. Crane said, glanced at the dilapidated warship on the sea. Fortunately for the cranes, although the warship was destroyed, they did not encounter too many casualties. People hit by Rosie's poisoned arrows also happened to be healed by her ability to wash fruit. Do your best, Hehe, I will also pass on my belief to Garp here. If that guy is serious, at least he can arrest Rosie. Sengoku said, and after getting some more details with Crane, he hung up the phone with Crane and dialed Garp instead. Meanwhile, on the other side. Mary's. Nami, no problem, there is no trace of Marine's warship in the rear. Usopp got off the observation deck of the Mary, and Nami made an okay gesture. Hearing this, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. It's so good, I thought we were dead one. Nami patted her chest, thinking of the situation just now, she still felt a burst of heart palpitations. Hehe, we're lucky. Luckily Rosie called out Drake, her boat is really good. Luffy laughed, without a trace of nervousness. Speaking of that Miss Drake, is there really no problem keeping her over there? What if she gets arrested? Sanji walked over to the crowd with a large plate of rice balls and asked worriedly. Don't worry, Sanji, Miss Francis Drake is a heroic spirit summoned by Rosie. Even if he died in battle, he was just returning to the Hall of Valor, and then as long as Rosie wanted, he could still summon Francis Drake. Usopp picked up 2 rice balls and said while stuffing them into his mouth. Heroic spirit? Hall of Valor? I have not understood since a while ago. What is the so-called heroic spirit? 1. Sanji picked up 2 rice balls and walked towards Rosie who was sitting on the edge of the boat with his eyes closed. Thank you, Sanji. Rosie took the rice ball and immediately ate one while replenishing his strength. Generally speaking, the so-called heroic spirit is the existence of a hero whose great deeds are left as legends after death and become the object of belief. The Hall of Valor is the place where these existences stay. Don't look surprised, Sanji, you're right, Francis Drake is indeed a figure of the past. But don't worry, I still owe her a banquet, and I will call her later. At that time, I will trouble you to show your best craftsmanship to entertain her. Chapter 74. Of course, I will make the most perfect and best banquet for Miss Francis Drake. Sanji clenched his fists with both hands, and said with red peach hearts in his eyes. But soon, he looked at Rosie with jealousy again. Damn, why are you able to summon Miss Drake? If only I could summon her. Rosie, can you teach me how to summon her? Hearing this, Rosie couldn't help but look at Sanji speechlessly. I was able to summon her because of the special noble phantasm that Drake possesses. Not to mention whether you can get Drake's template, even if you get her template, it is extremely difficult to summon her. After all, you are not like me, as long as you have enough strength, you can use all the skills of heroic spirits. Of course, this sentence Rosie did not say. Damn, after all, only you can summon her, you are really enviable. By the way, they said that you have a fruit of 527 colors that can make you invisible. Are you still there now? What, anyway, you also have the ability to be invisible, why don't you give me the color fruit, that's my dream. And I heard from Usopp they said that the color fruit can make the hull invisible, right? If I eat the color fruit and encounter the previous situation in the future, I will be able to help everyone. Sanji was still looking desperate just now, but after mentioning the color fruit, he regained his vitality. A pair of eyes stared straight at Rosie's, as if afraid that he would refuse. Rosie looked at Sanji with a smile on his face. For Rosie, who was familiar with the plot of the original novel, how could he not know the real purpose of Sanji's desire to obtain the color fruit? Aside, Nami also looked at Sanji suspiciously. This is not in a hurry, let's take a look at the power of the heroic spirit you can obtain, Sanji, rather than the color fruit. Rosie laughed. Heroic spirit. Sanji was stunned for a while, and then he felt the world spinning for a while. Back. When he came back to his senses again, he had come to a pitch-dark heroic spirit space. What is this? Sanji looked around, and was quickly attracted by the gleaming, tech-savvy heroic spirit panel in front of him. Ahem, let the seniors explain it to you, Sanji. At this time, Usopp came over with a proud look on his face, raised his finger to the name on the panel and said. See the names on these panels? You will choose one of the 3 as your heroic spirit template. Like me, I chose King, Zoro chose Black Death Mou and so on. Let me see, your 3 choices are Shiro Emiya with the attribute of Chef, Li Nai Li of the attribute of Legs, and Turtle Immortal with the attribute of Female S*X. Aside, Nami folded his arms, frowned and said. It really suits your style to be lustful of women, Sanji. Speaking of which, if you want to get the color fruit, shouldn't it be because of your attribute? Hearing this, Sanji hurriedly turned around and explained to Nami. Miss Nami, trust me, I am by no means a womanizer, I just admire and respect every lady. I definitely don't have the slightest idea that there must be something wrong with this panel. Sanji said. Really, why don't you just stretch out your finger and point out the 4 words for female lust? Can you clear the misunderstanding in your heart, Miss Nami, by clicking on the 4 words of greeting for women? I understand, I will click on it. After Sanji finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it on the greedy woman above the 3 words turtle immortal. At this time, he didn't know how ashamed he would feel next. As the heroic spirit space trembled, the originally pitch-dark space became light. Sanji rubbed his eyes, looked around, and the next moment his eyes widened. Is this me? Sanji pointed to the front, a man also wearing a black suit with blonde hair shouted. Yes, he is indeed you. Rosie came over at this time. He patted Sanji on the shoulder and said with a very regretful expression. My heroic spirit space will never go wrong. Since it has found out that you have the attribute of lusting for women, then you must be a person who loves women. And these pictures of you in the past are evidence. After Rosie finished speaking, Sanji in the picture had already started to move. I saw that his appearance was wretched, and after looking around to confirm that there was no one around, he sneaked into the girls' bathroom. Of course, he was soon beaten and scolded by the lady inside. At this time, Sanji in the picture not only does not feel pain, but even looks satisfied. He even said that if he could have transparent fruit, he would be able to see more and more. So, is this a misunderstanding? Yama got transparent fruit and sneaked into the girls' bathroom. No, Miss Nami, I can explain it. Sanji's mind runs fast, trying to find a reason to convince Nami. After all, this is related to whether he can obtain the color fruit or not. But without waiting for him to explain, the picture of the heroic spirit space turned again. The protagonist in the picture is still Sanji, and the content of the picture is basically the same. Sanji, are you still going to explain now? Nami folded his arms and looked at Sanji with a serious face. Sanji turned his head and looked at Nami in front of him, unable to find any excuse to convince Nami for a while. Looks like you have nothing to say. Your Excellency Vice Captain, as the only woman in the Straw Hat Pirates, I strongly urge you not to hand over the color fruit to Sanji. Otherwise, I would have no way to take a bath with peace of mind. If you gave her the fruit of color, every time I was peeped, I would remember it on your head. Nami turned to look at Rosie and said. Chapter 75. Sanji, you see, I can't help it either. 1. Who told us that the only woman in our captain wouldn't want you to use the color fruit? Since that's the case, I'll keep this colored fruit reluctantly, and give it to other people who are willing to take devil fruit in the future. Rosie shrugged, making a final decision amid Sanji's desperate expression. Oh no! Sanji fell to his knees, as if he had lost all hope of life. Sanji, let's open up. Although you can't take the color fruit, you can't sneak into the girls' bathroom 1. But at least you can keep your ability to swim. Imagine if a beautiful woman invites you to swim in the pool in the future, but you can't go into the water, wouldn't it be a pity? 1. Or, if beautiful ladies fell into the water and you couldn't save them, wouldn't that be pretty bad? Rosie crouched down, patted Sanji on the back, and comforted. Damn, Rosie, you have the ability to be invisible, of course you can say these things. If I have the ability to be invisible, I can do more. Don't talk about going to the pool, I can even sneak into the ladies' locker room. Sanji said angrily, ignoring Nami who was watching him with a scumbag expression on his face. By the way, Rosie, don't you have that cloak that makes you invisible? Since you don't give me the color fruit, can you lend me your transparent cloak? Sanji stood up suddenly, grabbed Rosie's hand and said seriously. No, you can't lend him, Rosie. Before Rosie could answer, Nami stood up first. Miss Nami, can't I be satisfied with this extravagant wish? Sanji looked at Nami pitifully. No, I don't want to worry about whether a lascivious guy like you will suddenly appear around me. But what about Rosie? Isn't Miss Nami worried about Rosie? Hehe, he's not like you. You're right, Rosie. Hearing this, Rosie shrugged and laughed. Who knows, after all, I'm a man who can steal even women's private clothes. Maybe one day I'll be beastly as well and use my invisibility to sneak into your bathroom, Nami. Nami blinked, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and smiled. Really, then from today onwards, I will charge you 100,000 berry every day. It's just that you peeped at my reward. As soon as these words came out, Sanji was even more desperate. Damn, why does Miss Nami treat me differently than Rosie? Sanji patted the deck with his hands and shouted miserably. Usopp, give it up, Sanji, Rosie and Nami have a good relationship. 1. Luffy, hehe, Sanji is really interesting. The rice balls are also delicious. Zoro, rice balls are really good, but apart from that, there's nothing else. Sanji, green algae head, what are you saying, do you want to fight? Seeing that Sanji and Zoro are arguing again, Rosie quickly intervenes between the two. Sanji, don't waste time. Choose it quickly, choose your heroic spirit template earlier, and you will be able to familiarize yourself with the power of heroic spirits earlier. 1. Rosie said. Well, since you said so. Sanji looked at the panel in front of him. I don't know if any of these three have the ability to be invisible. Until now, Sanji was looking forward to gaining the ability to be invisible. Sanji raised his hand and pressed the name of Shiro Emiya, who is of the chef attribute, and the entire heroic spirit space trembled again. After the space settled down, a man with dark skin and white hair, wearing red and black tight-fitting clothes and a coat appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, he is quietly making dishes in the kitchen. Hey, the knife skills are good, and the expression on the cooking is also very serious, so that he is indeed an excellent chef. Sanji walked to Emiya Shiro's projection and watched Shiro Emiya's performance with interest. However, if this heroic spirit named Emiya Shiro only has these strengths, it won't do me much good. Sanji lit a cigarette and shook his head. As far as cooking is concerned, Shiro Emiya's skills may not really help you, Sanji 1. However, if it is about combat, it may give you some inspiration. Of course, his fighting style is quite different from yours now. It does fit in with Usopp and Zoro's battle suits. Rosie laughed. Hearing Rosie's words, Usopp and Zoro's faces immediately became curious. The screen turned, and in an instant, the original kitchen had disappeared, replaced by a fierce battlefield. One side of the battle was Emperor Shiro, while the other was an extremely tall, strong, sword and axe warrior. Emiya Shiro walked around the enemy nimbly with two short swords, one black and one white, and his sharp slashes fully demonstrated his rich combat experience. So, is this chef still a swordsman? Zoro walked over to Rosie and asked curiously. Yes, no. Rosie smiled mysteriously, and soon Zoro saw that the weapon in Shiro's hands was destroyed, but reforged in an instant. 0 fur flowers. After that, it seemed that the two swords could not help the enemy. Emiya Shiro suddenly took a step back and jumped into the sky. And then scattered his hand to cut off the knife, and turned to use his ability to build a longbow. He just gently pulled the longbow, and countless red arrows attacked the enemy. So that's the case, not only good at using knives, but also good at using bows and arrows? No wonder Rosie you would say that he and I are compatible with Zoro. But Rosie, what is he capable of? How do you feel that he can make different weapons at will? Usopp asked curiously. Yashiro's ability is projection magic, he can project almost all the weapons he has seen. Whether it's a sword or a bow. As long as there is enough energy in his body, he can even project extremely dangerous weapons. Like this pseudo-spiral sword in his hand. After Rosie finished speaking, Usopp immediately fixed his eyes, just in time to see Yashiro bending a bow and shooting an arrow, throwing the pseudo-spiral sword as an arrow. Boom! The huge explosion enveloped the entire enemy. Usopp looked at this scene in shock, and his mouth grew to the maximum. Is this still an arrow? Rosie, this is much stronger than the explosive arrow you gave me earlier. 1. Rosie, do you think I can make arrows like this too? 1. Usopp asked excitedly. Of course, Usopp, you can do it, I trust you. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and he poured Usopp a bowl of poisonous chicken soup without hesitation, and then continued. Of course, the abilities Yashiro is showing are only relatively ordinary abilities. In addition to these, he also has an ability called Infinite Sword System. There, almost all the projections of swords he has seen in his life are condensed. As Rosie's voice fell, Yashiro put his right hand on his chest and quickly muttered mysterious words. After a while, a strong and dazzling light suddenly radiated from Yashiro at the center. The people at the scene closed their eyes unconsciously. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found that the scene had changed again, and they came to a world full of swords. Looking at the surrounding scene, Luffy and the others put aside for a while. Zoro's eyes widened first. These swords are all sharp knives, no, even big sharp knives. How many excellent weapons does this man possess? Zoro asked in surprise. Chapter 76. These are not real weapons, just some weapons that are infinitely close to the real thing made using projection ability. Having said that, because they are infinitely close to the real thing, their power is also quite powerful. And this world comes from the scene in Yashiro's heart. The so-called unlimited sword system is the ability to project this scene from Yashiro's heart into the real world. Rosie patted Zoro's shoulder and laughed. Is it a fake? But even if it is a fake, these swords are enough to amaze the swordsman. Furthermore, the scene in the heart of this Yashiro turned out to be a battlefield where swords were buried. If possible, I really want to meet this man in person. Rosie, since you can come up with the template of the heroic spirit of Yashiro, it proves that you also have the ability of Yashiro 1. In that case, it seems that you have no reason to take the sword of that marine woman named Gion. Zoro turned his head and looked at Rosie with some doubts. The projected sword is a fake after all, but the famous sword in Gion's hands is the real thing. 1. Even if you sell it, you can make a lot of berry. Those marines have been chasing me for so long, there's no way they're getting paid. Rosie shrugged and said. May 27th he couldn't say, at that time he didn't have the ability of Shiro Emiya. Even, whether he can obtain Yashiro's ability in the future is unknown. Everything depends on Sanji's choice. It is indeed a good ability, but this ability does not seem to have much effect on me. Zoro may be more suitable for this chef named Shiro Emiya than me. I'll choose between the other two. Sanji shook his head and looked at Rosie. The projection magic of Yashiro's master can help you strengthen your leather shoes. Indirectly it also enhances your kick. But you are right. Compared with this one, the other two may be more suitable for you. Rosie reached out to the heroic spirit panel in front of Sanji, signaling him to continue his selection. Sanji touched his chin, and after thinking for a while, he raised his finger and touched the name of Li Ne Lai Li. Since the attribute is legs, presumably this one should be quite suitable for me. While Sanji was talking, the heroic spirit space shook again. In the blink of an eye, everyone came to the surface of Wang Yang Sea. More than 10 meters away from them, a young and beautiful girl with dark green double ponytail hair jumped off a ship and rushed straight into the sky. Holy, start! The girl let out a low groan, and the black boots on her legs began to change rapidly. While becoming lighter, 2 green flames ignited. The moment the black boots changed, the girl's speed increased again, and her body suddenly rose to the sky. As the girl's figure rose, 2 monsters with spherical bodies appeared in front of Rosie and the others. The girl leaped to the side of the monster, and she just kicked out 2 feet, which directly smashed the monster's body, causing its body to collapse automatically. Her movements are as light as a butterfly, but her strength is enough to destroy the giant rock. Hey! Take a closer look, isn't this a beautiful girl? Rosie, is that one Miss Lee Nalai? Sanji's eyes were filled with peach hearts, and he looked at the girl on the horizon excitedly. Hey, shouldn't you be surprised by her abilities at this time, Sanji? She's flying now. Usopp folded his arms and looked at Sanji speechlessly. However, at this moment, Sanji was completely attracted by the elegant figure of the girl, and did not listen to Usopp's words at all. Rosie patted Sanji on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down, then said. Yes, that one is Ms. Lee Nalai Lee, I believe you have also seen the boots on her legs. That pair of black boots is her weapon, hosting a special crystal called Holy. The black boots that have been transformed by the Holy gave Lee Nalai the ability to fly, and her kicks are also extremely powerful. Even if it's a ship, I'm afraid it can be easily sunk by Lee Nalai. In addition, this pair of black boots also gave Lee Nalai the ability to control the wind, use sound to accelerate, walk on the sea, and transform into a huge blade on the black boots, and use the acceleration of gravity to attack the enemy. As Rosie's voice fell, Lee Nalai's body fell and stayed on the sea surface. Then when the spherical monster appeared in front of her again, she kicked the monster in front of her with 2 flying kicks from the air, and released 2 tornado-like attacks that involved the monster. Amazing, I really want to have black boots like this, so I won't be afraid of falling into the sea. Luffy opened his mouth wide and looked excitedly at Lee Nalai, who rose up into the air again and transformed into a huge sharp blade from his black boots to attack the monster from the air. I think her last move is quite good, it's just a small meteorite. Zoro exclaimed. This move itself can increase the gravity, and under certain conditions, it is possible to exert a falling force of tens of thousands of tons. It's not wrong to say that it is a small meteorite. Also, forget it, Luffy, it's hard for me to imagine you using black boots with the ability to rubber. It's Sanji, it seems that these black boots are suitable for use. Rosie turned to look at Sanji and said with a smile. Although Sanji has not yet made a choice, Rosie already feels that Sanji will most likely choose Lee Nalai Lee's heroic spirit template. Lee Nalai Lee's legs are not good, plus there is a weapon called black boots. If Sanji inherits such abilities, even the power of the heroic spirit in the initial state is enough to make Sanji's strength soar. At the very least, Sanji will become more of a threat on the air-to-air battlefield. After all, the air mobility brought by black boots is much stronger than that brought by moonwalk. Even if Rosie can use moonwalk to fly, he is also looking forward to the flying ability of the black boots. As for the remaining heroic spirit template of the last turtle immortal, although he is powerful in power, his power is mostly manifested in boxing. Rosie felt that Sanji was much less likely to choose him than Lee Nalai. Although among the 3 templates of Emi Yashiro, Lee Nalai Lee and Turtle Immortal, what Rosie wants most is the heroic spirit template of Turtle Immortal. However, at this moment, Sanji is completely in lust mode, making Rosie a little unclear whether he is seriously thinking about whether to inherit the heroic spirit panel of Lee Nalai Lee. Rosie shook his head helplessly and continued. How much power Lee Nalai's black boots can exert is related to the synchronization rate between herself and the Holy in the black boots. In this state of Lee Nalai, her synchronization rate with Holy is 86%. If the synchronization rate reaches 100%, the black boots will change dramatically 0. Rosie's voice fell, and the heroic spirit space screen turned again. Everyone looked closely and found that Lee Nalai was already in a bigger battlefield. At this moment, she was holding a crystal emitting emerald green light in her hand. The next moment, the crystal liquefied, and Li Nalai directly drank the liquefied crystal. After a sharp pain, Li Nalai's legs ooze a lot of blood. Just when Sanji was about to cry out, the blood formed a pair of blood-colored boots on Li Nalai's legs as if it had come to life. The next moment, Li Nalai rose into the air and attacked the enemy with faster speed and strength than before. This is, blood turned into new boots. Nami looked at Rosie suspiciously. Accurately speaking, it is Shenja who uses Li Nalai's blood as a carrier to form a new weapon. At this time, the synchronization rate between Li Nalai and Holy has reached 100%. Rosie said, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, directly cancelling Li Nalai's skill demonstration screen. Seeing this, Sanji immediately looked over with a look of regret. However, when he noticed that Nami looked at him with a scumbag expression, Sanji immediately shook his body and his face became serious and serious. Well, Miss Li Nalai's strength is quite good, the ability to focus on leg skills, and the weapons that serve leg skills. I think I may not need to look at the next template of Turtle Immortal and directly inherit the power of Miss Li Nalai Li. Sanji turned his head and said to Rosie seriously. Sanji, let me remind you first, even if you choose Li Nalai's template, you won't have the chance to summon her. Hey! Why, aren't you able to summon Francis Drake? These are two concepts. Francis Drake's strongest power itself is to summon the fleet, and the fleet also includes manpower, so it is natural to spend more effort to make Drake appear. But Li Nalai's power is concentrated on the black boots, which there is no condition for Li Nalai to appear. But... damn, even so, I have to have the same power and black boots as Miss Li Nalai. Why, do you want to wear Li Nalai's long black boots? If you have this intention, I can introduce you to a person who has the ability to directly turn a male into a female one. Wait, what terrifying ability is this? I don't want to become a woman. Sanji looked at Rosie in horror and backed away. Hehe, don't worry, just talk. It's not really going to let the SE King turn you into a SE1. However, as our ship's cook, I suggest you go and meet him. He has a method that can quickly recover the body's food, I believe it will be worth your reference. Rosie laughed. Sanji twitched the corners of his mouth, although he didn't know who the SE King Rosie was talking about and what he looked like. But just hearing the word SE, Sanji's heart began to retreat. Cough, I'll talk about this later. Should I still inherit Miss Li Nalai's heroic spirit template first? Luffy, shall I? As Sanji was talking, Luffy, who was beside him, took Sanji's hand and pressed it on the name of Turtle Immortal. He, I've come anyway, it's a pity not to see it. Luffy said with a giggle. Chapter 77. After the screen of the heroic spirit space turned, what appeared in front of everyone was an old man wearing casual clothes, with a bald head and a slightly short stature. At this moment, he was holding the binoculars, looking wretchedly at the swimming pool full of swimsuit beauties in front of him. Sure enough, you are very similar to Sanji, don't you think about choosing him? Nami crossed his arms and glanced at Sanji beside him. Sanji could only touch the back of his head and smile apologetically, then glared at Luffy beside him. Damn, you shouldn't click on the name of this turtle fairy. Does this make Miss Nami's prejudice against me even deeper? So when will I be able to get the color fruit? That's right, Sanji hasn't given up on getting the color fruit from Rosie at the moment. As everyone knows, Rosie at this time has already planned to wait until the ship Spirit of the Mary takes shape, and let it eat the color fruit. The picture of the heroic spirit space turned again, this time the Turtle Immortal appeared on the martial arts field. Changed the previous week and old appearance. Under the astonished eyes of Luffy and others, Turtle Immortal easily knocked several challengers off the ring with his fists and feet. Don't look at this old man, although he is a bit wretched when facing beautiful women. But it is indeed a real righteous man, and he is also a strong man. In his time, he was known as the god of martial arts. Because of long-term training, he has mastered a variety of powerful martial arts. Although most of his martial arts use both hands, if Sanji you choose him as your heroic spirit template, I must be able to get some inspiration for using legs from it. As Rosie spoke, the screen turned again. I saw Immortal Turtle's body suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, and the muscles on his body also swelled at this moment. In just a few seconds, the original slender figure of Turtle Immortal turned into a muscular form of more than 2 meters. Having turned into a muscular man? This seems to be a bit similar to when Luffy used the ALU mimic. Nami touched his chin and said. Hearing this, Luffy nodded in agreement. This is the Turtle Immortal using an energy called Chi to strengthen itself, so as to achieve a giant state. At this time, the power of the Immortal Turtle will be greatly improved, and of course the consumption of the body will also increase rapidly. As Rosie was talking, the Turtle Immortal suddenly bowed his legs, his hands formed a calyx-like shape and aimed at the moon in the sky. The next moment, a dazzling ray of light was generated between the Immortal Turtle's hand, and it continued to expand and condense. Turtle School Kigong. Boom! With a loud bang, Immortal Turtle slammed his hands towards the sky, and the energy condensed in his hands turned into a beam of energy and swept straight towards the horizon. Looking at it from a close distance, it seems like a long spear connecting the sky and the earth. Isn't this the same as the Purgatory Warrior's explosion heat wave cannon that you used earlier, Deputy Captain Rosie? Usopp swallowed and looked at Rosie excitedly. Indeed, Turtle School Kigong and Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon have the same purpose. Even, my inspiration for pushing the boat with the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon came from the Turtle School Kigong. Rosie nodded and said. Surprised, Usopp was about to ask more about the Turtle Kigong used by the Turtle Immortals. A loud noise suddenly came from the sky. Usopp hurriedly looked up in the direction of the sound. The next moment, like Luffy, Zoro, and the others, his eyes widened, his face showing an extremely frightened expression. Come on, just kidding, Moon, the moon is gone. Could it be that it was blown up by the Turtle School Kigong? Usopp turned his head tremblingly to look at the crowd, wanting to seek answers. You read that right, Usopp. I saw this beam of light destroy the moon. Zoro gritted his teeth and looked hideous. He couldn't imagine that there was a power that could destroy the moon in this world. The moon can be destroyed, what if such a force falls on the island? I'm afraid the island will be overturned in an instant. It's scary, it's even scarier than Grandpa's iron fist. Luffy rubbed his stiff face, and even he was a little scared at this time. Can such power really be possessed by humans? Rosie, if Sanji chose the Turtle Immortal template, would he also have such power? Nami asked. Sanji heard the words and immediately looked over. After seeing the template screen of the heroic spirits of Shiro Emiya, Lee Nalai Lee and Kamijin, he could clearly feel the attraction of the big search Lee Nalai Lee's template to him. This is not because Lee Nalai Lee is a woman, but because he deeply feels Lee Nalai's strength and suits him. However, after seeing Turtle Immortal's performance, Sanji hesitated. If it is true that Yonari, who can possess the power of the ruining moon, can be a heroic spirit? Whether the turtle chi function has the power to destroy the moon depends on the user. Actually, if you can use the Turtle School Kigong to destroy the mountain, you are considered a good warrior. Even if today's warriors choose the Turtle Fairy template, it is impossible for them to have the power to destroy the moon. In addition, even choosing other templates does not mean that the future will not have the power to destroy the moon. Usopp, take your King's template as an example. If you can master the Purgatory Warrior's explosive heat wave cannon in the future, and it is powerful to a certain extent, you can also destroy the moon. Rosie laughed. Hearing this, Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he doesn't have to struggle between Fairy Turtle and Lee Nalai. I've decided, Rosie, and sure enough, I'll choose Miss Lee Nalai as my heroic spirit template. Yes, with your choice put your hand back on the name of Lee Nalai Lee, and you can have her power. Hearing this, Sanji raised his right hand and pressed Lee Nalai's name without hesitation, followed by a burst of light wrapping around him. 527 Sanji keenly felt something inside his body. Ding! Sanji makes a choice, obtains the template of legs Lee Nalai Lee, comprehends Lee Nalai Lee's initial skills, and can comprehend more heroic spirit template skills through training and strengthening. Note: consuming devil fruit for a partner can speed up the progress of comprehending the template skills of heroic spirits, and even comprehend the profound meaning skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the template of legs Lee Nalai Lee and the template of Chef Emi Yashiro, and comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template. Note: although the host can comprehend all the skills of the heroic spirit template, whether the host can use the skills is linked to the host's own strength. It's a pity that I can't get the ability of the turtle immortal. Forget it, Emi Yashiro's infinite sword system is also quite good. If the inherent barrier is used well, even a powerhouse like Hawkeye can be trapped for a long time. Rosie's thoughts moved, and the heroic spirit space dissipated immediately, and everyone returned to the deck of the Mary. At the same time, after Sanji felt the power in his body a little, he began to guide this power to the palm of his hand with the guidance of his mind. The next moment, a pair of women's black boots appeared in his hand. Hey! Are they really Lee Nalai's black boots? Could it be that Sanji really wants the SE King to turn him into a woman before he can use this Lee Nalai's power? Nami raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Chapter 78. No, I don't want to be a woman. Rosie, you should be able to do it, right? Sanji looked desperate and looked at Rosie for help. Perhaps, women's clothing can also be. Rosie smiled and continued. Okay, just kidding one. The black boot in your hand is only its initial form, after all, it is derived from the power of Lee Nalai. You can make them change according to your physical condition if you want. Be still, Sanji, and you should feel the power. Hearing this, Sanji took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Soon, the women's boots in his hands began to change, eventually forming a pair of men's black leather shoes. Hey, fortunately, now you don't have to become a woman or a woman's dress. Sanji let out a long sigh of relief. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Nami shook her head regretfully, and just as she was about to continue speaking out about the power Sanji had gained, a newsbird caught her eye. Newsbird, something like that happened before, maybe our situation has spread all over the world. Rosie also noticed the existence of newsbird, he said with a smile, raised his hand and popped a berry and newsbird from his pocket in exchange for the latest newspaper. Will it spread all over the world, so that we are not in danger? I don't want to experience something like that again. Nami hurried to Rosie's side and stretched his head to look at the newspaper's homepage. The corner of Rosie's mouth rose, and he raised his hand and slapped a reward in front of Nami. What is this, Rosie? Bounty, yours, brand new. What, my brand new bounty? Hearing this, Nami looked at his reward in horror. This time, the avatar of Nami on the bounty is not the previous art picture, but the real picture of Nami and Marine fighting. A reward of 30 million berry. The photo has also been replaced by the real one? Can't those people recognize me now? Damn, weren't those Marines busy fighting us, when were these pictures taken? With tears in his eyes, Nami said extremely aggrieved. But your reward order is still only for catching alive, which is a fortune among misfortunes. It's fortunate that you didn't use brilliance of the fairy before, otherwise, your bounty wouldn't be as simple as adding 5 million berry. Rosie patted Nami's shoulder in comfort. Nami pouted, no one knew that she didn't want to use fairy brilliance before. She was just worried that she would fall into a coma after using Bright of the Fairy, so she didn't use it. Hey, Rosie, Nami have a new bounty, so what about us, we should have a new bounty too. Luffy rushed over curiously, his eyes full of anticipation. Hey, did I just go out to see, will I have a reward order? Sanji put on brand new black boots and looked over with the same expectation. I think it's difficult to get a reward order based on your performance at the time. After all, you were just playing around, didn't you? Zoro said. Green Algae Head, what are you talking about? You are the one who started the fight. After you fought Hawkeye, you didn't contribute to the battle with Marine at all, did you? Che, even so, I'll do more than you. On the side, Rosie saw the appearance of Zoro and Sanji, and with a smile on his face, he took out all the rewards from the newspaper Vice Admiral. Blackfoot Sanji, a newcomer to the Straw Hat Pirates, offers a reward of 8 million berry. As Rosie said that, he usually handed Sanji's reward order to Sanji. Hehe, Marine still has eyesight, I can see that you are not a big threat, so I only gave 8 million berry. Even if my bounty isn't long, it's 12 million berry more than yours one. Zoro glanced at Sanji, and at this moment, Zoro's taunt skills were directly full. It's just because I got the heroic spirit template first, so I have a reward of 20 million berry. After waiting for my master black boots, I will definitely get a higher reward than you. Just wait, idiot green algae. Sanji said. Hearing this, Zoro immediately made a gesture of fighting with Sanji. Seeing this, Rosie quickly took out Zoro's reward. Nanoro Zoro, the evil swordsman, has a reward of 35 million berry. Luffy's eyes widened, 35 million berry, that's amazing. After all, he is someone who has fought against Hawkeye. Although he has not fought Marine much, Zoro's performance will definitely reach Marine's ears. As Rosie spoke, he took out the rest of the bounty. Up, with a reward of 50 million berry, for owning Conqueror's Haki, whatever. Monkey D. Luffy, a reward of 55 million berry, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. As for me, the reward amount has changed from the original amount to 1 billion berry. Even though I worked so hard, those Marines only gave me such a small amount. It's really embarrassing one. Rosie shook his head and said. Having said that, Rosie understood that it was because his bounty was already high enough. And the initial bounty amount was due to the event bonus for killing celestial dragons. In terms of strength, now his performance may be able to afford the original amount of 900 million berry. Now being able to give him the amount of 1 billion berry can be regarded as worthy of him. Hehe, great, my bounty has grown a lot. It's just a pity that Rosie, your bounty amount has also increased, so when will I be able to catch up with you one? Luffy held the reward and cheered loudly. On the other hand, Usopp, looking at the reward order with a reward of 50 million berry in his hand, has completely stayed where he was. Besides that, Francis Drake, whom I summoned earlier, is also wanted by Marine. A total of 500 million berry is offered. It seems that they are very concerned about Francis Drake's fleet. Rosie waved the last remaining Drake bounty in his hand. Although neither the bounty nor the newspapers, Marine gave Drake the reason for the bounty. But Rosie knew Marine and world government, and seeing Francis Drake's mighty fleet, how could they not be curious about weapons that could fire lasers? Publishing a reward of 500 million, I am afraid it is also in the name of wanting to capture her and capture the secret of the laser weapons on its fleet. Even Rosie felt that his bounty would increase by 100 million because of the reason he called Francis Drake. 500,000,000 berry, as expected of Miss Drake, really amazing. As Sanji, who was conquered by Francis Drake, he first expressed his adoration. Zoro nodded slightly, if that woman is still alive, it's probably more than 500 million berries. Marine and the others, I'm afraid they won't be able to catch Drake for the rest of their lives one. Luffy, hehe, let's tell Drake the good news when we have a party later. Nami, seeing the bounty on Mrs. Drake's head, I suddenly feel that my bounty is nothing. Usopp, You say so. After Nami finished speaking, he looked at Usopp with a smile on his face. It's just that Usopp is still completely immersed in his 50 million reward at this time. 50 million berry, life or death. Now, am I in danger? Usopp exclaimed, missing the dignified look he had when facing Marine. I understand you, Usopp. For people like us, a bounty or something is completely superfluous. Nami was taken aback by Usopp's reaction, but as a kind of person, she quickly reacted. Li Liaozhao raised her hand and patted Usopp's shoulder, comforting him with some sympathy. She's okay, at least the bounty says live only, but Usopp is totally different. Nami, you'd better not worry about Usopp's affairs first, and care about yours first. 1. Rozi walked up to Nami, his face gradually became serious. This time, your bounty uses your real photo. In other words, the dragon pirates entrenched in your hometown may also get your reward. For the sake of safety, we must hurry to your hometown, lest he do some bad things and come to visit. 1. Although Arlong and others of the dragon pirates are arrogant, they always look down on humans. But Rosie didn't think they would be stupid. Seeing Nami's current bounty, Rosie didn't think they wouldn't take some precautionary measures. Even if they were smart enough, Rosie thought they might just run away. Yes, everyone from Kokozia village. Nami's eyes shook, and he quickly looked at Luffy and the others. Everyone, I need to hurry back to Kokozia village now. Please cooperate with me so that I can return to the village as quickly as possible. Chapter 79. Okay, let's go to Nami's hometown now and beat those nasty murlocs away. 1. Luffy clenched his fists and announced the captain's order aloud. Zoro and Usopp both nodded and planned to control the ship. But Rosie stopped them. Although it's not too far away from Kokozia village now, but for the sake of safety, I'd better go there first. It's just right, I've had enough rest, and I ate a lot of food. My physical strength should be enough for me to fly over. After Rosie put the last few rice balls of Sanji's cooking into his mouth, he put on the same black boots as Sanji in front of everyone. Wait, are you planning to fly directly over with your black boots? Nami ran over in surprise. Of course, if I use black boots, the speed can still be guaranteed. Nami, do you want to go ahead with me? Rosie raised his head, clearly seeing the expectations in Nami's eyes. Of course, Rosie, take me with you. Saying that, Nami hugged Rosie's hand with Sanji's envious look. Wait, if I'm going to fly over, I'll. Sanji, you haven't used the black boots yet, so your flight speed can't keep up with me. And your physical strength can't support the flight for too long. Luo 543 said together, then turned to look at Luffy. Luffy, I'll go with Nami first, and you'll follow later, okay? Luffy nodded slightly, well, although I want to beat that BD flying Arlong. But since Nami's family may be in danger, there is no way. Rosie, if you meet that Arlong, help me punch him hard. Hearing this, Rosie nodded. If possible, I would. But I think Nami would prefer to do it himself. Now she also has the strength to deal with the evil dragon pirates. Although Nami didn't speak, her attitude could be seen from her clenched fists. Let's go, Nami. Rosie released his black boots and immediately wrapped his calf in emerald green flames. The body also slowly floated up. Here it is. Nami trotted to Rosie and took Rosie's suitcase for devil fruit. Immediately jumped directly onto Rosie's hands. Come on, Rosie. Nami said. Rosie nodded slightly and greeted Luffy, Zoro, and others. The body jumped up, and the speed broke through the speed of sound in a blink of an eye. When Luffy and the others looked again, Rosie and Nami had disappeared into the clouds. Sure enough, it would be nice if I had black boots like this, so I wouldn't have to worry about being caught. Usopp shook his head, then suddenly realized that Sanji had black boots. He was shocked and turned to look at Sanji. Hey, Sanji, Can you lend me your black boots? I want to experience flying too. Luffy nodded heavily, yes, me too. Sanji sighed and said, you guys should understand that only I can use my pair of black boots, but Rosie's pair of black boots, you can try to borrow them. Well, don't bother me, I have to study my black boots. After the study is successful, I will also fly with a beautiful woman like Rosie. After that, Sanji plans to leave. Hey, cook, we have to go to Nami's hometown now, don't try to be lazy. Zoro pressed Sanji's shoulders and said with a serious face. Okay, I see. Sanji sighed, and could only temporarily put aside the plan to use the black boots, and together with Usopp and Zoro, they controlled the Mary and continued to drive towards the direction of Kakosia village. On the other side, a certain sea area in the New World. On an uninhabited desert island, the cotters of red hair pirates are happily gathering together for a banquet. Beckman, what are you looking at? Keep drinking. The red-haired Shanks was brought to Ben Beckman's side, shouting to pass the glass in his hand to Beckman's hand. Shanks, wait for a drink, I have important news here. Important news? Could it be that Kaido guy has come to trouble us again? No. Is that Marine coming? Neither. Beckman waved the newspaper and the bounty in his hand, and continued, Aback. It's about Luffy and Usopp's son. The voice fell, and the originally lively banquet was instantly quiet. Usopp, who was originally a little drunk, immediately sobered up and came to Beckman's side in a single stride. Beckman, what's wrong with my son? Why is he in the paper? For his son, Cloth has always been apologetic. Now that Beckman suddenly mentioned the news of his son, how could he not be worried? Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Your son Usopp joined Luffy's pirate group, and now he's making a name for himself in the Ocean One. Speaking of which, your son sounds good, and he has awakened Conqueror's haki at such a young age. According to what's written on this news, your son's Conquerors isn't even low. Beckman smiled and handed Luffy's and Usopp's bounties to Shanks and Usopp, respectively. What? My son awakens Conquerors? Just kidding, wait, 50 million berry. How come there are so many rewards? This is the reward that can be obtained just after going to sea. Usopp, what happened to my son? Usopp glanced at the bounty and immediately recognized that the task in the photo was Usopp. But because of this, more doubts flooded into his heart. Luffy actually has a 55 million bounty berry? Beckman, is there any detail in the paper about what they did? After Shanks handed Luffy's reward to the others, he asked Beckman curiously. Of course there is. At Barati, the sea restaurant in East Blue, the pirates led by Luffy clashed with the fleet led by Tsuru and Momozagi Gion and eventually escaped. During this period, whether it was Luffy or Usopp or the other members of the pirate ship, they all showed great strength. So they all got big bounties. Actually, the news I got here is relatively slow. Long before Luffy was offered a reward of 55 million berry, he had already been offered a reward of 30 million berry. This 55 million is the second time that a bounty has been offered. Beckman said. In this regard, Shanks and others did not mind. After all, they are now in the isolated island of New World, and there may not necessarily be newsbirds here to deliver newspapers. It's normal to miss it once or twice. However, Luffy and the others were able to fight Tsuru and Gion and escape. Beckman, you must have something to say. Shanks laughed. Even though he was very bullish on Luffy, Shanks didn't think Luffy would be able to fight Marine Chief Staff and Marine Admiral alternates. You're right, Shanks. The reason why Luffy and Usopp were able to get away with it. 1. I don't think I can get away from this man. Beckman put a bounty in front of everyone and continued. Shanks, Luffy's pirate group, he is not the highest bounty. It's this guy called Rosie, and his bounty is a billion berry. Chapter 80. When Beckman's voice fell, red hair pirates couldn't help but exclaim. What, A billion berries. East Blue has a billion berry pirates appearing. Idiot, is that the problem? Shouldn't the problem be that his bounty is higher than Luffy's as captain? Yet, what the hell did this guy do that the bounty is higher than Luffy? Shanks took the newspaper Beckman handed him over, and after a quick glance at the description of the Straw Hat Pirates, the smile returned to his face. I remembered, this man is the pirate of 900 million berry that North Blue suddenly offered a bounty not long ago. I didn't expect him to go to East Blue and join the pirate group formed by Luffy. Shanks laughed. Beckman took a breath, nodded, and said, Indeed. Shanks, Luffy, and their high bounty might be influenced by this Rosie. But it must also be related to Luffy's strength. It stands to reason that neither Luffy, who has just left the sea, nor Usopp should have the current strength. The Plus News describes Rosie and Zoro doing something similar to swordsmanship. I boldly suggest that this man may have acted as a teacher in the Straw Hat Pirates. When the red-haired Shanks heard this, they nodded secretly. That's right, a pirate group that has just gone to sea for less than a month can have such strength. It's not that they are talented, that is, there are people with high strength to teach. And Rosie, who offered a bounty of 1 billion berry, just fits such a character. It just so happens that I feel the same way. Shanks laughed and nodded, saying, But it's about Luffy and Usopp's son after all. For the sake of safety, we still need to confirm the character of this Rosie one. Hearing this, Beckman raised his eyebrows. Do you want to meet Rosie? Shanks shook his head and said, No, now is not the time to meet Luffy. Haven't Hawkeye played against Rosie, and it just happened that I haven't met that guy for a long time, so I went to him for a drink. If Hawkeye thinks Rosie is wrong, let's go talk to that Rosie alone, haha. With that said, Shanks turned around and shouted to get people ready to sail. Beckman shook his head. He had expected this result, but he did not persuade him. Instead, he walked to Usopp's side and put his hand on his shoulder. Unexpectedly, Conqueror's Haki, which you don't have, will appear on Usopp's body. Perhaps, his future achievements will surpass you, maybe. Beckman laughed. If that were the case, I would be very proud. The corners of Usopp's mouth rose, looking at the incomparably majestic photo of Usopp on the reward, and his heart was full of relief. Cocoa Village. Evil Dragon Park. Colonel Mouse, I think you'll want to see this. A marine soldier nervously came to Colonel Mouse with a stack of newspapers. Hey? Didn't you see I was in business with Captain Arlong? No, I know. I just think this news is important to you. Really, I hope it's what you said. If it's not that important, then you should think about how to apologize to me later. Colonel Mouse snorted coldly, took the newspaper and apologized to Arlong, and started watching. As time passed, Colonel Mouse's expression changed from rebellious to puzzled, and then from doubt to panic. Colonel Mouse, your face is a little ugly, what happened to Rosie? At this time, Arlong suddenly asked curiously. Arlong, do you know this woman? Colonel Mouse let out a breath and pushed a reward in the newspaper to Arlong with a very serious expression on his face. Hey, Colonel Mouse, are you still worried about the last time? Didn't we already discuss that last time? There's no way that the Nami who was put on the bounty was the Nami here. Arlong waved his hand, his words filled with arrogance. Having said that, Arlong's eyes involuntarily fell on the reward order handed by Colonel Mouse. Hey? How is this photo possible? Arlong bounced from his seat in an instant, picked up Nami's bounty in disbelief, and looked at it carefully. Arlong, what's wrong? Is there a problem? The officers of the surrounding evil dragon pirates noticed Arlong's movements and walked over in confusion. For the first time since coming to East Blue, they'd seen such a surprised expression on Arlong's face. Zero asking for flowers. However, after seeing the bounty in Arlong's hand, everyone fell into self-doubt like Arlong. Colonel Mouse, what's going on with the photo on this reward, and what about the 30 million berry reward? After a while, Arlong looked at Colonel Mouse with a gloomy expression. Looking at your expression, you must be right. Arlong, this woman is the Nami from your dragon pirates, right? Look at this newspaper today. After reading it, you should know what kind of people your people are bringing here. As a partner for many years, I advise you to plan ahead. Regarding your plans for me to take Nami's treasure, I have to withdraw. Colonel Mouse handed the newspaper to Arlong, got up and planned to leave. Just kidding, since he learned that Nami on the bounty and the navigator Nami of the evil dragon pirates are the same person, Colonel Mouse can't wait to grow a pair of wings and hurry up to the island under his feet. Think about Nami and the Straw Hat Pirates behind Nami, think about Rosie with a billion-berry bounty. Colonel Mouse felt a burst of fear. He didn't think the Straw Hat Pirates, who had dared to fight Staff Crane and the Gion Admiral candidates, would be afraid to see him as a Colonel Marine. Have to leave quickly. 7. If only that Nami could guide me in Arlong's relationship. I'm so bad. While Colonel Mouse was thinking about it, he walked faster and faster towards the gate of Evil Dragon Park. He didn't see that Arlong, who was behind him, raised his right hand to him with a ferocious expression. Blow the water. Boom. Arlong swung the water droplets in his palms at Colonel Mouse, making a sound like a popping sound. Colonel Mouse only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a strong impact, which made his body involuntarily fly forward. When he reacted, he found himself lying on the ground, and there was still a lot of blood flowing out of his abdomen. At this moment, two figures descended from the sky with the breeze and quietly landed on the roof of Evil Dragon Park. The two are Rosie and Nami, who are using black boots to travel. Chapter 81. Marine? Why is there a Marine here? Are they here to arrest the dragon pirates? Nami stood on the roof, looking at the scene below with a puzzled expression. The magic cards that were supposed to be swung were also taken back because Arlong attacked Marine. I think it's more like they're arguing. Nami, sit down and see what's going on. It's not a big deal to start a little at night. Rosie closed the black boots, patted the seat next to him and said to Nami. Nami nodded slightly, suppressing the desire to act immediately, and sat beside Rosie. It's just that her eyes full of hatred looked at Arlong, and even Rosie was shocked when he saw it. You, what are you doing? Why attack Colonel Mouse? Watch out, watch out! 543. The Marine soldiers who followed Colonel Mouse raised their barrels and pointed at Arlong in horror, for fear that he would shoot again. The words of the soldiers also made Colonel Mouse understand his situation. He looked at Arlong with a gloomy face in fear, his face full of doubts. Arlong, what are you doing? We are not partners, why are you shooting at me? Asked Colonel Mouse. Partner? If it is really a partner, why are you rushing to leave now? If it is a partner, shouldn't you stay and discuss countermeasures with me? Arlong smashed the newspaper with both hands, and walked to Colonel Mouse with a gloomy expression. Those soldiers who wanted to shoot at Arlong were also instantly knocked to the ground by other pirate officers, and could no longer get up. I know, I'm not quitting. Arlong, trust me, I'm going to take that Nami's treasure now, so that she won't be able to save 100 million berry. By the way, I can also find a way to get my people to control her family, so even if she comes back, there is no way for us to do it. Seeing Arlong's expression of wanting to kill, Colonel Mouse was terrified and his brain raced, trying to find a way to make Arlong take mercy. At this moment, Colonel Mouse couldn't wait to slap himself. He thought that if he hadn't come to Evil Dragon Park so early this time, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Hehe, since there is a guy with a bounty of 1 billion berry behind that woman, what if she catches her family? Is it expected that this will continue to control the island, continue to control Nami? Colonel Mouse, I'm not a fool. If you can think of running away, why can't I think of leaving? It's a pity that your worship belongs to me. As for you all, just stay here. 1. At this moment, Arlong's pride was completely destroyed, making him choose to leave directly. Having worked in New World, he understands the meaning of Marine Vice Admiral. The Straw Hat Pirates can fight with Marine led by Tsuru and Gion and escape unharmed. This is doomed that the Dragon Pirates are not the opponents of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, you have to repay Nami well before you leave. 1. How dare you join such a dangerous group of people? Everyone, do me a favor and kill that sister of Nami. No, kill everyone in Kokozia village. When Nami comes back, I will definitely thank me, ha ha ha. Arlong laughed wildly, unaware that there was a substantial black gas wafting from Nami on the roof of Evil Dragon Park. The members of the Evil Dragon Pirates obeyed Arlong's orders and took up their weapons and rushed towards the door, intending to slaughter Kokozia village. However, before everyone could reach the door, a figure descended from the sky with a heavy force. The gate of the Evil Dragon Park and the stone slabs at the gate were all shattered. Who is it? Arlong's laughter stopped abruptly, and he immediately looked over angrily, who was already in a bad mood. Hehe, I'm the pirate you're talking about who offers a bounty of 1 billion berry. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and he walked out of the smoke with a smile on his face. The little Murloc actually wants to slaughter my partner's family and neighbors. Then don't blame me for hitting on you. Rosie made a move with both hands, the projection magic unfolded, and 2 short swords, one black and one white, instantly appeared in his hands. I saw his figure flashed, and the fish people who were close to the gate of the Evil Dragon Park all lost their heads and fell to the ground with a terrified look. It's you, Rosie. Arlong and Colonel Mouse widened their eyes and tried to back away in horror. They didn't see Rosie's attack at all, which meant that if Rosie attacked them, they would also not be able to react. How can this not frighten Colonel Mouse and others? At this moment, Arlong's fear that only existed in New World was completely awakened. He took a step back and looked terrified. Wait, since you are here, then Nami he. Arlong, UBD. Before Arlong could finish speaking, Nami's voice suddenly sounded in Evil Dragon Park. Arlong followed the sound, but what caught his eye was a series of wind blades. He instinctively raised his arms and tried his best to defend. But even so, he was knocked out by the wind blade. His hard skin was ripped, his muscles were torn, and Ultimate's pain made Arlong's face even more hideous. It's Nami, she's really back. What was that just now? Why did the card she threw summon the wind blade? Since Captain Arlong was wounded, when did Nami have such power? The members of the Dragon Pirates looked at Nami with the eyes of a stranger. Even now, even after seeing Nami attack, they have no way to connect Nami, who now offers a reward of 30 million berry, with Nami who was once suppressed by them. The Cotters looked gloomy and wanted to help Arlong. But looking at Rosie with the knife on his shoulder in front of them, they didn't dare to move at all. Well, you don't need to worry about my shot. 1. As long as you do not intend to leave through the door behind me, you are free to move. 1. 0.2 In other words, you can go and deal with Nami with confidence. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and he said to the Cotters with a gentle look on his face. Hearing this, the Cotters looked at each other, but Ren couldn't believe it. Just then, a huge fireball flew from the direction of Nami. The Cotters who were negligent in taking precautions were directly knocked out and landed by Arlong's side. The next moment, the fireball exploded. For a time, a faint smell of grilled fish floated in the Evil Dragon Park. Nami took back the card that summoned the fireball, and looked gloomily at Arlong and the others who stood up while clenching their teeth and covering their wounds. Years of resentment and the conversation with Arlong and others just now left Nami with only one thought. Arlong, and you, let everything between us come to an end today. Chapter 82. Arlong's hateful eyes flashed, and when he noticed Rosie standing at the gate of Evil Dragon Park, he was doomed to dare not act rashly. He took a deep breath, made his expression as calm as possible, and looked at Nami with a smile that he thought was gentle. "Hey, Nami, why are you so angry? Aren't we buddies? Partner? Hehe, Arlong, it looks like you and I have a big gap in the definition of a partner." "Don't say that, don't we still have an agreement? Promise." "Arlong, how dare you make a promise with me? I heard the conversation between you and that Marine over there before. You still want to kill everyone in the Kokosia village before leaving, don't you?" 1. While Nami was angry, a light blue light radiated from his body. In the blink of an eye, her hair changed from orange to black, her original short hair became waist length, and a seal of the fairy tale union was added to her abdomen. At this moment, Nami has already entered Kana's heroic mimesis because of anger. Seeing this scene, Arlong felt a chill in his heart for no reason. Although he didn't understand what was going on with Nami's figure, when he remembered what Nami had just said, he understood how this might be a precursor to Nami's actions. "All 01 people, escape!" Arlong shouted to the partners of the dragon pirates, turned around and jumped to the pool behind him first. "Plan to use the water to escape." Seeing this, the other members of the dragon pirates jumped towards the swimming pool. The speed of murlocs in the sea is several times faster than that of humans. As long as the sea water is used, even that Rosie must not be able to catch up with us. With a thud, Arlong managed to jump into the pool first. He looked at the cotters and other murloc pirates who jumped into the pool after him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No, why didn't Nami stop them? It shouldn't be possible for everyone to escape. Suddenly, an extremely powerful unease flashed in Arlong's heart, forcing him to turn around and flee into the distance. However, at this moment, a huge brilliance in the sky caught his attention. Along with the strong golden light that appeared in the sky, a shocking and extremely strong sense of oppression followed. Some of the weaker murloc pirates even froze in place, staring blankly through the sea as the brilliance in the sky turned into a huge golden collar. "Oops, everyone run away!" Thinking of the image of Nami summoning wind blades and fireballs from the card just now, Arlong immediately felt a strong sense of unease. The attacks of the wind blade and fireball were already able to hurt them, how could such a strong golden light be weak? The golden light in the sky made Arlong think about the Tsuru he had faced without a reason. However, Arlong and the other murloc pirates are not waiting for action. A cold voice entered their ears. "Arlong, let's end it in this sea. Bright of the Fairy, activate." The huge golden collar in the sky suddenly fell, making a deafening roar. At the moment of falling into the pool, the golden collar suddenly burst open. The punishment force in the golden light turned into a huge impact, and everyone in the swimming pool, including Arlong, flew out of the sea, and was then wrapped in a golden halo, and finally melted into the golden halo. Did they lose? The blue light on Nami dissipated, and she recovered from Kana's heroic mimesis. Well, the dead can't die anymore, not even a single hair can be left. Beside Nami, Rosie had already entered Kana's heroic mimesis. He put his right hand on Nami's shoulder and smiled gently at her. The magic power of the same root and the same origin is continuously input into Nami's body, preventing Nami from being unconscious on the spot due to the use of the fairy brilliance. Nami only felt a gentle energy moisturizing her spirit, making her drowsy head a little more awake. Really, that's great. After saying this, Nami's legs softened, and he leaned forward and fell to the ground. Rosie, who was already prepared, immediately stretched out his hand and helped Nami up. Really, it's possible to deal with the evil dragon pirates without using the Bright of the Fairy. If it wasn't for me, you would have passed out by now. Rosie shook his head and put Nami on his back. Nami chuckled lightly, with a reassuring smile on his face, and let Rosie walk forward on her back. It is precisely because I know that you are here, Rosie, that I can use Fairy's radiance with peace of mind. However, I didn't expect that the heroic spirit mimic you entered into Karna would look like this. Speaking of which, you should have become a woman by now. Nami asked with interest. You are so interested, do you want me to take off my clothes for you to see? 1 million berry is enough, 1. What, you have to pay for it. Nami, you can charge, why can't I? This time you are obviously curious about my status. I don't want money, but I can show you my body as a reward, Hehe 1. Your joke is funny, but I'll take it seriously, Nami. Take it seriously, anyway, you have the ability to be invisible, maybe at some point I don't know, you have peeped at me. You're thinking of me as Sanji. Rosie shook his head with a chuckle, and suddenly stopped near the entrance of Evil Dragon Park. By the way, I almost forgot about you. Rosie lowered his head and looked with interest at Colonel Mouse, who fell to the ground with his head in his arms, and waited for Marine. Hearing the voice above his head, Colonel Mouse trembled and immediately wanted to beg Rosie for mercy. But what greeted him was a huge fireball. Rosie, is it really okay to kill these Marines? Looking at Marine waiting for Colonel Mouse, who was instantly engulfed by the fireball summoned by Rosie's card magic, Nami asked worriedly. If Nami, you are worried that the death of these Marines will lead to further revenge and pursuit of me by Marines or the world government. This old Colonel 543 rat doesn't have the background of Gion, and if a Colonel rat dies, Marine probably won't even add a berry to my bounty 1. He didn't know Luffy's grandpa well either, so it wouldn't be difficult for Luffy and his grandpa. Again, this Colonel Mouse has been working with the dragon pirates for a long time. Your hometown will suffer the treatment of being ruled by pirates for so many years, and Colonel Mouse has contributed greatly. A guy like that, even if he has a huge background in Marine, I'm not going to let him go. After all, Nami, you are my partner now. Rosie turned his head and glanced at Nami with a smile. Rosie. Nami pursed his lips, and a tear of emotion was left in the corner of his eyes. I'm sorry, Rosie, you're really trying to help me. But I doubted you at first and was unwilling to accept the power of the heroic spirit template. I'm really sorry and I'm so, thank you for saving me from years of nightmares. Expressing his apology, Nami pressed his hands against Rosie's back. Rosie quietly listened to Nami telling about his past, and walked forward along the road with Nami on his back. Gradually, the figures of some villagers running towards the Evil Dragon Park came into Rosie's eyes. That woman is Nami's older sister. Rosie turned his eyes and quickly noticed the figure with blue hair in the distant crowd. Chapter 83. Look, that man is Rosie, the man who offered a reward of 1 billion berry. Could it be that he caused the explosion in Dragon Park just now? Wait, look at his back, isn't that Nami? The villagers of Kakosia village noticed Nami and ran over quickly. Among them, Nami's sister Nyakajeo and Nami's adoptive father like village policeman Gion ran in the forefront. Nyakajeo, Gion, everyone, why are you here? Nami hung his hands around Rosie's neck and looked at the seniors of Nokai curiously. We came to have a look because we saw a huge beam of light suddenly rise in Evil Dragon Park and thought something might have happened here. Nami, you are from the Dragon Park, right? Is there already? Speaking of this, Nyakajeo couldn't help but stop and looked at Nami's face expectantly. Well, it's been destroyed there. Both the Evil Dragon Park and the Evil Dragon Pirates have disappeared. Nami nodded slightly and smiled. Really? Could it be this Mr. Rosie? Nyakajeo looked at Rosie in surprise and asked. I just did a little help, it was Nami who killed Arlong and them. If you have any doubts, you can go to Evil Dragon Park to see one. Rosie smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, several villagers rushed to Evil Dragon Park excitedly, wanting to confirm what Rosie said. On the other hand, Nyakajeo's eyes lit up and his expression became more and more excited. So, what the newspapers say is true. Nami, have you really become a navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, and also a powerful pirate with a bounty of 30 million berry? Nakajayo asked. Well, it's a long story. I'll talk to you in detail later, Nakajayo. Nami smiled and nodded. Looks like I can hear a good story this time. By the way, Nami, since you joined the Straw Hat Pirates, what about the others, that Luffy, Zoro, aren't they here? Luffy and Zoro will come later. Rosie was worried that the dragon pirates would be disadvantaged after seeing my bounty, so Rosie took me first and rushed back as fast as possible. It turns out that it's really reliable, Mr. Rosie. Could it be that the two are actually boyfriends and girlfriends? No Kijo, what are you talking about? Isn't it? If not, why is Nami blushing? Really, I won't talk to you anymore, Nakajayo. Nami pouted and retracted his head behind Rosie's back. Nyaki turned to look at Rosie, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Mr. Rosie, can you satisfy my curiosity? Hehe, Nami is a very cute lady. I'm good at everything except for my treasure. If I can have a girlfriend like Nami, I'd be very happy one. Rosie's voice fell, and Nami only felt his face get hot. Fortunately, Rosie did not continue to talk about this topic. Ms. Nakajayo, can you lead Nami home to rest first? She used the ability beyond her physical strength just now, and now it's best to get a good night's sleep. I have other things to deal with. 1. Rosie patted Nami on the back and pushed her in front of Nakajayo. Nakajayo didn't say much, and followed Rosie's movements to swap Nami on his back. Then see you later. Rosie greeted Nami, glared at the ground with both feet, and used moonwalk to leap towards the coast in front of everyone. Nami, do you know what he's going to do? Nakajayo glanced at Rosie flying in the sky in amazement, and asked Nami suspiciously. Probably, to deal with some marines. Nami murmured, thinking of Colonel Mouse and the others who had been dealt with by Rosie. On the coast, a marine warship was speeding away from the village of Kokozia. On the deck, a marine with the rank of lieutenant commander in the Cloak of Justice was holding a phone bug, tremblingly waiting for the phone bug to transfer. After a few seconds, the face of the phone bug in his hand quickly changed into a very majestic face. At the same time, a steady voice came from the phone bug. I'm Sengoku, and you're the Smith Lieutenant Commander of East Blue Marine Division 16, right? You told the Naval Headquarters communications officer that you had found a suspected Nami, is this true? Reporting to Marshal Sengoku, although I didn't see Nami himself, but I saw what was suspected of Nami's attack method. The golden light beam and golden halo that penetrated the sky and the sun must be the woman. Hey? Did the Straw Hat Pirates go to your 16th branch? No, we're on a mission on Kokosha Island in East Blue. Now that I have no way of contacting Colonel Mouse, I suspect he may have been killed by the Straw Hat Pirates. With cold sweat on his forehead, Smith said terrifiedly, he was extremely glad that he did not go to the park with the dragon with Colonel Mouse this time. He knew that the place shrouded in light just now was Dragon Park, thinking of the destination of his boss, Colonel Mouse, and that he had mentioned Nami. Smith immediately thought that Nami had returned to Dragon Park and took revenge on the dragon. Colonel Mouse could not be contacted, indicating that he might still exist among those who were retaliated against. Thinking of this, Smith sweated profusely as he looked at Nami's brand new bounty that he had obtained from Newsbird not long ago. At this time, he can't wait to find the man who drew the picture of the first chapter bounty for Nami, and throw him into the cell. Is it Kokosha Island? I understand. Smith, you continue to keep an eye on the Straw Hat Pirates there, understand? Ah. But Marshal Sengoku, we don't have the strength to fight the Straw Hat Pirates. As a Marine Lieutenant Commander, are you afraid of death? No, you misunderstood Marshal Sengoku. Smith, I'm not asking you to face the Straw Hat Pirates, but to monitor them in a secret way, do you understand? Understood. Smith twitched the corners of his mouth. He never expected that his phone call would bring about such a result. Not only did he fail to seek rescue, but he also exposed himself to a more dangerous situation. At this moment, bursts of panicked shouts sounded behind Smith. "You guys, give me some peace." Before he finished speaking, Smith only felt a pain in his heart and interrupted him instantly. "How come?" Smith looked down and found that his heart had been pierced by a sharp blade. The next moment, his consciousness fell into endless darkness. "Hey, Smith, what happened over there?" The phone worm that fell to the ground was still doing its job, and a series of slightly anxious inquiries came from the phone worm. It turned out to be Sengoku, or it's better not to get in touch with this guy. Rosie pulled out the sharp blade that shattered Smith's heart while thinking about it, ignoring the still-sounding phone bug, and looked at the remaining Marines. "Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates have bullied my navigator for many years. And none of you as Marines stood up, and none of you reported Colonel Mouse above. So, none of you are innocent. In that case, I should kill you all." While thinking, Rosie raised the famous sword Kinpura in his hand. The sailors looked at Rosie in horror. Some people shot Rosie like crazy, and some people collapsed to the ground. The next moment, countless crescent moons flew towards all the sailors with Rosie as the center. For a while, the screams spread out to the distance of the sea, which also caused the phone bugs that fell on the deck to fall into silence. A little while later, when Rosie was about to leave with Marine's treasure, there was a voice that Rosie was very familiar with from the other side of the phone bug. "Rosie, you're on the opposite side, I'm Stussy, you shouldn't have forgotten me." 1. Stussy's voice is full of charm, but with a little complexity and hatred. "Stussy." Rosie stopped and frowned at the phone bug. Why is this woman at Sengoku? Chapter 84. Rosie wanted to find out why Stussy was at Sengoku. But thinking about his experience with Stussy, he gave up the idea. For dealing with such a shrewd woman, if you are not careful, you will be pitted. He had just joined the CPU, but he was not less victimized by Stussy. Although when it came time to leave CP0, he himself also slapped Stussy hard. She directly exposed her identity as Queen of the Pleasure District. Although Rosie didn't see the result of Stussy whose identity was revealed, but I think she can't continue to be the good sister of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Thinking of this, Rosie jumped directly and slashed a huge flying slash from the air. Cut the marine warship directly into pieces. The buoyant marine quickly fell into the water, and the phone bug was forced to hang up after touching the water for a moment. "It's done, it's done. It's time to take a good rest." Rosie rubbed his slightly stiff shoulders and rushed out in the direction of Kakosia village. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. "Damn Rosie!" Stussy threw the phone bug's microphone on Sengoku's desk, and 543's originally elegant expression became extremely hideous at this moment. "Hey, this is my office, are you going too far?" Sengoku tapped the table with his fingers, frowning at the CP0 agent who suddenly came to his office in front of him. Sengoku also understands the energy of the woman in front of him. So there wasn't much to say about her being so mad at Rosie. Stussy took a long breath, calming himself quickly. "Marshal Sengoku, let's continue our conversation. World government is interested in Francis Drake's fleet appearing at East Blue. They want you to catch her soon, or get more news from Rosie about Francis Drake's fleet. Also, Lord Celestial Dragons has lost patience with your Marines' repeated letting go Rosie. They want you to get Rosie ASAP, ASAP." Hearing this, Sengoku frowned slightly. "I have already arranged enough people. The reason why Tsuru and Gion failed is because Rosie's growth rate is too fast. And UCP0 gave us wrong information. Marshal of the war, ABAC, country, are you blaming our CP0 agency? Please, Marine, don't make excuses for your incompetence. Garp is in Loguetown now, and Rosie should enter the Grand Line from Loguetown with the Straw Hat Pirates. At that time, Garp will catch them. Marine hero Garp, and Loguetown, is a good opportunity. If you can catch Rosie before he enters the Grand Line, you will be able to complete the Celestial Dragon's quest. Stussy nodded slightly and muttered in his mouth. She understood that taking action against Rosie in Loguetown was the most convenient opportunity. If you wait until Rosie is included in the Grand Line, then the sky is high and the bird is flying. If you want to catch him in that chaotic sea, the difficulty will increase exponentially. And let Marine hero Garp go to capture Rosie, Stussy is more relieved. After all, Garp the Fist's name isn't just a random name. Not enough. However, at this moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly came from the direction of the gate. Go away, do you want to be executed? Let me in. Sengoku and Stussy followed the sound and saw an old man with a beard, sunglasses, and gorgeous clothes walking in from the gate. However, the most striking thing is the transparent glass cover on the old man's head. Lord Roswald, why are you here? Stussy's eyes widened and he trotted over quickly. Well, if I don't come, I don't know when you're going to talk about it. Sengoku, right, I want you to send more troops to capture Rosie. He killed my son, I must cut him into 8 pieces. Saint Roswald glanced at Stussy, turned his head and looked at Sengoku with a serious expression. Saint Rosie Ward, Garp, as a veteran, is enough to deal with Rosie. Sengoku frowned. Humph, isn't that Crane your Marine's old man, hasn't it been played by Rosie for so long? Tell you guys, it's not enough for Garp to get Rosie one. I want you to start a buster call. If Rosie shows up in that Loguetown, you guys blast that island for me with buster call. Roswald clenched his teeth, and as long as he thought of his son's dead body, a burst of anger surged in his heart again. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned even more. Buster call is a means of launching an indiscriminate attack on an area. Sengoku knew very well that if he really launched a buster call in Loguetown, Garp, who was guarding in Loguetown, would not agree. If the buster call is really launched, Garp will even deliberately let the Straw Hat Pirates leave. The buster call can't be activated, but I can send another powerful marine with a marine warship to help Garp. After thinking for a while, Sengoku spoke to Saint Roswald. The son of Saint Roswald was killed by Rosie after all, although more responsibility lies with the soldiers guarding celestial dragons, but their marine also has the obligation to track down Rosie. And it's a bit unreasonable that Rosie can't be caught so far. Sengoku can already imagine how the 5 elders would criticize Rosie, the marine marshal, if he were to return to the Grand Line safely. Only a marine warship? Unless you send the marine admiral, or you Sengoku go there personally, I will never agree. Saint Rosward looked at Sengoku fiercely and said. Sengoku twitched the corners of his mouth, and looked at Saint Roswald, who was messing around in front of him, speechless. A Garp, plus an admiral or a marshal, if this kind of combat power is only used to capture a rookie pirate group, it will really be ridiculous. Even if there is a criminal with a reward of billionberry in this rookie pirate group. I have no way to go, and the 3 admirals in Marine have their own jobs now. In a short period of time, there is no way for them to rush to Loguetown. I can send a strong Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral to work with Garp if Saint Roswald doesn't mind. As Sengoku said that, he looked at Marine Admiral's candidate who had been sitting in the office for a long time. Hehe, go and arrest Rosie, I'm quite happy. The T-Dolphin rubbed his chin, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 85. You. Saint Roswald glanced suspiciously at the addition that did not look majestic at all. Saint Roswald, this is our Admiral of Headquarters alternate. In terms of strength, he is already at the forefront of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. With Garp, there's no reason Rosie shouldn't be caught. 1. Sengoku laughed. Marine Admiral candidate? Your Jun is also an Admiral candidate, didn't he also catch Rosie? Would it be possible to get Rosie with a replacement admiral? Speaking of which, I heard that Gion was held captive by that BD Rosie for a while. She couldn't catch Rosie. Could it be that something happened to Rosie while she was being held captive? 1. Saint Roswald said. He does not mean that. Kaji's original smiling face turned gloomy at this moment, down. It's just that Roswald Sonk didn't have any idea of adding weight to his emotions at all, and turned his head to look at Stussy. You seem to know something about that man. You also think he is the kind of man who likes women. Otherwise, why would he want to catch Gion and let her go back? Indeed, when that man came to the happy street that I said he was in charge of, he did linger in my shop. Stussy nodded with a smile, facing Roswald Saint's question. She did not dare to give an inconsistent answer. When Jiaji heard this, his face was gloomy and almost dripped with water. Seeing this, Sengoku hurriedly said, Saint Rajiwad, let's go back to the topic we just talked about. Catching Rosie now is the final thing. As for the issue of troops you mentioned, there is actually a Colonel Marine in Loguetown who took the Logia fruit. He is a disciple of Zephyr, and although his personality is a bit awkward, his strength is quite good. With him on board, with Garp and the extras, Rosie won't run away this time. And Tsuru and Gion are also trying their best to rush to Loguetown. Maybe they can also participate in the capture of Rosie. It's well known within Marine that Kagoko likes Gion, and Sengoku doesn't want Saint Roswald and Stussy to continue the mentality of Kagoko. Humph. I'll trust you this time, Sengoku. Saint Roswald gave Sengoku a deep look, turned to Stussy, and said. You too, make sure to catch Rosie. Yes, Lord Saint Roswald. Stussy did not dare to refuse, and quickly agreed. Then can I escort you back to the Holy Land first? What a joke, of course I'm going with you to Loguetown. I'm going to watch the guy who killed my son get caught. But this is too dangerous, Lord Roswald. A noble person like you should not go to a dangerous battlefield. 1. Dangerous battlefield? What, do you think you can't protect me? Can I understand that there are still too few troops arranged to capture Rosie? This. Stussy pursed her lips and was speechless for a moment. Anyway, I've decided to go to Loguetown this time. 1. After Saint Roswald finished speaking, he turned and walked directly outside the door of the marshal's office. Stussy sighed and looked at Sengoku and Kaji. This time, hopefully we can all get what we want. After speaking, Stussy stepped to keep up with Saint Roswald's footsteps. As the supreme commander of the escort of Saint Roswald going to sea this time, she cannot let Saint Roswald be damaged in the slightest. She understands that if there is another accident in her work, she would not even think about continuing to work in the world government. Wait a minute, Miss Stussy. At this time, the counter quickly walked to Stussy's side and asked in a low voice. Excuse me, what you said about Rosie's character earlier, did he really have fun in Happy Street? Stussy glanced at the addition, Rosie, a normal man too. Gage stood there, watching Stussy's back gradually disappearing by the door, his fists clenched tighter and tighter. Naval Headquarters, Celestial Dragon's temporary rest area. Outside the room. Miss Stussy, I heard that you are planning to join Marine in the capture of Rosie. I wonder if I am lucky enough to be involved in this operation. A man with short purple hair and a leather mask walked up to Stussy. You are, Spondam, the Supreme Commander of CP9, I didn't expect you to appear in Naval Headquarters by yourself. What, do you think the 3 people behind you are capable of participating in the task of capturing Rosie? Zero asking for flowers. Although Rosie came from your CP9, his current strength is far beyond that of a CP9 agent. Stussy glanced at Jabra, Kuzuki, and Fukura behind Spondam, with a hint of disdain in her voice. Although the CP9 agents are good, in the eyes of the CP0 spy members, they are not enough. It's just a group of people who don't even have a master in Haki. If they really go against the current Rosie, Stussy believes that they won't be Rosie's combined enemies. Miss Stussy, it is precisely because Rosie came from CP9, so I feel quite ashamed that such a traitor should appear among my men. My heart is extremely heavy. So, I strongly urge you to let the 3 elite CP9 agents behind me participate in the mission. They're weaker than you, but they've been with Rosie for a long time. Perhaps he can use this affection to make Rosie show his flaws. Shpondam said solemnly. If it's a relationship, I've heard Rosie say that he has a good relationship with the Khalifa on your side. Why didn't you send her to perform the mission? This, Khalifa, she is currently on a very important mission, so she cannot be involved in this operation. It's the City of Seven Waters, it's a quest related to Pluton's drawings. After so many years, you haven't given up yet, Shpondam. Having said that, you are so actively involved in this quest, is it for Francis Drake's fleet? You want a credit for this quest? Hearing Stussy's words, Shpondam laughed twice and fell silent. As Stussy said, after hearing about the Francis Drake fleet and the connection between Rosie and Francis Drake, he hit upon the idea of the Francis Drake fleet. Let them stay, although they can't deal with Rosie, they can still deal with the partners around Rosie. After some thought, Stussy finally agreed to Shpondam's request. At least, 3 more in the hands of those protecting celestial dragons. Chapter 86. East Blue, Cocoa Village. As the Mary docked on the coast, Luffy and the others jumped off the boat excitedly. Miss Nami, I'm here to help you. Sanji shouted excitedly, and immediately wanted to rush out. Idiot, now that Rosie is here, that evil dragon pirate group must have been dealt with long ago. 1. Zoro glanced at Sanji and said. Sanji paused in the steps he just took, and wanted to turn back to Zoro's theory. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. A few of them are Nami's partners. I'm Nami's older sister Nakajao. I came here specifically to welcome you to a banquet. Nyaki stepped up to the first 2 and waved to Luffy and the others with a smile on his face. The May 4-3 banquet. Great, let's go over now. Luffy raised his hands and shouted excitedly. Wow! I didn't expect Miss Nami to have such a beautiful sister. Hello, I'm Chef Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates. Have Rosie and Miss Nami really solved the dragon pirates? 1. Sanji circled around and came to Nyakajao, and asked with heartbroken eyes. Well, the crisis here has been lifted, and Rosie specially explained to me to welcome a few. Nyaki nodded high, turned around and led Luffy and the others to the banquet point in Kokozia village. Soon, Rosie and Nami, who were sitting together eating meat and drinking, appeared in the eyes of Luffy and others. How cunning, Rosie, how can you have a party first? Luffy strode quickly to Rosie, grabbed a piece of flesh and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Sorry, Luffy, to apologize, I'll give you this plate. I did it myself. Rosie smiled apologetically and handed all the dishes in front of him to Luffy. That's great. Luffy sat down with the food and smiled happily. At this time, he finally noticed the woman sitting on the other side of Rosie. Hey, are you Francis Drake? Luffy exclaimed. What? Miss Drake? Usopp, Sanji and the others heard this and ran over quickly. Heroic spirits are really convenient existences. Not only don't you have to worry about death, but can you be on call? By the way, Rosie, have you entered Drake's heroic mimesis? Zoro picked up a bottle of wine, looked at Drake and read with interest, and glanced at Rosie, who was wearing similar clothes as Drake, and his black hair turned into long wine-red hair. Because Drake was curious about what it would look like for me to enter a heroic mimesis, I tried it. Rosie and Zoro clink glasses and laugh. Ha ha ha, don't say, if I hadn't known Rosie's current state, I would have thought he was my brother. Drake put his hand on Rosie's shoulder and laughed. Rosie shook his head, looked at Luffy, Zoro, and the others, and began to slowly talk about what happened when he and Nami came to Kokozia village. Especially about Stussy. Luffy, everyone, we're going to Loguetown next, and after that, the Grand Line. My old friend Stussy will be at Naval Headquarters at this time, I'm afraid it's for me. So I think we'd better get to Loguetown as soon as possible to avoid being blocked by Stussy from Naval Headquarters and Tsuru and Gion after us. 1. When Rosie said this, his face gradually became serious. What? After finally escaping from that crane's hands, do you have to face a new and powerful enemy? Usopp put his head in his hands and cried nervously. It looks like I'm really on a pirate ship. Since I became a member of this pirate group, it seems that I'm facing a powerful enemy at any time. Zoro exclaimed. That being said, Zoro has no complaints in his heart. After all, his growth is also visible to the naked eye. But we still want to have a party. Nami swallowed a big mouthful of meat and said tangled. Don't worry Luffy, I'm not saying you should leave right away. Tomorrow, leave Zero tomorrow. Let's have a good banquet tonight, and after we have enough rest, we will go on the road. 1. Although the Naval Headquarters warships can go directly to Loguetown through the comm belt, it still takes a while to arrive. Rosie laughed. After fighting with Hawkeye, one and others first, plus the long journey, he also needs enough physical strength. Okay, then let's have a banquet first. Luffy laughed, completely letting go of his stomach and sweeping away the food in front of him. Zoro, Usopp also joined it. Sanji played his own job and prepared food for everyone. And Rosie was led by Francis Drake to continue drinking. Gradually, even Rosie's system could not withstand the erosion of alcohol. It looks like my brother is a little drunk, so I'll take him back to rest first. 1. Francis Drake laughed, and drunkenly helped Rosie down the street. I'll take you to rest. Seeing this, Nami quickly stood up and led Rosie and Drake to his room. However, what Nami didn't expect was that Drake didn't leave after putting Rosie on the boat, but fell beside Rosie. Tay, Miss Drake 0.2, what are you doing? Nami exclaimed and looked puzzled at Drake, who was holding Rosie in his arms and resting his legs on Rosie. Hey? Rest, what's the problem, Nami? But your state is not very good. 1. What's wrong? They're all pirates in the sea, so live a little more casually. Also, Rosie's current mimicry similar to mine gives me a lot of intimacy. Saying that, Drake hugged Rosie tightly in his arms, as if he was going to sleep with Rosie. Nami grew his mouth and looked at all this, and his heart became a little complicated for no reason. Nami, don't you like Rosie? At this time, Drake suddenly asked. Chapter 87. Mr. Drake, what are you talking about? 1. Me and Rosie were just buddies, nothing like that. Nami blushed and hurriedly said to Drake. In that case, why do you care about how my brother and I look like? This, I just think you're a woman after all, Miss Drake. Haha, none of my shipmates treat me as a woman. 1. Hearing this, Nami was speechless for a while. She'd met Drake's buddies, and they really didn't think of Drake as a woman at all. Anyway, my feelings for Rosie are just friends, not what you think, Miss Drake. Nami took a breath and said to Drake. Miss Nami, she's really cute. However, as a woman on the sea, sometimes you will lose something important if you don't act a little bit. The corners of Drake's mouth rose, looking at Nami meaningfully. Just as Nami was thinking about those words, Drake unbuttoned his red jacket and casually threw it on the closet beside him. Seeing this, Nami's face turned even redder. Miss Nami, are you okay? That is. Hehe, if it's okay, come to 01 to chat. Drake got up, patted the seat next to him with a smile, and said. The magic power that Rosie provided me now has slowly dissipated, in other words, I will soon return to Valhalla. Since you treat me as a woman, Nami, let's have an exchange between women. Without waiting for Nami to reply, Drake pushed Rosie to the innermost part of the bed and pulled Nami to sit beside him. Although Nami was a little awkward at first, with Drake's guidance, the two gradually began to chat. As time passed, the night slowly fell, and Nami gradually fell asleep due to the sleepiness. With a chuckle, Drake took Nami's shoulder and laid her down beside Rosie. And she herself got up and walked out the door. Nami will feel shy if you do that one. Opening the door, Nyaki's smiling face appeared in front of Drake's eyes. Then, are you going to stop it, Nakajao? Not yet, I also want to see Nami's face when he wakes up tomorrow morning. And that kid likes Rosie a lot, doesn't he? There is indeed a considerable favor, but if this favor is not pushed by anyone, it may only stay on friendship. But is it too little to be pushed like this, or else it will be directly throw it in the bathroom? If that's the case, Mr. Rosie aside, Nami might catch a cold. Really, let's forget it, haha. Drake smiled and patted Nyakajao's shoulder, and his body began to emit faint golden particles. Drake, you are. Don't worry, I'm just going back to where I should be. So, why don't you say goodbye to Luffy and the others? There is still a chance to meet them in the future, so you won't need to say goodbye. Nyakajao, remember to observe the expressions of Rosie and Nami tomorrow. When you meet again, be sure to tell me one. Well, I know, Drake. When Naka's high-pitched voice fell, Drake's body and the bodies of Drake's crew members who were eating and drinking in the banquet hall all turned into golden particles and dissipated. Nyaki raised her hand to stroke the golden particles, looked up at Nami who was sleeping on Rosie's chest in the room, and sighed at Rosie's gentle face. I didn't expect that Francis Drake, the great pirate who offered a reward of 500 million berry, was also Rosie's power. Nami really found a reliable man. I don't know if I can find such a reliable man in the future. Nyochi Gao smiled softly, raised his hand and closed the door. And when she closed the door, Nami opened her eyes again. Really, it's okay for Drake, why is it even Nyakajao? Nami pouted and looked at the man beside him. Humph, don't get me wrong Rosie, I don't like you as much as they say. Take this time as a reward for your help. The corners of Nami's mouth rose slightly, and a lip print was left on Rosie's face. Then he closed his eyes again. She didn't notice that the corners of Rosie's mouth were indeed slightly raised at this time. Time passed quickly, and the next day dawned soon. The early morning eyes reflected on Nami's face through the gap in the curtain, causing her to slowly open her eyes. Wake up! Eat some breakfast! A gentle voice came. Nami looked up, the tiredness disappeared instantly, and she immediately woke up. Looking at the slightly cool clothes on her body, she blushed instantly. Even if she is as open as she is, at this moment, thinking of sleeping with a man while drunk last night, Nami couldn't help but feel a little shy in her heart. Rosie, didn't we do it yesterday? Nami pursed her lips and blushed as she looked at Rosie, who was already dressed at the moment. Rosie, Nyakajao, hehe, I saw it all last night. Nami, I didn't expect you to be so bold. It seems that I will soon become the elder of the child. Look, this is Rosie himself for you. Lovely breakfast. Before Rosie could finish speaking, Nyakajao interrupted him. She held the dish in Rosie's hand and handed it to Nami, with a look of envy on her face. Nami's mouth widened, looked at Rosie, and then at Nyakajao. His face had completely turned into the color of a red apple. Baby, child, can't you? 543 Nami lifted the sheet and reached out to hold his stomach. Did something really happen last night? Rosie didn't know what was in Nami's mind. He raised his hand and patted Nyaki's high forehead lightly. Enough is enough, Nyakajao, you'll frighten your sister. You too, say goodbye, I'm going to prepare for the voyage first. Rosie waved to the two of them and walked out of the door. Hehe. Nyakajao stuck out his tongue playfully at Rosie's back. Nami, let's try it. Rosie's love cooking. Love, cooking? No, Nyakajeo, tell me what's going on. Guess. Nyaki patted Nami's shoulder high, and said. But I have to remind you, if you don't want to, I'm going to go. Whether it's this love cooking, or Rosie this person. Saying that, Nyakajeo looked like he was about to move chopsticks in his hands. Seeing this, Nami quickly propped up his body and grabbed the food. I won't let you steal it, Nyakajeo. Nami's appearance made Nyakajeo cover his mouth and chuckle again. At this moment, a tragic voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Rosie, you fell last night at Nami and Nakajao's house, 1. Hearing this, Nyaki raised her eyebrows and looked at Nami. It's Sanji's voice. Chapter 88. The morning sun shines brightly over the wide sea. A ship with a huge hull and a dragon logo is sailing fast forward. A man with a hood was standing at the bow of the ship, looking forward with a stern expression. If Rosie was here, he would definitely recognize the man in front of him as Monkey D. Dragon. At this time, a young girl with short orange hair, wearing a short dress, high heels and a small hat with goggles walked behind the dragon. Chief, do you think we can find Mr. Rosie? The young girl, Koala, asked the dragon worriedly. According to the information obtained, he should pass through the sea area. If nothing else, we might be able to find him. Long nodded slightly, although his tone was calm, but there was a little expectation. I can't believe that Rosie would appear in East Blue. If I had gotten the news earlier, I would have come to find him and asked him to officially join our revolutionary army. I don't know if he, who has become a pirate now, will still accept our invitation. 1. Dressed in red, the commander of the Eastern District of the Revolutionary Army, Balo Betty, came over at this time. Like Long and Koala, they both have expectations for Rosie to become a revolutionary army. Definitely. Mr. Rosie has put forward so many theories that are useful to the revolution, and the chiefs say these are epoch-making theories. Now that Mr. Rosie is no longer working in the world government, he will definitely join us and contribute to the revolution with us. Koala's eyes shone brightly, and his tone was filled with determination. Speaking of which, Koala, when you were on a stealth mission and got caught by Rosie 1. Did he just spread those revolutionary theories to you and let you go? Didn't you ask him if he wanted to join the revolutionary army? Bello Betty asked curiously. Of course I invited Mr. Rosie to join the revolutionary army, but at that time Mr. Rosie said that he still had acquaintances in CP9 and did not want to oppose them. Koala shook his head regretfully. Every time he thinks about not being able to invite Rosie to join in the first place, Koala feels a deep regret. Thankfully, Rosie has now been forced to leave world government, giving us another chance to re-invite him. With a steady male voice, a figure fell from the ship's pole and came to Koala, Long, and others. The official second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Chief of Staff Sabo. Chief, Koala, Bello Betty, I've seen the Mary, do we pull the ship over now? Sabo laughed. What? Koala picked up the telescope in his hand in surprise and looked forward, and sure enough he saw the Mary in the distance. That's great, Chief, Rosie they're really there, let's pull the boat over now. Long nodded, let's lean over slowly, don't cause misunderstanding. After he finished speaking, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The others immediately followed the dragon's order and began to steer the ship towards the direction of the Mary. Rosie, didn't expect this man to join Luffy's pirates. If such a man is really poached from the Straw Hat Pirates, I don't know if this kid will hate me. Long sighed in his heart, but thinking of the advanced revolutionary knowledge that Rosie passed on to the revolutionary army through Koala, he felt it was necessary to fight for it. After saying goodbye to the villagers of Kakosia village, the Mary embarked on a new journey, heading towards Loguetown quickly. Usopp, hasn't the cook come to his senses yet? Zoro walked out of the training room of the Mary and frowned at Sanji who was lying on the deck. No, he's been like this since he saw Nami and Rosie come out of a room in the morning. Usopp shook his head and looked towards the corner of the deck of the Mary, where Rosie and Nami were lying side by side on the armchairs, enjoying the sun. Then he looked at Sanji with great sympathy. Unlike emotional idiots Luffy and Zoro, Usopp can clearly see that Rosie and Nami are much closer than ever. It's really useless guy, such a small blow is like this. I don't know if a chef like this can support us to reach the final island. Zoro shook his head, his tone full of sarcasm. What did you say? Green algae head. Zoro's words made Sanji's body tremble, and he immediately jumped up. Turn around and walk towards Zoro. But soon, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Nami who was feeding Rosie oranges. This scene immediately made Sanji kneel on the ground again. Damn, I'm so envious. Hearing Sanji's words, Usopp and Zoro on the side couldn't help twitching the corners of their mouths. Hey, Vice Captain Rosie, you two should be careful. Our cooks can't work anymore. Seeing that Sanji could not be stimulated, Zoro turned to look at Rosie who was also beside him. Can you blame me? Rosie shrugged and said. Just when he wanted to find Zoro's theory, a red light flashed in his eyes. This is... Rosie stood up from the deck chair in an instant and turned to look in the direction of the bow. What's wrong, Rosie? Nami also got up and followed Rosie's line of sight strangely. Not long after, a huge dragon-headed ship appeared in the sight of Nami and others. What kind of ship is this? It doesn't look like a marine warship, but, how is Lee? There is no pirate flag. Sanji lit a cigarette and walked to Rosie's side. Hey? Sanji, are you healed? Usopp asked in surprise. Hehe, it's a bit useful, at least it can cheer up when the enemy is attacking. Zoro chuckled and put his right hand on the hilt of the sword. No way, do you have to fight again? What kind of enemy is this time? Nami patted his forehead, feeling a little tired. Hehe, what does it matter, I just didn't beat those murlocs. If the enemy is on the opposite side, then I will blow them all away. Luffy bumped his fists and looked excitedly at the approaching boat on the opposite side. Luffy, let's forget it. Rosie raised his hand and pressed Luffy's shoulder. After all, there is your father on the opposite side, so it's hard to say how to beat him up. Chapter 89. What, is that Luffy's dad's boat? Wait, since it's Dad Luffy's fleet, that means it's not an enemy. Usopp touched his chin and said. Idiot, Luffy's grandpa was Marine, and his father could be Marine as well. If that's the case, we're also enemies. Zoro narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching ship on the opposite side, without letting down the slightest guard. That being said, but there's no way the ship on the other side is not a marine warship. Luffy, since it's your father, what are you talking about? Sanji exhaled a puff of white smoke and turned to look at Luffy. The others looked too, but Luffy's reaction surprised them. What? Do I have a father? Luffy scratched his head and looked at Rosie with some doubts. Idiot, everyone has a father, otherwise how did you get here? Nami patted the back of Luffy's head, once again feeling speechless for Luffy's brainless speech. Failing to get an answer from Luffy's mouth, everyone could only turn their heads to look at Rosie. Don't worry, it's not the enemy. Luffy's father 543 is not Marine either, but Marine's nemesis, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Rosie laughed. What? Monkey D. Dragon? How is that possible? Sanji accidentally cut off the cigarette in his hand and looked at Rosie in surprise. What's so surprising, the elders can't decide the way out for the back one. Luffy can go to sea to be a pirate, can't Garp's son go to sea to be a revolutionary army? It's all basic operations, calm. Rosie waved his hand and said something casually, then walked to the bow of the Mary, waiting for the arrival of Helong and others. However, as the distance got closer, Rosie's eyes were gradually drawn to Koala standing beside the dragon. Really, long time no see. Thinking about the experience of Koala, who used to be a revolutionary army, recklessly in front of himself as a CP9 agent, Rosie's eyes flashed with nostalgia. It can be said that the encounter with Koala planted the seeds of leaving for Rosie, who originally planned to go all the way to the dark at the world government. It's not some basic operation, Garp, Dragon, Luffy, these are some monster families. Rosie, are you listening to me? Nami walked over to Rosie, followed Rosie's line of sight, and quickly locked onto Koala. Before Nami could ask anything, Koala jumped and flew straight to Rosie. Mr. Rosie, we meet again. Koala, who was in the air, opened his hands and fell directly in front of Rosie, and the open hands also hugged Rosie's back. This made Nami's eyes widen for a moment, and looked at Rosie and Koala in surprise, and was a little confused about the relationship between the two for a while. As for Sanji, the cigarette in his hand fell directly to the ground, and the whole person was petrified in place. Rosie patted Koala's back and was about to speak, but felt Koala's body in front of him tremble. Great, Mr. Rosie, you're fine. I heard you killed celestial dragons earlier, and I was worried that you would be caught. Now that you are safe and sound, I am finally relieved. Koala raised her head, her eyes reddened a lot, and a little bit of tears were streaming down her face. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Let me introduce you, these are my companions. Everyone, this is Koala from the Revolutionary Army. It's a friend I used to know. Rosie let go of Koala, turned around and said to Luffy and Nami. Hehe, hello everyone, I'm Koala, but I've had a close relationship with Mr. Rosie. Koala glanced over Luffy and the others one by one, and finally stopped on Abak May. Facing Nami's suspicious eyes, she smiled and nodded. While speaking, the Mary and the Revolutionary Army ship finally approached. Dragon, Balo Betty and Sabo jumped onto the deck of the Mary. This man is here too. Now things get interesting. Rosie glanced at Sabo, then turned to look at Luffy. Sure enough, I saw Luffy frowning at Sabo's face. Long first nodded politely to Luffy, Nami, and others, then came to Rosie and said. Your Excellency Rosie, I finally meet you. The theory that Your Excellency handed to Koala is truly breathtaking and it has opened our minds. We were looking for your traces after we learned that you were sentenced to world government. The people who were searching for you were all in North Blue, but I didn't expect you to appear in East Blue. After joining the pirates, I don't know if our Revolutionary Army still has the opportunity to invite you to become one of our members. The dragon took off his hood and revealed his true face to Rosie. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy immediately looked away from Sabo's face and turned to look at the dragon with a displeased expression. Hey, you guy, Rosie is my partner. If you say that again, even if you're my father, I won't forgive you. Hehe, don't worry, I'm just asking, What did you say? The dragon's eyes widened and he looked at Luffy in surprise. Sabo, Balo Betty and Koala looked at Luffy in equally astonished wonder, wondering why he would say that. Hey? What's your reaction? Aren't you my father? But Rosie clearly said that you are my father, Grandpa's son, and also said that your name is Monkey D. Dragon. Luffy tilted his head, looking strangely at Long's surprised face. Really, Mr. Rosie, you are really joking, how could the leader be Luffy's father? Koala put his hands on his hips and pouted to Rosie. Hehe, if the leader is really the son of marine hero Garp, that would be very interesting. However, how can such a thing be possible? Balo Betty shook her head and said with a chuckle. It can be seen that Lord Rosie is a humorous person. Sabo took care of his politeness with a faint smile on his face. Humorous? Rosie raised his eyebrows, his eyes falling on Sabo's face. I have something more humorous, I wonder if this gentleman of the Revolutionary Army is interested in hearing it. Since it is Lord Rosie's words, I am naturally willing to listen. Sabo nodded slightly, speaking softly and politely. It's nothing, just want to say that in the Revolutionary Army, apart from Long being Luffy's father, your chief of staff is also Luffy's brother. Chapter 90. What, are you really Sabo? Rosie's voice fell, and Luffy stepped directly in front of Sabo, with his hands on his shoulders, and his eyes were fixed on his face. Well, I think you misunderstood, Luffy. Although I'm Sabo, I don't have your memory in my memory. Sabo smiled sheepishly. Having said that, but looking at Luffy's face close at hand, Sabo also had a little doubt in his heart. Did I ever really know, Luffy? Sabo thought to himself. Aside, Long's eyes narrowed slightly. Koala, Balo Betty and others thought Rosie was joking about the father-son relationship between Luffy and him. But as a party, Long knew that Rosie was right. Given this premise, what Rosie said about the relationship between Sabo and Luffy was not necessarily a joke. Thinking of this, Long Mai walked to Rosie's side and said in a low voice. Your Excellency Rosie, can you take a step to speak? Sure. Rosie nodded slightly, greeted Nami, Usopp and others, and followed the dragon to an area away from everyone. Lord Rosie, how did you find out about the relationship between me and Luffy? Naturally, it has been investigated before, as long as someone with a heart can know your relationship with Garp Vice Admiral, and Garp Vice Admiral is Luffy's grandfather, isn't it clear at a glance that your relationship with Luffy's father and son? So, indeed, as a former CP0 member, and now you're by Luffy's side, it's normal to know that this is normal. I'd take the liberty to ask, is the relationship between Luffy and me clear to the world government and Marine? 1. Speaking of this, a trace of worry flashed in Long's heart. It depends on your father, Garp, and Sengoku. If they tell you about your relationship with Luffy and him, both Marine and the world government will know Luffy's identity. But now, if you want to come to the world government, you still don't understand. Actually, you don't have to worry about your identity causing trouble for Luffy. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates already have a trouble like me. The corners of Rosie's mouth rose, and he said with a smile. Hearing this, Long also laughed. Indeed, there is a man in the Straw Hat Pirates who killed celestial dragons. Either the Marine or the world government will send enough troops to pursue them. In fact, Marine and the world government did exactly that. It's just that every time, he will be repelled or escaped by Rosie and others. Then what about the relationship between Luffy and Sabo? How did you learn about it, Your Excellency Rosie? Regardless of whether it is true or false, Sabo's affairs should be extremely secretive, right? There is no such thing as an impenetrable force in the world, dragon. I can drift on the sea so that I won't be caught by Marine and the world government, which is a bit emboldened. Rosie smiled mysteriously, not saying how he knew about the brotherhood between Luffy and Sabo. The matter of the original One Piece, of course, cannot be said on the surface. Roughly speaking, Rosie felt that the dragon would automatically make up the appropriate answer. It's true or false, let's take a test, dragon. Rosie glanced at Luffy and Sabo who were still communicating not far behind. How would Lord Rosie want to test? Asked the dragon. It's not a big deal. Rosie smiled mysteriously and continued. I think this Sabo seems to have lost some memory, I think he must have been greatly stimulated before. In this case, he may be able to restore his memory after giving him a strong stimulus. If I can, I'm going to do this. Rosie leaned closer to the dragon's ear, whispering his plan. After thinking for a while, Long nodded and walked towards Koala and Balo Betty. And Rosie also walked towards Luffy, pulling him along with Usopp, Nami and other partners away from Sabo. For a while, only Sabo was standing alone in the middle of the deck of the Mary. What are you doing? The leader told me not to eavesdrop. Really? How mysterious. Sabo patted the back of his head blankly, looked at Long, Koala and others on the left in confusion, and then looked at Rosie, Luffy, and others on the right. Rosie, that man is really Sabo, he really looks like before, but why doesn't he remember me? Luffy took Rosie's arm and couldn't wait to ask the doubts in his heart. Rosie smiled and whispered what Oolong said in front of Luffy, Nami, and others. Luffy, I'm going to give Sabo a strong boost. I need you to cooperate with me later. I will attack you with more exaggerated methods, and then I need you to show a posture of serious injury and death. 0 fur flowers. I think this way, that Sabo should be able to recall the memory of the past. The original Sabo can wake up his memory when he sees the news of Ace's death in the newspaper. Rosie felt that if Sabo saw Luffy death in person, he would have to awaken his memory anyway. Okay, just do it. Luffy nodded heavily. Trusting his partner, he didn't think Rosie would seriously hurt him. Likewise, he really wanted to make sure that Sabo was the sworn brother he once was. Rosie, is it really okay? I don't believe you, I just think Luffy's acting might be a big problem. Usopp approached Rosie's ear and whispered his doubts. Nothing, just let Luffy stab me with his back to Sabo and fall on the deck 1. If you can't see Luffy's expression, Sabo will be deceived by this trick. Rosie patted Usopp on the shoulder and then pushed Luffy towards Sabo. On the other end of the Mary, Long, and the others noticed the movements of Luffy and Rosie, and immediately looked over. Although Long, Balo Betty, and Koala were all a little nervous, but thinking of Rosie's past and the fact that he was the first to throw out his plan, the 3 of them did not step forward to stop it. You two, are you finished talking? Really, even though I'm not that Sabo, there's no need for the 2 of you to hide from me. Laugh. With the sound of the sharp blade piercing the body, a blood flower exploded directly in front of Sabo's eyes, which also interrupted Sabo's next words. He blinked and looked at Rosie and Luffy suspiciously. But he only saw the picture of Rosie with a ferocious look piercing Luffy's heart with a sharp blade in his forehand. The next moment, Luffy collapsed on the deck of the Mary with his back to Sabo as if he had lost all strength. Sabo stared at Luffy's corpse for a few seconds, and suddenly a strong tingling sensation hit his mind, and the memory fragments buried deep in his mind began to unfold in front of his eyes, and finally settled on him, a picture of Ace and Luffy drinking swastika. Ah! Luffy, you actually killed Luffy. Sabo glared at Rosie, stomped his feet on the deck with boundless anger, and smashed his fist into Rosie's face with boundless anger. Chapter 91. Boom! Sabo's fist with a strong armament haki smashed into the short sword made by Rosie's projection magic, and a violent blast of air immediately erupted. The strong anger attack even made Rosie feel a numbness in his hand. BD, kill my brother, whether you are useful to the Revolutionary Army or not, you will have to pay the price. Sabo's eyes were red, and he pulled out the iron pipe behind his back and wanted to slash at Rosie. But at this moment, Luffy, who was already dead, suddenly bounced off the deck and stretched his arms excitedly to wrap Sabo's body. Sabo looked at Luffy who had come back from the dead, and was stunned for a while. How can you, Luffy, didn't you get killed by Rosie? Sabo, you really are Sabo, you finally remembered. Rosie didn't kill me, May 4-3 he just wanted to stimulate your memory in this way. Stimulate my memory. Sabo looked at Rosie and saw the short sword in Rosie's hand turning into blue particles and dissipating. Noticing Sabo's gaze, Rosie smiled and nodded at him. Sabo looked at Dragon, Balo Betty, and Koala again. But they saw the same faint smiles on their faces. Sabo is so smart, combined with everything before, he immediately knew that he was being played by everyone in the scene. Really, to use this method? Luffy, is your wound really okay? Sabo looked down at Luffy's wound and asked worriedly. Don't worry, Rosie avoided the location of the heart. This injury, just need to eat some meat and it will be healed. Luffy's mouth cracked open, revealing a very bright smile. For him with gourmet cells, as long as there is enough food, there is really no problem with this injury. At this time, Sanji came to a few people with a large stack of meat dishes at the right time, and handed it to Luffy. "Let's go, Deputy Captain, let's leave the space here for the two brothers." With a smile on his lips, Sanji put his hand on Rosie's shoulder and walked towards Nami, Zoro, and the others beside him. "Hey, Vice Captain Rosie, can I ask you a question?" Suddenly, Sanji said to Rosie mysteriously. "If you have any questions, just ask Sanji. You know that Miss Koala over there, right? It's really familiar, and you heard my introduction to her just now." "What, you want to pursue Koala? Don't you already have Miss Nami, so I hope you can help me get to know Miss Koala." As soon as Sanji finished speaking, a surprised voice suddenly sounded behind the two of them. "What? Rosie, do you already have a girlfriend?" Sanji and Rosie turned to look, and it was Koala who appeared in front of them. "That, Miss Koala? Sorry, Mr. Sanji, you're not my type." Before Sanji could finish speaking, Koala smiled apologetically at Sanji, then stared at Rosie again, as if wanting to know the answer. And Sanji froze in place after hearing Koala's words. This guy won't be knocked down by the blow. Rosie looked at Sanji, and at this moment, he seemed to hear Sanji's heart break. Just when Rosie was thinking so, Sanji suddenly came to life again and looked behind Rosie with a charming smile. "Miss Balo Betty, it's my pleasure to meet you, you're like..." "Sorry, Mr. Chef, if I had to choose a man, I would probably choose a man like Lord Rosie 1. Balo Betty took off her sunglasses and said to Sanji with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Sanji's instant petrified, and after a second, his body was so soft that he lost the support of his bones and was on the deck. "I said, Miss Balo Betty, please don't use me as a shield even if you are going to refuse Sanji." Rosie glanced at Sanji, and looked helplessly at Balo Betty who was walking beside him. "Hehe, I'm not lying. If I really want to find a man, I hope I can find a man who can be called gay. It just so happens that Your Excellency Rosie is now vaguely known as the revolutionary star in the Revolutionary Army. It's hard not to make people curious about you like this. Of course, maybe my words will indeed make some people uncomfortable." After Balo Betty finished speaking, she glanced at Koala who was pouting at her, and then glanced at Nami who was walking with Usopp and frowned. "You commander of the Eastern District, have you always been so joking?" Rosie shook his head and turned to look at Long Zero. "Well, it is true to a certain extent." Long smiled. "Also, I have to thank you, Rosie, for restoring Sabo's memory. In this way, I owe you more. I'm a little embarrassed to say that, but it's about your revolutionary theory." Hearing Long's words, Rosie nodded. While opening his suitcase and taking out a red book from the compartment under Barry, he said, "I understand everyone's intentions, join the Revolutionary Army or something. I enjoyed my days with the Straw Hat Pirates. Koala, I didn't have enough time last time to give you a comprehensive theory of revolution. This is the book that will be handed to you next time we meet. 1. I have written down all the theories I said I know." After speaking, Rosie handed the book to Koala. Koala took the book blankly, flipped through it for a while, and then handed it over to Long. Long did not shy away, he opened the book directly, and read it in detail with Balo Betty. And Koala took Rosie's hand and walked aside. "Hey, Rosie, are you really not coming with me? Obviously we have an agreement." Koala looked up, eyes full of anticipation. "Our agreement is that the next time we meet, I will give you the books on revolutionary theory that I have sorted out." 0.2. I never said that I must join your revolutionary army, so don't mix too many things into the agreement. Rosie raised his hand and flicked Koala's forehead, smiling. "But, in this way, won't it take me a long time to meet again? I really feel like working with you, Rosie, if I can." 1. Koala tried to fight, but Rosie shook his head. "After all, his system was bound to the Straw Hat Pirates, but not the Revolutionary Army. Even in order to become stronger, he has to stay with the Straw Hat Pirates. Rosie is our partner and will not go to the Revolutionary Army with you, so you should give up. Just when Rosie wanted to reject Koala again, Nami walked between Rosie and Koala, looked at Koala seriously and said. Chapter 92. Your Excellency Rosie, I have read the revolutionary theory book you gave me. There is no doubt that this will be a bright light for the revolutionary cause. In the future we will certainly act strictly according to the theory you have compiled, Mr. Rosie. Long took Rosie's hand and said excitedly. Haha, it's easy to talk, I have a relationship with Koala after all one. Also, if your revolutionary army can develop, and by the way, help me take revenge on the world government, I'd be happy to see it one. Rosie nodded slightly and said. It's just a pity that your Excellency Rosie can't come to the revolutionary army to help one. Whatever, your Excellency Rosie, you have done enough. If we continue to ask for it, it will be too unrestrained. Your Excellency Rosie, I hope that your theory will be seen by as many comrades as possible. So I have already told Balo Beatty to return to the base of the Revolutionary Army with the books. And I, after escorting you to the Grand Line, will also be leaving. The dragon let go of Rosie's hand and spoke. Escort. Rosie frowned slightly. I'll let you say the word escort. Is there a force stationed in Loguetown to arrest us? That's right. We in the Revolutionary Army have received news that Marine hero Garp is now waiting for you in Loguetown. It's your dad, he's trying to kill me and Luffy. Rosie was a little ashamed. Although he guessed that there might be a powerful marine waiting there in Loguetown, he did not expect that the marine hero Garp would be stationed there. Faced with Garp, even Rosie was having a tough time. Don't worry, if Garp really shoots at your Excellency Rosie, I will be responsible for stopping him. Long said solemnly. Really, then I'm welcome, haha. Rosie laughed and patted the dragon on the shoulder. Since there is free labor, Rosie naturally does not use it for nothing. After a while of communication, the Mary set sail again, heading towards Loguetown. This time, however, there are dragons on board and Sabo, who voluntarily stayed to help. Although Koala also wanted to stay, but because of other tasks, she had to leave with Balo Betty. After a period of sailing, the Mary finally approached the waters of Loguetown. Sure enough, there is a strong aura in this town, I think it is Garp Vice Admiral 1. Rosie stood on the deck of the Mary, looking at the lively Loguetown with slightly complicated eyes. Since that's the case, then, should we just leave? Anyway, there are still a lot of supplies on the ship. The worst thing is, can't we save some food? 1. Usopp offered his suggestion with trembling legs. Do you think that when we have two big stomach kings on board, untimely replenishment of supplies can safely sail on the sea? I'm going to buy some food, Usopp, come with me, I can't carry that much by myself. And aren't you also planning to purchase some materials for making special ammunition? Sanji glanced at Usopp and put his hand on Usopp's shoulder. I don't have to, in fact, I have a disease that will kill me as soon as I land. What does it matter? Didn't Long and Sabo go to Loguetown first? If that Garp really made a move, Long would definitely stop him. Luffy, you come too. 1. Saying that, Sanji didn't wait for Usopp and Luffy to react, and directly led them off the Mary and walked towards the depths of Loguetown. Then, I'll also go and see if there are any suitable knives for sale. Zoro rubbed his shoulders and wanted to leave the Mary. Wait, Zoro. Hey? Is there something wrong, Nami? I can't let you leave alone, you will definitely get lost if you are alone. How many times have I said it? I'm not a lunatic. Nami ignored Zoro's complaints and turned to look at Rosie, who continued to sense Loguetown with observation haki. Rosie, let's move with Zoro. After Sanji and the others have bought enough supplies, we will leave together. Although with the help of the dragons, it is always good to be able to leave without disturbing the marine hero Garp. Hearing this, Rozi retracted his observation haki and nodded to Nami. Alright. I happen to know where the weapon shop in Loguetown is going, so let me take you there, Zoro. If there is no accident, there should be a demon knife in that place, which may be very suitable for you. Demon Sword 3rd Generation Ghost, who accompanied Zoro against the 4 Emperors Kaido. Rozi didn't want Zoro to be unable to get the 3rd Generation Ghost because of his butterfly. Hey, Yayadao, I heard something good. If that's the case, let's go. The corners of Zoro's mouth twitched, and when he heard the 2 demon knives, he immediately changed his mind about going to the shop alone. After Rozi and Nami set off side by side, he immediately followed. Loguetown, weapon shop. Thanks to patronage, a total of 3.26 million berry. The owner of the weapon shop, Yiben, rubbed his hands loosely, and faced the beautiful buyer in front of him with a charming smile. 3.26 million berry, do you think this can be paid for? The beautiful buyer smashed a huge mace on the counter with a faint smile on his face. Ha ha ha, to ask our boss for money, I think you don't understand. Our captain is a big pirate who offers a reward of 5 million berry. It's good luck to take away your weapons. How dare you ask for money? Captain Alvida, let's just take all the weapons from this shop and smash him hard. The beautiful buyer, that is, the pirates with various swords and weapons behind Alvida, roared, and looked at Ben Song with a grin. Boss, you see my crew say that, what do you think I should do? With a charming smile on his face, Alvida asked Benson. Because she has already eaten the slippery fruit, now she just smiles, which is enough to make men who like women feel intoxicated. The same is true for a pine. But after thinking of his wife, Ben Song immediately woke up again. Seeing the counter cracked by the mace, he said with a serious face. I need to remind a few people that it's Colonel Marine Smoker who leases and sells Loguetown. Also, recently legendary marine hero Garp Vice Admiral is also in Loguetown. If some of you mess up and bring in Colonel Smoker and Garp Vice Admiral, you're bound to end up in Marine's prison. Alvida and the pirates behind her immediately burst into laughter when they heard this. After a while, just when Alvida wanted to directly blow the book away, 2 more pirates ran in from the gate of the weapon shop. Miss Alvida, something is bad. Captain Buggy, his crew, and some of us met marine hero Garp. All have been arrested now. Miss Alvida, what should we do? The voice fell, and the weapon shop fell silent instantly. The mace that Alvida had held high also slowly lowered. That Buggy got caught. Marine hero Garp is really here. Alvida murmured, her brain racing. Because of the slippery fruit, Alvida not only got better in shape, but also improved her IQ a lot. Soon, there was a calculation in her heart. Everyone, get out of here immediately, we'll go back up. Alvida waved his hand and issued the order to go to sea. Although he didn't understand how strong Garp's power was, Alvida didn't want to face the man who could defeat Buggy. Ben Song's eyes widened as he watched Alvida and his party prepare to leave with a large bag of weapons, and after a while, he didn't call out to Alvida. Never mind, safety first, tell Marine when they're gone. Just when Ben Song made up his mind, an exclamation suddenly came from outside the weapon shop. Ben Song frowned, and driven by curiosity, he finally walked to the door of the weapon shop. Hey! Isn't that the little girl Marine who often maintains swords in my shop? Wait, those people are, the Straw Hat Pirates. Stop, with me here, you pirates will never be allowed to leave. Loguetown Marine Ensign stopped in front of Alvida and others and said righteously. Go away, I'm not interested in playing right now. Alvida ran quickly to Tashigi, swung his mace and smashed him in the head. Tashigi was not afraid, and quickly touched the hilt with his right hand. I saw a flash of cold light, Tashigi's blade came first, and quickly cut to Alvida's arm. But what Tashigi didn't expect was that the long knife she swung out automatically slipped aside when it touched Alvida's skin. What? Tashigi exclaimed, trying to avoid Alvida's attack before it was too late. Just as she closed her eyes, 543 was about to eat Alvida's attack. A hand suddenly grabbed her back collar and led her to float behind her. Alvida's mace fell, and in the end only took away the glasses that Tashigi was wearing. Hey? Who? Alvida raised her head and glared at the person behind Tashigi. However, after seeing Rosie's face, Alvida's expression changed instantly. It's you are that Straw Hat Road. Before Alvida could finish speaking, a domineering and violent force instantly pressed on Araya and the pirates behind her. The powerful pressure instantly made Alvida and the others turn their eyes up and fainted. I didn't expect to meet this guy here. It's an unexpected joy. Rosie put down Tashigi's collar, walked over to Alvida, who was stunned by his conquerors, and reached out to lift her up. Do you know her? Nami glanced at Tashigi casually and walked to Rosie's side. Well, besides, you actually know her too. 1. Hey? But I don't seem to have this person in my memory. Hehe, you'll know if you know her later, so do me a favor first. Rosie said, sending the fainted Alvida directly to Nami. Seeing this, Nami quickly stretched out his hands to catch Alvida's body. Just when she wondered what Rosie wanted to do, Rosie slapped Alvida's back, and then Nami felt that a fruit with thread marks gradually floated out in front of Alvida. Nami blinked, and soon realized that it was Rosie taking the devil fruit from the other party. Thinking of the value of devil fruit, Nami excitedly picked up devil fruit. And Alvida, who lost the slippery fruit, instantly turned into the former fat woman. Al, what is this guy? Nami took a step back with the slippery fruit, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Alvida lying at his feet in disbelief. How did you become a fat woman? Do you do magic? Seeing this scene, Zoro also came over with great interest. But after passing by Tashigi and seeing Tashigi's face, Zoro immediately froze in place. Chapter 93. Well, thank you for helping me. Tashigi bowed slightly, with a very sincere tone. You're heading in the wrong direction, ma'am. Nami picked up the slightly broken glasses from the ground and handed them to Tashigi's eyes. Ah, sorry. Tashigi quickly apologized and put on his glasses. However, because there were many damages on the lens, she could not clearly identify the faces of Rosie and others. Thank you 3, if it weren't for you, I would have been in a bad place just now. 1. I'm Marine Lieutenant Commander Tashigi from Loguetown. If the 3 of you are available, allow me to invite you to a cup of tea. Tashigi took a deep breath and bowed again to the 3 of Rosie. Zoro, Tashigi? Nami, Marine. Hearing Tashigi's answer, both Zoro and Nami immediately frowned. Well, what's wrong with my name? Tashigi looked at both Nami and Zoro suspiciously. Hehe, no problem, just a little surprised that you can be Marine's lieutenant commander at such a young age. You don't need to drink tea. We have other things, so we will leave first. Nami sneered twice, pushed Rosie and Zoro on the back and planned to leave. Rosie took 2 steps, and his eyes quickly fell on a knife that Alvida's pirate had dropped on the ground. Looks like good luck. Rosie picked up the long knife and pulled it out. A fierce cold light flashed. At the moment when the blade was unsheathed, the surrounding air seemed to be a little colder. Is there really a demon sword? Feeling the breath of the famous sword, Zoro's attention immediately shifted from Tashigi's side. Well, I didn't deceive you, there is indeed a famous knife here. Rosie handed the 3rd generation ghost to Zoro and laughed. Hehe, thank you, this time is really the right time. 1. Zoro exhaled, and slowly waved 3rd generation Onishi with his right hand. In an instant, there were countless tiny crescent sword energy in the air. And after the baptism of the breath of the month, Zoro, the knife holder, could clearly feel the joy of the knife in his hand. It seems that the demon knife and the breath of the moon go well together. Rosie touched his chin and smiled. The moment Zoro gently waved the third-generation Onitu, Rosie could clearly feel that the power of the moon's breath was further reflected on the third-generation Onitu. Thinking of this, Rosie turned his head and glanced at the direction of the weapon shop. With his observation haki, he could naturally feel the weapon shop owner who was staring at him and others tremblingly behind the door. Famous sword Snow Walk, although it is a good sword. But Zoro shouldn't be able to use this knife. After changing Kyushui from Moria, you can go to Wano Kuni to get second-generation ghost sword or Inma. Maybe, I should also change to a demon sword. Rosie touched the hilt of Kimpira, who was carrying his back, and then shook his head. With projection magic and the ability to construct swords directly with the Black Death and Blood Demon technique, there is no reason why he must use One Piece's famous sword. Gone. Rosie picked up another knife at random and handed it to Zoro, intending to take him and Nami away. After harvesting the demon sword, Zoro is in a good mood. Naturally, he has no opinion. After replying a sentence, he planned to insert the third-generation ghost into the scabbard and leave with Rosie. Wait. You just said the third-generation Onitu? Is it really the third-generation Onitu? Can you show me? At this time, Tashigi jumped over excitedly and wanted to see the knife in Zoro's hand. Zoro frowned slightly, facing Tashigi who looked like his old friend. He didn't know what to say for a while. Ahem, this Miss Marine. Rather than looking at famous swords or something, shouldn't you go and see those pirates who fell underground? That's a vicious criminal with a reward of 5 million berry, and it would be bad if she slipped away by accident. Rosie stepped forward, took Tashigi's hand and led her towards Alvida. At the same time, he also winked at both Nami and Zoro, signaling them to leave first. Nami gave Rosie an okay gesture knowingly, pushing Zoro's back and walking towards the distance. Hey, wait, I want to see third-generation Onitu, don't go. Tashigi panicked to catch up with Zoro, but Rosie always stood in front of her. Soon, Tashigi couldn't even see the backs of Nami and Zoro. He could only look at Rosie who was blurred in front of him with grievances. Don't look at me like that. Forget it, I understand your attitude of wanting to see famous swords and swords. In that case, why don't you take a look at this sword? After Rosie finished speaking, he would use projection magic to project the famous sword Akahara Hound. As a famous sword in the Moonlight world, Rosie doesn't think the Akahara Hound can't attract Tashigi's attention. Sure enough, when the Akahara Hound took shape, Tashigi's eyes looked over. This sword is a sword that has never been recorded in the famous swords book, but its quality is quite excellent, even better than my quick sword Shiu. Your Excellency, what is the name of this sword? Can I take a closer look? Tashigi raised his head and asked Rosie excitedly. Of course, I think you and I have a good relationship, so I'll give you this red plain hound. Rosie glanced at Tashigi's back, and his strong perception ability made him see the marine soldiers running towards here in the distance. Naturally, Rosie has no interest in continuing to spend with Tashigi. As for handing the Akahara Hound to Tashigi, it's just a fake projected by him with magic power, and it will disappear when the time is up. So Rosie didn't mind giving the Akahara Hound to Tashigi. Give it to me, no, how can I accept such a precious sword? Tashigi shook his head again and again, but Rosie didn't have the idea of continuing to argue with Tashigi. He directly stuffed the Akahara Hound into Tashigi's hands. I said, you and I have a relationship, so this sword is given to you. After speaking, Rosie walked in the direction where Nami and Zoro left without looking back. Wait, what's your name, please tell me. Tashigi tried to catch up, but Rosie had already disappeared in the deepest part of the street. Akahara Hound. What happened to that man who gave me such a sword? Glancing at the Akahara Hound in her hand again, Tashigi fell into deep confusion until the voice of a marine who came to her side. Tashigi, Lieutenant Commander, are you all right? Did you kill these pirates? After the marine soldier finished speaking, it seemed that he had been prepared to hand Tashigi a new pair of glasses. No, I didn't beat it, it was a man who looked strong one. Tashigi put on his glasses again and followed Marine's line of sight to Alvida and the others. Hey? Who is this woman? Tashigi asked suspiciously. Report Tashigi, Lieutenant Commander, this one is Alvida with a reward of 5 million berry. Tashigi, Lieutenant Commander, do you have any questions? No, it's just that she, Li Mahao, was a very slender woman before. Tashigi, Lieutenant Commander, could it be because she is actually a demon fruit power? Now it's normal because she fainted. Well, that's a reasonable explanation. Let's go, folks, and take them to Marine Base to harass them. When everyone heard the soldiers' orders, they immediately tied up Alvida and other pirates and took them to Marine Base. After taking a deep look at the direction where Rosie and the others were leaving, Tashigi also turned around and followed the marine soldiers. Soon, Tashigi returned to Marine Base and explained what happened to his boss, Smoker, and Garp, who was eating senbei beside Smoker. Will I give you a famous sword casually? Is there such a strange person in this world? Smoker narrowed his eyes, and from Tashigi's words, he was keenly aware that something was wrong. Ha ha ha, what's so weird about that? Didn't the man who gave the sword to Tashigi say that he was related to Tashigi? I guess, that man has a crush on our Tashigi, haha. Chapter 94. Garp Vice Admiral, please don't make such a joke. Tashigi pursed his lips, and his face instantly turned a little flushed. What's so shy about that, Tashigi? I've seen that sword of yours, it's called Akahara Hound, isn't it? I think its quality is even better than that of the Jun sword one. It's a pity that the knife is now stolen by that BD Rosie. The man you mentioned can give you such a good sword at will, I think 80% of him wants to know you. Maybe he just left beforehand this time, and he will definitely come to you later. Garp generally continued to put senbei in his mouth while expressing his opinion. He didn't care about Tashigi's increasingly shy look. Aside, Smoker glanced at Garp with some shame, and then asked Tashigi. Tashigi, you said that the mysterious man easily defeated Alvida and his party. Can you tell us what method the man used to defeat Alvida? Although the man in Tashigi's mouth saved Tashigi, he is a powerful person who can defeat the 5 million berry pirates after all. As the colonel stationed in Loguetown, Smoker felt compelled to get to know this mysterious man. I don't know. 543? How could you not know? I just felt a gust of air drifting by, and the pirates who attacked me Alvida and behind her fell. By the way, I felt a palpitating feeling inexplicably at that time. Tashigi's voice fell, and both Smoker and Garp looked at each other immediately. Conqueror's Haki. The term popped up in their minds at the same time. It turned out to be the one who owns Conqueror's Haki. Strange, when did East Blue show up so many men with Conqueror's Haki? That Rosie was one, Usopp another, and now another mysterious man one. Garp muttered, feeling a strange feeling in his heart for no reason. Maybe, there aren't that many men who know Conqueror's Haki at all. Tashigi, tell me in detail the faces of the 3 people you saw, even if you don't know. By the way, do they call each other by name? Smoker's face sank, and he immediately asked Tashigi. Even if he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, it doesn't mean he doesn't know Conquerors. This Conqueror's Haki, where only one person in a million awakens, shouldn't have so many suddenly, back, in East Blue. Smoker, do you think it was Rosie who saved Tashigi? At this time, Garp also put down the senbei in his hand, and his face gradually became serious. Smoker nodded slightly, affirming Garp's statement. No. No, that person is so kind, how could it be Rosie? Despite what Tashigi said, at Smoker's orders he quickly recalled what had happened. Colonel Smoker, as I recall, the three of them did not address each other by their first names. As for their appearance, it's probably like this. As Tashigi recalled, he recounted how he came into contact with Rosie, Nami, and Zoro. Smoker listened carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Stop. Tashigi, you just said that the mysterious man pushed Alvida, and she turned into a fat woman, right? Yes, yes, is there a problem, Colonel Smoker? And then, after Alvida fell to the ground, there was something resembling a fruit in the woman's hand, right? No. That's right. As soon as Tashigi said this, Smoker immediately stood up from his seat. Garp Vice Admiral, I think we might have a job. Remember what the intelligence said about Nami? It was reported earlier that this Nami used a strange light to grind a treasure hunter's devil fruit. Now I feel that this Nami may be able to erase the ability of the fruit person without using that light. Perhaps it shouldn't be said to be erasure, it should be said that the woman has the ability to take out the fruit ability of others from the body. Smoker said with a serious face. Hey? You think the woman you met with Tashigi was Nami? And also has the power to take out the fruits of other people's bodies? As expected of you, Smoker, for making such a bold guess. However, if the fruit's ability has disappeared, just find that Alvida to confirm it. Come on, Smoker, let's check with that Alvida first. Garp stood up from his seat and took the lead in the direction of the door. Smoker and Tashigi quickly followed. Soon, the three came to Alvida and got the answer. How come, is it really Rosie? Tashigi looked at the Akahara hound in his hand, and his heart suddenly became extremely complicated. Tashigi, as Marine, you should understand what you should do now. Smoker patted Tashigi on the shoulder and walked towards Marine base. Seeing this scene, Tashigi gritted his teeth and followed him with the Akahara hound in his arms. Nami, can you give me the slippery fruit? Rosie put his hand on Nami's shoulder and said with a smile. Dear Captain Rosie, isn't this a gift for me? Nami hugged the slippery fruit tightly in both hands, and winked mischievously at Rosie. Why, do you want to eat it to become an able person, or do you simply want to sell it for berry? Is it okay to change to berry? No. Our captain, berry, has enough use. Instead of using this slippery fruit in exchange for berry, let me use it as a prop to strengthen everyone's heroic spirit template. Enhancing the heroic spirit template. Nami glanced at the slippery fruit in his arms and fell silent for a while. Having been empowered by Rosie using devil fruit, she understands the effects of being empowered. From the point of view of strengthening the strength of the pirate group, she should indeed hand over this devil fruit. Actually, if you or everyone wants to eat a certain devil fruit, it's okay. After all, the power of devil fruit can also help everyone become stronger. One. Nami, though, I don't recommend taking slippery fruit. It is true that this devil fruit can make a person more beautiful. Even a fat woman like Alvida can become a beauty in the moment of eating a slippery fruit. But in terms of strength, the slippery fruit is still a little less interesting. If you are interested in becoming a demon fruit power, Nami, I can get you a Logia or a new demon's devil fruit in the future. And in and of itself, Nami, you're pretty enough that you don't need this slippery fruit to help your beauty. Rosie laughed. Chapter 95. Since you said so, it seems that I have to give you this fruit. Nami reluctantly glanced at the slippery fruit in his hand, and finally gave it to Rosie. Rosie raised his hand and stuffed devil fruit into the suitcase he was carrying. Just as he was about to speak to Nami and Zoro, there was a sudden noise in the distance. Who is that guy who climbed onto the execution block where Roger was beheaded? I don't know, but it must be an idiot, and that guy will definitely be caught by Colonel Smoker. Wait, that guy seems to be Monkey D. Luffy, the big pirate with a bounty of over 50 million berry. What? Such a dangerous guy. Hehe, just right, what's the danger? It's not going to be taken away by Colonel Smoker. You can't say that, Don't you know that behind this straw hat Luffy there is a big thief Rosie with a reward of 1 billion berry? Everyone's words made the three of Rosie look at each other, and they all stepped forward and ran to the front. In less than a minute, the smiling expression of Luffy standing on the execution platform appeared in front of their eyes. What's that idiot doing? Marine will definitely find out if he is so blatant. What did Sanji and Usopp do? How did he get out there? Nami slapped his forehead with a slap, and quickly ran to Sanji and Usopp who were standing under the execution platform, trying to call Luffy down. Rosie and Zoro looked at each other helplessly and ran over side by side. Just as the few people had just met, a red light flashed in Rosie's eyes, and he suddenly looked behind Luffy. The words that Nami was about to shout were also choked back by the figure that suddenly appeared behind Luffy, and even a little sweat oozes from his forehead. Hehe, Nami, here you are. Look, this is where One Piece Roger once died. It's not bad one. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose, and he happily waved to Rosie, Nami, and others. That idiot. Zoro gritted his teeth, raised his hand and pulled out the 3 knives around his waist. Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and others were also on guard. Al, why don't you speak? Luffy held onto his hat with a puzzled look on his face. Rosie shook his head, raised his finger and pointed behind Luffy. Behind? Is there something behind me? Luffy blinked and turned to look behind him. The next moment, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, Grandpa, when did you come? Garp's face was gloomy and he waited viciously for Luffy. Luffy, you seem to be curious about where Roger died. Are you going to die in this place as well? I don't want it, I want to go out to sea with everyone. Hehe, it seems that it's just that the words can't make sense, you still have to use your fists. As soon as Garp finished speaking, his armed fist had already reached Luffy's face. Luffy didn't even have time to react before being blasted out, heading straight for Rosie and Zoro. Seeing this, Rosie and Zoro involuntarily raised their legs and just used the soles of their feet to pick up Luffy. Thank you, Zoro, Rosie. However, it really hurts. Is this the armament haki that Rosie suffered? Luffy rubbed his face and looked warily at Garp who jumped from the execution stand behind him. No, Grandpa is very powerful, Rosie, everyone, let's run away. When Garp heard Luffy's words, he snorted coldly, have you asked me if you want to run? After finishing speaking, Garp made a jump and used moonwalk to land directly in the direction Luffy wanted to escape, which was also the direction of the coast where the Mary docked. Yeah, is this guy Rosie you won? Thanks to you, Luffy is now a high bounty offender. 0 fur flowers. Garp looked at Rosie, rubbed his fist, and looked like he was about to punch him. Garp Vice Admiral, you can't say that. You make me sound like Luffy wouldn't be a bounty without me one. At the end of the day, it's because you didn't direct Luffy to Marine. Even if you are going to blame someone, you should blame the redhead. Rosie patted Nami on the shoulder and stepped in front of her without panic on her face. His observation haki had already sensed the aura of the dragon and Sabo hiding in the dark. He understands that if they do fight, Long and Sabo will definitely be helped. Humph, eloquent, wait until I lock you in Impel Down and see if you can still say those words. 1. Garp said, and leaped towards Rosie with a lunge. Rosie's eyes narrowed, and he pulled out the Jinbira behind him and prepared to fight. However, at this moment, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of Rosie. Painted rubber 5-nail punch. Boom! In second gear, Luffy threw a quick punch, hitting Garp directly in the chest, causing him to stop. Humph, I just have the strength, and I still want to go to sea. Bang, 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 bang. Before Garp could finish speaking, 4 more shocks came from where Luffy had hit, causing Garp to take 4 steps back in a row. While this didn't hurt Garp, it was enough to surprise him. Will the shock come later? Stinky boy, where did you learn such a trick? Garp looked at Luffy suspiciously. I got it from Rosie 1. Grandpa, now I'm not the man who was beaten by you at will. Luffy took a fighting stance, then looked at Rosie, Nami, and the others behind him. Everyone, you go first, I will drag Grandpa, and I will catch up when you escape. 1.